2040, the end of the world is coming. Natural disasters are raging, and ferocious beasts are rampant. Human beings are lingering like ants in the ruins. In my previous life, I was framed by my stepmother and had to flee from home in a panic, struggling to survive with my beastly beasts. During a fight for resources in the wild, I died tragically under the claws of a ferocious white tiger with double pupils. When I opened my eyes again, I was back to the moment of false accusation. This time, I swear that I will never give in again. I swear to completely break with those hypocritical family members and cut off all grudges. At this moment, I awakened the king of Beast Tamers System. This power not only allowed me to control the ability to grant the Beast Tamers mythical bloodline, but also gave me the destiny to travel the universe. What's even more amazing is that I also activated the hidden SSS-Level invincible talent. Eye promotion. This pair of eyes is like a gift from God, able to see through all the enemy's information and anticipate the enemy's moves. It can also accurately analyze the best evolutionary route for the contracted beast, transforming it from an ordinary being into an existence that shocks the world. From a humble, glowing dog to the sun-swallowing lord who overlooks the world. From the charming demon fox to the nine-tailed celestial fox that looks down upon the sky. From the colorful spirit snake to the immortal legendary ancestor dragon. When the army of ferocious beasts sweeps in again, I only need to stand still. The pressure from the mythical beast tamer behind me is enough to make them kneel and tremble, turning into endless terror. Those who once framed and humiliated me can only kneel down at my feet in tears and regret for the rest of their lives. At this moment, in a simple hotel room, I was staring at the beast taming space in a daze. No, to be exact, I was so shocked that my jaw almost dropped. The 3 square meter small space that looked like a doghouse has now completely changed. The originally narrow and depressing space has become a vast grassland with green grass, gentle breeze, and even the air is filled with a faint fragrance. There is no longer any smell of the cold and damp basement smell. Looking up, the azure blue sky is dotted with a few white clouds, and the sun shines down, warm and soft, which is simply more luxurious than any resort. How can this be a simple expansion of the space 100 times? It's clear that even the decoration and garden design have been upgraded. I couldn't help but sigh. I muttered casually, "System, you won't upgrade your spiritual energy as well, right?" Although it was a question, I already had the answer in my heart. The spiritual energy is so rich that it connects automatically like free Wi-Fi. Even a novice beast tamer like me can feel it. Boss Gene, my beast, was lying on the grass leisurely, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, looking as comfortable as if he was living an aristocratic life in a holiday mansion. Looking at the way his belly was bulging, it was obviously the result of the automatic influx of spiritual energy. With this upgrade speed, you can soar to the 2nd level of Black Iron in just 1 hour. Seeing Boss Gene enjoying himself, I couldn't help but feel sour. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Hearing my complaints, Boss Gene lazily turned over, with his butt facing me and his tail smugly wagging, a definite mockery of the top of the dog world's contempt chain. "Get up!" I grabbed it and put it in my arms, and decided to go to the core of the beast taming space to take a look. The legendary mythical blood pool was quietly waiting for me. Walking to the center of the wilderness, a pool of blood with an agate luster appeared in sight. This blood pool is incredibly strange. It has no bloody smell, but instead exudes a faint scent of gardenia, which is refreshing. Woof, woof, woof. Boss Gene jumped out of his arms excitedly, capered around the blood pool, and wagged his tail like a fan on high speed. "Go!" I nodded and let it experience the power of the mythical pool first. Boss Gene kicked the ground hard and flew towards the blood pool like an arrow, drawing an elegant arc, and sank into the pool with a plop. Strangely, the pool of blood did not splash a drop of water, but only ripples. 1 minute, 5 minutes. I stared at the calm surface of the pool and couldn't help but worry. Hey, did he drown? Just as I was about to fish the dog out, the blood pool suddenly shook violently. A dazzling golden light broke through the water, and a huge dog covered in red gold leaped up. The sunlight sprinkled on its hair, reflecting a dazzling brilliance, like a divine beast descending to the earth. Boss Gene, I was so surprised that I could hardly speak. The little guy who was only at the height of my calf yesterday is now as tall as my thigh. He has a slender and strong body, with faintly visible muscle lines, and exudes a sense of power that cannot be ignored. The fluffy red gold foreshowed a hint of blood red, adding a bit of a murderous aura. Its eyes, which had originally been cute brown, turned into a blazing golden color, as dazzling as two little suns, making people dare not look directly at it. Zohenta? I couldn't help but sigh and rubbed its head. Boss Jean, you are definitely the most handsome dog in the world now. Boss Jean trotted over proudly, rubbed his head against my leg, and wagged his tail rapidly. I was filled with emotion, and at the same time, I made up my mind to study its current status. I have promotion. Activate. The data appeared before his eyes. Race, Red Sun Dog. Attribute, Light. Realm, Black Iron level 4. Talent, Grade is Skill. Desperate Death Fight. Rare, the more serious the injury, the stronger the combat power, and the more setbacks, the stronger the fight. Red Sunburn. Rare, a fire attack that ignores defense and can also weaken the enemy's blood recovery ability. Blessing of Light. Rare, high resistance and immune to control. It is ridiculously hard. This skill set is simply invincible, I exclaimed as I continued to study its evolution path. Red Sun Dog, A-Level. Lingri Divine Dog, S-Level. Sun Chasing Wolf King, SS-Level. Sun Lord, SSS-Level. Sun Devouring Lord, Mythical Level. This evolutionary route is ridiculously awesome, but the rare materials required are equally ridiculous. Sun Crystals, Earth Fire, 10,000-year Snow Lotus. It feels like digging up the center of the Earth. System. You're gonna roll me to death. I complained, but I couldn't suppress my excitement. Boss Jean went from Black Iron level 1 to level 4 in just a few minutes. This upgrade speed would take ordinary Beastmasters several months to catch up. School competition? Oh, sure. The next morning, I came out of the hotel's public toilet with my nose pinched and swore to myself, I must live in a better place in the future, otherwise I will be poisoned to death sooner or later. After packing everything, I ran all the way to school with my bag on my back. The physique of the 4th level Black Iron is indeed different. After a few kilometers, I still feel refreshed. Arriving at the gate of Changnan No. 1 Beast Taming Middle School, students were crowded. The school rules clearly stated that beast taming was not allowed during non-practical classes, and those who violated the rules would be suspended from class. So the beast tamers behaved themselves. I found Class 2 of Senior 3 and pushed the door open. The classroom instantly became quiet, and countless eyes were cast at me. Lu Feiyu is here. I heard that he secretly took photos of my sister. What a beast. Is it true? Do you have any evidence? Rumors crawled all over my ears like ants, but I just sneered. These rumors were the dirty water thrown at me by Zhang Fengxia in my previous life in order to cover up Lu Qianjuan's scandal. They ruined my reputation and caused me to drop out of school, fail the college entrance examination, and go straight into society. Finally, I was accepted by a notorious adventure group, became human bait, and died at the claws of a ferocious beast. And Lu Qianjun is heading for the college entrance examination to welcome his bright future. On one side is the abyss, on the other side is heaven. The balance of fate is so ridiculous. A huge amount of resentment welled up in my heart, and I cursed my past self inwardly. Lu Feiyu, you were such an idiot. You were crushed by a few sarcastic remarks from others. You really deserve it. After gathering my thoughts, I stepped into the classroom. Facing the strange looks from the whole class, I gritted my teeth, walked straight to my seat, and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Qin Yuanshan came over. His honest face was full of worry. He scratched his head and said, Fei, are you okay? Those rumors... His tone was cautious, and it was obvious that he was not good at comforting people. Just as I was about to speak, he suddenly said firmly, No matter what others say, I believe you. You are not that kind of person. A warm feeling instantly flooded my heart. In my past and present lives, only this rough guy has always stood by me. In my previous life, he almost got into a fight with someone to persuade me not to drop out of school. Thank you, I whispered back, my tone a little softer than usual. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels echoed in the classroom. I raised my head and my eyes met that familiar figure, Lin Wenhui. Her pair of long legs and black stockings attracted everyone's attention, and her beautiful face almost made people forget to breathe. But her voice was like a volcanic eruption. What are you arguing about? Don't you know that class is in session? Practical training class, mixed class sparring, all go line up outside. Can I still teach you how to tame beasts? The whole class fell silent for a moment and lined up obediently to leave the classroom. I still sat in my seat. My eyes following Lin went away. My thoughts drifted back to my past life. She was the only teacher who tried to keep me here. She even personally sent me food, but I took it all as charity and broke her heart with my unnecessary self-esteem. Lu Feiyu, you are such an idiot. I laughed at myself, stood up, and quickly followed. Outside the training ground, the atmosphere gradually became heated. Chen Yuanshan rubbed his hands together, as excited as a child. I've been waiting for 18 years for a real-life sparring match. I glanced at him and said, just wait to be beaten, you first-class black iron beast master. Can you please stop being so discouraging? Chen Yuanshan complained. The truth always hurts more than a lie. I replied lightly. The two of us joked with each other, and the atmosphere was relaxed. However, as the referee shouted, Lu Feiyu from Class 2 versus Lu Qianjun from Class 5, the air froze instantly. On the stage, Lu Qianjun stood opposite, with a joking look on his face. Lu Feiyu, did you sleep under the bridge last night? Why are your clothes wrinkled? Then he pinched his nose and showed an exaggerated expression of disgust. Ugh, it stinks. I watched his poor performance coldly, too lazy to respond. Don't be angry. Actually, you don't stink, really. He had a fake smile on his face, and his tone suddenly changed. I'm talking about your soul, which stinks like a sewer. Taking pictures of my sister secretly, you're such a rubbish. Hearing this, I couldn't help but roll my eyes and curse in my heart. Is this guy sick? Not only did he scold me, but he also brought himself into this. This is outrageous. The students in the audience all stared with wide eyes, and the sound of discussion rose one after another. In my previous life, I was humiliated by this guy in public and then beaten terribly, and I dropped out of school in disgrace. But this time, I narrowed my eyes and sneered. You're so frequent in talking nonsense, which shows that you're really weak inside. Guilty? Me? Lu Qianjun laughed, as if he had heard a huge joke. A loser like you is worthy of saying these two words in front of me? Just don't cry and ask for a stop when the time comes. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his beast, a black iron level 2 sharp-spiked porcupine. Roar! The porcupine appeared, its sharp barbs flashing coldly under the light, which was really intimidating. I remained calm and shouted softly, Boss Gene, go ahead. A blazing golden light burst out. A red-gold imperial beast leaped out from the light, looking majestic. Its eyes were as cold as a knife, and its golden pupils stared at the opposite side, full of murderous intent. The students in the audience were immediately shocked. Wow, this dog is so handsome. I declare that from today on, I am its fan. The smug look on Lu Qianjuan's face froze instantly. He said in a trembling voice, when did this dog become like this? I was too lazy to talk nonsense, and a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. Boss Gene, let's make a quick decision. Sharp-thorn porcupine. Attack with flying thorns. Lu Qianjun gritted his teeth and commanded. The black pig's barbs whizzed out with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Boss Gene just shouted coldly, Woof! A round of hot red light burst out from its body, as if a small sun had descended, instantly evaporating all the flying thorns. The flames swept past like a meteor, and the sharp-spined porcupine let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground, unable to fight back. The audience was excited. Boss Gene is awesome. The head teacher of Class 5 stared at Boss Gene, with a look of shock and ecstasy on his face. Grade A qualification. This kind of potential has a bright future. Lu Qianjuan's face was as black as a braised pig's head that had been cooked through cooking, as if someone had torn off his fig leaf on the spot. He was so ashamed and angry that he wished he could crawl into the ground. In the ring, the burnt black pig rolling on the ground was his pride, a B-rank beast tamer, a divine weapon that his father had spent a lot of money to buy. But now, the pig was like a chick caught by an eagle, unable to fight back. He stared at me viciously, his eyes burning with resentment and jealousy, and he shouted through gnashing teeth, Lu Feiyu, stop it. I raised my eyebrows and smiled, and said in a light tone, Stop? Then you have to admit defeat first. The battle situation is like this. Why don't you give up? He was so angry that his veins were bulging like a pressure cooker about to explode. I shrugged nonchalantly and said calmly, It's so obvious. It's not just because of your stubbornness. My words undoubtedly lit a match on the powder keg, and Lu Qianjun suddenly exploded, gritting his teeth and holding back a few words. Don't go too far. I was too lazy to talk to him anymore and turned to look at Boss Jean. On the ring, the black pig was already charred black, and the charcoal pieces peeled off, revealing the bloody wounds inside, but the red sun flames were still burning brightly. At this moment, I even felt a little sorry for this unlucky black pig. Not for Lu Qianjun, but because I felt unworthy of it. It is really hopeless to follow such a useless master. Lu Qianjun's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Seeing his beast being burned to charcoal, his heart felt cold, as if he had entered an ice cellar. His father had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy it. Now that it was burned like this, he didn't even know how to explain the ashes. Finally, he lowered his head like an eggplant hit by frost and said in a voice as small as a mosquito's hum, I give up. Huh? What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. I deliberately moved closer, with a smile on my face, but provocation in my eyes. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes were red, and he stared at me like he wanted to eat me. He gritted his teeth and said, Lu Feiyu, don't go too far. I sneered and said coldly, Too much? I just asked you to admit it out loud. But you are the one who is really too much to your own beast. It's almost dead, and you are still trying to save face. My words were like the final blow, completely destroying his rationality. He roared, I'm going to fight you. His fat body rushed towards me like thunder. However, this little trick was just a child's play to me. I gently turned sideways, raised my foot, and kicked him off the ring. Bang! Lu Qianjun fell to the ground, looking as miserable as the mud on the street. The students watching burst into laughter. Ha, Lu Qianjun has come to this day. The laughter was like a steel needle, piercing his face and making it turn red, but he didn't even have the strength to refute. At this moment, the instructor Lin Wenwei spoke. Lu Feiyu, enough is enough. Although her voice was flat, it carried an authority that could not be refused. I nodded, turned to Boss Jean and said, Okay, stop it. Boss Jean growled, and the scorching red sun instantly dissipated, and the burning sensation in the air also disappeared, as if everything just now was just an illusion. The only evidence was the charred, dying black pig. Well done! I patted Boss Jin's head, and he wagged his tail excitedly, like a child who had been praised. The students who were watching were stunned at first, and then they started talking. Boss Jin is so handsome. This appearance, this strength really makes people envious. Who said Lu Feiyu is a sneak photographer? Stand up and get beaten. This is clearly a genius beast master. Sure enough, in this world where beast taming is respected, as long as you are strong enough, the rumors will disappear and even turn into admiration. When the bell rang, Lin Wenwei glanced at everyone and said calmly, Did everyone see the gap between themselves in this class? Those who are behind should work hard to catch up, and those who are ahead should maintain their advantage. In 3 days, there will be a school-wide competition, and I hope everyone will go all out. After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze and looked at me. Lu Feiyu, come to my office after class. At this moment, the whole class suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Then, all the boys looked at me, their eyes full of envy and jealousy, as if they were watching a koi carp jumping over the dragon gate while they were still struggling in the mud. Everyone knows that Lin Wenhui is the school beauty teacher of Changnan No. 1 Middle School and the dream girl of all the boys. As long as she is in the classroom, even if the textbook is so boring that it can make people sleep, all the boys in the class will fight for the front row seats. But today, she actually asked me to go to her office? This is unprecedented big news. Fuck Feiyu, you're awesome. His good friend Qin Yuanshan came over with an exaggerated look on his face and whispered, Didn't we agree to be losers together? You're cheating secretly. You don't follow martial ethics. Traitor. A total traitor. He wanted to continue complaining, but Lin Wenwei turned around and gave him a cold look. Her tone was not harsh, but it was chilling. Go back to the classroom. Are you standing here waiting for the holiday? Everyone instantly fell silent and dispersed dejectedly, like chicks being scolded by a hen. I followed her and walked towards the office. You don't have to close the door, just leave it open, she said casually. I subconsciously put my hands down and watched her pull out 2 sheets of paper from the folder and hand them to me. Fill in the basic information, the special allowance for A-level Beastmasters. The paper still had the fragrance of ink and was slightly warm. I took it and lowered my head to fill it out. I heard her hesitant voice. Your first beast is A-level. Such talent is very rare. No matter what problems you encounter in the future, Don't worry too much and concentrate on improving your strength. If you need help, feel free to contact the school. I raised my head, handed back the completed form, and said with a smile, "Thank you, teacher. I will work hard." Seeing that I was not feeling unwell, Lin Wenhui breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. "Don't thank me. Go to class and do well." After school, Qin Yuanshan came over impatiently and asked, "What does Teacher Lin want to see you for?" I told him the truth and mentioned the subsidy for an A-level beast tamer. "What? Subsidy?" Qin Yuanshan's eyes widened. "Didn't this benefit end last night? Several of our class members who have contracted A-level beast masters rushed to claim their benefits this morning." He paused for a moment, his eyes suddenly becoming meaningful. "Teacher Lin really cares about you. He even gave you a place that was expired. This treatment is really brotherly." I was stunned, and a warm feeling surged in my heart. Teacher Lin had specially sought a subsidy for me, but I had no idea about it. I know very well how precious A-level beasts are. In this world, A-level beasts are hard to come by. To be able to contract one is such a great fortune that even the rich would spend tens of millions to bid for it. I silently remember this favor. "By the way, where do you live now?" Qin Yuanshan suddenly asked. I pointed to a small hotel not far away and said, "There, we'll stay for now." He ran over to take a look and was immediately shocked. "Is this a place you call a place to live? It's not even convenient to take a shower, right? Not only do I have to queue up to take a shower, I also have to queue up to use the restroom." I shrugged and said calmly, "I plan to move farther away, rent a cheaper place, cook my own meals, and save money." After hearing this, Qin Yuanshan was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. "Brother, you are so poor and you can still contract an A-level beast? Your cheating skills are amazing." He thought about it and suddenly patted my shoulder. "Come on, don't suffer this. Come live in my house. It's just right for you to keep me company." Without waiting for my reaction, he had already dragged me home, and as soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Mom, my classmate is staying here for a few days, and he's an A-level beast master." A woman in home clothes came out with a smile and said, "Friend of Shanshan, please come in. Don't change your shoes. Just sit anywhere. Here are some freshly washed fruits. Have some." She pointed to the room and said, "It's all tidied up over there. It's clean and tidy. Just live comfortably there." I was stunned for a moment, a little at a loss. Such a warm family atmosphere was almost unfamiliar to me. Mother Chen seemed to see my embarrassment, patted my shoulder gently, and said with a smile, "Don't be restrained. Just treat it as your own home." This kindness warmed my heart, and I raised the corners of my mouth slightly. "Thank you, Annie." Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, Qin Yuanshan quickly took the fruit plate and pulled me into the bedroom. "Come on, let's play a few games. The loser has to wash the dishes." 3 days later, Qin Yuanshan and I walked side by side on the road to school, and he chattered like a machine gun all the way. "It's the school competition of Fei. Aren't you nervous at all?" He glanced at me. "That's right. Your beast tamer is already at the 5th black iron level. Why should you be nervous?" "Well, I'm the only one who's nervous. I'm at the 2nd black iron level. TSK, comparing yourself to others is really frustrating." I was just about to speak when he added a few more words like he was throwing a grenade. "That's right. In just 3 days, with the 100-fold spiritual energy blessing of the beast taming space, the enhancement of the SSS-level beast taming talent, and the special subsidy specially sent by Teacher Lin, I managed to upgrade Boss Jean from the 4th black iron level to the 5th black iron level. If word of this speed were to get out, it would probably make all the seniors' jaws drop. After all, the difficulty of training in the middle stage of black iron is doubled. It is considered fast for an ordinary beast master to upgrade half a level in 3 days. And Boss Jean? He did the work of others in half a month in 3 days. He is simply a rocket in the beast master world. When we arrived at the classroom, the atmosphere was much more lively than usual. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. After all, the school competition was not only an arena for personal glory, but also a place where outstanding class performance could earn extra resources as rewards. As soon as I walked in, my eyes were instantly locked on by a group of people, and everyone's eyes were almost glued to me. "Brother Feiyu, the whole class is relying on you this time. Brother Yu, if you get the top 3, I'll post photos of me in women's clothing. How about that?" A voice came out in a sarcastic tone, accompanied by a mischievous wink, which made me shudder. "This women's clothing joke is too poisonous. Don't cue me." Just when I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, The sound of high heels hitting the floor came from the door, and the whole class fell silent in an instant. Lin Wenhui walked into the classroom, stood on the podium, and calmly announced, "The rules of this school-wide competition have been adjusted. The students with the best overall performance in the practical training class will be directly promoted to the top 8. She swept her eyes across the class and said in an unquestionable tone, "The contestant from our class is tentatively Lu Feiyu. If you have any objections, please raise your hand." The whole class was in dead silence. With my performance in the past few days, it was almost a dimensionality reduction attack. Who dared to find fault? Very good, it's settled. Lu Feiyu, follow me, and the squad leader will lead the rest of the team to the training ground. Lin Wenhui knocked on the table, signaling for silence, and then let me follow alone. We walked through the busy practice field and finally came to a closed area. Countless pairs of eyes in the audience seats around me were focused on me, and the feeling of being watched made me feel uncomfortable. I heard that he is the Lu Feiyu, who reached a higher level in 3 days. Is it true? He has reached the 5th level of Black Iron? Wow, he is so handsome and good at taming beasts, perfect. These discussions came into his ears. Some of them were amazed, and some were jealous. I felt very mixed emotions. In just 3 days, my name had become a hot topic in the whole school. Lin Wenhui handed me a few sheets of paper with information about the seeded players from the other 7 classes. Although this information didn't mean much to me, her thoughtfulness warmed my heart. "Thank you, teacher." She smiled, which was rare, and patted my shoulder. "Don't let me down. Teachers are rewarded for their performance." Before I could finish my words, a deafening eagle cry came from the sky, and a strong wind blew in my face. I subconsciously steadied my steps. Looking up, I saw a giant eagle as white as jade hovering in the sky, with each feather shining brightly, like a sacred beast in mythology. "Kamikaze White Eagle. Principal Wang," I gasped. The legendary figure of Changnan No. 1 Middle School. His beast control was indeed domineering. Principal Wang said in a loud voice, "The annual school competition has officially begun." During the draw, the slip of paper in my hand clearly said 2. I looked up at the number 2 ring and saw a burly man standing there. Song Changfeng from Class 8 of Senior 3. He has A-level talent for beast taming and is from a family of beast tamers. His information flashed through my mind quickly. Although the specific talent is a school secret, the A-level must be strong. However, can it surpass my SSS-level talent? Amid the whispers from the audience, I had already jumped onto the stage. Boss Jean made a cool appearance with a bellowing sound full of fighting spirit. Shining with golden light, he stood in the center with his head held high, as if announcing his home court status. In the corner of the parent's seat, a familiar face made my mouth twitch slightly. Zhang Fengxia. Her expression was like she had swallowed a lemon. Extremely complicated. Shock, confusion, jealousy, and even a little anger. Not far away, Lu Qianjun climbed up the stage clumsily, sweating like he had just finished a 10-kilometer run. His embarrassment on the stage was in stark contrast to my cool appearance, causing the audience to laugh. Zhang Fengxia's face became even uglier. She stared at Lu Qianjun on the stage, then glanced at me. Her eyes were so complicated that they seemed to be asking, "Did I pick up the wrong baby?" She cursed in a low voice. "Let him lose. It would be better if he was beaten down." Her angry look scared the parents nearby so much that they subconsciously moved aside. On the ring, I jumped lightly from Boss Jin's back and landed steadily on my feet. The solid feeling under my feet calmed me down instantly. Song Changfeng on the opposite side could no longer hold back. He waved his hands and summoned his beast. A yellowish-brown light streaked across the sky, and then the ground shook violently, and a heavy breath came over him. My eyes were fixed on that huge figure, a giant made of stacked brown stones. Its eyes glowed with a dim yellow light, staring at me intently, emitting an invisible sense of oppression, as if the entire arena was unbalanced because of its existence. "Rokkian," I muttered to myself, with a gleam in my eyes. Detailed information about it quickly emerged in my mind. Race, rock giant, attribute, earth, talent level, B. Level, black iron level 3, skills, rock body excellent, stone thrust excellent, stone explosion excellent, evaluation, an earth-attributed beast that is both offensive and defensive, and is only one step away from A-level qualifications. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows, weighing the value of this guy in my heart. A B-level beast master with a black iron rank 3 actually mastered 3 skills. Although not as good as Boss Jean, it is much better than Liu Qianjun, the weak chicken. Moreover, this rock giant has a clear evolutionary path. As long as the resources are in place, its future potential is immeasurable. This is a rare million-level treasure in the Black Iron rank. The Song family is indeed rich. I sighed inwardly, and then a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. In any case, how could Boss Jean lose to a big guy with Earth attribute? The referee on the high platform waved his arm, and a clear and powerful voice spread throughout the venue. The battle begins. I immediately shouted in a low voice, "Boss Jean attack!" The red figure flashed out like lightning, and Boss Jin's sharp claws cut through the air, aiming directly at the waist of the rock giant. This attack not only had a burning effect, but also had a hidden blinding ability. Since the training, Boss Jean has learned to integrate normal attacks with special skills. It turns out that the Beast Tamer with A-level qualifications has an extraordinary learning ability. Bang! The sharp claws hit accurately, but not the waist, but the thigh. At the moment when Boss Jean launched the attack, the rock giant suddenly expanded and became even more burly. A yellowish-brown light burst out from its body, as if a mountain was collapsing. Solid as a rock. I immediately understood that Song Changfeng had activated his A-level beast taming talent. This talent not only doubled the defense of the rock giant, but also put it into a frenzy. The giant's skin seemed to be coated with a layer of golden luster, and the pressure swept across the entire venue like a mountain torrent. But Boss Jean was not afraid at all. The flames spread rapidly where the claws hit, and the thigh of the rock giant was burned red. The flames invaded along the cracks in the stone. The 3-meter-tall giant was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. How is it possible? Song Changfeng's face changed drastically, full of disbelief. He obviously didn't expect that the rock giant's solid defense could be breached. But soon he adjusted his state and shouted, "Now!" The rock giant roared, and the rocks on his body separated, turning into countless pieces of rubble, which roared and smashed towards Boss Jean. This was its core skill, the explosion of rubble. The flying rocks mixed with violent power turned the entire ring into a battlefield. I was unmoved, and a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. Little trick. A dazzling ball of light suddenly lit up in front of Boss Jean. The flame of the red sun. The dazzling light forced the rock giant to close his eyes, and followed closely by a blazing flame. The fire snake roared and devoured the flying rocks, and the raging heat wave even burned the entire ground of the ring black and hot. Enough! Song Changfeng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He finally lowered his proud head and raised his hands in surrender. He knew that if he dragged on, his rock giant would probably be completely destroyed. The opponent had already been defeated, so I naturally didn't bother to pursue him any further. I just gave Boss Jean a look, signaling him to stop. Boss Jin's flame dragon roared and dissipated suddenly. The entire arena fell into silence in an instant, and the scorching heat had not yet dissipated, as if silently telling the thrilling battle just now. The referee stood aside for several seconds, obviously still not coming to terms with the fact that the fight was over. Finally, he suddenly raised the red flag and said in a somewhat panicked voice, "Lu Feiyu wins this fight." As soon as I finished speaking, my name appeared on the big screen like a flash of lightning, jumping to the top of the list, and the words "Enter the semifinals" flashed throughout the venue. Then, the handsome photo I took when I entered the school also appeared on the screen, becoming the focus of the whole audience. The audience immediately went wild. Wow, this speed! Less than a minute. You must have learned all that math in vain. It's clearly 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Oh my god. Song Changfeng actually lost? The top genius of the Beast Tamer family also lost. Listening to the discussions all around me, I casually straightened my collar. On the surface, I looked calm, but in my heart, I couldn't help but hum with pride. However, Zhang Fengxiao in the audience was not so happy. Her face looked uglier than if she had swallowed a whole lemon. She stood up from her seat and said in a voice so sharp that it seemed to pierce the air, "It's just good luck. Mutated Beast Master? Ha! It's destined to have no future and won't go far." Her voice did attract a lot of attention, but unfortunately most of them were disdainful and sarcastic. Some audience members even quietly moved their seats to make room for her, as if looking at her any longer would be a waste of time. Even Zhang Fengxia, who was as thick-skinned as a city wall, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and sat down, staring at the ring. Her eyes seemed to burn a hole in me. I had already walked down the ring and stood on the side of the winners group, looking over the quarterfinals that were still going on. This was a good opportunity to observe my future opponent. My sight finally landed on an arena. A magnificent killing of ice and snow was taking place there. A huge ice and snow assassin, Beast looked like a doll holding an ice sword. Every time it swung the sword, it brought up a gust of cold wind. With snowflakes flying, the opponent had almost no power to fight back. The ice sword drew a graceful arc of light, instantly killing the opponent without leaving him any chance to struggle. Is this the strength of the top student in Class 1? I narrowed my eyes, and the screen immediately popped up the detailed information of the beast. Race, Ice Assassin, Talent Level, Skills, Longsword Mastery, Snow Domain, Frost Flash, Evaluation. Wherever the sword points, the enemy is dead. It is undeniable that this beast is very strong. But in my eyes, it is just SOSO. Boss Jin's light attribute just happens to restrain the ice attribute, and the blessing of light skill can break the field control, so the opponent is no match at all. Just as I was thinking about how to blow up the ice doll, a cold breath hit me in the face. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young girl slowly walking down the ring. Wang Shuyo, the daughter of the Wang group. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and she didn't even bother to glance at me. She just stood aside, and the aura around her seemed to freeze the air. This young lady is really a mobile air conditioner. I complained silently in my heart, but I was too lazy to make myself look bad. I just stood there quietly. The air between us seemed to be frozen. Soon after, the other battles ended one after another, and I went on stage to draw lots again. This time, my opponent was mediocre, but he was easily crushed by Boss Jin in just 3 moves, and the whole process took less than 10 seconds. There was another round of exclamations from the audience, and even Principal Wang in the audience couldn't help but look at me a few more times, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. At the same time, Wang Shuyo's match also ended, and she also crushed her opponent without any suspense. After the victory, she still had a calm face, as if everything was under her control. With 2 quick wins, only Wang Shuyu and I were left in the winner group. The referee asked if we needed a break, but we all refused. Since we all knew the end was inevitable, we might as well end it quickly. As the protective magic circle was fully activated, a bright blue light enveloped the entire arena, and a peak showdown officially began. The appearance of the ice assassin caused the temperature in the ring to drop sharply. Snowflakes were flying, and the biting cold was blowing in the face. This battle was destined to be exciting. The bone-chilling coldness wrapped around me like a poisonous snake. The icy feeling spread through my blood and reached my bone marrow, and even my thoughts seemed to be frozen. I took a deep breath and summoned my beast, Boss Jin. "It's time for this cold to end," I whispered. The moment Boss Jin emerged from the beast taming space, the effect of the 100-fold spiritual energy increase was immediate. In just a short moment, he recovered from weakness to vigorous, like a beast ready to tear its prey apart at any time. Its arrival was like a little sun, and the scorching warm current spread out from all around, dispelling the coldness that had invaded the bone marrow. The referee on the ring announced in a deep voice, "The fight begins." Boss Jin did not hesitate at all, and the power of the red sun erupted instantly. The dazzling flames were like a volcanic eruption, instantly melting the snow on the ring. Even the snowflakes falling from the sky were not spared, and they turned into water droplets before they touched the ground. Waves of white mist rose from the ground, completely defeating the opponent's snow field. Wang Shuyo on the opposite side frowned slightly, her eyes as cold as ice. She raised her fingers slightly, and a long sword made of pure ice condensed in the hand of the ice assassin. The cold air was pressing, and the sword light was as breathtaking as a frost blade. Born with a sword heart. Her voice was low, but it exploded like thunder. I recognized it at a glance. This was her S-level talent. As the ice assassin stood with the sword in hand, its aura suddenly surged, as if breaking through shackles and approaching the peak of the 5th level of black iron. Just as I was weighing my response strategy, the ice assassin had turned into a shadow, leaving a faint trail of frost in the air, and his long sword pierced straight into Boss Jin's waist. My heart tightened. Here it comes! But Boss Jin stood there without moving, as if he had no reaction at all. The audience was in an uproar. "That's it? A-level beast master? Ah, he must be scared. Lu Feiyu is done for this time." But Wang Jintian, who was sitting high up, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. he murmured in a low voice. Interesting. Sure enough, the cold sword pierced into Boss Jin's waist, and blood spurted out, dyeing his majestic long hair red. However, along with that fatal blow, a red flame suddenly ignited in Boss Jin's eyes. Desperate fight. My heart was shocked, and Boss Jin's passive talent was triggered. The more it was injured, the stronger its fighting power became. With a roar, it pounced on the ice assassin like red lightning. Its sharp claws cut through the air at such a speed that the assassin had no time to dodge. Bah! The pure ice sword shattered, and ice chips flew all over the sky. The ice assassin's chest was directly collapsed by the slap, and he fell heavily out of the ring in a shadow. The remaining flames of Boss Jin's claws were faintly burning on his chest, and he had completely lost the ability to repair himself. Xiaobing, Wang Shuio exclaimed, and hurriedly reached out to catch his beast. But Boss Jin's murderous intent had not diminished, and he actually wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue the enemy. Boss Jin! I hurriedly stood in front of it and shouted. Its red eyes trembled slightly and finally returned to a dazzling golden color. However, it looked extremely weak at this moment. The price of the desperate fight was that it had almost exhausted all its physical strength. At this moment, an eagle's cry pierced the sky. A strong wind suddenly arose, and Wang Jintian jumped off the back of an eagle. On his shoulder, a creature the size of a furry ball emitted a soft light, which was like warm spring sunshine, shining on Boss Jin and the ice and snow assassin, gradually dispelling the fierce fighting atmosphere on the ring. I clearly saw that the fist-sized blood hole on Boss Jin's waist was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the dazzling white light, a powerful vitality surged like a flood, instantly sweeping through his body, not only completely repairing his injuries, but also clearing away the hidden diseases in his body. This healing ability is simply amazing, I exclaimed in my heart, but on the surface I remained calm. But my eyes involuntarily glanced at the ice assassin on the other side of the ring. Sure enough, the opponent's injuries have completely recovered, and even his complexion has returned to its peak state. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Wang Shuio is not an ordinary person. She is the top socialite in the school, the only daughter of the Wang group, and has a background that is deep enough to poke a hole in the sky. If I really fall out with her, I'll have a hard time seeing her every day. At this moment, Principal Wang Jintian walked up to the stage, looked at us with a smile on his face, and said with praise, "You are all the best students I have ever seen." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the applause. The crisp applause was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. The practice field, which was originally as quiet as a college entrance examination room, was now boiling like thunder. In the audience, everyone's expression seemed to be shouting "Holy crap," especially those guys who were sure that I would lose. They all opened their mouths wide, with shock and astonishment written all over their faces. On the ring, Boss Jin, the big red dog, stood beside me majestically, and I raised a calm and composed smile on my handsome face, as if victory was already in my hands. Some were stunned, some were shocked, but more people just applauded enthusiastically, and the applause made the training ground buzz. At this moment, on the huge screen on the other side, the golden words "Lu Feiyu, winner in the final," were hung high at the top of the list, like a heavy punch to everyone's heart. Especially my cheap brother Lu Qianjun. He stared at the screen blankly, and his eyes changed from disbelief to despair in just 3 seconds. This is impossible. How could he win? Lu Qianjun gritted his teeth, his face livid. Just now, he was thinking about seeing me make a fool of myself. But in the blink of an eye, I have already stood at the top of the school competition. He felt that all his strength was drained away, his legs softened, and he almost fell down. Zhang Fengxia, who was sitting in the parent's seat, had a very complicated expression on her face. She stared at me, as if she was looking at a complete stranger. Is this still the stepson I always ridiculed? He seems to have turned on his luck after just a few days of not seeing him. Zhang Fengxia sighed in her heart, but soon, a strange light flashed in her eyes. No matter what, although the relationship is not good, he is Lao Lu's son after all. It shouldn't be difficult to make some money, right? Thinking of the generous reward for first place in the school competition, the greed on Zhang Fengxia's face almost overflowed. On the stage, after I took the exhausted Boss Jin back to the beast taming space, I walked off the stage leisurely with relaxed steps. The battle was over, and there was no doubt about my opponent. So first place was in my pocket. Just as I was about to sit and wait for the award, suddenly, 3 students who had fought their way out of the ordinary group stood up and shouted in unison. I challenge Lu Feiyu. I also challenge Lu Feiyu. And I challenge Lu Feiyu. I just took a sip from the water bottle and almost spit it out. What's going on? Round robin? Teacher Lin Wenwei stood up with a cold face. Her beautiful eyes were cold. After glancing at the 3 people, she turned to the principal and whispered, "This is against the rules." However, before she finished her words, a harsh voice rang out. Teacher Lin, which school rule says that 3 people cannot challenge for the first place? Or do you care about your student and don't want him to suffer? The person who was speaking had a head of blinding red hair and a gold ring the size of his little finger on his eyebrow. His expression was so obscene that I couldn't help but want to beat him up. Bah! Before he could finish his words, Teacher Lin Wenwei slapped him with a clean and decisive slap, which immediately ignited the atmosphere in the whole venue. I stood on the high platform and heard Wan Peng's arrogant words. It seemed that even the air in the entire training ground had become harsh. Principal Wang's angry shout broke the deadlock. You have no respect for your elders. No matter how you perform this time, your reward will be canceled. I thought this would make Wan Peng restrain himself a little, but he still had that nonchalant smile on his face, as if he didn't take these words to heart at all. TSK. That's Wan Peng's style. He's rich and has a bright future, but he likes to use money to buy face. No wonder he targeted me. After all, I came from another class and stole the limelight from their class. I heard that he was so unhappy that he secretly promised 2 other students in class a generous resources just to win them over to challenge me. He even offered twice the school's reward. This is a big deal. Wan Peng, stop doing these little tricks and bringing shame to our class. A cold rebuke came from the crowd, and the speaker was actually Wang Shuiyu. I was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that this ice beauty would speak for me. But Wan Peng obviously didn't appreciate it. His smile instantly turned into a ferocious one. Shut up, bitch. You let an outsider take first place, and you still have the nerve to teach me a lesson. This was really unpleasant to hear, and my eyebrows couldn't help but jump. I thought Wan Peng was Wang Shuiyu's liquor, specifically targeting me, the one who stole his love, but I didn't expect there was another hidden story between the 2. If you dare to swear in public again, get out of here. Principal Wang Jintian shouted coldly, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Thinking of Wang Shuiyu as his niece, I finally understood where the principal's anger came from. Although Wan Peng was unwilling, he temporarily shut up, but soon turned his attention to me. Lu Feiyu, if you have the guts, don't pretend to be silent. Do you dare to fight me in a one-on-one duel? He looked at me with gnashing teeth. His words were mixed with resentment and provocation. It was obvious that he wanted to step on me hard, but he didn't dare to go too far because the principal was present. I glanced at him, not wanting to pay any attention to him, but I saw that Teacher Lin Wenwei's chest was heaving slightly with anger. I was moved and decided that I couldn't let these clowns go on. Without hesitation, I jumped down from the platform. The 3-meter height was as flat as the ground for me. After landing lightly, I approached Wan Peng step by step. The noise around me died down, and the air seemed to freeze. Wan Peng's breathing became noticeably faster. I chuckled and said, "Do you think you are worthy enough to fight me in a one-on-one duel?" With just one sentence, the whole audience was in an uproar. Is she crazy? He wants to die after offending the Wan family. The crowd began to whisper. The Wan family is the #1 underworld force in Changnan. Who dares to offend them? Humph, ordinary people just can't see the situation clearly. Wan Peng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, unable to straighten his back. Ha ha! Does your family run a garbage station? How can you load it up so fast? The laughter stopped abruptly, and his face suddenly turned cold. If you are scared, then get out. Don't take the first place. In the dead silence, I whispered 2 words, clown. Wan Peng's face froze instantly, obviously not expecting me to fight back directly. I turned to look at the 2 A-class students beside him and hooked my fingers at them. Come together, don't waste time. The whole audience was shocked when these words came out. Even Teacher Lin Wenwei couldn't help but come forward to dissuade him. Lu Feiyu, don't be so stubborn. There's nothing shameful in admitting defeat. I smiled back and whispered, don't worry, I know what to do. Her concern made me feel a little warm, but I would never back down. Moreover, I would never lose now. After the battle with Wang Shuiyu, my SSS-level talent, Eye of Promotion, was fully stimulated. and the nourishment of the 100 times spiritual energy in the beast control space allowed my boss gene to break through to the 6th level of black iron. Even if I don't use desperate death battle, it is enough to crush the ice and snow assassin. Standing on the stage, I glanced at the 3 people on the opposite side who were eager to try. They couldn't wait to summon their beasts, their faces full of confidence. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and a trace of disdain flashed in my eyes. Interesting. I laughed secretly in my heart, and at the same time, the information about taming beasts flooded into my mind like a tide. The 2 B-level beasts of the 3rd tier black iron rank were not even appetizers. The only slightly more interesting one was Wanpang's A-level Thunderbolt Fury, but that was all, just slightly. Beast Tamer information race, Thunder Fury attribute, Electricity talent level, a realm, Black Iron level 3 skills, Angry Howl, excellent, Partial elementalization, excellent, Thunder Fury rare, evaluation, a hot-tempered person favored by thunder and lightning. 3 iron rank 3 beasts? To my boss Gene, it was like handing a peanut to a big eater. Boss Gene was an iron rank 6 king, and he didn't even think they were good enough for a warm-up. However, we can't underestimate these rich kids in Class 1. They are all gifted, and maybe they really have some A-level talents or even S-level? Impossible. The only S-level talent in Changnan City is Wang Shuiyo, and she has been defeated by me. Even so, Wanpang's stinky face was still unconvinced, and he felt so angry every time he mentioned it. This time, Wanpeng not only wanted to win, but also wanted to shock the whole crowd. His thoughts were written on his face. Humph. The range of the Thunder Fury is a bit larger. It's normal to accidentally hit the Beast Tamer, right? Just as he was grinning, I waved my hand and summoned Boss Gene. A warm breath rushed towards me, and he was covered in red gold, emitting a brighter light than before, like a small sun that could explode at any time. I chuckled. Tear them apart, Gene. Before he finished speaking, the skies suddenly changed, and a muffled sound echoed. Lightning flashed across the clear sky, and lightning danced wildly among the clouds like an angry dragon. The next second, a dazzling white light tore through my vision, and thunder burst down, covering both Boss Gene and me. This thunder, a chill hit my heart. I gritted my teeth and stared at Wanpeng with a cold, murderous intent in my eyes. Obviously, this was not an accidental injury. The lightning came close to my hairline, and in an instant, Boss Gene rushed forward, and his golden muscles firmly protected me. The lightning hit his hair, and the smell of burning filled the air, and the air around him seemed to be on fire. Are you crazy? The referee hasn't even said start yet. This guy is clearly targeting the Beast Tamer. Wanpeng is shameless. This is disgusting. Just send him in. There was an uproar all around, and I stared at Wanpeng coldly. Boss Gene slowly turned his head, his back as solid as a rock. Chi Gene's long hair was burnt black, his skin was covered with traces of lightning, and the wounds were solidified by the high temperature. However, this little damage was nothing to Boss Gene, who possessed the talent of desperate death battle. Instead of weakening it, it doubled its combat power. I whispered, Boss Gene, go all out. It seemed to understand what I said. Its muscles swelled, and the red gold light ignited again. With a loud bang on the ground, it suddenly jumped up and stepped out 2 deep pits. Is that a human bomb? There was an exclamation from the audience. Boss Gene rushed towards the 3 beasts opposite him like a flash of red gold lightning. Wanpeng's smile froze on his face. He was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Can he still be so fierce after receiving the wrath of thunder? His teammates finally came to their senses, and vines shot out from the ground, trying to entangle Boss Gene. Then, a wall of water rose from the ground, blocking the way ahead, and the wrath of thunder roared to the sky, and the sound waves almost tore the ring apart. However, these obstacles are like child's play in front of Boss Gene. The red gold figure turned into a blurry ball of light and shadow, approaching in an instant. At the same time, a blazing fireball formed above its head, and the flames shot up into the sky, turning the ring into a purgatory burned by the red sun. Chapter 16, Expulsion Process. In an instant, the scorching sun and the steaming flames spread everywhere. Strong light and raging fire enveloped the arena. As soon as the thick black vines were touched by the flames, they turned into ashes in an instant, without any room for resistance. The water wall that blocked Boss Gene turned into water vapor and dispersed in all directions the moment the red sun rose. The scorching steam even burned the three beasts behind him. Blisters filled with tissue fluid grew densely like herpes on the enemy's beasts. And then it was burned by flames. One shot and one hit. Heart-piercing pain appeared on the three enemy beasts along with the spread of flames. Suddenly, endless roars of pain resounded across the ring. Even those sitting in the audience couldn't help but shudder when they heard the shrill roar. They widened their eyes and stretched their necks to look towards the ring. Only white mist and wildly burning flames appeared in sight. As for the scene inside, it was completely unclear. Qi Yang, summoned by Boss Jean, completely conquered the enemy's three beasts with his domineering power the moment he appeared. They curled up in agony on the hot ground, trying to relieve the pain by rolling around. This scene, Wan Peng and the other two were stunned. The beast that he was so proud of was so vulnerable. They didn't even have time to use their beast taming talents. However, something even more terrifying happened. I saw that the red sun, hanging in the air, began to move rapidly. The light flickered and the flames danced. A red sun, carrying endless heat waves, swept over, with no sign of stopping. Not good. Seeing this scene, Wan Peng's pupil shrank. The originally arrogant face was filled with fear. At this moment, he was no longer the young master of the Wan family, who could do whatever he wanted. But he is an ordinary person who may be sunburned or burned to death at any time. Stop. I give up. Looking at the rapidly approaching red sun and feeling the heat wave coming towards you, Wan Peng felt as if the long hair on his forehead was about to burn. He could clearly smell the pungent odor emanating from the long hair that was curled up due to the high temperature. This moment, all the arrogance and pride in Wan Peng's heart disappeared. He raised his hands exaggeratedly and stared at Lu Feiyu with pleading eyes, fearing that the other party would be cruel to him. However, Lu Feiyu just stood there, motionless and expressionless. There was no fluctuation in her eyes, as if she didn't care at all whether he lived or died. Seeing this, Wan Peng almost collapsed. The two students next to him were even worse and had already fallen to the ground due to the high temperature. Severe dehydration made it difficult for them to stand. See this scene. Lu Feiyu still did not order Boss Jean to stop. The evil ghost who helps the tiger is as hateful as the vicious tiger. Not worthy of pity at all. Boom! Suddenly, Qi Yang accelerated sharply. A huge blood-red sun was flying straight towards Wan Peng. Even the surrounding air was shaking due to the extreme heat. Under this oppression, Wan Peng was also unable to maintain his standing position and fell to the ground, rolling and crawling backwards. He looked as miserable as a homeless stray dog that had been kicked on the roadside. At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. "How dare you, boy, to hurt someone from my Wan family?" Then, a howling cold wind came from the sky accompanied by an indescribable stench. The strong wind pressure was overwhelming, making it impossible for Lu Feiyu to breathe. The power of this attack was far beyond what he could accept. However, the uncomfortable feeling only lasted for a moment. The next moment, the familiar eagle cry echoed in my ears. Then, the giant eagle flapped its wings and flew directly over Lu Feiyu. The wings folded together to protect Lu Feiyu and his beasts. Bang! A muffled sound came from above, followed by a tremendous impact force like an overwhelming tidal wave, which shook the entire arena to the point of collapse. Only Lu Feiyu and Boss Jean, who were protected by the giant eagle, were safe and sound. At the same time, Principal Wang Jintian's cold voice rang out from midair. "Master Wan, why did you break into Changnan No. 1 middle school?" As he spoke, the giant eagle slowly spread its wings, allowing Lu Feiyu to glimpse the scene in the air. I saw a big hairless bird confronting a giant white eagle. There are yellow bumps all around the body of the hairless bird. After taking a closer look, Lu Feiyu discovered that the tumor was filled with pus. No wonder it is yellow and has a fishy smell. A fluorescent light flashed in his eyes, and the information of the hairless bird suddenly appeared in his eyes. Race, malignant tumor crow. Attribute, poison. Talent level, S. Realm, Jade level 7. Skills, tumor explosion rare. Voodoo domain, excellent. Dark poison, excellent. Poison crow tide, excellent. Evaluation, the poisonous crows are crying, and death is coming. A flying beast from the late Emerald stage. Looking throughout Changnan City, there are no more than 5 people who are capable of owning such beasts. And combined with what Principal Wang said before, this person must be the head of the Wan family, Wan Mingjie, late Emerald Beastmaster. All it takes to be promoted to Diamond is a little time and opportunity. He is one of the top Beastmasters in Changnan City, and his status is only second to the mayor. What a trespasser! On the back of the malignant tumor crow, a bearded man sneered. If I don't come soon, my son's life might be lost. This is the student you taught at Changnan No. 1 Middle School? How dare you attack your classmates? So vicious. I think Changnan No. 1 Middle School is a complete rot. After hearing this, before Principal Wang could say anything, the students sitting in the audience were not happy and whispered, "You are so shameless." Yes, it was obviously Wan Peng who started it first. If you are not as skilled as others, call their parents. This Wan Peng must be a kindergarten kid. Ha ha. Of course, they didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, the Wan family was notorious in Changnan, so these students just spoke in a low voice. If the Wan family heard it, they would keep it in mind. Then they will suffer in the future. Noisy. Although the students' discussions were small, they continued. Wan Mingjie frowned and shouted loudly. The power of taming the beast penetrated his throat, and the sound was like a wave, resounding throughout the entire training ground, directly suppressing all noise. See this scene. Principal Wang's expression became even more unhappy. This is his school. It's not the turn of outsiders to run wild. It's not your turn to speak loudly here. Principal Wang said with a cold face. His voice was not loud. It could even be said to be gentle. But he firmly suppressed Wan Mingjie's voice. Seeing this, Wan Mingjie frowned, looked at Wang Jintian suspiciously, and whispered, "You made a breakthrough?" In response to his question, Principal Wang snorted coldly but did not respond. Instead, he looked down at the three people who fell on the stage and announced expressionlessly, "Wan Peng, you took the initiative to attack your classmates during the competition, which is a serious offense. You will be expelled from school." Xie Zhaolin and Lu Jinhao knew Wan Peng's wrongdoing but did not stop him and even aided him. The circumstances are serious and will be recorded in the file for punishment. Chapter 17, Double Rewards. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. For a student, file punishment is extremely serious. Any better beast-controlling university would never recruit a student with a dirty record. Expulsion from school is the most severe punishment that Wang Jintian, the school principal, can impose. You know, this kind of expulsion record will stay with you for life. With Wan Peng's family background, talent, and strength, it was not impossible for him to enter the two top universities in the capital. But now, all hopes and fantasies have become bubbles. It seems that Wan Peng and even the Wan family have really made him angry this time. Hearing this, Wan Mingjie, who was standing on the back of the evil tumor crow, looked even more gloomy. He looked at Wang Jintian's face and said word by word, "Very good. I hope you don't regret it." After saying this, he didn't bother her anymore. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind rose from the ground and blew Wan Peng on the ring directly onto the back of the poisonous crow. Then, a hoarse roar was heard. The fishy wind passed, the poisonous crows disappeared, and the Wan family father and son left in disgrace. After all, Wang Jintian's current strength is higher than Wan Mingjie. As I said, in the world of beast taming, strength is everything. If you have strength, you have power and the right to speak on all matters. Today, Principal Wang demonstrated it with his own actions. It was a vivid social studies lesson for all the teachers and students in the school. Emerald Level 9? Lu Feiyu stood on the ring, the light in his eyes flickering. The majestic white eagle under Wang Jintian was actually a top-level emerald beast. Judging from this, even if Wang Jintian has not broken through to the diamond level, he is probably not far away. His strength, only below the mayor of Changnan City. No wonder you are so confident. Lu Feiyu whispered, his heart full of longing. He was confident that with the help of the mythical blood pool and the SSS-Level beast taming talent, it won't be long before Lu Feiyu can become a diamond-level beastmaster. Even higher, feathers can also fly into the sky. Seeing the head of the Wan family leave, all the students puffed out their chests with joy. After all, it is a good thing to have a domineering and protective principal. Wang Jintian was riding the divine eagle and slowly descending. He looked at Lu Feiyu, and his stern face suddenly broke into a smile, and he said loudly, "Lu Feiyu, first in the school competition, fighting 1 against 3, and remaining calm in the face of danger. Reward, 200 spirit beast stones. Special resource exchange privileges 4 times." Hear these words. Lu Feiyu's eyes suddenly widened. The reason is simple. The reward is too generous. Compared with previous years, it is almost doubled. The Spirit Beast Stone is a condensation of pure spiritual energy that can be directly absorbed by the Beast Tamer, greatly increasing the speed of cultivation. One Spirit Beast Stone is worth 1,000 Chinese coins. How much are these 200 coins worth? Lu Feiyu calculated silently in his mind and came up with a terrifying number. 200,000 Chinese yuan. He had never seen so much money in his past and present lives combined. Moreover, with the help of these Spirit Beast Stones, plus his talent that improves his cultivation speed, Boss Jean can definitely improve his rank quickly in a very short time. However, what made Lu Feiyu even happier was the 4 opportunities to redeem special permissions, because he had already known it with the eye of promotion. There are exactly 4 special materials needed for Boss Jin's next evolution. Perfect fit. Lu Feiyu was originally worried about how to obtain these 4 special resources. Now it's like someone sends you a pillow just when you feel sleepy. It is almost certain that Boss Jean will be promoted to S-Level Beast Tamer. Not only was he shocked by the generous reward, but other contestants and even the audience couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is too big a deal. When Zhang Fengxia, who was sitting in the parent's seat, heard this, her eyes almost glowed green, and she was already thinking about how to squeeze resources out of Lu Feiyu. Feeling the commotion in the training ground, Principal Wang held his hands in the air. He did not make any other moves, but all the noise and clamor disappeared in an instant. Then he cleared his throat and said again, "Not just the first place. The rewards for the top 8 will also be doubled." After that, he didn't give everyone a chance to be shocked, and then threw out another bombshell. The Changnan City Secret Realm Management Office will hold a secret realm exploration competition in 10 days to support the beast taming development of Changnan High School students. The top 8 students from our school will then represent our school in the competition. The top 5 contestants will receive extremely generous rewards. Moreover, major universities will send responsible persons to observe the performance of the contestants and grant admission with reduced scores or even guaranteed admission. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked again. Even Lu Feiyu was shocked by this. In his previous life, he dropped out of school early, but he had never heard of such a prosperous era. That's a secret place. In this beast taming world, secret realms are synonymous with danger and opportunity. If one is not careful, the explorer may fall into an irretrievable situation. But there are also abundant resources there. Not only are there special resources everywhere, but those with good luck can even find beast eggs with outstanding talents in the secret realm. There are also many people who became rich overnight because of an exploration of a secret place. And in order to ensure the renewable nature of secret resources, after a secret realm is open for a period of time, it will often be closed for several years. That's why the opportunity to explore secret places is extremely expensive. It is so expensive that students like Lu Feiyu from poor families dare not even think about it. But now, he actually has the opportunity to enter for free. How could Lu Feiyu not be excited about this? What's more, Lu Feiyu believed that 10 days would be enough for him to train Boss Jean into a 9th level Black Iron or even Bronze level Beastman. Then, there is a small secret place to explore. For him, isn't it as easy as taking something out of a bag? While Lu Feiyu was daydreaming, Principal Wang said a few brief words and ended the turbulent school competition. Then he glanced at Lu Feiyu and whispered, "Come with me." As he spoke, the condor lowered its head, flapped its long wings, and moved towards Lu Feiyu. The giant white eagle used its wings to pave a comfortable path for him. "The principal is looking for me?" Although Lu Feiyu was confused, he still followed the eagle's wings and walked onto its back. After all, if someone of this level has any bad intentions towards you, with his current strength, he can't resist at all. What's more, if the other party had bad intentions towards him, Principal Wang would not stop Wan Mingjie when he took action. Chapter 18 New Home. Just at the moment when Lu Feiyu stood firm, the giant eagle flapped its wings suddenly and flew high. The strong wind in the sky tore his face like a knife. Sensing Lu Feiyu's discomfort, Principal Wang immediately shouted, "Deploy the barrier." In an instant, the originally explosive gale was blocked by an invisible barrier. The discomfort disappeared immediately. "I'm sorry, Xiaobai hasn't given anyone a ride in a while." Principal Wang apologized to Lu Feiyu with a smile. He looked at Lu Feiyu's handsome profile and thought of the boy's background and what he had experienced in the past 18 years. He sighed softly. Just focus on your cultivation, and the school will help you solve other problems. Thank you, headmaster. Sensing Wang Jintian's kindness, Lu Feiyu said sincerely. As they spoke, the scene around them changed rapidly. Then, the giant eagle lowered its wings and swooped down. The destination turned out to be a low mountain near the school. On top of the low hill, there stands a white villa. This is... An incredible thought suddenly flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind. However, as soon as this thought came up, a key was thrown into Lu Feiyu's hands. Then came the gentle voice of Principal Wang. Before the college entrance examination, you can stay here first. Close to school, safe, and convenient. It's just that no one has lived here for a long time, so it might be a little dusty. You have to clean it up yourself. Do you mind? This kind of good thing? How could Lu Feiyu mind? He shook his head and said, No, I don't mind. After saying that, he looked at Principal Wang hesitantly and asked, Isn't this house too expensive? Before he finished speaking, Wang Jintian interrupted. No one lives in this house anyway, so you can just live here. Remember, there is no time to ask for the things Wang Jintian, send back. Are you going to break my principle? After hearing what Wang Jintian said, Lu Feiyu stopped refusing. Just keep this kindness firmly in your heart. I won't help you with moving and cleaning the house. You could do it on your own. By the way, have you thought about how to use the special resource permissions? If you have, just tell me directly. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the resources and the spirit beast stones later. Wang Jintian asked casually. Naturally, Lu Feiyu informed Boss Jean of the 4 resources needed for his evolution. Wang Jintian nodded, then rode away on the giant eagle. He is the head of a school and the top combat force in a city, so naturally he has countless things to do. Supporting talented young people is just one of many things. However, for Lu Feiyu, getting a big villa out of thin air is like a dream. He was reborn from squeezing into a small single room in a hotel to staying at Qin Yuanshan's house, and then to living alone in a big house. The total time it took was less than 5 days. While thinking this, Lu Feiyu had already opened the door with the key. The iron gate made a slight sound, and what came into view was a waterless fountain and lush greenery. Lu Feiyu swept across the yard, walked into the house, and carefully examined the layout of the house. All kinds of facilities are available. There is no need to buy anything else. Even the large items in the house are covered with dust covers, so they can be used immediately by simply opening them. It is a model of ready-to-move-in accommodation. However, there is indeed dust and tiny spider webs in the corners. Lu Feiyu didn't bother to be pretentious and directly summoned Boss Jean to clean with him. The house is really big. About half an hour later, Lu Feiyu and Boss Jean worked together to clean the house and yard. Having a spacious new home makes Boss Jean, who is already lively and active, even happier. Its nimble body jumped around in the rooms, and from time to time it rubbed Lu Feiyu's waist with its dust-stained dog head to express its joy. We should also tell Qin Yuanshan's family. Lu Feiyu touched Boss Jin's furry head, not at all bothered by the dirt on it. After all, his image wasn't that good after the thorough cleaning. Lu Feiyu hurriedly took a shower and changed into the clothes that had been prepared in the closet. Principal Wang was so considerate that he even prepared a full closet of spare clothes for Lu Feiyu. However, he was just about to walk out of the courtyard. Then I heard a sound coming from outside the yard, like the dull thud of a heavy object falling to the ground. Lu Feiyu immediately became alert. Could it be that the Wan family's revenge came so quickly? The next moment, a voice was heard outside the door. Lu Feiyu was very familiar with this voice. It was the teacher in charge of his physical education class at Changnan No. 1 Middle School. Lu Feiyu, this is the reward for first place in the school competition. After he finished speaking, he knocked heavily on the iron door, causing a series of echoes. Although it was a familiar voice, Lu Feiyu still did not completely let down his guard. He looked through the peephole and confirmed that it was the physical education teacher's face before he opened the door with confidence. What comes into view is the spirit beast stones piled up like a hill under its feet. One after another, the transparent stones are in perfect diamond shape, emitting charming light like crystal glass. At this moment, they are piled up in a large box, and the majestic spiritual energy is dissipating spontaneously, bringing people a sense of comfort. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground that Lu Feiyu just heard was the sound of the box being placed on the ground. Except for this big box. The physical education teacher was holding 4 small boxes made of sandalwood in his arms, which were probably the special resources needed for Boss Gene to evolve. Lu Feiyu quickly took the small box from the teacher and said, "Thank you for your hard work, teacher." Hearing this, a sunny smile appeared on the PE teacher's dark face. "Practice well. If there's nothing else, the teacher will leave first. You live here alone, so be careful. Farewell, teacher." Lu Feiyu temporarily put aside the idea of going to Qin Yuanshan's house. Now, he can't wait to evolve into Boss Gold. For Boss Gene, who possesses mythical bloodline, if he wanted to evolve, he didn't need to wait until he reached a certain level. As long as there are enough resources, you can evolve whenever you want. As for other Beast Masters, no matter how talented they are, you also have to wait patiently until you advance to Bronze or even Silver before you can start the second evolution. This is the huge gap between the two. After greeting Boss Gene, Lu Feiyu placed the box full of Spirit Beast stones on Boss Gene and walked into the house with 4 small boxes in his hand. It seems to be aware that it is about to evolve. Even though Boss Gene was carrying a heavy load, he did not show any sign of unwillingness. Instead, he ran ahead. From time to time, he looked back at Lu Feiyu, with his tongue sticking out, as if asking, "Master, can you please walk so slowly?" Chapter 19, Evolution Again. S-Class Beast Tamer. Sensing Boss Jin's inner urgency, Lu Feiyu also quickened his pace. The man and the beast quickly entered the house. Lu Feiyu immediately opened the 4 small boxes in his hands. In an instant, the feeling of burning and cold appeared in Lu Feiyu's senses at the same time. Big sun crystal, irregular scarlet crystals, with what appear to be black traces inside, as deep as sunspots. The fire of the earth veins. The dark brown soil block has faint red lines engraved on the charred surface, like the fire of the earth veins burning wildly. 10,000-year-old snow lotus. The ice and snow lotus that has survived in the far north for tens of thousands of years contains extremely strong ice attribute, spiritual energy, and vitality. Lu Feiyu's eyes swept over the 3 rare resources that looked unusual at first glance. Finally, he set his sights on the last small piece of withered tree trunk. Ordinary dead trees that seem to be seen everywhere. Yet it just lies there. A sense of tranquility arises spontaneously. The scorching heat and the freezing cold seem to be moving away from him. Concentrate on the tree. Each of these 4 treasures is placed on the market. At least 200,000 Chinese yuan would be enough to start. If it were before, Lu Feiyu just wanted to collect these 4 evolution materials. I don't know how many years it will take, but now it only took him 4 days. Go ahead, Boss Gene. Show me your limits. Lu Feiyu placed the 4 treasures steadily in front of Boss Gene. At the same time, he took out 10 Spirit Beast stones from the box and slapped them hard. In an instant, a huge amount of spiritual power emanated from the Spirit Beast stone. The concentration of spiritual energy in the entire room was increased several times. Unfortunately, it's still not as good as the beast taming space. Lu Feiyu sighed in his heart. If it weren't for his current beast taming space, he couldn't store real items and couldn't bring in the 4 special resources. Lu Feiyu will definitely choose to let Boss Gene evolve in the beast taming space. In that case, the speed of evolution will definitely be greatly improved. Unfortunately, only beast tamers at the Golden Realm can slightly connect the beast taming space with the real world. Convert the beast taming space into storage space. Almost there, Lu Feiyu thought. A mere piece of gold is no problem for him. Li Vei Siket. Boss Gene, who couldn't wait any longer, opened his mouth wide and swallowed the sun crystal and the earth fire directly into his stomach. Boom! Suddenly, red flames suddenly burst out from its abdomen. The waves of fire were like the sea, surging endlessly, forcing Lu Feiyu to retreat again and again. The energy of light and fire contained in these 2 treasures is truly too enormous. Even Boss Gene couldn't bear it. I saw its long red hair curling up quickly under the action of the flames, and then turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. The flames corroded the hair, penetrated into the body surface, and ravaged Boss Jin's body bit by bit. There was a very human look of pain on its face. At this moment, Boss Gene suddenly took a step forward and held the 10,000-year-old snow lotus in his mouth. The power of extreme ice instantly exploded from Boss Jin's mouth, forcefully forced the spreading red flames back. Then, the bright blue light wrapped around Boss Jin's body, repairing his damaged body bit by bit. Muscles are constantly burned, destroyed, and repaired, eventually becoming tougher and stronger. This process is extremely painful and torturous. However, the concentrating would have been stabilizing Boss Jin's spirit, preventing him from fainting in extreme pain. About 3 minutes later, Boss Jin suddenly raised his head and let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Roar! After a sound, the flames that originally surrounded it, as if meeting a king, did not dare to act rashly and stayed quietly around Boss Jin. It's like kneeling to the emperor. The next moment, hair grew wildly on Boss Jin's bald body. This time, the red color on the long hair faded, replaced by a dazzling golden color. At first glance, it looks like the sun hanging in the sky, making people dare not look directly at it. Moreover, Boss Jin's body expanded again, from the original 3 meters long to the current 5 meters long. His height even reached Lu Feiyu's chest. This body shape doesn't look like a dog at all. It is like a mighty lion dominating the grassland. As expected, if you follow a handsome master, you will gradually become more handsome. This is what they call the closer you are to a handsome man, the more handsome he will be. When Lu Feiyu saw Boss Jin's current appearance, he exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. Hear Lu Feiyu's call. Even though Boss Jin was already extremely tall, he still came over like a good little boy. The huge head rubbed gently against Lu Feiyu's chest. The wildly growing spear even slightly brushed Lu Feiyu's chin, bringing a tingling sensation. The child has grown up. Lu Feiyu sighed, then activated the Eye of Promotion without hesitation. He took in the specific information of Boss Jin after his evolution. The next moment, the smile on his lips suddenly froze, and his pupils kept trembling, as if he had seen something incredible. No, you are too perverted, Lao Jin. After a moment, Lu Feiyu barely controlled his facial expression, patted Boss Jin's head and sighed. Race, Lingri dog. Attribute, light. Talent level, S. Realm, Black Iron level 9. Skills, Endless Fighting Will excellent. Sun Sky Flying excellent. Sun Blessing excellent. Sun Instant Explosion epic. Endless Fighting Will. The Beast Master can enter a fighting stance in an instant. In this state, the Beast Master's physical strength doubles and its fighting instincts are greatly enhanced. Sun in the Sky. The Beast Master can summon the sun, which floats in the air. The light generated by the sun will cause penetrating damage to the enemy, ignoring all defenses. Sun Blessing. Under the sunlight, the beast will be immune to all control abilities, and its own recovery ability will be greatly improved. Scorching Sun Instant Explosion. The Beast Master can detonate the sun he summoned, causing powerful explosion damage in a large area. After using this skill, the Beast Master will enter a weakened state for 1 hour. Evolutionary Route. Sun Swallowing Divine Dog S-Level. Sun Chasing Wolf King SS-Level. Sun Lord SSS-Level. Sun Swallowing Divine Lord Mythical Level. Note: only beasts with mythical blood can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution: Essence of the Blazing Sun, Spiritual Marrow, Sigh of the Strong Wind. 3 excellences, 1 epic. This skill configuration is almost the top configuration for an S-level Beast Master. There is no need to compare with other beasts. Just talk about the malignant poisonous crow under one Mingjie just now. He is also a beast tamer with S-level qualifications. But what is its skill set? 1 rare level skill and 3 excellent level skills. There is not even a shadow of an epic. Whether in terms of skill strength or subsequent growth space, he is far inferior to Boss Jin. That is to say, the level of the malignant tumor and poisonous crow is high. If they are at the same level, even if Boss Jin is only at the first level of Emerald, it can also hang up and beat the Jade level 7 cancerous poison crow. This is the power of epic skills. What a difference! It's enough for the beast to fight across the ranks. Chapter 20 is on the hot search. Moreover, Boss Jin's 4 skills once again formed a perfect linkage. The endless fighting spirit strengthens physical fitness and fighting instincts, giving Boss Jin an almost invincible melee fighting ability at the same level. And also remove the restriction that the desperate fight skill must be injured. It can be said that it is a perfect amplification skill. The 2 skills of Sunshine Volley and Sunshine Blessing are enhanced versions of Boss Jin's previous 2 skills. Both the power effect and the range of skills have been significantly improved. As for the last epic skill, that is the real surprise. The scorching sun explodes instantly. Start instantly. Large-scale, powerful damage. Putting the two words together, Lu Feiyu simply couldn't imagine how terrifying the effect would be once this skill was activated. The enemy would probably be crushed into ashes before they could even react due to the tremendous power caused by the sudden explosion of the scorching sun and the negative effects of this skill. In Lu Feiyu's opinion, it is not worth mentioning. After all, if the enemy is not dead even after using such a killer move, it proves that the enemy's strength is far beyond Lu Feiyu's. In this situation, whether Boss Jean is weak or not does not seem to have much impact on the battle situation. At the same time, Boss Jin's realm also successfully reached the 9th level of Black Iron. It is a direct leap across 3 small realms. Moreover, Lu Feiyu could also feel that the energy in Boss Jin's body was very active. It seems that one can break through the shackles and be promoted to bronze at any time, and once he reaches the bronze realm, Lu Feiyu will once again get a chance to contract a beast. The combat power will be doubled directly. As the Beast Tamer is promoted, the Beast Tamer's body will naturally also be greatly improved. Lu Feiyu only felt that his whole body was filled with strength. The slight fatigue caused by the spring cleaning just now was swept away in an instant. This is the superiority of the Beast Taming System. Even if the Beast Master does nothing, as long as the Beast Master's ability to control beasts improves, the Beast Master will also improve. Being a Beast Master is like this. All the Beast Master has to do is fight desperately and risk his life to evolve and improve his realm. The Beast Master has to consider a lot more, such as what posture to use to watch his own Beast Master advance. Now that Boss Jean has evolved successfully, there is naturally no need for Lu Feiyu to stay at home anymore. He put the beast back into the beast taming space and walked towards Chen Yuanshan's house with brisk steps. The Asan Villa is not very close to Chen Yuanshan's home. Even though Lu Feiyu's physical fitness was extraordinary, he had no intention of walking over. After scanning for a shared tram, Lu Feiyu headed towards his destination against the howling wind. Along the way, there is a breath of freedom. Lu Feiyu entered the residential complex and got on the elevator. There were already several girls in high school uniforms inside. At this moment, they are holding their mobile phones, looking at the screen on the phone with seriousness and anticipation. From time to time, there were small exclamations. He didn't even notice Lu Feiyu walking into the elevator. Lu Feiyu pressed the number for the 11th floor. The elevator door closed. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over him, and the elevator began to rise, shaking. Wen, what's the name of this boy from Changnan No. 1 Middle School? He's so handsome. You can scroll down, and you'll definitely find it in the comment section. I found it. Class 2, Grade 3 Lu Feiyu. Hearing his name suddenly called from behind, Lu Feiyu subconsciously turned his head to look back. I just happened to meet the gaze of a girl looking up. Eyes met. The moment I saw Lu Feiyu's face, the girl's hazel pupils were shaking wildly, as if there was an earthquake. A blush suddenly appeared on her plain face, and she subconsciously wanted to exclaim, "Lan!" But she seemed to realize something and quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. This action directly attracted the attention of other girls. Wen, what's wrong with you? They also looked up and met Lu Feiyu's eyes, which he couldn't avoid in time. Hey, it's you. It's you. You. Are you Lu Feiyu? The one from Changnan No. 1 Middle School. Grade 3, Class 2. Suddenly, in the cramped elevator, the cries of young girls rang out one after another. A brave female student even raised her cell phone and walked up to Lu Feiyu to ask. Lu Feiyu looked down. What he saw on his phone was the final battle between him, Wan Peng, and 2 other men. The tall arena was filled with wildly burning flames, just like the hell in mythology. Lu Feiyu stood straight as a spear, his face as cold as ice, looking down at the 3 people in front of him who were pissing in fear, like an emperor ruling the world. I don't know where the camera is. Even Lu Feiyu's icy cold eyes were captured clearly. Indifferent eyes, clear jawline, straight nose bridge, and thin lips, coupled with the flames swaying around his body like a devil, make Lu Feiyu look excessively handsome. See this scene. A feeling of shame suddenly crept into Lu Feiyu's heart, and he felt as if a box had been opened. He knew that the school would record the annual school competition with multiple cameras for publicity purposes. But I didn't expect it. It's only been a few hours, and the video has already been passed to someone else. He looked at the expectant eyes of several people, his voice slightly hoarse. No, where did you get this video? Seeing that Lu Feiyu did not deny it, the girls became even more excited and said repeatedly, "Senior, don't you know? Your videos have become a hot topic on our Chongnan City Weibo." As they were talking, they pulled the page back to the hot search list and put it in front of Lu Feiyu again. Lu Feiyu took a quick glance and felt his eyes go dark. I saw that the first on the hot search list read, "A top handsome genius suddenly appeared in Chongnan. 1 against 3, violently crushing, with photos." He suppressed his inner shame and looked down again. Not just the #1 trending search. Among the top 10 hot searches in Chongnan City, for are related to him. I never thought I would become famous in this way. Lu Feiyu thought to himself. Yes, in this battle, he was fighting 1 against many, and he crushed them violently with his invincible force. It perfectly fits the beast-taming world's imagination of a strong young man. What's more, he is extremely handsome. I guess it's just slightly worse than what you, the audience, are capable of. He is strong and handsome. Who wouldn't be confused by such a man? So after the video came out, it quickly became a hot topic. Afterwards, netizens almost figured out what color pants Lu Feiyu was wearing today, and his family background and other information were completely dug out. Even the fact that Lu Feiyu was framed was thoroughly investigated by the resourceful netizens. Even the culprit Lu Qianjun was found out. Not only that, even how Lu Qianjun filmed the video, what equipment he used, and how it was disseminated were found out. Various chat records were flying everywhere. No, the second most searched topic is about this. The peerless genius is ignored? Who is the sneak photographing maniac? Let's see what it means to be blind. Chapter 21, A Kick and a Slap. Lu Feiyu looked at these trending searches and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just felt that the online world was so scary and there was really no privacy at all. He didn't expect it either. My own grievances were washed away completely and thoroughly in such a bizarre way. Dozens of chat records and clear evidence were right before our eyes. Do the people from the Lu family still dare to deny their mistakes? Can they still throw dirty water back on Lu Feiyu? Obviously impossible. Even if the Lu family is that shameless, netizens will not agree. Ding! As Lu Feiyu was sighing, the elevator made a clear sound. It was not the 12th floor, but the 8th floor, the destination of the girls. Seeing that they were about to leave their idol, several female students' eyes were filled with reluctance. Suddenly, they took out a black fountain pen, handed it directly to Lu Feiyu, and begged, "Brother Lu Feiyu, can you please sign an autograph for me? With a genius signature like yours, I will definitely be able to awaken a good beast taming talent next year." Sucking some European air, Lu Feiyu had no objection to such a small request. He immediately signed his name on the clothes on the backs of the 3 girls with great speed and waved goodbye to them. The elevator continued to slowly ascend. Ding! Now it's time. Lu Feiyu walked out of the elevator and came to Chen Yuanshan's door. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he found that the door was only ajar and not closed. He walked in. However, the moment he stepped into the room, a familiar and disgusting voice came from inside the door. "Where is Lu Feiyu? Ah, where did you hide him? You little bastard. You've really grown wings." It was Zhang Fengxiao's voice. Lu Feiyu frowned and looked into the house. Zhang Fengxiao was seen with her hands on her hips, yelling at Chen's mother like a shrew. Behind him was Lu Qianjun, who was cowering with his head hung low. From Lu Feiyu's perspective, one could even see a bright red slap mark on the left side of Lu Qianjun's lowered face. "I've already told you, Xiao Chen is not here, and I don't know where he is." Mother Chen spoke slowly, her tone neither anxious nor impatient. Chen Yuanshan is not so good-tempered. He is simple and honest. But he was not a bitch, so how could he allow another woman to spit at his mother? He immediately glared at her and drove her away, saying, "Get lost! What did you do to Ah Fei before? Now that Ah Fei is feeling better, he rushes to look for me. Do you have any shame? Get out of here right now." Zhang Fengxia was not someone who could be driven away with just a few words. She also responded with a glare. Sure enough, the one who can get together with Lu Feiyu can't be a good person. It's uncultured to speak rudely to your elders. How can you, a child with a mother, be so different from Lu Feiyu, who has no mother? Before she could finish her words, Zhang Fengxia felt a sudden surge of powerful force coming from her waist, which kicked her and sent her flying backwards. In everyone's surprised eyes, Lu Feiyu retracted his feet that were hanging in the air. Of course, he was the one who kicked me just now. Zhang Fengxia is not a beast master, and her physical fitness is no different from that of an ordinary person. After being kicked by Lu Feiyu, he immediately collapsed to the ground, holding his waist and screaming in pain. A face full of flesh and extremely pale. Ignoring the gazes of others, Lu Feiyu took a step and slowly approached Zhang Fengxia. He squatted down, grabbed her short hair that was as dry as grass, and forced her head up. A pair of dim eyes inevitably met Lu Feiyu's gaze. I told you before, if I see you speaking in that tone again, I will slap you. Lu Feiyu exuded a terrifying aura, like an ancient ferocious beast that no one dared to look directly at. Zhang Fengxia was stared at by him like this. He even temporarily forgot the pain in his body, turned his face away, and did not dare to look at Lu Feiyu. However, the moment she turned her head, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was suddenly heard. Bang! A crisp, slapping sound echoed throughout the living room. For a moment, the already quiet room became even quieter, so quiet that even breathing could be heard. A red slap mark was clearly visible on Zhang Fengxia's left cheek. The left side of her face was swelling at a rate visible to the naked eye. Mom! Seeing this scene, Lu Qianjun, who was originally standing aside, shouted loudly and immediately wanted to rush behind Lu Feiyu. But the next moment, Boss Jean appears. The tall body stretches across the living room, directly dividing the large living room into two separate spaces. Its pair of bright, golden eyes stared at Lu Qianjun, as if it would tear him to pieces in the next moment. At this moment, the powerful aura unique to an S-level Beastmaster was fully revealed. Lu Qianjun was so shocked that he dared not move an inch. After slapping her, Lu Feiyu loosened his grip and threw Zhang Fengxia to the ground. He stood up and said condescendingly, "Go away. Don't let me see you again. If I see you again, it won't be as simple as a slap." After saying this, he turned around and looked at Lu Qianjun. "The same as you." This time, Lu Feiyu finally figured it out. Zhang Fengxia and Lu Qianjun were both born in the year of the dog. They won't listen if you just talk to them. I could only slap them twice and kick them twice. Only those who belong to the dog sign can learn their lesson. Therefore, this time, he took action without any scruples. Seeing Lu Feiyu's unscrupulous attitude, Zhang Fengxia no longer had any idea of exploiting resources. Originally, she wanted to instigate Lu Guanzhong to accompany her, so that they could play the emotional card and exploit the reward that Lu Feiyu had just received. Let's not talk too much. Half for each person is fine, right? Then he ordered Lu Feiyu to clarify the rumors on the internet and restore Lu Qianjun's innocence. After all, his own son could not bear to be tarnished. Zhang Fengxia felt that she was really kind, as she even left half for Lu Feiyu and even made such a small request. If it had happened before, she would have taken at least 90%. But unexpectedly, Lu Guanzhong was no longer as obedient as before and even slapped his son Lu Qianjun hard. In desperation, Zhang Fengxia had to bring her son here to exploit resources. But unexpectedly, before he could open his mouth, he was kicked and then slapped in the face. Zhang Fengxia now felt pain all over her body, as if her whole body was falling apart. Now she only regretted that she didn't have more legs so that she could run faster. Lu Qianjun, covered in dust, followed Zhang Fengxia and left without saying a word. Chapter 22 Bronze. New Beast Taming Qualification. When Lu Feiyu left the villa, he informed Qin Yuanshan and Qin's mother on his mobile phone that he was about to move. But unexpectedly, before he could even say goodbye, the Qin family was in chaos. Looking at the messy living room, Lu Feiyu felt very guilty. After all, this is Qin Yuanshan's home. They kindly took me in for 3 days, providing me with food and lodging. Even when Qin's mother saw that Lu Feiyu had no change of clothes, she forced him to go to the mall next door to buy a few sets. Such behavior, such attitude. Lu Feiyu, who had not felt the warmth of family for 18 years, felt the glory of maternal love for the first time. But right now, before he had the chance to repay the Qin family, he had already messed up the Qin family because of his own affairs. How could he not feel guilty? "Excuse me, Annie." Lu Feiyu lowered his head, rubbing his toes unconsciously on the ground, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Boss Jean sensed his master's depressed mood, came up to him, and gently rubbed Lu Feiyu's back with his furry head. The warm feeling spread from the skin on his back to every part of Lu Feiyu's body. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. "Xiaofei, do you want to stay for dinner tonight?" When Qin's mother saw Lu Feiyu's attitude, she walked up to him with a smile and asked in a gentle voice. When she looked at Lu Feiyu, there was only pity in her eyes, without any other bad emotions. Before this, she had only heard from her son Chen Yuanshan about Lu Feiyu's family situation. But Chen's mother never expected. Lu Feiyu's stepmother was such a savage person. How would such a stepmother treat other people's sons? Mother Chen could feel the pain and suffering that Lu Feiyu had endured in the past 18 years without even thinking about it. Therefore, instead of blaming Lu Feiyu, she felt very distressed. My good friend Chen Yuanshan also came over and said casually, Fei, why are you apologizing? It's not your fault. That damn old woman Ba. You have a promising future ahead of you. There's no need to bother with her. Hearing the two people's relief, Lu Feiyu's depressed mood improved slightly. He looked at the smiles on Chen Yuanshan and Chen's mother's faces and reached into his trouser pocket. In an instant, the bright light from the spirit beast stone illuminated the entire living room. Lu Feiyu came here this time just to use this thing to thank the Chun family for taking care of him over the past few days. However, after being interrupted by Zhang Fengxia and the other person, he actually forgot about it for a moment. But fortunately, it's not too late now. Annie, this is a little gift from me. As he spoke, Lu Feiyu handed the 5 spirit beast stones in his hand to Chen's mother. This is too valuable, Xiaofei. Keep it for yourself. Seeing the 5 spirit beast stones in Lu Feiyu's hand, Chen's mother waved her hands repeatedly. Although she is not a beastmaster, but you also know how precious this small stone is. The 5 coins in Lu Feiyu's hand alone are worth tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. It's equivalent to her husband's income for half a month. Not to mention that the living room is just a little messy. These 10,000 Chinese yuan can replace everything in the living room. Seeing Chen's mother's attitude, he was not surprised and brought out the words he had prepared. Annie, these things are rewards from the school. I still have a lot. Chen Yuanshan also needs this thing for his cultivation now. After all, the college entrance examination is coming soon. Besides, the care you have given me cannot be compared to these pieces of spirit beast stones. Lu Feiyu kept saying and forcing the spirit beast stone into Chen's mother's hands. After all, although this thing sounds precious, it is actually not of much use to Lu Feiyu. Other people's beast taming space is desolate and barren, a truly miserable place that cannot bring any beneficial effects to beast taming. But his beast taming space is different. It is full of spiritual energy, and it makes almost no difference whether he uses the spirit beast stone or not. These 5 spirit beast stones are just given as a gift. Oh, you kid! Mother Chen held the spirit beast stone and felt that this light little stone was as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. That was a young man's most sincere gratitude. Seeing the smile on Lu Feiyu's face, Chen's mother no longer refused and just said, Be sure to stay for dinner tonight. After dinner, Lu Feiyu patted his round belly and rode away on a shared bicycle. 9 days later, in the beast taming space, Lu Feiyu couldn't stop smiling as he looked at Boss Jean, who was becoming increasingly strong. After 9 days, on the day before the exploration of the secret realm, Boss Jean finally succeeded in being promoted to the Bronze Realm, 9 days to advance to a higher realm. This speed of promotion is absolutely incredible no matter where you are, even in the capital city where evildoers are everywhere. However, with the combined blessing of the SSS-Level beast taming talent and 100 times the spiritual energy, Boss Jean, you did it! Being promoted to bronze meant that both its physical fitness and the energy contained within it were improved again. At this moment, Boss Jin's figure when he stood up was level with Lu Feiyu's eyebrows. A pair of golden dog eyes can already look Lu Feiyu in the eye, and its outstretched body is 10 meters long. He looked just like an ancient wild beast, emitting an irresistible and majestic aura from his entire body. What's more important is, after Boss Jean was successfully promoted, Lu Feiyu felt as if there was a clear sound of shackles breaking in his mind. He could clearly sense, you can now contract a second beast at any time. It's time. Lu Feiyu's mind moved, and his consciousness withdrew from the beast-controlling space. He glanced at the spirit beast stones placed in the corner of the room, and there were still 185 pieces left. The total amount is 370,000 Chinese yuan. It's enough to buy a good B-level beast egg. The same thing. This thing is of no use to him anyway. It would be better to exchange it for money to buy beast eggs, contract a second beast, and improve the immediate combat power to cope with the exploration of the secret realm on the second day. Just do it. Lu Feiyu was never a hesitant person. He immediately picked up the box and walked out of the villa. Because I was carrying valuables. He even took a taxi, which was quite luxurious. Destination: head straight to Wanbao Pavilion in Chongnan City. That is the place in Chongnan City with the richest and most complete variety of beast taming resources. It is also a great place to buy beast eggs. Chapter 23: New Beast Tamer Egg. I came here for the second time. Looking at the towering gate of Wanbao Pavilion, Lu Feiyu sighed slightly. Last time, all the money he had on him was less than 10,000 yuan. In just a few days, he came again with a huge sum of nearly 400,000 yuan. Hello, sir. What can I do for you? It is worthy of being the top beast taming resource sales place in Chongnan City. As soon as Lu Feiyu stepped into the door of Wanbao Pavilion, a shopping guide came forward respectfully and asked. He did not show any impatience or look down upon Lu Feiyu because of his young and immature face. Standard smile, impeccable etiquette. Help me change these into money first. Lu Feiyu put the box on the nearest table and opened it. The neatly arranged spirit beast stones caught the salesperson's eye, and her smile widened. Come here and wait a moment. She led Lu Feiyu into the VIP room, personally served him a cup of hot tea, and then quickly left with the box. After a moment, the sound of high heels was heard again. Hello, sir. There are 185 spirit beast stones in total. Based on the current market price of 2,000 yuan per stone, the total is 370,000 Chinese yuan. If you buy other items in my cabinet now, you will get a 10% discount. Shopping guide Xie, you said crisply. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Feiyu's eyes. I didn't expect Wanbao Pavilion to have such preferential services. This is a good thing that can save money, so Lu Feiyu naturally has no reason to refuse. He immediately said, Take me to the beast eggs. Okay, follow me. When Xie heard this, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This way, there are 2 orders and I made a lot of money. Lu Feiyu makes money, she also makes money. It's a win-win situation. Sir, all of the eggs stored here are B-level beast eggs. Please have a look. Xie bent down slightly to give instructions, and then stepped aside, leaving space for Lu Feiyu to observe and select the beast eggs. Lu Feiyu looked at the rows of beast eggs on the shelves, which were of different colors and sparkling with mysterious light. But without exception, they all exude vibrant vitality. A flash of white light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, information about various beast eggs flashed quickly in his eyes. Eye of Promotion is an SSS-level beast taming talent. Of course, it is impossible for him to only see the information of mature beasts. He can also see the information inside the beast eggs clearly. Race: Black Iron Turtle. Attribute: Gold. Talent level: B. Realm: Skills: Iron Spiked Turtle Shell, excellent. Powerful Taunt, excellent. Race: Swinging Clover. Attribute: Talent level: B. Realm: Skills: Breath of Swinging, excellent. Recovery, excellent. As his eyes moved across the B-level beast eggs, Lu Feiyu's brows became deeper and deeper. Having experienced Boss Jin's power and tyranny, he now finds these ordinary beast-taming eggs somewhat unacceptable. Even some beast eggs possess excellent level skills. But compared to Boss Jin, there is still a huge gap. But as for the better A-grade beast tamer eggs, not to mention whether he could afford them or not, they weren't even available on the shelves. Too scarce and rare. Forget it, it's all the same after the myth blood pool is strengthened. Lu Feiyu thought to himself. Even a beast tamer with ordinary qualifications can be strengthened by the mythical bloodline pool. Whether it is skill strength or development potential, there will be a qualitative leap. However, even though he thought this way, Lu Feiyu still had some fantasies in his heart. He turned to Xie and said, Are there any cheaper A-grade beast eggs? He just asked casually. After all, A-grade beast eggs are hard to come by, and even if you have millions, you may not be able to buy them. What's more, it was the only 370,000 yuan left in his pocket. Originally, Lu Feiyu felt that this was a lot of money. Now it seems that there is nothing to buy. It can only be said that the status of a beastmaster is high, but the cost of improving his strength is also extremely high. But who would have thought that when Xie heard this, he actually nodded. She came over with a clever smile. Sir, that's right. We have a beast egg here. After being identified by experts, this beast egg is a real A-grade one. But the life force inside is extremely weak, so the possibility of hatching is extremely low. So the price is low, only 350,000 Chinese yuan. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Bring it here, so I can see it. Is there anything wrong with this beast-taming egg? Can it escape his eyes of promotion?" Feel the excitement in Lu Feiyu's heart. Xiaoyu smiled slightly, turned around, and got him a small jade box. Although she didn't say anything, she had already made up her mind. Lu Feiyu would never spend all his money to buy this beast egg with little hope. This is crazy. It's too unrealistic. However, even though she thought so, the good training and strict regulations of Wanbao Pavilion allowed her to open the jade box with a smile on her face. The beast-taming eggs inside came into Lu Feiyu's sight. The moment I saw it, Lu Feiyu immediately said, "Okay, no need to look at it." Hearing this, Xiaoyu said in his heart, as expected, and prepared to put the jade box back to its place. But she just turned around. Lu Feiyu's excited voice came again. "That's it. Wrap it up for me." In an instant, Xiaoyu's movement of turning around froze. The violent movement almost sprained her waist. She looked at Lu Feiyu's confident face in disbelief and said, "Sir, you have to think carefully about this beast egg." Speaking of shoulder guards, Xiaoyu looked down at the jade box in his hand. Through the box, she could clearly see that the beast eggs inside were deathly black. There is no trace of life on it. There is no possibility of hatching at all, if it is not authenticated by authoritative experts. Wanbao Pavilion had long ago thrown away this beast egg as garbage. Xiaoyu never thought about it. This beast-taming egg was actually sold by himself. No need to think, just this. Lu Feiyu waved his hand to interrupt Xiaoyu's next words and continued, "I take all the risks myself." Hearing this, Xiaoyu, the shopping guide, said no more. She suppressed her surprise and turned around to pack her things. Her professionalism was reflected in the fact that she packed the jade box and the gift in less than half a minute and put it in Lu Feiyu's hand with a friendly smile on her face. "Hello, sir. The receipt and items have been placed in the bag. We are giving you a box of Vitality Liquid for free. I wish you a happy life." The total amount of the shopping is 315,000 yuan. You still have a balance of 65,000 yuan. Do you want to continue shopping? Lu Feiyu shook his head repeatedly and clenched the bag in his hand. When he thought of the information he had just seen, he felt his blood boiling, and he couldn't wait to go home and sign a beast-taming contract. But the blood of the true dragon. "Okay, I wish you a happy life again. Welcome to visit next time." Get Lu Feiyu's reply. Xiaoyu immediately handed the prepared balance card to Lu Feiyu with both hands. This is a unique feature of their Wanbao Pavilion. Within the territory of China, their balance cards are equivalent to bank cards of any bank and have extremely high flexibility. In addition, consumers holding this card can enjoy a 10% discount when they visit Wanbao Pavilion again. And this discount can be combined with other discounts. Therefore, most consumers use balance cards when shopping at Wanbao Pavilion. Lu Feiyu took the card, put it in his pocket, and left in a hurry holding the bag. Chapter 24 New S-Class Beast Tamer. You're so lucky. You can even sell this stuff. The commission for this thing is really high. As soon as Lu Feiyu walked out, several idle shopping guides in Wanbao Pavilion gathered around him and looked at Xiaoyu with envy. This beast egg, it's called A grade, but it's actually complete garbage. The commission is as high as 50%. In other words, Xiaoyu made a full 150,000 yuan just from this order. It's almost equal to her annual salary. I don't know where that young man came from. He is a rich man dressed so simply and acted so boldly. One of the shopping guides continued. She was the first person to see Lu Feiyu come in. But when she saw that Lu Feiyu was wearing clothes worth no more than 300 yuan, she did not step forward to guide him. Now, she thinks about the commission that Xiaoyu will get in the future. She felt a sharp pain in her heart, and she regretted it so much. Hearing these words, Xiaoyu just smiled and said nothing more. She looked in the direction where Lu Feiyu left, feeling equally puzzled. This boy was not the first time she had seen him. When Lu Feiyu first bought the beast eggs, she was the one who received him. At that time, Lu Feiyu's face was as pale as paper. His eyes were as frightened as a baby animal, and he was tightly holding 8,000 yuan to buy the beast eggs. Xiaoyu still remembers it vividly. Therefore, when Lu Feiyu appeared in Wanbao Pavilion again, Xiaoyu recognized him at first sight. At the same time, she also knew that the handsome student who was popular on the internet a few days ago was also Lu Feiyu. However, what Xiaoyu did not expect was, at that time, Lu Feiyu felt like his life was wasting his life just by paying out 8,000 yuan. At this moment, I can easily spend more than 300,000 to buy a piece of junk. He doesn't look like the kind of kid who would spend money recklessly, Xiaoyu murmured in his heart. On the other side, Lu Feiyu had already returned to the Asan villa by car. He held the jade box in both hands, his eyes filled with joy. The information about the beast taming eggs in the Wanbao pavilion just now appeared in his mind again. Race, colorful snake. Attribute, poison. Talent level, A. Realm, skills, deadly poison, excellent. Colorful scales, rare. Dragon body, rare. Note, this beast contains a trace of true dragon blood. Note, to hatch this beast, a large amount of high-level beast essence blood is required. If the amount of essence blood is insufficient or the quality is too low, the hatching of the beast will fail 100%. Evaluation. True dragon bloodline is both a treasure and a curse. True dragon bloodline. Lu Feiyu was excited. In the world of beast taming, any beast tamer that has anything to do with the word dragon is an extremely powerful one that dominates all beast tamers of the same level. Even if it is just a dragon, it has extremely strong combat power. Generally speaking, the beast eggs containing dragon blood are at least S-level or above. And the beast taming egg in Lu Feiyu's hand at this moment, it surprisingly contains a trace of true dragon blood. And because this trace of blood power was too powerful, it even suppressed the aura of the beast tamer egg itself to the point of almost death. This also led the group of treasure appraisal experts to mistakenly judge it as waste. Sure enough, what the experts say is all nonsense. Lu Feiyu said happily in his heart. Beast taming eggs, like beast tamers, can be stored in the beast taming space of the beast tamer. He held the pitch-black beast taming egg tightly in his hand, and his consciousness sank. The whole person suddenly came to the beast controlling space. Without any hesitation, Lu Feiyu didn't even have time to pay attention to Boss Jean, who came over and walked straight to the mythical blood pool. Is there any other blood essence that can be more powerful than the mythical bloodline? Lu Feiyu murmured, and threw the beast taming egg in his hand directly into the mythical blood pool. Puff! A little ripple spread out on the calm surface of the pool, creating layers of halos. Then, everything returned to calm. However, with Boss Jin's proofing for the first time, Lu Feiyu was not panicked at all at this moment. He sat on Boss Jin's bent waist and waited silently. 10 minutes passed and nothing happened, and Lu Feiyu was calm. 20 minutes passed and nothing happened. Lu Feiyu was not panicked at all. 30 minutes passed and nothing happened. Lu Feiyu stood up, walked to the edge of the mythical blood pool, and looked inside. Nothing was found, not even a ripple on the calm surface of the pond. An hour passed. Lu Feiyu felt that cold sweat was about to break out on his spiritual body. Wouldn't the beast taming eggs that he bought at a huge price of over 300,000 yuan be gone, just like that? Just heard a sound? He admitted that he was a little panicked. However, at this moment, Boss Jean, who had been following Lu Feiyu, suddenly let out a long roar. Ah! What's that weird cry? Lu Feiyu turned his head and looked. Just as he turned his head, a loud noise was heard behind him. Boom! Lu Feiyu turned around suddenly. Suddenly, a giant dragon rose into the sky. The dark scales are arranged neatly like precious jades, shining with a dark light under the sunlight. Looking closely, there seemed to be a faint black mist spreading from the scales. These black mists are as illusory as the call of the god of death. On top of the dragon's head, there are two small bulging bags, and it seems that ferocious horns will emerge on the forehead at any time. The moment he saw the giant dragon, its detailed information appeared in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Race, sky-invading hidden dragon. Attribute, poison. Talent level, S. Realm, black iron level 6. Skills, dragon body, excellent. Dragon poison, excellent. Dragon fury, excellent. Dragon transformation, epic. Dragon body, passive skill. Physical fitness is tripled. The beast master can control the size of his own body at will. Dragon poison, passive skill. The whole body of the beast is filled with deadly dragon poison, which can poison the enemy when attacking and cause negative effects including, but not limited to stiffness, dizziness, bleeding, weakness, etc. Dragon's fury. The wrath of a true dragon shocks everything. The beast can emit pressure, shock the enemy, and form force control. The control time depends on the strength of the enemy. In the state of shock, the enemy's defense will be weakened. Transform into a dragon. Forcefully activate the dragon blood in the body. and temporarily transform into a dragon. In this state, physical fitness is improved 5 times, and other abilities are strengthened. Note: after forcibly transforming into a dragon, the beast will fall into a weak state for 6 hours. Evolutionary route: Eclipse Demon Dragon SS-Level, 5 Elements Dragon King SSS-Level, Immortal Dragon Ancestor Mythical Level. Note: only beasts with mythical blood can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for the first evolution: high-quality poisonous beast core, 5 poison essences, true dragon blood essence. Evaluation: only 1 step away from becoming a dragon. This panel is simply incomparably powerful. Lu Feiyu's eyes were full of surprise as he looked towards the dark figure on the horizon. It is worthy of being the bloodline of a true dragon. These 4 skills are simply more amazing than the other. It is the same configuration as Boss Jin's 3 excellences and 1 epic, but the focus is completely different. Chapter 25: Entering the Secret Realm. If we say that Boss Jin is a pentagonal warrior, he has no shortcomings at all and combines attack, defense, and treatment in one. Then Lu Feiyu's new beast. It is an outright attacking monster. For skills: all born for killing. Born to be a killer. The first skill is the body of a dragon. The effect is simple and crude, yet terrifyingly powerful. It directly triples the improvement of physical fitness. There are no prerequisites. In other words, the dragon's physical strength in its normal state alone is enough to crush a group of beasts at the same level. The second skill combines killing and control. While injuring the enemy, a series of negative effects are added to the enemy. Look at the long list of negative effects in the skill description. Lu Feiyu was terrified for the enemies that would come after him. The third skill is control and armor-breaking skill, and it's a ranged skill. Under the dragon's rage, the enemies within 10 meters around it were suddenly shocked, unable to move, unable to fight back. They can only let Lu Feiyu's beast take their lives. As for the fourth skill, that epic skill, it can actually allow the beast that was originally a dragon to temporarily transform into a real dragon. The improvement in physical fitness has increased from 3 times to 5 times. This improvement, not to mention enemies at the same level. Even if the enemy is 1 level higher than the dragon, in terms of physical strength alone, they may not be as powerful as Lu Feiyu's beast. Not to mention, after transforming into a dragon, it is not just the dragon's body that is upgraded, and all the capabilities that come with it. The effect is terrifying. Of course, with such a miraculous effect, the negative skills are naturally relatively large. A full 6 hours of weakness. It is 12 times the duration of Boss Jin's half-hour weak state. Come over. Lu Feiyu looked at the dragon still gliding in the sky and called out. Hear the master's call. The originally majestic and ferocious dragon suddenly dived. With its fall, the whistling sound of the wind blew in my face. A shadow covering the sky and the earth suddenly fell. I'll just call you Black Scale. Lu Feiyu looked at the dragon's inky black scales and named it on the spot. Hearing this, the dragon let out a long roar, then rubbed Lu Feiyu's forehead gently with its huge head, expressing its joy. For it, the name doesn't matter at all. As long as the owner likes it, it likes it. Woof! Woof woof woof! Suddenly, Boss Jin jumped out from behind Lu Feiyu and called out to Hylan a few times. The tail behind it was shaking quickly, as if welcoming the arrival of a new companion. However, face its greeting, Hylan didn't even look at it, just turned his head away. Quite cool. That's true. After all, dragons are arrogant and look down on other beasts. Seeing this, Boss Jin was furious. Come on, it's my senior. How could it be so disrespectful? Suddenly, Boss Jin's pair of golden eyes were filled with grievance, and he looked at Lu Feiyu to express his dissatisfaction. Seeing this scene, Lu Feiyu laughed. He stretched out his hand, turned Black Scale's head, and said to it, "You two should get along well. Here are the master's orders." Hei Lin then reluctantly stretched out his long tail and waved it in front of Boss Jin as a response to his greeting. Lu Feiyu played with the two beasts in the beast taming space to enhance the relationship between them. Under his deliberate guidance, the relationship between Boss Jin and Hylan is also developing in a positive direction. After all, as a beastmaster, his duties include more than just fighting. You also have to maintain good relationships with the beasts under your command. The next day, Lu Feiyu got up early. After dinner, I rushed to school. Today is exactly 10 days after the school competition. It is also a day to explore secret places. Lu Feiyu has been looking forward to this day for a long time. After all, he had almost squandered all the resources obtained from the school competition and converted them all into combat power. Now, he urgently needs new resources to improve himself. Want to evolve the 2 beasts to SS level. Those 6 treasures, even the cheapest one. The market value is also over 500,000 Chinese yuan. It's simply outrageously expensive, and 2 of them are treasures. It is so rare that it has not been sold on the market for many years. The only opportunity to obtain this resource. And it has to be within the secret realm. When we arrived at the agreed place, a bus was already waiting there. Only after entering the bus did Lu Feiyu discover this. The other 7 people have actually arrived. It seems like everyone is looking forward to it. Lu Feiyu sighed lightly, found his seat, and sat down quietly. The contestants arrived, and the bus started quickly. The scenery outside the window was rapidly receding. About an hour later, the bus slowly stopped. All the secret places in Changnan City are outside the city. In other words, all the secret places in the world are outside the cities. After all, the secret realm is relatively stable. But there are also examples of things getting out of control. The secret realm chosen this time is of the lowest level. The person in charge of the activity stood on the platform and spoke loudly. It is divided into the silver zone, bronze zone, and iron zone. This time, all students will be assigned to explore the black iron area. Of course, since this secret realm has not been opened in 10 years, the zoning within it may not be accurate. However, I have prepared return bracelets for everyone. Whenever you encounter danger, tear off the bracelet immediately, and you will be teleported outside the secret realm. When the person in charge spoke, one by one, the staff members walked down to the stage. Distribute wristbands to every student. Lu Feiyu put the bracelet on his left wrist, and mysterious spatial fluctuations flashed across it. After the serious business was over, there was a series of speeches by leaders and so on. In Changnan City, not all leaders are as capable as Wang Jintian. Lu Feiyu had arrived here half an hour ago. I was forced to stand there for half an hour as punishment. No, man, you are so talkative? Looking at the bald leader, who was still spitting on the stage, Lu Feiyu complained in his heart. It seemed that he could sense the dissatisfaction of the students in the audience. The leader on the stage coughed twice and continued. I'll just say 2 last points, just 2. This conversation lasted another half an hour. But fortunately, I made it through. Looking at the white light circle flashing in front of him, Lu Feiyu took a step without hesitation and dived in. In an instant, the world was spinning before my eyes. A feeling of vomiting surged up from the tail and reached the throat. Lu Feiyu forced himself to suppress the discomfort in his body, raised his head to look around, and quickly summoned Boss Jean and Hei Lin. Fast desert. There is fine yellow sand everywhere. In the sky, a fiery red round sun hangs high, emitting scorching heat. Just a moment after coming in, Lu Feiyu felt sweat rising from his whole body. Most of the clothes on my body were immediately wet. Chapter 26, Red Flame Desert. Go deeper. Red Flame Desert? You're lucky. Lu Feiyu looked around and, combined with the map distributed by the staff, confirmed his current location. This secret realm consists of 3 parts: the Red Flaming Desert, the Withered Wasteland, and the Humid Rainforest. The Red Hot Desert and the Humid Rainforest are located on both sides of the secret realm. The Withered Wasteland is sandwiched in the middle and is the most dangerous area in the secret realm, even with ferocious beasts at the silver level roaming around. To the students, a ferocious beast of this level is no different from the god of death. Once encountered, they may not even have time to activate their special bracelets and leave. As for the Red Flame Desert, where Lu Feiyu is currently, most of the ferocious beasts are at the black iron level. Only a very small number of ferocious beasts have the strength of the silver realm. It is a paradise for novice trials. Plus, there are special wristbands distributed by staff. Just cower here. The top students from all the high schools in Changnan rarely encounter life-threatening situations. Looking at the endless desert, knowledge points related to this secret realm flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind. Just at this moment, the fine sand beneath him began to move slightly. Lu Feiyu's eyes narrowed, and he looked down. In an instant, yellow sand splashed and attacked Lu Feiyu like a bullet. In the yellow sand, a sharp tail pierced through the air, and a fishy wind blew in the face. The ferocious beast is indeed a ferocious beast, and its first attack is a killing move. However, facing this ferocious attack, Lu Feiyu did not even blink and just stood there quietly. Roar! A loud roar that shook the sky came from Lu Feiyu's shoulder. I saw that a black line on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, which was originally as thin as a hair, suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from a black line with a diameter of less than half a centimeter into a towering dragon nearly 20 meters long. It was black scale. A huge roar came from He Lin's mouth, and the dragon's mouth opened angrily, and it seemed that there were tangible sound waves accompanying the roar rushing towards the desert giant scorpion. Dragon's wrath. There was a roar, as if a real dragon was angry, which stunned the giant desert scorpion that was attacking suddenly. Take advantage of the other party's distraction. Boss Jin's figure moved like lightning. The sharp claws, shining with cold light, cut off the giant scorpion's raised tail with just one strike. Suddenly, the dark green blood spilled all over the ground and merged into the boundless desert and disappeared. However, this is far from enough. Boss Jin flashed back again. His wolf claws flashed several times in the air, and his afterimage flew past. Knock, knock, knock! The desert scorpion is proud of its hard armor. Under Boss Jin's sharp claws, it was like brittle paper. In just half a second, a top-level ferocious beast of the 9th level of black iron died on the spot. This beast is powerful enough to kill all participating students. Under Lu Feiyu's hands, he couldn't even last a second. Naked Crush. This strength is simply unmatched among high school students. Nice catch. Lu Feiyu nodded, walked forward, put the giant scorpion's broken tail into the backpack behind him. This is good stuff. The treasures from this top-level black iron beast must be worth tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. As soon as I entered the secret realm, I earned 10,000. Lu Feiyu was in a very happy mood. Be smaller, don't scare people away. He turned around to look at the black scales that were expanding like a black cloud and whispered. Hearing this, the black scale shrank obediently and turned into a black line again, lying on Lu Feiyu's shoulder. Let's go, babies. Lu Feiyu shouted loudly and rushed into the depths of the desert with Boss Jin. He had finally come to the secret realm, but he was not satisfied with just killing some black iron-level beasts. For Lu Feiyu, who possesses 2 S-level beasts, even a beast with top bronze strength may not be unable to fight. Lu Feiyu's unique killing journey begins here. An hour later, the backpack behind Lu Feiyu was already stuffed bulging. Inside it, there are not only various ferocious beasts and treasures, but also many special resources that grow in the desert environment. It was also during this exploration of the secret realm, Lu Feiyu discovered that his Aya promotion actually had a good treasure hunting ability. Any special resources, no matter how hidden, as long as they appear within his field of vision, they will be marked with a bright blue outline. With this ability, Lu Feiyu made a lot of money along the way. The market value of the special resources in the backpack behind him alone is no less than 100,000 Chinese yuan, plus those ferocious beasts and treasures. In just 1 hour, Lu Feiyu has already earned 200,000 Chinese yuan. Keep going at this speed, Lu Feiyu could collect the money needed to evolve the 2 beasts to SS level in less than 2 days. It feels so good. Lu Feiyu sighed in his heart and quickened his pace. Suddenly, he paused and his ears fluttered slightly. He heard the sound of fighting. Lu Feiyu didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Because this secret realm is open, although it is free only for high school students, the opportunity to explore the secret realm is open to the whole society. One spot, 100,000 Chinese yuan. Therefore, those fighting on the sidelines may be members of society. These people are a mixed bag, both good and bad. Lu Feiyu didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to make money quietly, so he chose to stay away. However, things don't always go as planned. As Lu Feiyu moved, the sound of fighting became clearer. It was as if it was coming towards him. Lu Feiyu can now even see not far ahead. 3 burly men, leading 3 beasts of different shapes, are besieging a giant desert python. Most of the khaki scales on the giant python's body had shattered, revealing the pink flesh inside. The bright red blood dyed the yellow sand beneath him, and the strong smell of blood made the dry air smell fishy and nauseating. However, even after suffering such severe injuries, it still had enough strength to fight back. The giant python swung its long tail and immediately knocked away the 3 beasts that were besieging it. Then it moved quickly, carrying a powerful force, and rushed straight towards Lu Feiyu. This is actually a ferocious beast in the bronze realm. Seeing this scene, Lu Feiyu always felt that something was wrong. He stepped back slightly, a mysterious light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately took in the information of the giant python and the 3 beasts behind it. After finding out all the information about the beasts, Lu Feiyu suddenly understood everything. Race, Thunder Fury. Attribute, Electricity. Talent level, A. Realm, Black Iron level 4. Skills, Angry Howl, excellent. Local elementalization, excellent. Thunder's Wrath, rare. Evaluation, a violent temper favored by thunder and lightning. Lu Feiyu will never forget this beast. Isn't this one Peng's beast? At this time, the purple electric current around the Thunder Fury disappeared, and the entire beast appeared earthy yellow. It doesn't look like a Thunder-type beast, but rather like an Earth-type beast. Moreover, Lu Feiyu had never seen the faces of those 3 Beastmasters before. However, he knew it in his heart. This so-called strangeness was all due to another illusion-type beast. Race, Thousand-Face Shadow. Attribute, Illusion. Talent level, B. Realm, Bronze level 5. Skills, Thousand Faces, excellent. Breath Concealment, excellent. Psychedelic Control, excellent. Evaluation, Master of Disguise. Chapter 27, Kill, Wan Peng. The Wan family is really cruel. Lu Feiyu sighed in his heart. The 2 Beastmasters beside Wan Peng have surprisingly reached the Bronze realm. The 2 of them had at least 4 bronze-level beasts in their hands. Moreover, Lu Feiyu also discovered the ferocious giant python that was previously besieged by 3 people was also transformed by the beast controlled by one of them. The Wan family mobilized such a large force just for him, a student. Really, make Lu Feiyu feel honored. Having noticed everything in advance, Lu Feiyu immediately had a plan in mind. Looking at the giant python coming to attack, he retreated quickly, and Boss Jean took the opportunity to move in front of Lu Feiyu. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose again in the already scorching desert. The sun hangs high in the sky, and the fierce, fiery sunlight pours down. The sunlight was like a knife, causing the already seriously injured giant python to bleed again. Even the figure flying in the air slowed down a bit. Right at this moment, Boss Jean pushed hard with his hind legs. In an instant, sand and dust splashed everywhere, and Boss Jin's figure soared into the sky. A sharp cold light flashed in the air and hit the heart of the giant python directly. Just one claw. A large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. The giant python's stiff body fell weakly to the ground. Boss Jin's body also slowly fell to the ground. On its left front paw, a huge heart is beating slowly. He's improved again. Seeing this scene, Wan Peng, who was disguised as a big man, gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "How can a lackey have such good luck?" However, thinking of his own plan, he still winked at the 2 people beside him. Suddenly, the 3 of them slowly approached Lu Feiyu with bright smiles on their faces. "Thanks to this little brother for helping out. Yes, if it weren't for you, the 3 of us would be in danger." No one expected that this giant python would be so ferocious. Although they said nice words, their bodies were unknowingly approaching Lu Feiyu and forming a triangle, constantly squeezing Lu Feiyu's retreat space. Seeing this scene, Lu Feiyu's expression did not change at all, as innocent as a student who is ignorant of the world. He listened to the compliments from the 3 people, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, "It was thanks to the big brothers that they injured it. Otherwise, how could I, a Beastmaster at the Black Iron Realm, kill it?" Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other again, and saw full of disdain in each other's eyes. "Idiot, you actually exposed your strength in the secret realm." This is their true, inner thoughts. However, on the surface, the big man closest to Lu Feiyu still said, "Young talent, fighting against opponents of higher rank, amazing." He gave a thumbs up and put his hand on Lu Feiyu's shoulder. Seeing Lu Feiyu's completely defenseless appearance, Wan Peng sneered in his heart. The humiliation of 10 days ago kept flashing through his mind. It was difficult for him to maintain the smile on his face. He couldn't wait. I want to see Lu Feiyu's miserable appearance of bleeding in the desert and crying bitterly. When he thought of this, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Wan Peng's face. He decided not to endure it any longer and roared, "Get started!" In an instant, The big man who initially put his hand on Lu Feiyu's shoulder changed his expression, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The ring on his finger glowed with a faint black light. Violent spatial fluctuations were transmitted from his ring, directly locking down all spatial capabilities within the surrounding 5 meters. The reason why Wan Peng and his companions went to so much trouble and put on such a good show was to abolish the teleportation ability of the special bracelet on Lu Feiyu's hand. They, the Wan family, took action. What we pursue is the sure kill. If it weren't for this Thousand Faces Shadow Beastmaster, he could only disguise himself as a person or beastmaster whose realm was not higher than his own. Wan Peng even wanted to bring a few silver-level beastmasters to surround and kill Lu Feiyu. But seeing Lu Feiyu's stupid, foolish, and defenseless look, he thought that he should bring 2 bronze 9th-level beast tamers. I already think highly of Lu Feiyu. However, no one noticed. A tiny black line flashed through the vast yellow sand below like lightning. Black poisonous gas rose up. Like a phantom fog, it corrodes the bodies of all enemies. However, if you want to put on a show, you have to do it fully. What's more, it will take a little time for the toxin to take effect. Therefore, Lu Feiyu cooperated with their plan very well when he sensed the violent fluctuations in space. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted as if he knew nothing. "What's going on? My bracelet is broken. Who are you?" Seeing Lu Feiyu's panic-stricken look, Wan Peng felt as refreshed as if he had eaten a whole ice watermelon in the desert. He suddenly removed the illusion disguise and revealed his true face. The long highlighted hair sways with the owner's fluctuating mood. Wan Peng showed a ferocious smile. "It's me, Lu Feiyu. Didn't you expect that we would meet again? Have you thought about how you're going to die this time?" The 2 beastmasters behind him folded their arms across their chests. The way he looked at Lu Feiyu was no different from that of a dead person. One of the beastmasters in particular looked at Lu Feiyu with unusual anger. After all, Lu Feiyu killed one of his beasts at that time, Wan Peng. When he saw Wan Peng's face, Lu Feiyu raised his eyebrows as if he had seen something surprising. He calculated the time, and it was about time. The dragon's poison is so ferocious that it doesn't take long for it to enter the body from contact. Therefore, he put away the panic expression on his face and showed a scornful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Seeing you again, you're still disgustingly ugly." As soon as these words were spoken, Wan Peng's approaching steps suddenly stopped. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. The corners of his mouth, which were originally sneering, froze, and his whole expression was as funny as a clown. Wan Peng really didn't expect this. Lu Feiyu was about to die, yet he still dared to be so arrogant. Anger was like a poisonous snake, gnawing at his heart. Wan Peng immediately raised his arms and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Give me—" However, halfway through his words, Wan Peng's speech suddenly froze. He looked at his arms in disbelief and was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, his arms would still be unable to move. The arms that used to be obedient now felt as if they were filled with lead and could not be lifted at all. "What's happening?" Wan Peng looked at the other 2 beastmasters and found that they were also anxious and trying desperately to move their bodies. However, his feet were unable to move even a little bit. Not just the beastmaster. Even the beasts they summoned were frozen in place, able to only let out helpless howls. This moment, the only ones who could move in the whole scene were Lu Feiyu and his beast. In an instant, the offensive and defensive situation suddenly reversed. Chapter 28, Get Rich. Space Ring. Looking at Lu Feiyu, whose face was full of sneers and murderous intent in his eyes. Wan Peng was really panicked this time. This is a secret place. No maniterin. Therefore, even if someone is killed, no one will know. It was also because of this that Wan Peng dared to attack Lu Feiyu so blatantly this time. But I didn't expect it. Before he even started doing anything, he was already being accused. He didn't even know how Lu Feiyu did it. Wasn't the opponent's beast a light or fire beast? How could a beast of this nature, which is extremely strong and masculine, be poisonous? Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in Wan Peng's mind. Could it be that Lu Feiyu has been promoted to bronze and contracted a second beast? How could it be so fast? You know, it has only been 20 days since I awakened my talent for beast taming. In 20 days, Lu Feiyu was able to be promoted to bronze? Did he think he was a beast master with SSS-level talent? Wan Peng didn't believe it at first, but now that the facts were in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. What's more, He now felt that it was not just his arms that had lost sensation. His entire upper body seemed to have disappeared, and he felt nothing at all. That's not all. Now he even finds it difficult to breathe. Don't kill me, please. Wanpeng tried his best to breathe in, trying to get a breath of fresh air, but it was all in vain. The S-level beast has its own powerful poison. How could a mere black, iron beast master like him resist it? Soon, Wanpeng's face turned red due to lack of oxygen, and his speech became intermittent. He stared at Lu Feiyu with his bulging eyes, filled with fear and pleading for mercy, and dark red blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Don't, money, I'll give you money. Seeing that Lu Feiyu remained indifferent, Wanpeng became even more frightened. He even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. But the dragon poison had already invaded his entire body, and he couldn't even do a simple action like kneeling down. At this moment, he was like a puppet, unable to control his own actions. I could only stand there blankly. Allow deadly toxins to corrode your body. From the outside to the inside, his vitality was eroded step by step. Looking at Wanpeng, who was gradually losing his life, Lu Feiyu's face did not fluctuate at all. Since the other party is prepared to kill, then you should be prepared to be killed. Bah! After a moment, Wanpeng's stiff body suddenly fell onto the soft yellow sand. His whole body slid down like a wooden stick. At the same time, there was the furious thunder that he had contracted. The moment the Beastmaster died, he also lost his life. As for the remaining two bronze Beastmasters, although their physical fitness was much better than Wanpeng's, it was still far inferior to that of the Beastmaster, and they died one after another after Wanpeng. His contracted beast also died suddenly in an instant. This is also the drawback of the Beast Taming System. 90% of a Beastmaster's power comes from taming beasts, and the Beastmaster himself is extremely fragile. Therefore, a silent poison master like He Lin is the nightmare of all low-level Beastmasters. However, for Lu Feiyu, this problem does not exist at all. After all, his Eye of Promotion can transfer the damage suffered by the Beastmaster to the Beastmaster. As long as the beasts he contracted with are not dead, then he will never suffer. The main feature is invincibility. What a pity! Looking at the giant python heart gradually disappearing in Boss Jin's claws, Lu Feiyu sighed. Tamed beasts are different from ferocious beasts. When the Beastmaster dies, the beast's body will dissolve into nothingness. In this case, no materials will be left. Otherwise, the corpses of the 4 bronze-level beasts alone would be a considerable income. But Lu Feiyu's eyes flashed, and he came to Wanpeng's body in one step. He bent down, not caring about the bad luck, and directly took off the ring that was glowing from Wanpeng's hand. Lu Feiyu held the ring in his hand, and his mental power spread out, completely covering the ring. At the moment when the spirit enveloped the ring, Lu Feiyu only felt a slight shake in his mind. A 3-cubic space appeared in his mind. Really? A hint of joy flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Space ring. The Wan family is really rich. This space ring that can store any inanimate object is priceless. Even if it is a space ring in the size of 1 cubic meter, you can't buy it without hundreds of thousands of dollars. What's more, the one in Wanpeng's hand is as big as 3 cubic meters. Definitely worth 1 million Chinese yuan. Moreover, his space ring also contains many resources needed for the Black Iron Realm, although the resource level is not high. But the advantage is the large quantity. All added up, the value is about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. It's developed. Lu Feiyu grinned, wiped the ring with his hand, and put it on his own hand without hesitation. He was originally worried about how he would carry the various resources he would obtain in his small backpack. Look, when you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. Wanpeng is a good man. He directly gave his space ring to Lu Feiyu. In return, Lu Feiyu ordered Boss Jin to dig a small hole in the yellow sand for him and bury the bodies of the 3 of them in it. Of course, Lu Feiyu did not let go of the bodies of the other 2 people and search them thoroughly. It's a pity that he is just a small minion in the bronze realm and doesn't have anything valuable on him. The most valuable ring was also scrapped after being used once. Take advantage of our good luck and press on to win. Lu Feiyu greeted Boss Jin. At the same time, the black scale turned into a black line again, lying quietly on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, ready to give the enemy a fatal blow at any time. 1 man and 2 beasts continue to go deeper. This vast red desert is full of dangers in the eyes of others. But to Lu Feiyu, It was no different from his own back garden. Time flies as time passes. The space ring on Lu Feiyu's finger was being filled up at a rapid speed. Now, the resources in the space ring alone amount to millions of Chinese yuan. It can be said that one gets rich overnight. At the same time, night quietly enveloped the entire desert. The originally scorching temperature suddenly dropped. It's time to leave, Lu Feiyu said with regret in his heart. This free secret realm exploration competition will end at 8 o'clock in the evening. At that time, the staff will count everyone's gains one by one and rank them according to their value. The top 5 will receive generous rewards. However, as for what the reward is, the organizer kept it a secret and didn't explain it, only saying that we would know after the competition was over. Thinking of this, Lu Feiyu's mind moved, and his right hand reached for the special bracelet on his left wrist, wanting to leave the secret realm. However, the next moment, a fierce blue light as fiery shot up into the sky from the corner of his right eye. Lu Feiyu suddenly stopped his hand and looked to the right. I saw a bright blue light in the silent desert, which was extremely conspicuous. A treasure is born? Lu Feiyu exclaimed. He immediately gave up the idea of leaving and directed Boss Jean to go forward and find out the situation. Chapter 29: Instantly Kill the Silver Beast. Boss Jean is leading the way. Lu Feiyu slowed down his steps and followed him quietly. For a treasure that can make such a noise, there must be a powerful and ferocious beast guarding it. It is at least a ferocious beast in the late bronze stage. Even, it might be a ferocious beast in the silver realm. Although there are almost no official reports of silver beasts appearing in the Red Flame Desert. But don't forget that this secret place has not been open to the public for 10 years. In this unknown decade, it is not impossible for a silver beast to be born in this vast desert. With his vigilance at the highest level, Lu Feiyu stepped forward quietly. The bright blue light became more and more dazzling. The light was so bright that even Lu Feiyu found it a little dazzling. In this vision, Lu Feiyu is not the only one who can see it. Rather, it is the vision that comes with the birth of a treasure. According to Lu Feiyu's estimation, all living creatures within a radius of 10 miles should be able to be seen. By then, countless beings will surely be attracted by this vision. It has to be quick. A hint of decisiveness flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. At this time, he also saw the appearance of the treasure. In an instant, Lu Feiyu's breathing became heavier. I saw, wherever his eyes went, a blue or as big as a human head is emitting a bright light. All around him, countless pale blue flames danced, like flickering will-o'-the-wisp fire in the night, only less eerie and more domineering. Isn't this the essence of the scorching sun? One of the 3 treasures that Boss Jean needs to evolve again. There were circles of blue flames jumping around the stone. It is a sign that the flame temperature has risen to a certain level. It is also the most essential characteristic of the essence of the scorching sun. We must get it, Lu Feiyu screamed in his heart. But his movements were not affected by his excitement, but became gentler instead, because he saw it clearly. Next to the essence of the scorching sun, a tall giant made of stacked red stones stood there. In the stone eye sockets, red flames act as pupils. The flames danced violently, revealing the stone man's madness and excitement. At the same time, his huge stone head quickly twisted 360 degrees, trying to eliminate all potential dangers. Lu Feiyu lay down, trying his best to hide his figure. A light flashed in his eyes, and the information about the stone man suddenly appeared before his eyes. Race: Exploding Stoneman. Attributes: Dual attributes of Earth and Fire. Talent level: A. Realm: Silver level 2. Skills: Exploding Stone Body, excellent. Fiery Fist, excellent. Burning Stone Collision, excellent. Fiery Stone Explosion, rare. Evaluation: High attack and high defense, but seems a little unintelligent. A silver level 2nd level, Ferocious Beast. Compared with Boss Jean, he is at a whole level higher. Compared with Black Scale, it directly crushes 2 major realms. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Lu Feiyu had no intention of retreating at all. After all, this ferocious beast is very powerful, but it was definitely not something he couldn't deal with. What's more, even if we can't defeat him, Lu Feiyu can also leave at any time using a special bracelet. There is absolutely no life or death crisis. The most important thing is, Lu Feiyu's beast has 2 epic skills. fiery sun, instant explosion, and dragon transformation. With full force, Lu Feiyu believed that even a ferocious beast at the silver level would not be his opponent. Lu Feiyu crawled on the cold yellow sand for a moment, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. This stone creature has no flesh, blood, or nerves. Therefore, they're generally not harmed by toxins. In that case, let's fight openly. Thinking in his mind, Lu Feiyu stood up. The black lines on his shoulders expanded rapidly. The dragon's body stretched out freely in the air, its inky black scales matching its 10-meter-long body. From a distance, it looked like dark clouds were descending. Boss Jean also no longer hides himself. It stood up and shook itself vigorously, and all the yellow sand on its body flew off, revealing its gorgeous long golden hair. Two beasts appeared at the same time. It immediately attracted the attention of the exploding stone man. It roared towards the sky, and its red stone fist was suddenly covered with blazing flames. The exploding stone man lowered his body and prepared to attack. At this moment, the black scale, hovering in the air, suddenly opened its eyes. The dark pupils flickered with an eerie light in the night. Suddenly, boundless pressure seemed to come from ancient times and fell on the exploding stone man. For a moment, its running movement paused. Even the flames dancing in his pupils froze for a moment. However, the stone giant is ultimately a ferocious beast at the silver level. His hard power is much higher than black scales. Therefore, even if the bloodline is crushing, long news control over the stone giant lasted only a little over a second. However, this 1 second, for Boss Jean, it is more than enough. All I saw was its long golden hair moving without wind. In the originally dark night, a golden round sun suddenly rose. A sun hangs high in the sky. The area where Lu Feiyu was located was illuminated almost as bright as day. Even the blue light emitted by the essence of the scorching sun seemed extremely dim under the shining sun of Boss Jean. Afterwards, the originally extremely stable sun suddenly expanded rapidly. Boundless light and heat automatically emanate as the sun expands. Countless fragments of flames dripped from the body of the sun, as hot as magma. In just a moment, the sun, which was originally as big as a round table, expanded several times. The terrifying power and energy scared the exploding stone man, who had just regained consciousness, so much that he ran away. There was no thought of resistance at all. However, it's over. The scorching sun explodes instantly. Explosion just in a moment. Bah! Finally, the sun swelled to its limit. The energy and power contained within it have also reached their peak. In an instant, endless white light burst out. The blazing flames spread across the desert like falling rain. At this moment, it seemed as if a rain of red flames was falling from the sky. However, any living creature that was touched by the dripping flames would be burned to ashes in an instant. It fell along with the red flames. There are also almost crazy explosion fluctuations. As a beast master, Lu Feiyu would naturally not be harmed by the attacks of his own beasts. Therefore, he stood closest and saw most clearly. I saw the sun hanging high in the sky explode, with endless sound waves and impact force coming down from the sky, overwhelming everything. All life was exterminated within a few miles. Even the countless yellow sands in the red flame desert were blown away by this terrifying impact. A deep pit suddenly appeared with Lu Feiyu as the center. The exploding stone man who wanted to escape had already been shattered into pieces by this horrific impact. Not even the body could be found. Just one strike, and the silver beast was killed instantly. Chapter 30 returns. To be honest, the destructive power of the scorching sun's instantaneous explosion even exceeded Lu Feiyu's imagination. He originally thought that this skill would at most seriously injure the exploding stone man. After all, that was a second-level silver beast, a whole realm higher than Boss Jean. But how can this be considered a serious injury? This time, the silver beast was beaten into pieces, deader than dead. Even the surrounding environment was slightly changed by this attack. Attacks of this magnitude are almost as damaging as those of the golden beast. It's worthy of being an epic skill. It's so powerful. Li Vei Siket. With black scales, strong control, and Boss Gold's burst, there is no rival among the silver class. Then, he ignored the scorching sun essence on the ground and walked quickly to Boss Jean. At this moment, Boss Jin's eyes, which had originally been bright, showed weakness. The pupils that always shone brightly in the past were now extremely dim, and even the hair around the body seemed to have become a lighter shade. This is the weak state after forcibly using epic skills. Don't worry about how powerful Boss Jean was before. Now it can hardly even stand. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Feiyu placed his hand on Boss Jin's head and rubbed it gently a few times. Feeling the warm hands of his master, Boss Jean squinted his eyes comfortably, and his tail shook slightly behind him. Go back and have a good rest, Lu Feiyu whispered, taking Boss Jean back into the beast taming space. The spiritual energy there is extremely abundant, which can help the beastman recover from a weak state more quickly. After comforting Boss Jean, Hylan obediently returned to Lu Feiyu's shoulder. Only then did he turn around and walk towards the essence of the sun that was emitting a bright blue light. Seal it in a special jade storage box. Lu Feiyu looked around, and after confirming that nothing was missed, he slapped the special bracelet on his wrist. The violent spatial fluctuations appeared again, completely enveloping him. The next moment his figure disappeared. There was no living thing in the vast yellow sand, only the deep pit in the center, telling of the horror of the battle just now. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, several round tables are placed side by side. There is a professional tester behind each round table. Right now, the sky had fallen completely into darkness. Around the square, countless incandescent lamps are like small suns, illuminating the square brightly. All the contestants did not hide their excitement. You can imagine, they had good gains in this exploration of the secret realm. These contestants were lining up obediently in front of the round table, placing all their gains from the secret realm on the table, looking forward to the testers making corresponding value judgments. After all, that concerns one's own ranking. On the high platform in the square, almost all the senior figures of Changnan City gathered together. Among them are evaluation teachers from major universities who want to find a few outstanding students for their schools before the college entrance examination. However, the atmosphere on the platform now seems a bit stagnant and heavy. Among them, Wang Jintian's expression was the ugliest. He whispered, Lu Feiyu hasn't returned yet? The object of inquiry. Naturally, it is the team leader teacher from Changnan No. 1 Middle School. This teacher also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. There were even drops of cold sweat on his forehead, shining under the light. No, no. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the platform became solemn and stopped talking. How could they not know? The Lu Feiyu that Wang Jintian mentioned was none other than the top student at Changnan No. 1 Middle School. And Wang Jintian has even higher hopes for him. At the moment, half an hour has passed since the agreed time to leave the secret realm. The students have not returned yet. Most likely, something unexpected has happened in the secret realm. It's not just others who think so. Even Wang Jintian's thoughts were the same. His face was grim, and his wolf-like eyes swept over the many students in the audience. Unsurprisingly, Lu Feiyu was not among them. Just at this moment, a shrill laugh came from behind Wang Jintian, followed by Wang Jiming's cheerful and sarcastic words. Hey, isn't this Principal Wang? Why do you look so ugly? Are you sick? Oh my, that's incredible. A beast master like you can actually get sick. You have to go to the hospital to check it out. Don't tell me it's an incurable disease, or a terminal illness, or a difficult and complicated disease. While talking, Wang Jiming's figure appeared in front of Wang Jintian. There was a mocking smile on his face, and the sarcasm in his tone was not concealed at all. Wang Jiming felt so comfortable at this moment. It was naturally his instruction that Wan Peng assassinated Lu Feiyu. The mysterious ring that could affect the special bracelet was also given to Wan Peng by him personally. He was even specially assigned 2 bronze-level masters. One is to be able to change his appearance to conceal his aura and reduce Lu Feiyu's vigilance. One who can lock onto the enemy from thousands of miles away and accurately find Lu Feiyu's location in the vast secret realm. Although the realms of these 2 people are not very high, killing Lu Feiyu, a mere black iron beastmaster, would be a piece of cake, right? With such preparations, Wang Jiming didn't believe that his son would fail. And he does. He secretly killed the brat who brought shame to his Wan family in the secret realm. It can also make Wang Jintian lose face in front of the senior executives of Changnan. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, the smile on Wang Jiming's face became even wider, and the humiliation from a few days ago seemed to completely disappear at this moment. The white teeth gleamed coldly under the light. You did it! When he saw Wang Jiming, a bright light flashed in Wang Jintian's heart. Yes, with the strength and ruthlessness of the Wan family, they are the people most capable of carrying out an assassination. Think of this. Anger rose on Principal Wang's face. The majestic aura around him exploded. In an instant, several beasts emerged from his body and surrounded the naked man. Wang Jintian came from a military background, had the hottest temper, and was extremely straightforward. He was ready to take action on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone present changed color. And Wang Jiming still had a slapping smile on his face. Principal Wang, please speak with facts and evidence. You said I did it, so it's me who did it? Do you think you have the final say over the entire Changnan? As he spoke, his eyes turned to the man sitting on the podium. The mayor of Changnan, Song Tonglin, is also the only diamond-level fighter in Changnan City. Hard power overwhelms everyone present. Seeing everyone looking over, Song Tonglin, who was sitting comfortably in his seat, blinked and then spread out his hands. Why are you looking at me? If you want to fight, do it far away. Don't disturb my mood here. One by one, you are at what level, but you are still acting like a child. And you, Wang Jiming, you have to find someone to be mean when they are unhappy. Aren't you asking for a beating? Obviously, he did not support anyone or take sides with anyone, but just suppressed the dispute with a tough attitude. Just as Song Tonglin was speaking, at the entrance to the secret realm, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation. Then, a clear figure quickly emerged. The person who came was Lu Feiyu. Chapter 31, the mayor takes action. Lu Feiyu. See Lu Feiyu. The most surprised person was not anyone else, but it was the extremely rampant Wang Jiming. When he saw Lu Feiyu, he was as unbelievable as if he had seen a ghost, with his eyes wide open. The smirk on his face and the deliberate nonchalance suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a strong sense of surprise and disbelief. How could he still be alive? Wanpeng failed. How is it possible? How could this kid survive the sneak attack and assassination by two bronze-level beast masters? Countless thoughts were tangled in his mind like a tangled mess. Suddenly, Wang Jiming's eyes narrowed, and a captivating cold light burst out from his pupils. His eyes were fixed on the black plate ring on the index finger of Lu Feiyu's left hand. The plate ring is elegant in style and emits a deep glow under the light. Wang Jiming is very familiar with this ring. This was the coming-of-age gift he gave to his own son, Wanpeng. How could it be in Lu Feiyu's hands? Could it be that... A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Lu Feiyu killed Wanpeng? Thinking of this, Wang Jiming's body began to tremble violently. Wanpeng is his only son. It is the only emotional crystallization left in the world between him and his deceased wife. It is his only bloodline in this world. Surprisingly, it just broke like that. In an instant, boundless murderous intent rose in his eyes. In an instant, a momentum as majestic as the mountains and seas burst out. All six beasts around Wang Jiming appeared. The malignant crow screamed and took the lead in launching an attack. All the tumors in its body exploded, and the smelly yellow pus turned into a long line, sweeping towards Lu Feiyu. The remaining five beasts also used their own killing moves. He moved so quickly that even Wang Jintian, who had been standing next to him, didn't react. He never thought that Wang Mingjie, this old fox, would be so impulsive. Wang Jintian was filled with shock and anger, looking at the various powerful attacks in the air and trying to stop them. However, it was too late. As for Lu Feiyu, he felt cold all over as he was being locked onto by various emerald-level beast tamers. The hairs all over his body stood up and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. These attacks are too powerful. He had no room to resist. There is a gap of 4 major realms between bronze and emerald. Even with SSS-level talent, it is impossible to cross such a chasm. The black scales on his shoulders sensed that his master was in danger and tried their best to transform their body, which suddenly swelled up. Then he curled up into a ball and protected Lu Feiyu inside. But at this moment, a cold snort seemed to come from ancient times, tearing through the space and reaching everyone's heart. Then, a roar resounded through the heaven and earth. The sound of thousands of swords clashing exploded in everyone's ears in just a moment. All I saw was a steel giant whose entire body was made of fine steel. Holding a knife in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, he stands proudly in the sky. The giant did not make the slightest movement. The sword in its hand left an afterimage in an instant. In an instant, thousands of sword lights and sword auras covered the sky and swept over, attacking Lu Feiyu directly. However, the moment these sword lights and sword energy reached Lu Feiyu, they split into two. A long line of pus strangled the air. The other stream was leaning towards several beasts in the air. In an instant, the pus was torn into thousands of pieces by the sharp knife light, turning into the smallest particles and disappearing into the air. And those beasts that attacked Lu Feiyu. The moment he came into contact with the sword energy, the body looked as if it had been cut into pieces, with countless scars deep enough to see the bones. Countless amounts of blood dripped from the wounds, condensing into a small river, pouring down from the sky. Immediately enveloped the entire square. Then, a large bird with red feathers suddenly appeared, with its feathers spread out like a waterfall. The steaming flames expanded in the air like a whirlwind, evaporating all the blood in the air. Not a single student was affected by the blood. Just for a moment, Lu Feiyu's life and death crisis was resolved by the sudden appearance of the steel giant. The other students didn't even react to what was happening. I just think this big red-feathered bird and the steel giant are so cool. The big red-feathered bird screamed, folded its wings, and flew quickly towards the platform. Song Tonglin, who was sitting quietly, suddenly stood up and jumped onto the back of the big bird with a cold look in his eyes. He looked down at Wan Mingjie as if he were looking at a dead person. Who gave you the courage to attack me? To a student. Everyone in Chongnin knows that I, Song Tonglin, am famous for my love of talent. I see you, Wan Jia, are really tired of living. As he was speaking, the iron giant roared over. The sword in his hand drew a cold arc in the air and hit Wan Mingjie's stiff neck. Shua! The cold aura of sword flashed by. Wan Jiming's body shook violently, and the coldness on his neck was very clear. He even thought that he would be killed today. However, there are those who instruct beasts to attack and kill others in public and do not cause serious consequences. Under current laws, even if the circumstances are serious, the death penalty will not be imposed. As the mayor of a city, Song Tonglin naturally cannot just follow his temper and kill people at will. Therefore, Song Tonglin just looked at Wan Mingjie coldly and waved his hand. Take him away. We will try him later. I want to see how powerful the Wan family is. Can they protect you? As he spoke, several guards who were waiting on the scene stepped forward. Once the special handcuffs were put on, all of Wan Mingjie's beast-controlling power was sealed off. In this situation, even if he wanted to summon the beast, it would be impossible for him to do so. These handcuffs are specially used to deal with beastmasters. In full view of the public, the head of the Wan family, who was the top bully in Chongnan, was taken away to jail on the spot. As expected of a diamond beast master, he is firm in what he says and does. Lu Feiyu thought to himself. However, Wan Jiming seemed to be crazy today. He started to act without caring about the consequences. It's really strange. However, this is not something Lu Feiyu should worry about. As the target of attack, at this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Faced with this situation, Lu Feiyu was not afraid and bowed to express his gratitude to the mayor who was standing on the back of the big bird in the sky. Then he walked quickly forward and came to the front of the round table. The space ring on the finger flashed. In an instant, the empty round table was suddenly filled with mountains of resources. A wide variety of special resources, materials of ferocious beasts from the early black iron to the late bronze. Not only are they precious, but the sheer number of them is simply shocking to everyone. All the students below the stage saw that the round table in front of Lu Feiyu was as full of resources as a small mountain. When he thought about what he had gained in the secret realm, he even wanted to find a piece of tofu to kill himself. How come there is such a big gap between them, even though they are all senior high school students? At this moment, Lu Feiyu's understated voice rang out in the silence. There are a lot of resources. I came a little late, but it shouldn't have any impact, right? Chapter 32, Counting the Harvest. Hearing this, a question mark slowly rose in the minds of all the students present. Everyone knows. When I type a question mark, it doesn't mean that I have a problem, but that I think you have a problem. If I'm not a buddy, I'll just act cool when I show up. Once again, the big boss attacked and killed him, but the mayor stepped in to protect him. How come when it comes to the settlement stage, you set up a huge B for everyone again, right? Do you have a little more resources? I think it's more than 100 million. For a while, everyone looked at Lu Feiyu with a bit of weirdness in their eyes. Even Song Tong Lin, who was standing in midair, had a strange look in his eyes. After 40 years of experience, this was the first time he had seen someone who was more pretentious than himself. Only Wang Jintian's old face was smiling as brightly as a blooming chrysanthemum. This is his student. There is honor in it. The admissions officers from various universities standing on the podium looked at each other. There was a little more interest in his eyes. After all, it is rare to find a student who can kill a bronze-level beast on his own within 20 days of awakening his beast-taming talent. At least it met their early admission standards. Even the admissions officers from two top universities, Jingqing University and Huaqing University, who had been drowsy, stood up from their chairs for the first time, watching the heroic young man in the audience with great interest. This kid is quite interesting. The staff behind the round table, seeing the table full of resources, widened their eyes and subconsciously asked, "Are you sure that this is the resource you obtained alone in this secret realm?" It's not that he doesn't believe Lu Feiyu, but there are simply too many of these resources. Moreover, the quality was so high that it didn't seem like something that a student who had just become a beastmaster for less than 20 days could achieve. His professional ethics made him ask this question subconsciously. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Yes, how could he alone obtain so many resources in less than a day? Suddenly, questioning whispers echoed throughout the square. "Oh my God, you are so good at pretending, but you don't even look at your own strength. I am dying of laughter. Does he have any brains? How dare he take out the materials of a late bronze beast? I have an A-level auxiliary training talent, and the Beast Tamer has only just reached the late stage of Black Iron. How can he do that? If this is true, I will do a live broadcast of myself eating shit while standing upside down. Ah Wei, you're here to cheat me out of food and drink again?" Only the students of Changnan No. 1 Middle School remained silent. They looked at the giant black dragon hovering above Lu Feiyu's head. Its ferocious scales were as black as ink, flashing a dark light under the light. As Lu Feiyu's classmates, they knew that Lu Feiyu's beast was a big dog. In other words, Lu Feiyu already has a second beast and has successfully advanced to the bronze realm. Such speed was beyond their reach, and yet they admired it immensely. At the same time, the students of Changnan No. 1 Middle School looked at each other with a little more teasing in their eyes. They couldn't wait to see the stunned expressions of these people when Lu Feiyu summoned the second beast. Looking back on the past, they were always shocked by Lu Feiyu. Now, it was time for them to see how surprised others looked. The senior executives standing on the stage were obviously much calmer. They didn't say much and just waited for Lu Feiyu's explanation. These doubts, Lu Feiyu had expected this. After all, in the eyes of others, he was just a lucky guy with C-level talent who got a powerful beast by chance. Such an achievement is impossible. However, in the secret realm, Lu Feiyu was already prepared to expose everything. He had checked the information before and found that in the history of beast taming, there was more than one person who possessed twin talents. It's just that Lu Feiyu's talent for taming beasts is only slightly stronger. Therefore, faced with doubts, Lu Feiyu did not explain. He just summoned Boss Jean from the beast taming space. After resting in the beast taming space for a while, Boss Jean was still a little sluggish, but its long golden fur has regained its color. Its bronze-level aura was not concealed at all, and it exuded terrifying power and scrupulously. In an instant, the whole audience fell silent again, and everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. What did they see? The second beast. In other words, the people of the same age in front of me. He is actually already a bronze-level beastmaster. At this time, some students vaguely felt that Lu Feiyu's back looked somewhat familiar, and the big golden retriever next to him seemed familiar. After staring for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "It's him!" The sound was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Watching everyone's eyes focused on him, the student who spoke earlier blushed, but still pointed at Lu Feiyu and said, "He was the protagonist of the video from Changnan No. 1 Middle School a few days ago. The handsome one." Almost no one present had not seen that video. But as soon as Lu Feiyu appeared, he was attacked and killed by Wan Mingjie. After the attack, he walked straight to the front. No one else had the chance to see Lu Feiyu's face at all. The ferocious giant dragon above his head has nothing to do with the big dog in the previous video. Therefore, almost no one contacted there. But now, Boss Jean has reappeared. Although the coat color and body shape have changed, the difference is not too big compared to before. Lu Feiyu's extremely handsome face is highly recognizable. All of a sudden, after such a roar. Lu Feiyu, who was already famous among the student community, was recognized by everyone on the spot. Oh my god, it's true! Damn, where's the C-level talent you promised me? You can advance to a higher realm in 20 days. You tell me this is called a C-level talent. You are not my brother. Are you gonna let me live? Not only is he handsome, but he is also so strong. Can you give other male compatriots a chance to live? The one who eats shit while standing upside down, don't leave. Didn't you notice that Lu Feiyu's black-scaled beast looks like a dragon? It has dragon bloodline, and it must be at least S-level. No wonder you get so many resources. I'm impressed. Me too. +1, +2, plus 10,086. In an instant, public opinion suddenly reversed. In the world of beast taming, strength is respected. As long as you show the corresponding strength, then all doubts will be resolved. Is it okay now? Lu Feiyu stroked Boss Jin's head as it leaned over and looked at the staff member slowly. Certainly, the staff member was not a nitpicker. Since Lu Feiyu had demonstrated his strength, he would not refute it. The value of the resources began to be identified one by one on the spot. Low-level special resources, 42 items, with a total value of 700,000 Chinese coins. Black iron-level beast materials, 12 pieces, with a total value of 100,000 Chinese coins. Bronze-level beast materials, 10 pieces, with a total value of 350,000 Chinese coins. As they were talking, the staff member turned his gaze to the only jade box left on the round table, which was larger than a human head. The cost of this jade box alone, I'm afraid it won't be less than 10,000 Chinese yuan. Even though the jade box was tightly closed, he could still feel the extremely abundant fire energy inside the box. That kind of fluctuation doesn't seem like something that can be emitted by low-level resources. Intermediate special resources? The staff member thought about it and slowly opened the jade box under the watchful eyes of everyone. Chapter 33, The Undisputed First. The moment the jade box was opened, a dazzling blue light rose from the box. The blue light was so bright that it even dyed the lights around the square a bright blue. At the same time, the temperature in the square began to rise sharply, and the originally pleasant night breeze suddenly became extremely hot. Moreover, drops of bright blue flames quickly emerged with the jade box as the center and then spread around. Notice something strange? Gongzi immediately closed the jade box and suddenly looked up at Lu Feiyu. There was an uncontrollable surprise in his eyes. Intermediate special resource. The essence of the scorching sun. Market price. The staff member's voice froze for a moment, and he looked around. Then he stood up and said loudly, 1 million Chinese currency. All resources, totaling 2.15 million Chinese currency. Ranked first. As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet square suddenly became noisy like boiling water. What the hell? More than 2 million? The second place only got 400,000, a five-fold difference. A complete crush. No, are you so lucky? The essence of the scorching sun alone is worth 1 million Chinese yuan. I can do it too. Don't be ridiculous, brother. These top-level intermediate resources are all guarded by powerful beasts, and the lowest is a bronze-level beast. If you went in, you would have been turned into feces and excreted by the beast. Besides, they have so many resources, they must have special methods. Don't be jealous. It's not something that ordinary people can do. After a burst of noise, Song Tonglin, who was standing on the back of the red-feathered bird, was the first to applaud. Snap! 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 The moment the crisp applause sounded, it suppressed all the noise. Following his lead, all the leaders and teachers on the podium also applauded. They were also amazed at the surprise this young man brought to them. The students in the audience also clapped their hands. There were even students from Changnan No. 1 Middle School who shouted in the crowd. Lu Feiyu, you are my idol. I want to give birth to a baby for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into laughter. The applause was so loud that it made Lu Feiyu's ears numb. But at the same time, he was also looking forward to it in his heart. What kind of reward will the Changnan officials give him? Song Tonglin was also thinking about the same thing. Originally, the reward agreed upon by these top executives was money. Yes, it is that simple, crude, and reasonable. After all, who doesn't like money? It was agreed at that time that the first-place winner would be rewarded with 1.5 million Chinese yuan. The second place is 800,000 Chinese yuan. Third place, 500,000 Chinese yuan. The fourth and fifth place prizes are 300,000 and 200,000 Chinese yuan respectively. Logically speaking, this reward is extremely generous and reasonable. After all, for a student who has just become a beast master, 1.5 million is a huge sum of money. But right now, this so-called reward is actually not as valuable as the resources Lu Feiyu obtained from the secret realm. How shameful is this? If this gets out, wouldn't his reputation as the mayor of Changnan City be ruined? Thinking of this in his heart, a trace of pain flashed across Song Tonglin's eyes. In that case, you should make up for the missing part yourself. Anyway, this amount of money is nothing to a diamond beast master like him. My mind is made up. Song Tonglin raised his hands and then pressed them down slightly. Suddenly, an invisible aura came over them, and everyone stopped what they were doing and listened quietly to the next words of Changnan's #1 fighter. Lu Feiyu also looked up at the sky, looking forward to his own reward. Ahem, I have to say, your class of students has given me a big surprise. I can say that he is the best student I have ever seen. Having said this, Song Tonglin paused slightly. The students in the audience also applauded out of respect. Lu Feiyu clapped his hands and curled his lips. Mayor Song is strong, but he is too slow in speaking. When we entered the secret realm today, it took them an entire hour. In this regard, Lao Wang is better. He does things without saying much. Moreover, the special resource permissions that Principal Wang promised him at that time were actually 4 low-level resources. However, he did not say it explicitly, and this is what Lu Feiyu heard later. However, the 4 special resources that Lu Feiyu asked for at that time were all intermediate resources. You know, the maximum value of low-level special resources is no more than 100,000 Chinese yuan. Intermediate special resources range from 100,000 to 1 million Chinese currency. However, Lu Feiyu asked for it. Wang Xintian did not hesitate at all and fulfilled his promise on the spot. Think of this. Lu Feiyu looked at Principal Wang's old face on the podium, which was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He felt very friendly no matter how he looked at it. Wang Xintian noticed Lu Feiyu's gaze and gave him a big thumbs up. At the same time, Song Tonglin's speech continued. I even saw my own shadow in some of my classmates. Equally handsome, equally talented. Now I often wonder, if I had sufficient resources when I was young, would I have improved faster? Would I have become stronger? And would my ceiling have been higher? There are no answers to all these questions. Time cannot be reversed. Youth is gone forever. However, as the first comers, we can provide a little help to you who come later. At this point, Mayor Song's tone suddenly became excited. Therefore, the reward for this secret realm exploration is 5th place, 300,000 Chinese currency. 4th place, 600,000 Chinese currency. 3rd place, 1 million Chinese currency. 2nd place, 1.6 million Chinese currency. 1st place, 3 million Chinese yuan. In addition, all contestants will receive an encouragement award of 30,000 Chinese yuan. Hearing this, the students, who had been drowsy due to the long speech, suddenly became excited. They originally thought, this reward has nothing to do with me. Unexpectedly, this year, just participating in the competition will earn you a reward of 30,000 yuan. The official action is indeed generous. Suddenly, thunderous applause resounded through the sky. The sound this time was much more intense than the previous ones. And Lu Feiyu was also clapping loudly in the audience. Mayor Song has given the money. So, is it a problem if he is a little slow? Not at all. No. How can this be called procrastination? This is simply the earnest teaching and expectation of a diamond beast master to a novice beast master. It is the goodwill and help of the mayor to the future backbone of the city. Chapter 34 Recruiting from all parties. The reward is 3 million, plus the 2 million of Lu Feiyu's total resources. The total is 5 million Chinese yuan. Even if we throw away the essence of the scorching sun needed for Boss Gene to evolve, that's also 4 million Chinese yuan, not to mention evolving both beasts again. That would also allow one of them to complete its evolution. In other words, Lu Feiyu will soon have his first SS-level beast. This speed of improvement was in the previous life. That was something Lu Feiyu didn't even dare to think about. He wouldn't even dare to dream of something so exaggerated. It's nice to sit under a big tree and enjoy the shade. Lu Feiyu sighed in his heart. When it comes to cultivating top talent and allocating resources, China is first class in the world. if it weren't for a series of activities organized by the school and Changnan officials. It is estimated that Lu Feiyu is still worried about Boss Jin's first evolution, let alone evolving it to SS level. Thinking of this, an idea in Lu Feiyu's mind became even firmer. Song Tonglin pressed down with both hands again to suppress the deafening sound. His unhurried voice fell from midair again. Okay, I declare this secret realm exploration competition officially over. Everyone evacuated in an orderly and safe manner under the leadership of relevant teachers. The top 5 of this competition are staying for a while. Hearing this, countless envious and jealous eyes fell on Lu Feiyu again. How could they not know? Is it the wish of the admissions officers of top universities to allow the top 5 students like Lu Feiyu to stay? Don't talk about others. Judging from Lu Feiyu's performance alone, it is more than enough for him to be admitted into the top 10 universities in China. Even in China, the 2 top universities will compete to snatch the right to enroll Lu Feiyu. These people, still struggling for the college entrance examination. But Lu Feiyu received the admission letter from a top university in advance. With such a huge gap, how can these students not be envious? While everyone is leaving, Lu Feiyu also took all the resources on the round table back into the space ring. Afterwards, a staff member led him and 4 other award-winning students to the back of the square. After a dark journey, bright yellow lights illuminate the way ahead. A magnificent house came into Lu Feiyu's sight. Komin. The staff opened the door for Lu Feiyu and others and spoke softly. Lu Feiyu took the lead, walked into the house, and took a quick look. There are 2 sofas on the left side of the spacious room. In the front right is a mahogany desk with 2 leatherback chairs in front and back. Right now, the sofas and chairs were already full of people. Seeing someone come in, the conversation suddenly stopped. Countless eyes glanced towards the door. Most of their eyes were fixed on Lu Feiyu's face. Principal Wang, who was sitting on the chair, turned his head and laughed loudly, waving his hand. Feiyu is coming, come quickly. He called Lu Feiyu over, looked at Song Tonglin, who was sitting on another chair, and said with a smile, I don't need to introduce this, Mayor Song. He is the strongest beast master in our city. Lu Feiyu looked at Song Tonglin and bowed to thank him. Thank you, Mayor Song, for saving my life. He just saved himself. Lu Feiyu was not an ungrateful person, so he was naturally polite. Seeing Lu Feiyu act like this, Song Tonglin also smiled and said, That's fine. Protecting the lives and safety of every citizen is my responsibility and obligation as the mayor. You're welcome. The 2 greeted each other. Wang Jintian stood up again and looked at the people sitting on the sofa. These are admissions teachers from various universities. Go and say hello to them. He patted Lu Feiyu on the shoulder like a good principal who cared about his juniors. Lu Feiyu would naturally obey and nodded and said, Hello, teachers. The moment he opened his mouth, a teacher with a mustache stood up and said enthusiastically, It's true that heroes emerge young. Lu Feiyu's performance today really opened my eyes. I, Zhang Jun, on behalf of Magic City University, invite you to join our preparatory class and enjoy a large amount of resources. And, as long as you agree to enroll, the school will give you the right to select 3 intermediate special resources and 1 A-level beast egg every year. At the same time, if you want, you can stay on to teach at the school after graduation, regardless of your academic performance. Magic City University. Lu Feiyu hasn't said anything yet. Several students behind him exclaimed, This is Magic City University. Not only does it have an extremely advantageous geographical location, it is also located in the economic center of China and has extremely broad room for future development. Moreover, the development momentum of Shanghai University has been very good in the past few years, and it is showing a trend of squeezing into the top 5 universities in China. It is almost every student's dream school. The most important thing is, the conditions offered by Magic City University to Lu Feiyu were also extremely generous. First, resources are tilted towards the preparatory classes. Then there is a separate small kitchen. The right to select intermediate special resources 3 times a year and 1 A-level beast egg. Converted down, it is a resource subsidy of nearly 2 million Chinese yuan per year. After 4 years of study, the tuition fee is 8 million, which is close to 10 million Chinese yuan. In addition, Shanghai University also sets strict conditions for Lu Feiyu to stay on campus and teach. This is a compilation. That is to say, from now on, no matter how useless Lu Feiyu is, Magic City University will always give him a meal. This kind of treatment, as they are in the top 5, they dare not even think about it. However, faced with such favorable conditions, Lu Feiyu remained calm. He knew it was just an appetizer. Bigger surprises are yet to come. As expected, after Zhang Jun spoke, several other leaders sitting on the sofas could no longer sit still and stood up to extend invitations on behalf of their schools. Moreover, the content of their invitation is almost the same as that of Shanghai University. Some schools even offer more preferential treatment than Shanghai University. However, for all this, Lu Feiyu just maintained a polite smile, but his eyes were on the 2 teachers who were still sitting on the sofa. Those are representatives from Jingxing University and Huaqing University. These 2 schools. This is the university that Lu Feiyu longs for, although they are both among the top 10 universities in China. However, the hard power of Beijing University and Huaqing University is not at the same level as the other 8 schools. Whether it is the number of secret realms owned or the annual resource cultivation, whether it is the teaching staff or the teaching methods, they are all top-notch in China. However, Jingxing University focuses more on exploring the evolutionary routes of beast taming and studying other beast taming theories. Huaqing University, on the other hand, places more emphasis on practical experience. Seeing that Lu Feiyu was unmoved, the other teachers sighed in their hearts. They just knew that there were Beijing University and Huaqing University. They can't snatch away the real good seedlings. So they sat down again one by one and turned their attention to the 4 students behind Lu Feiyu. Chapter 35. Talent Revealed. The whole audience was shocked. After the rest of the teachers sat down, the teacher from Jingxing University stood up leisurely, looked at Lu Feiyu, and said, "Student Lu Feiyu, your performance has reached the admission standard of my Jingxing University preparatory class. There are no special privileges, only resources that preparatory students should have." At this point, Xiaoyu, the representative teacher of Beijing University, paused for a moment, glanced around, and said proudly, "However, our basic resource allocation alone is equal to or even exceeds the special treatment given to other schools. And you should know that too. My Jingxing University is famous for its beast taming and exploration of evolutionary routes. Every student in the preparatory class has the opportunity to explore the evolutionary routes of beast taming once a year. This opportunity cannot be bought with money. It belongs to Jingxing University." As he spoke, he was full of pride and confidence, almost overflowing. Indeed, the conditions at Capital University would excite any beastmaster. That would be an opportunity to explore the subsequent evolutionary path of the contracted beast. For beastmasters, this is much more useful than any special resources. However, this was of no use to Lu Feiyu. Isn't his eye for promotion much more useful than that patent of Beijing University? There is still a possibility that the other party will fail. However, Lu Feiyu could see the evolutionary route and detailed materials required for each subsequent stage of the beastmanship with just a glance. It's simply a blast. At the same time, the Beastmaster of Huaqing University also stood up and said, "We are similar to Jingxing University, only we have the resources that preparatory students should have. But I can guarantee that as long as you enter our school's preparatory class, you will have opportunities to fight and explore secret places." At this point, all the admissions teachers have informed Lu Feiyu of their special benefits. For a student with only C-level beast taming talent, such conditions and treatment are extremely good. For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Feiyu, looking forward to his choice. Lu Feiyu just smiled and did not choose any college. Instead, he said, "Actually, I have 2 talents for taming beasts." That's right, he planned to announce to the public the fact that he possessed 2 talents for taming beasts. Only in this way can we achieve the maximum resource allocation. He can grow at the fastest speed. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding Lu Feiyu's performance is, in the eyes of all the top leaders, he is just a student with C-level talent for beast taming. It doesn't matter if you cultivate it and use some ordinary resources. But if you want to get the best resources, don't even think about it. Therefore, even though Beijing University and Huaqing University extended olive branches to Lu Feiyu, they only gave him the most basic treatment. Better treatment. It's not like they don't have any. But I feel that Lu Feiyu is not worth it at all. Hear what Lu Feiyu said. The room, which was originally filled with talking, suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Lu Feiyu in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. The admissions teacher from Huaqing University, who had just sat down, suddenly stood up. He jumped in front of Lu Feiyu like a spring, grabbed his hand, and said, "What did you say? Twin talents?" Not just him. Even the admissions teacher from Capital University, who had previously acted indifferent and arrogant, came over at the first opportunity. The pair of cold eyes that were originally there now burst into a burning gaze like a greedy wolf, staring closely at Lu Feiyu. "What level is the second talent? Is it also C-level or something? You know, this is a twin talent. Even if they were two ordinary C-level talents, their combined effects would be no less than those of an ordinary S-level talent. This kind of talent, combined with Lu Feiyu's previous performance in the Secret Realm exploration, it is definitely worth their focus and cultivation." It wasn't just these two teachers who were so excited. The teachers from other schools were equally excited. They no longer cared about the gap between their own schools and Huaqing Capital. They also came to Lu Feiyu and shouted loudly, "Lu Feiyu, I'll give you whatever you want. In Huaqing Capital, you might just be a little genius. But in our school, you are definitely the seed among seeds. All resources are given priority to you, and all difficulties will have to be bypassed in front of you." After all, based on Lu Feiyu's previous performance, they couldn't believe that the other party's second talent was still C-level. At least it would be a B or an A. As for higher, they dare not even think about it. Looking at the excited teachers, Lu Feiyu smiled and continued, "My other talent is not C-level." I heard Lu Feiyu speak again. All the voices were lowered for fear of disturbing him. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Lu Feiyu's mouth, wanting to know the level of Lu Feiyu's second talent at the first time. Lu Feiyu's thin lips moved, and he uttered 3 letters. "SSS. This is the level of my second beast taming talent." As soon as these words came out, the room, which was originally quiet, was now even more silent, as if everything was dead. In such a big room, the SSS from Lu Feiyu's mouth seemed to still echo. For a moment, no one reacted to what Lu Feiyu said. What did they hear? Not C, not B, not A. It's not some S or SS level talent, but it is the legendary SSS level. Throughout the history of beast taming, there have been countless beast tamers. There could be a few SSS level beast masters. Only 2. The first one is at the beginning of the disaster. During a time when ferocious beasts were wreaking havoc on the world, he used his absolute strength to create a piece of pure land for the human race, giving everyone a chance to breathe. This beastmaster is therefore called the Light of Humanity, and there are statues of him in the capitals of almost all countries. The second is their China's current top combat power. With his own strength, he conquered Japan, pacified South Korea, and fought against India, making all the countries around China dare not say a word. Even the Eagle country, far away on the other side of the ocean, has changed its previous arrogance and domineering attitude and become much more respectful towards China. He is currently the 3rd beast tamer with SSS-level beast taming talent, just standing there in front of them alive. In a trance, these people seem to vaguely see the birth of a new legend. After a while, someone finally said in a trembling voice in the silent room, "Lu Feiyu, you are serious? Is this really SSS level? Did you say an extra S?" Faced with doubts, Lu Feiyu could understand. After all, twin talents are rare, and there are only 2 people with SSS-level talents in more than 100 years. At this moment, 2 extremely rare things are happening to him at the same time. If others don't doubt it, then it would be a ghost. Chapter 36, I'm telling you one thing. Don't panic. In fact, it's not just the admissions teachers at these universities. Song Tonglin was originally sitting quietly in a chair, drinking tea leisurely. After hearing the 3 letters Lu Feiyu said, he pouted the tea in his mouth. All of it sprayed on the face of Principal Wang opposite. However, Wang Jintian now has no time to care about this. He wiped his face hastily, shook off the tea, and walked straight towards Lu Feiyu. "Feiyu, is everything you said true?" Wang Jintian's voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with unstoppable anticipation. If what Lu Feiyu said is true, then as the principal, he can be said to be proud and have a great reputation. Not only that, the Chinese government will certainly transfer a large amount of rewards to Changnan No. 1 Middle School. By then, the resources available to teachers and students in the school will be more abundant, and the college entrance examination results in a few dozen days will inevitably undergo a qualitative change. For a principal, this is simply the best reward. Of course it's real, a genuine SSS grade. Lu Feiyu nodded and continued. After I awakened my first beast taming talent, I sold my blood a few times because I was short of money. I felt weak all over, and after falling asleep, I discovered that I had awakened my second beast taming talent. He delivered the speech he had prepared. Hearing this, Wang Jintian nodded. That's right. Most beast masters with twin talents awaken their second talent a few days after awakening their first talent. As for the determination of the level of beast taming talent, Wang Jintian looked at the teachers and gave a convincing opinion. Talent Stone, one test will reveal the truth. Once this was said, it was recognized by everyone. The Talent Stone is the orthodox method of judging the talent of a beast master in the beast taming world. It not only has the effect of stimulating the talents of the beast master, but can also emit different lights according to the different levels of beast master talents. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple correspond to E to SS level talents respectively. As for the highest level, SSS, it has 7-color light, as brilliant as a rainbow. It just so happens that I have the gift stone right here. Yang Xiaoyao, an admissions teacher at Huaqing University, said immediately. A faint light flashed on his fingers, and a fist-sized jade stone suddenly appeared in his hand. Although the gift stone is precious, but he is an admissions teacher at a top university. It is normal to carry a talent stone with you. Come. As he spoke, Yang Xiaoyao looked at Lu Feiyu with burning eyes and handed the talent stone in his hand to him. At this moment, Yang Xiaoyao looked at Lu Feiyu as if he was looking at a rare treasure. There is no longer the indifferent attitude of you can come or not come. It's up to you as before. Lu Feiyu took the talent stone, and it felt cold to the touch. This is not the first time he has touched this thing. I know exactly how to trigger it. He clenched the talent stone in his hand. After a while, a slight warming sensation came from the palm of my hand. Lu Feiyu could feel a strange and gentle energy spreading from the palm of his hand to his limbs and bones. Then, a dim yellow light shone through the fingertips, emitting a faint fluorescence in the room. C-level talent. Seeing this result, no one was surprised at all. After all, it is well known that Lu Feiyu's talent in taming beasts is at level C. What they are looking forward to is the next changes. However, in the nervous and expectant eyes of everyone, the talent stone in Lu Feiyu's hand didn't change at all. Even the dim yellow light was visibly fading. Seeing this scene, it was not just others who felt strange. There were even some people present who looked at Lu Feiyu with a hint of disappointment and contempt in their eyes. What is disappointing is that they in China have lost a peerless seed with SSS-level talent. What I despise is that this young man in front of me would actually tell such a lie that could be easily exposed. He is so stupid. Even Lu Feiyu was extremely surprised. After all, his second beast taming talent is a genuine SSS-level talent. That powerful effect cannot be faked. Could it be? Lu Feiyu had a guess in his mind. The system used its great power to cover up the detection of the talent stone. After all, in terms of status, his Beast Master system is hundreds of times higher than the talent stone. If the system intentionally concealed it, then it was normal that the talent stone could not show his second talent. However, since I have the idea in my mind, Lu Feiyu also roughly knew how to solve this problem. You hide, and I expose myself. As his mind moved, the power to tame beasts surged around him like waves, and a light flashed in his eyes. The Eye of Promotion is activated without hesitation. At the moment when the beast taming talent is activated, the yellow light at Lu Feiyu's fingertips suddenly became brighter. The originally dim yellow light became bright and dazzling. It seemed that what Lu Feiyu was holding in his hand was not a gift stone, but a sun. After the yellow light became bright, there were countless other colors jumping and shuttling in Lu Feiyu's hands, illuminating the entire room. The colorful light passed through Lu Feiyu's palm, painting the huge room with gorgeous rainbow colors. Everyone's face was sparkling with this light. The look in their eyes when they looked at Lu Feiyu changed several times. Yang Xiaoyao, the person in charge of Huaqing University, was even more direct. He immediately walked out of the room, took out his mobile phone, and started dialing the president of Huaqing University. Beep, beep, beep. There were a few soft rings on the phone, and then it was connected. Before Yang Xiaoyao could say anything, the energetic voice of the president of Huaqing University came from the phone. You better be busy if you come to me so late at night. As he was speaking, the roar of a ferocious beast that shook the earth and sky came from the cell phone. Yang Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Knowing that the principal was busy, he said, I'm telling you one thing. Don't panic. Hearing this, a few chuckles came from the phone and said arrogantly, "There is nothing in this world that can make me panic. Changnan has a student with twin talents." Yang Xiaoyao continued. The tone of the voice in the phone remains unchanged. "Is there any need to ask? Can't you just give him the best resources to recruit? Does Hua Qing lack those resources?" "You." Before Xiongming could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yang Xiaoyao. Because he had seen the person in charge of Jingxing University also come out, he quickly said, "His second talent is SSS-Level." Boom! The roaring sound came from the phone again. At the same time, Xiongming's panicked voice. "Xiaoqing, get rid of it quickly, quick. Yang Xiao, you must keep this student for me. I will come to Changnan right away and talk to you in person." Muskeepit. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was hung up, not giving Yang Xiaoyao any chance to speak. Yang Xiaoyao looked at the beeping phone in his hand and smiled bitterly. In his 10 years of work, he had never seen Principal Xiongming so panicked. Chapter 37, The two principals have arrived. Listen to the beeping sound echoing in the phone. A bitter smile crossed Yang Xiaoyao's lips. He did not leave, but waited quietly for the person in charge of Jingxing University to finish the call. As expected, the principal was also very anxious and was about to come to Changnan to negotiate the terms in person. After the two finished their conversation, they looked at each other, their eyes revealing complicated thoughts. "I thought that their visit to Changnan this time was just a formality. After all, it's just a small prefecture-level city. Even in 10 years, it may not be possible to produce a top student who can enter the preparatory class of Huaqing University or Jingxing University. But they didn't expect that Lu Feiyu could give them such a big surprise. As for the heads of other universities, they had no intention of notifying their own schools at all. Because they know only those two universities are qualified to accept this kind of top talent and top student. Other schools are not qualified and do not deserve it. They are not worthy of training a top talent like Lu Feiyu." Inside the house, Lu Feiyu was invited to sit down in a leather chair. The soft backrest allowed his tense body to relax a little. Then Song Tonglin personally made him a cup of hot tea. The mist is thick and the fragrance is strong. It seems that it is not an ordinary thing. Lu Feiyu took a sip and immediately felt refreshed. All the fatigue from the day's continuous fighting was swept away. "Nice one," he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, things are different after revealing one's talent. When I came in before, how could I get hot tea to drink? There wasn't even a place to sit. Now, I am sitting in a comfortable leatherback chair and drinking hot tea of unknown value. Moreover, this tea was brewed by Song Tonglin himself. It was such an honor to have the mayor of a city, a diamond-level beastmaster, personally make tea for himself. Just thinking about it, Lu Feiyu felt relaxed all over. And behind Lu Feiyu, Wang Shuiyu was looking at Lu Feiyu's back with a complicated expression. She finally knew. Why did I lose to such a previously unknown student? It turns out he has more than just twin talents. One of the talents is of the extremely rare SSS level. This gap in talent is enough to erase the gap in resources. Even once this talent is exposed, the top resources that Lu Feiyu will be able to access in the future will be several times better than those she, the only daughter of the Wang group, has. So, it is conceivable that the gap between her and Lu Feiyu will become bigger and bigger. When Wang Shuyu thought of this, her fair cheeks puffed up slightly, and for the first time, she felt admiration for her peers. It's not just him. The other students present all looked at Lu Feiyu with admiration and respect. If it weren't for the teachers, principals, and mayors from various universities being present, I'm afraid they will all be scrambling to cling to Lu Feiyu's thigh. Let me ask you, is there any thigh in the world thicker and stronger than Lu Feiyu's? That's an SSS level talent, and it's a twin talent, if nothing unexpected happens. Lu Feiyu has almost secured the spot as the strongest person in the past 100 years. While Lu Feiyu was drinking tea, there was a sound from the door. Yang Xiaoyao and the other man came over with complicated expressions and said in unison, "Feiyu, wait here for a moment. The principal will be here soon." Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yang Xiaoyao and the other man with surprise. These are the presidents of Huaqing University and Jingxing University. In the world of beast taming, it is impossible to serve as the head of a school without sufficient strength. Or rather, in any unit, the person with the most power is almost always the strongest person in the unit. This is, after all, a world where great power belongs to itself. Strength is power. The two principals are both genuine how-you-level beast masters. He has almost reached the pinnacle of beast masters in the world. After all, there have been sun-level beast masters from ancient times to the present. Only two. Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. Those two beast masters both possess SSS-level beast taming talents. That is to say, unless there are any accidents. The next sun-level beast master is Lu Feiyu. It seems so. It is not difficult to understand that the two principals rushed to Changnan City for Lu Feiyu at the same time, although they're usually busy with affairs and have a lot of things to do. But right now, is there anything more important than Lu Feiyu? After thinking for a moment, the other admission students withdrew their gazes from Lu Feiyu. As for this person, they don't need to even think about it, as they will definitely not be able to recruit him. But the other students in Changnan City are still confident that they can win. On the other side, in the deepest part of Changnan Prison, from the dark cell, there was the sound of Wang Jiaming with disheveled hair, red eyes, and looking like a wild beast. He stared fixedly at the empty space ahead, as if expecting something. Suddenly, in front of the cell bars, a figure slowly emerged from the originally empty area. Seeing this scene, Wang Jiaming's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't care about the wounds on his body and rushed forward with his hands and feet. The cold and hard handcuffs and leg irons made sharp clashing sounds. The barbs on the surface of the chain pierced his skin in an instant, causing blood to flow all over the ground. However, Wang Jiaming didn't care about all this at all. He just looked at the man in black robe with his red eyes. The two stared at each other, and after a moment the man in black robe slowly spoke. "Your performance has disappointed the church." His voice was like the sound of rusty iron sheets rubbing back and forth, hoarse and unpleasant. Hearing this, the red in Wang Jiaming's eyes became even redder, and saliva from his mouth kept dripping because of anger. He sacrificed his many years of hard work for the 10,000 Beast sect. Sacrificed his son's life. The only thing I got in return was disappointment. How could he not be angry? The man in black robe ignored his performance and continued. "Because of you, the church's plans have to be advanced. But the beast god is merciful and is willing to give you a chance to make amends. Tonight, kill Lu Feiyu. Use his blood to please the beast god." As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand hidden in his black robe. He used his fingers as a knife, leaving a shadow in the air. Gong! There were two crisp sounds, and the handcuffs and shackles broke. These shackles were enough to easily lock up a diamond beast master. But in the hands of the man in black, they were as brittle as paper. Such power! It was not something a beast master could possess. Instead, it was like the power of some ancient wild beast. Do all this. The man in black robe threw a bottle of red potion into Wang Jiaming's hand. "Drink this, and you will gain power comparable to that of a diamond beast master. Of course, your beast will die in an instant. You already knew all this, didn't you?" With a chilling sneer, the figure of the man in black robe slowly disappeared. Chapter 38, Horrible Reward. Secret Plaza, inside Zaos. In the huge room, only Lu Feiyu and an old man were sitting opposite each other. Lu Feiyu looked at the old man sitting opposite him. His hair and beard were completely white, and his face was covered with wrinkles, just like the ravines on the Lust Plateau. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he was dozing off. The whole person looks like an ordinary old man entering his twilight years. Lu Feiyu found it hard to imagine. This is the current president of Jingxing University, how you a level beast master, Han Shoujing. Lu Feiyu looked at Han Shoujing. Han Shoujing was also looking at Lu Feiyu. After a moment, he raised a finger and said with a smile, "God bless Hina. I won't talk about empty stuff. I'll talk about the real stuff. Admit to my capital university, and you will be rewarded with an S-level beast egg immediately, without any delay. Every time you get promoted, the school will reward you with a beast egg, starting at the lowest level A. Also, there are 5 opportunities to select intermediate special resources every semester. If you need, you can exchange 5 opportunities to select intermediate special resources for 1 advanced special resource. And don't worry, for every beast you contract, our school will have someone special to predict its future evolutionary path and ensure that it evolves perfectly." After he finished speaking, his slightly narrowed eyes widened slightly. A frightening light flashed in his eyes, and he leaned forward slightly, looked at Lu Feiyu and said, "How about it? Even if Huaqing University comes, I guarantee they can't give me anything better than me." Han Shoujing's tone was full of confidence. Apart from anything else, That is an S-level Beast Tamer egg, and it also comes with a perfect evolutionary path. He didn't believe that there was any beast master in this world who could resist such temptation. Moreover, such a generous reward. Only his capital university could afford it. After all, they specialize in the beast taming route and the cultivation of various beast taming eggs, and a large number of beast taming eggs are piled up in the warehouse. Therefore, even the extremely rare S-level beast egg, he can also afford it at Beijing University and Huaqing University. Just a bunch of reckless men. Han Shoujing couldn't help but chuckle when he thought of his old friend's furious reaction when he found out that the person had been poached by him. To be honest, facing this condition, Lu Feiyu was indeed very moved. He doesn't care about other things. But Lu Feiyu couldn't help but care about this S-level beast egg. For the beast eggs, S-level is almost the limit. If you're talking about A-level beast eggs, you could buy them on the market if you are rich and powerful. Then, S-level beast eggs are exclusive to the top privileged people. Even if you spend tens of millions of Chinese yuan, you may not be able to see an S-level beast egg, let alone buy it. You can say that. In the whole of China, the number of S-level beast eggs that appear every year can be counted on one hand. It can be seen how rare and precious it is. And Han Shoujing, as soon as he opened his mouth, he took all the beast eggs for Lu Feiyu for the rest of his life. It even contains an S-level beast egg. Such a display of wealth. No matter who comes, no one would not be moved. What's more, Lu Feiyu's mythical blood pool allows him to evolve the beast immediately after contracting it. That is to say, just join Qizhong University, Lu Feiyu's third beast. One contract would start with SS-level qualifications. With such an improvement, he simply couldn't imagine how strong and happy he would be in the future. And one step ahead leads to many steps ahead. As long as Lu Feiyu maintains his absolute number one status. Then he believed that the Chinese government would never be stingy with him in the future. Maybe there is a chance to obtain S-level beast eggs. However, he did not respond to Han Shoujing. After all, the president of Huaqing University hasn't arrived yet, so why should I be in such a hurry? When buying clothes, you have to compare prices from 3 different stores. When choosing a university, you need to consider a lot. No problem. Lu Feiyu gave himself a thumbs up in his heart for his cleverness. Seeing that Lu Feiyu didn't say anything, Han Shoujing, who was sitting opposite him, became a little anxious. This is a beast master with SSS-level talent. Still twin talents. A student with such qualifications would never be admitted to Huaqing University even if he did not enter Beijing University. Otherwise, if this gets out, Beijing University will be inferior to Huaqing University forever. This was unacceptable to Han Shoujing, who regarded the development of Jingqing University as his lifelong career. Therefore, he continued in a hurried tone. Well, I'll make the decision. Your monthly basic resource allocation for the preparatory class will be doubled. With such resource allocation, don't even mention that you are only a bronze beastmaster now. Even if you are a golden beastmaster, this is more than enough. Feiyu, our Jingqing University, is really sincere. Han Shoujing's sincere words echoed in the house. This old man standing at the top of China was looking at Lu Feiyu with eyes full of expectation. He is right. Students in the preparatory class of Jingqing University enjoy a resource ration of 5 bottles of spiritual marrow water every month. This spiritual water is a unique resource of Capital University. It is the essence extracted from countless spirit beast stones. The energy contained in even the lowest level of spirit marrow water is comparable to the energy contained in hundreds of spirit beast stones. 5 bottles, double that, that's 10 bottles. The energy contained within it is equivalent to thousands of spirit beast stones. The market price alone is over 2 million Chinese yuan. Furthermore, the energy in the spiritual marrow water is purer and easier to be absorbed by the beast tamer, thus having an excellent auxiliary effect on the beast tamer's practice. 1 bottle is enough for a bronze-level beastmaster to practice for a month under extremely abundant conditions, which is equivalent to 3 months of hard training under normal conditions. This thing, due to its high technical requirements, is basically only circulated within Beijing University. In the outside world, no matter how rich you are, you can't buy it even if you want to. Principal Han, this. Lu Feiyu spoke hesitantly. It's not that he lacks determination, it's just that the other party gave too much. What are you still hesitating about? S-level beast eggs. Spiritual marrow water. Which one of these things can Huaqing University give you? Seeing Lu Feiyu finally give in, a hint of joy flashed in Han Shoujing's eyes, and he said while the iron was hot. However, at this moment, a cold snore came from outside the door. Then with a creaky sound, the door was pushed open. In an instant, the strong smell of blood filled Lu Feiyu's nostrils. He turned his head and saw a burly, bearded middle-aged man walking towards him with a stern face. On its shoulder, a majestic little bird, as green as a bamboo and with a colorful tail, stood obediently. A light flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes, and the information of this beast immediately came into view. Race, Xiangyin Failwan. Attribute sound, talent level, SS. Realm, Bright Moon level 3. Skills, Sound of Peace, epic. Flying Yuan true form, epic. Godspeed, epic. Wail of Annihilation, epic. Evaluation, I like to hear it sound. Chapter 39, Only Children Make Choices. I want them all. SS-Level qualification. 4 epic skills. The strength of Haoyue level 3. With just one glance, Lu Feiyu confirmed the identity of the person. A beast master of this strength could come to Changnan in the middle of the night. To be narcissistic, he must have come here for Lu Feiyu. Then, the identity of this man is about to be revealed. The president of Huaqing University, Xiong Meng. Just by listening to his name, you can tell that this man is fierce and fierce. An absolute practical person. Just talking about combat strength, Xiong Meng is definitely better than Han Shoujing. It can even be ranked among the top 5 or even top 3 in the whole of China. But at this moment, Xiong Meng's face did not look good. After all, he had just wiped out a tide of beasts and had rushed over to snatch people without even changing his clothes, and he hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Then he heard Han Shoujing arranging Huaqing University at the door. Who can endure this? He slowly approached Han Shoujing with a sullen face, and the smell of blood on his body became stronger and stronger. Seeing his expression, Han Shoujing smiled and was not afraid. After all, the two of them had been friends for many years. He looked at Xiong Meng and said, "Why? Is there something wrong with what I said? Every profession has its own specialty. When it comes to resource allocation and beast control, Huaqing University is not as good as Jingqing University." Hearing this, Xiong Meng's face became even uglier. He couldn't refute it yet. After all, what they said was true. Holding his anger, Xiong Meng didn't want to lose his composure in front of the student with SSS-level talent for beast taming. He suppressed the urge to punch Han Shoujing, pulled the sofa next to him, and sat down. Boom! When he sat down, he was like a brown bear lying down, and he almost broke the sofa. It can be seen that Xiong Meng was indeed feeling a little uncomfortable. He looked at Lu Feiyu and did not deny Han Shoujing's words, but told him the reward he could bring to Lu Feiyu. There are all kinds of unexplored rare secret places. As long as you want and as long as you dare, you can always be the first person to enter. Also, our school will arrange a lot of field training and actual combat training for you and your beast. I guarantee that you can become the strongest person in actual combat in your realm. At the same time, our school also has the most advanced holographic simulation technology. There, you can fight against others to your heart's content, exert your full strength, and not be afraid of causing any losses. Even if it is a skill with negative effects, its effect can be replicated one-to-one in the holographic technology, and the beast will not be damaged in any way. Speaking of this, Xiong Meng glanced at Han Shoujing and said again, "This technology is unique in the world, and even Jingqing University doesn't have it. Of course, our school will also provide you with beast eggs, but there is a high probability that there will be no S-level beast eggs. Special resources are 5 pieces per semester." Hear the reward offered by Xiong Meng. Lu Feiyu's heart trembled again. As expected of one of the strongest universities in China, the rewards offered are truly generous. The first right to explore the secret realm. You must know that every secret realm, when it appeared at the beginning of the beast taming world, had already been growing in the cracks of space for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. You can imagine how rich the resources are? Therefore, the first group of people who explore the new secret realm only need to be strong enough. It is entirely possible to obtain a large amount of resources that have long disappeared from the world in the secret realm. For example, S-level beast eggs, or various high-level, or even top-level special resources. Compared directly with Beijing University, the rewards offered by Huaqing University are more uncertain and have a higher upper limit. As for the holographic simulation technology, Lu Feiyu was also very envious. After all, his current beasts all possess a powerful skill with a negative effect. If there is help of holographic simulation technology, Lu Feiyu can fully understand the effect and sequelae of this skill without damaging the beast's body, and will be more confident in battle. Even more, the skills are used more. The Beast Tamer might have more resistance to negative effects, and the time it spends in a weakened state might be reduced. Well, the rewards given by the two principles echoed in his mind, and Lu Feiyu sighed in his heart. I want them all. What should I do? Can Lu Feiyu be blamed for being too greedy? No blame at all. It's really because the two people on the opposite side gave too much. Lu Feiyu was hesitating when suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. No, I have an SSS-level beast taming talent and a twin talent. With this qualification, even if I make some excessive demands, I'm sure the two principals won't blame me, hee. My thoughts stop here. Lu Feiyu no longer hesitated. His eyes turned to the two principals, and his lips slowly opened. Seeing Lu Feiyu was about to speak, Han Shoujing and Xiong Ming sat up straight at the same time, staring at Lu Feiyu without blinking. His eyes were full of anticipation. This is an SSS-level Beastmaster with twin talents. What university wouldn't want that? Before the disaster, Jingqing University and Huaqing University were ranked as the top universities in China. After the disaster, the two schools always wanted to suppress each other, but they just couldn't do it. Right now, Lu Feiyu is their magic weapon to suppress the opponent. Looking at the two principals' expectant eyes, Lu Feiyu felt more at ease. He slowly spoke. Principal, you don't want others to know that you have failed to rob people from the other school, right? Hearing this, the two principals looked confused and looked at each other, both seeing big question marks in each other's eyes. However, at this time Lu Feiyu continued. The conditions offered by both principals are very good. I like them all too. However, with any school you choose, there is bound to be a principal who will be sad and upset. This is something I don't want to see. So I had a little idea. Having said that, Lu Feiyu paused for a moment. Seeing that the curiosity of the two principals had reached its peak, he continued. That is to say, is there a possibility? Can I have both? Can I be a student of two schools at the same time? What do you think? Hearing this, Xiong Ming and Han Shoujing looked at each other again. They really didn't expect that Lu Feiyu could actually say such a thing. You young people do have very avant-garde ideas. Well, Han Shoujing groaned and glanced at Xiong Ming, and found that the other party was also in deep thought. After a moment, Xiong Ming raised his head, looked at Han Shoujing, and nodded. He just thought that such a talented student was a blessing from God to China. Naturally, we have to give the other party the best resources. His Huaqing University is indeed the best in China in some areas. But in some aspects, it is indeed not as good as Beijing University. Of course, the other party is the same. In this case, why not have the two universities work together to train Lu Feiyu in their respective strongest areas? To create a Beastmaster who is invincible in the world. Chapter 40 Assassination. Seeing Xiong Ming nodded, Han Shoujing also felt relieved. What he was most worried about before was that Lu Feiyu resolutely chose Huaqing University and abandoned Beijing University. If so, in the eyes of the world, Beijing University, to which he devoted his entire life, must be one level lower than Huaqing University. Otherwise, then why did Lu Feiyu choose Huaqing University instead of Jingqing University? At present, Lu Feiyu is enrolled in two universities at the same time, although it is not as good as entering Keizhou University alone. But it's not the worst. Even purely from the perspective of training Beastmasters, from Lu Feiyu's perspective, this is indeed the best choice. Therefore, Han Shoujing also nodded. After all, they're young people. Their ideas are much more advanced than those of us old folks. Then do as you say. You spend your first year at Jingqing University, your second year at Huaqing University, and repeat this process. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu was extremely surprised. He had only made a small suggestion. Even be prepared to be rejected. However, Han Shoujing agreed directly without even stating the conditions. Lu Feiyu had previously thought that even if the two principals agreed to his somewhat presumptuous request, that will also reduce the original resource allocation to a certain extent. But unexpectedly, Han Shoujing didn't even mention it. It seems that the other party has reached the position of principal because he has both magnanimity and tolerance. However, Han Shoujing agreed, but Xiong Ming was not happy. He stood up suddenly and looked at Han Shoujing with a nervous frown. Seeing his attitude, Lu Feiyu suddenly became nervous again, fearing that something unexpected might happen with the admission. Why should I spend my first year at your Jingxing University? No way. Lu Feiyu's first year must be at Huaqing University. I need to train his combat awareness to the point where I don't have to correct it later. Xiongming frowned and spoke loudly. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu let out a long sigh. It turned out to be because of this dispute. No matter where you study in your first year, Lu Feiyu doesn't really care. Anyway, the resources are distributed at the same time, so he gets 2 portions. Hey, combat awareness? Without theoretical knowledge, blindly practicing is simply stupid. The 2 powerful principals were actually arguing in this small conference room over which school Lu Feiyu should go to in his first year. Lu Feiyu even saw it clearly. Veins bulged on Xiongming's forehead, his cheeks turned red, and saliva flew everywhere. A pair of hands were tumbling back and forth in the air, as if they were about to start a fight if they disagreed with each other. And Han Shoujing was still sitting on the chair. But from his flushed face, it can be seen that he is also arguing. It's just the sound, which is much quieter than that of a middle-aged man like Xiongming. Therefore, we lost a few points in momentum. At this moment, the 2 principals did not look like people in high positions, but rather like vendors quarreling over a few cents in the vegetable market. Lu Feiyu sat on a chair, watching the quarrel between the 2 bosses quietly, and even silently gave them scores in his heart. On the other side, Wan Jiming had already swallowed all the red potion. A blood-red liquid flows in the throat. Not only does it not have the slightest fishy smell, but it also has a hint of fruity sweetness. However, the moment the liquid falls into the stomach, Wan Jiming's body suddenly stiffened, and a lot of blood gushed out of his ears, nose, and mouth. The whole person looked as hideous as a demon crawling out of hell. Great pain roams throughout the body, especially his head. Wan Jiming felt as if there were millions of ice cones shuttling back and forth in his brain. Cold and painful. Moreover, he could also feel that the beast taming contract deep in his soul was rapidly dissipating. The intimacy of being connected by blood and sharing weal and woe suddenly disappeared. He could even vaguely hear the painful roar of the beast he had contracted in the beast taming space. The wailing sound, like the howling of a ghost, made his whole body cold. Then, a surge of murderous intent surged into my heart. Wan Jiming's eyes, which were originally red, now turned redder, as if they were about to drip blood. That's enough. Stop arguing. He roared and threw his hands forward. Bang! A loud noise came from the front, which made Wan Jiming slightly more conscious. Seeing the scene in front of him, his blood-red pupils suddenly contracted. It was seen that the prison door, which was made of fine steel and had special effects, had a big hole in it. Countless steel chips dripped from the hideous round hole, like sticky blood. Only then did Wan Jiming discover it. Every part of his body was filled with unimaginable strength and power. Now, with every move he made, he had the power of a diamond-level beastmaster attacking with all his strength. Feel this. A hideous smile appeared on Wan Jiming's lips, and drops of blood dripped down his gums, staining the space between his teeth red. He didn't care about the rust in his mouth, and just whispered, Lu Feiyu, Song Tonglin, wait for me. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. At this moment, his voice was as unpleasant as that of the man in black robe, like the sound of iron being pulled. As he spoke, he bent his legs. Then the muscles on the calves bulged high like hills. The whole person was ejected with immense force, and his speed was comparable to a high-speed flying sniper bullet. Wan Jiming also discovered during the raid. This Changnan prison is eerily quiet. It seemed as if everyone had fallen into a coma. But it's better this way. It's more suitable for him to attack and kill Lu Feiyu. Thinking of what Lu Feiyu did, there was a flash of murderous intent in Wan Jiming's blood-red eyes, and he rushed towards the secret square. The physical fitness of a diamond-level beast. With all his might, in just a few minutes, Wan Jiming crossed half the city and arrived not far from the meeting room in his memory. As soon as he thought about it, his whole body floated in the air. It was as if something was holding him up from underneath. Standing in the air, Wan Jiming had a better view and could clearly see the scene in the conference room. The 2 middle-aged and elderly people were spitting at each other, and Lu Feiyu was watching them quarreling with great interest. Is Song Tonglin not here? Ha! How lucky we are. I don't think these 2 old guys have much strength, so let them be buried with Lu Feiyu. As he spoke, Wang Jiming lowered his body and rushed downwards. The speed was so fast that even waves of sound burst out in the air. The loud noise immediately made everyone in the conference room look out the window. Wang Jiming also caught the clear surprise in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Seeing this surprised and confused look, Wang Jiming suddenly felt happy. You couldn't have expected what would happen today. Wang Jiming, will kill you on the spot at the highlight moment of your life. To avenge my son's blood. Chapter 41, Isn't he always so brave? Lu Feiyu was indeed surprised. I am also very confused. He simply couldn't imagine what was going on in Wang Jiming's mind. Is it paste or feces? How dare he assassinate me right under the noses of two high-level Beastmasters? No. Song Tong Lin, a Diamond Beastmaster, was able to suppress Wang Jiming so that he could not move. What's more, what about the Haoyue Beastmaster who is 2 levels higher? Who gave him the courage and confidence? Was it Fish Liang? I'm afraid that in the eyes of Han Shoujing and Xiong Ming, Wang Jiming is not even a big bug. When Xiong Ming and Han Shoujing saw someone suddenly attacking them, a hint of surprise also flashed in their eyes. It has been a long time since they were ambushed by others, because all those who attacked them before were killed without a burial place. Interesting, Xiong Ming was a veteran after all, and his reactions were extremely quick. Almost at the moment Wang Jiming set off, the Xiangyin Feiwan on his shoulder burst into a clear cry. The clear sound is pleasant to the ears, just like the sound of nature. The notes became physical, completely covering the entire conference room. Lu Feiyu only felt a warmth coming from all directions, and his whole mood suddenly became extremely peaceful. And he could still feel it. In the field of musical notes, my physical fitness has actually improved greatly. The sense of crisis caused by being targeted by Wang Jiming was also relieved in an instant. A group-enhancing skill? Not bad. Lu Feiyu sighed secretly in his heart. With the presence of 2 great Haoyue Beast Tamers, he was not worried about his own safety at all. Kiden. At Xiong Ming's command, Xiangyin Feiwan's figure transformed into a green light in midair and flew out. Kong. The speed of Xiangyin Feiwan is even faster than the sound of breaking glass. When the sound of glass breaking and falling to the ground was heard, Li Vei Si Then Li Sao. One musical note after another transformed into short swords and attacked Wang Jiming's figure in the air. In midair, Wang Jiming's body suddenly stopped moving forward. He then held his head with both hands. The meridians in his body ran around on his surface like little snakes, as if he would explode and die at any time. At the same time, Xiangyin Feiwan flapped its wings and directly swept Wang Jiming's twisted body into the gap between its wings and body. After controlling Wang Jiming, Feiwan flew backwards and returned to the conference room. He threw Wang Jiming, who had already fainted, to the ground casually. His body hit the cold ground hard. The intense impact and pain made Wang Jiming open his eyes in an instant. However, the scene he saw made him eyes widen with anger. He saw his long-cherished enemy, Lu Feiyu, leaning over and looking at him with a mocking look on his face. The middle-aged man next to him asked with a strange look on his face, "Has he always been this brave? I thought he had some strength, daring to kill someone in front of me, but this is his level." On the shoulders of middle-aged people, a bluebird, only the size of a palm, chirped softly, as if echoing its owner's words. The blue bird exuded a terrifying aura that made Wang Jiming dare not move. He remembered that he was knocked unconscious by a random attack from the bluebird. That kind of terrifying power. It reminded him of the scene when he first saw the man in black robes several years ago. Just as powerful, equally difficult to resist. Hearing Xiao Ming talking, Lu Feiyu didn't know how to respond. If you want to know, the person opposite is the leader of the biggest gang in Changnan. Others thought that all the people in Changnan City were fools, and how could such a person be allowed to become a gangster boss? Han Shoujing also stood up, took a closer look at Wang Jiming, and said casually, "He's just an abandoned child of the 10,000 Beasts cult. There's nothing good about him. He drank some low-quality blood-stimulating medicine, and his brain doesn't work well anymore. I guess he heard about Lu Feiyu's talent from somewhere and wanted to kill him in advance." Hearing this, Xiong Ming took over the conversation. "Yeah, with Feiyu's talent, assassination is a must. Look at you. Your reaction is so slow. How are you going to take care of him? So, you have to spend your first year at Huaqing University. No argument." Upon hearing this, Han Shoujing wanted to argue again. But looking at Wang Jiming falling to the ground, unable to resist, he let out a long sigh. After all, I was slow to react. Now I really can't argue with it. So he waved his hand and said, "It's up to you. I'm your elder after all. You really don't give me any face at all." Xiongming automatically ignored the second half of his words, excitedly hugged Lu Feiyu, and said happily, "Okay, from today on, you will be a member of my Huaqing preparatory class. When can I report?" Lu Feiyu thought for a moment and responded, 3 days later. Hearing this, Xiongming's eyes lit up and he patted Lu Feiyu's shoulder hard. "Good boy. You are decisive. I like it." Wang Jieming, who fell to the side, looked at the three people chatting and laughing, and couldn't help thinking about the three ultimate questions in his life. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? I am clearly the assassin. So why do the three people on the opposite side ignore me? Even if you are dealing with a stray dog on the roadside, isn't it much more serious than treating yourself? Thinking like this, that crazy and bloodthirsty murderous intent once again filled Wang Jieming's mind. He flipped over and was about to pounce on Lu Feiyu, wanting to die with him. However, at this moment, Xiongming, who was standing next to Lu Feiyu, kicked him casually and sent him flying backwards. "Xiaoqing, let him wake up." Then, Xiongming gave the order. Suddenly, the clear sound of birdsong filled the entire conference room. The notes condensed into substance and brushed across Wang Jieming's body inch by inch. The blood color in his eyes faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until the restoration of Qingming. "Tell me, how did you get involved with the 10,000 Beasts cult?" Xiongming pulled a chair over, sat down with his horse and golden sword, and asked. However, he had just finished saying this. The blood vessels in Wang Jieming's body suddenly expanded, and black blood gushed out of his mouth and nose uncontrollably. Bang! Almost in the blink of an eye, Wang Jieming's body exploded, and a large amount of blood mist and minced meat splattered everywhere. The stench of blood immediately filled the conference room. Fortunately, Xiangyin Feiwan summoned out the musical note field in time. There wasn't even a trace of blood on the three of them. TSK. The cult of beasts always does things so disgustingly. Xiongming sat up from his chair in disgust. The most annoying thing is that these people are everywhere. Lu Feiyu also took this opportunity to ask, "Principal, what is this 10,000 Beasts cult?" This force is only briefly introduced in the textbooks. As an ordinary person in his previous life, Lu Feiyu had no idea about the 10,000 Beasts sect. I didn't expect it. Even the extremely powerful Wang Jieming was just their abandoned pawn. No wonder Wang Jieming and even the entire Wang family have been so crazy recently. Chapter 42, Shopping Spree. An extreme anti-human organization whose purpose is to hunt down geniuses from various countries, organize beast tides, and carry out terrorist attacks. Xiongming gave a brief introduction and continued. With a talent like yours, you'll probably have to deal with the 10,000 Beasts cult. But it doesn't matter. I and the school are here to protect you. How can a force living in the gutter make any waves? As he spoke, Xiongming looked at Han Shoujing and said, "Take care of the child. I want to see how many rats from the 10,000 Beasts cult there are in Changnan." As soon as the words fell, Xiongming's figure suddenly disappeared in the conference room. Still so impatient, Han Shoujing said something, and then looked at Lu Feiyu. "You must be tired too. Go to bed early. Come on, take me to where you live. I'll stay here for the night." Li Feiyi know that. Of course he would not refuse such a powerful bodyguard. Seeing Lu Feiyu nod, Han Shoujing immediately summoned his own flying beast. His flying beast is different from others. He is a steel giant glowing with silver light, and behind him are countless weapons of various shapes crossed. The cold smell of steel hit me in the face. It is handsome enough, but where's the word flying reflected? Lu Feiyu thought to himself. However, in Lu Feiyu's strange and shocked eyes, the giant's form changed rapidly, with every piece of steel that made up his body twisting and deforming. In the end, it transformed from a giant into a steel flying boat. There are even 2 exhaust holes at the bottom of the flying boat, which are emitting cobalt blue flames, providing huge kinetic energy for the flying boat. Race: 1000 change divine iron. Attribute gold. Talent level SS. Realm: bright moon level 1. Skills: ever-changing, epic. Divine iron body, epic. Myriad military skills, epic. Heaven-slaying strike, epic. Evaluation: interesting toy. The flying boat was neither too big nor too small, just enough to accommodate Lu Feiyu and Han Shoujing. Wait until the 2 of them stand in the cabin. A large amount of air waves sprayed out from the bottom of the boat. Afterwards, the steel flying boat left a shadow in the air and flew towards the low mountain villa at an extremely fast speed. After arriving at the villa, Lu Feiyu found a clean room for Han Shoujing and then returned to his own room. The changes in this day are really huge. He needed a moment of quiet to digest it all. After a while, Lu Feiyu took out his mobile phone and looked at the text message sent by the bank. 3 million arrived. Lu Feiyu suddenly became excited. Without any hesitation, he called Xieyu, the shopping guide at Wanbao Pavilion. As the first chain store in China, Wanbao Pavilion is naturally open 24 hours a day. At this time, it was almost 12 o'clock. Wanbao Pavilion is also open for business. As for whether Xieyu Xia is finished get off work, this was beyond Lu Feiyu's consideration. After all, he only left Xieyu's phone number in Wanbao Pavilion. However, I think even Xieyu has fallen asleep. Faced with business worth 3 or 4 million in commissions, she would probably get up from her bed excitedly. I was thinking randomly, the phone is connected. Lu Feiyu heard Xieyu's slightly nasal greeting. Hello. It seems that he is indeed sleeping. Lu Feiyu said directly. Yam Li Feiyu. Hearing Lu Feiyu introduce himself, Xieyuding sat up from the bed and his voice became professional. Hello, Mr. Lu? How can I help you? For this young man who gave her a commission of 150,000 yuan, Xieyu was still very enthusiastic. I have a deal worth 4 million. Do you want to do it? If you don't, you can send me your colleague's number. Lu Feiyu is still very direct. After all, the customer is king, especially a customer like him who has a lot of money and does little work. Bist of the best. More God than God. 4 million. Xieyu's voice suddenly became high-pitched, even to the point of being sharp. For a low-level shopping guide like her, it is not possible to have a turnover of millions in a year. Who would have thought that Lu Feiyu would ask for 4 million? How much commission is this? Xieyu calculated it silently in his mind and soon got the answer. Based on a commission of 1%, the commission for 4 million is 50,000. It was almost her income for half a year. More importantly, when the total turnover exceeds 5 million in a year, she can then be promoted to an intermediate shopping guide, and the commission rate she receives will be raised to a higher level. When he thought of this, Xieyu's breathing became heavier. He showed his most professional attitude. Mr. Lu, tell me what you need. I'll send it to you right away. For business of this level, goods are naturally delivered to the door. While they were talking, Lu Feiyu could hear the rustling sound of someone getting dressed through the microphone of the phone. Spiritual light marrow, sigh of the strong wind. Lu Feiyu spoke up and mentioned the 2 special resources that Boss Jean needed to evolve again. The former is a rare, or that has a chance of being produced in high-quality spirit beast stone veins. The spiritual energy contained in it is pure and huge, and its value is also extremely high. The market price is around 600,000 Chinese yuan, and this thing is the cheapest among the 6 special resources. As the top-level intermediate resource, the Sigh of the Wind has a market price that is twice that of the spiritual light marrow. Hearing Lu Feiyu's request, Xieyu immediately responded enthusiastically. Okay, Mr. Lu, the discounted price for these 2 special resources is 1.68 million Chinese yuan. Is it 120,000 lower than the market price? Lu Feiyu nodded secretly, knowing that the other party must have given him a significant discount. However, the special resources that Boss Jean needs are just the appetizer. The evolutionary resources required by Black Scale are a real bottomless pit, except for the 5 poison essence, which is a mid-level special resource. Those high-quality poisonous beast cores and true dragon blood essence are all real, high-level special resources. A lot of expensive. Any one of them would cost millions of Chinese yuan. You could buy one anyway, right? Lu Feiyu thought to himself and told Xieyu his request. After a moment, Xieyu's voice came again. Hello, Mr. Lu. The preferential price we can give you for the 5 poison essence is 700,000 Chinese yuan. High-quality poisonous beast core, priced at 1.8 million Chinese coins. And the Chongnan warehouse doesn't have any in stock. If you need it, I can transfer it from other warehouses for you. As for the price of the true dragon's blood essence, it is 5 million Chinese yuan. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu calculated silently in his mind and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the remaining money can at least buy the essence of the 5 poisons and the core of the ferocious beast. As for the true dragon's blood, he didn't even dare to think about it. This one special resource alone is worth more than everything on his body combined. In this world of beast taming, anything that has anything to do with dragon is ridiculously expensive. What's more, it is the essence and blood of a real dragon. A beast can only produce 7 or 8 drops of blood essence in a short period of time. And every time a drop of essence and blood is lost, the beast will fall into a weak state. Losing more than 3 drops in a short period of time may even damage the origin and cause the realm to fall. Therefore, high-quality blood essence is extremely expensive. Chapter 43 ready. Then the 5 poison essences and the beast cores. By the way, I have various resources worth millions here. Come and buy them. Bring more people with you. Lu Feiyu made the decision immediately. In this way, he spent a total of 4.18 million Chinese yuan to purchase all of Boss Jin's evolutionary resources. The only resource Black Scale needs for evolution is the essence and blood of a true dragon. But don't forget that he has an opportunity to exchange high-level special resources at both Huaqing University and Beijing University. That is to say, as long as Lu Feiyu successfully enrolls, then the further evolution of Black Scale will be a sure thing. After solving the problem of beast evolution, Lu Feiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the text message from the bank on his phone, and a wry smile appeared on his face. The money was spent before it even warmed up in my hands. Not only was the 3 million yuan in official rewards from Changnan spent entirely, even the various resources he had collected in the secret realm were exchanged for Chinese currency and spent completely by him. And even so, Lu Feiyu also invested his only 60,000 yuan in savings. Now he is so poor that he only has his life left. This money is really hard to stop spending. Lu Feiyu sat on the edge of the bed and let out a soul-stirring sigh. If other beast masters heard this, they would definitely give Lu Feiyu a good beating. You know, in the outside world, it is very difficult to cultivate a beast with SS qualifications. The cost would be in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. However, such a huge expense may not allow the beast tamer to stably evolve to SS-level qualifications. Once the evolution fails, all the rare materials will be scrapped. There are even cases where the beast tamer's realm regresses and their lives are even in serious danger. You can say that. Every beast tamer with SS-level qualifications is blessed with a triple combination of talent, luck, and opportunity. None of them can be missing. Even a diamond-level beastmaster may not be able to own a beast with SS-level qualifications. However, it came to Lu Feiyu. It only cost less than 5 million, and he almost made both beasts evolve to SS level at the same time. Such a gap is enough to make other beastmasters angry to death. The amount of the order is not small. The shopping guide Xiaoyu is also very concerned. Therefore, Wanbao Pavilion acted extremely quickly. I just hung up the phone. Lu Feiyu heard the roar of cars outside the villa. Lu Feiyu pushed open the door and found Han Shoujing already sitting in the living room. He looked at Lu Feiyu and nodded slightly, indicating that there was no danger outside. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu felt more relieved. He walked into the yard and looked out through the hollow iron gate. I saw Xiaoyu standing in front of the car with his hands full of things, looking at Lu Feiyu with anticipation. Crunch! Lu Feiyu opened the iron door and reached out to take the thing. Mr. Lu, these are the spiritual light marrow and the sigh of the wind. Here are the essences of the 5 poisons and the cores of high-quality poisonous beasts. Handing the item in his hand to Lu Feiyu, Xiaoyu also explained. You can inspect the goods on the spot and return or exchange them if you are not satisfied. Lu Feiyu opened the bag. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes, and he confirmed that the things inside were indeed what he wanted. He nodded and handed the bank card he had prepared to Xiaoyu. There's 3 million in here. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand, and a large amount of resources were taken out from a space ring, instantly filling up the originally empty ground. These resources are probably worth more than 1 million. Take inventory and give me a price. Okay, wait a moment. Although the resources on the ground were in disarray, Xiaoyu did not feel impatient at all. She leaned over and examined each resource carefully. After a moment, she said a number that Lu Feiyu expected, a total of 1.12 million Chinese yuan. This price was 30,000 less than what the staff in the square were paying at the time. However, since they're the ones receiving the goods, they naturally cannot buy them at the market price. Otherwise, Wanbao Pavilion would have no profit. To be honest, Lu Feiyu felt that the price Xiaoyu offered was a bit too much. Therefore, Lu Feiyu did not argue and nodded directly and said, Okay, This money will also be used to buy these resources. Lu Feiyu weighed the bag in his hand and gestured. I have over 60,000 points deposited with you, so that's included. The amount is enough. Just right. After calculating it silently in his mind, Xiaoyu smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. Okay, you can go back if you are fine. Lu Feiyu waved his hand and said, without stopping. He turned and walked into the house. Xiaoyu stood there for a moment, looking at Lu Feiyu's back that was as straight as a gun. The face of the young man who timidly handed her 8,000 yuan a few days ago flashed through her mind. A sense of trance suddenly came over me. Such a huge change in just a few days. After a moment of emotion, Xiaoyu called out to the driver of the truck, and the two of them moved the resources together. And at this time, Lu Feiyu has already entered the villa. Looking at Han Shoujing, who was still waiting in the living room, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. He nodded to him and walked into the house. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see the scene where Boss Jean evolves into an SS-level Beastmaster. Summon Boss Jean and Black Scale from the beast taming space at the same time. After such a long break, Boss Jean had long since recovered from his weak state and became full of energy again. As soon as it appeared in the house, it ran towards Lu Feiyu, wagging its tail. Bang! A muffled sound came from his arms. A trace of pain flashed across Lu Feiyu's face, and he patted the dog's head in his arms. Don't you know how much you weigh? You're hitting me like that. My bones are almost broken. At this moment, the black scales returned to Lu Feiyu's shoulders. The dark eyes looked at Boss Jean, who was a little shy because of the trouble he had caused. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was saying, Duel. Okay, time to get down to business. Lu Feiyu restrained his smile and said seriously, while pushing away Boss Jin's hairy body. He took out the jade box containing resources from the paper bag. Opened the jade box. In an instant, a strong wind suddenly blew up in the originally quiet house, making Lu Feiyu's clothes rustle and his hair fly wildly. At the same time, a sigh that seemed to come from ancient times echoed in the house. The sigh of the strong wind, the top-level, mid-level special resource. It contains extreme wind energy, and its sigh-like sound has a powerful effect of calming the mind. Although I don't know why Boss Jean, a Beastmaster with light and fire attributes, would need this thing. But since the Eye of Promotion has been revealed, there must be a reason for it. This is also the reason why it is difficult to explore the evolutionary path of beast taming. Oftentimes, the attributes of the resources required for Beast Tamer's evolution are not only irrelevant to the attributes of the Beast Tamer itself, but sometimes are even completely opposite. Therefore, a small stage of evolution often requires tens of thousands of experiments. The losses and costs involved can be imagined. That is to say, Lu Feiyu was able to directly figure out the evolutionary path of his contracted beast. Otherwise, for a mutated beast like Boss Jean to evolve would be no easier than climbing to the sky. Chapter 44, Evolution Again, SS-Level. The sigh of the strong wind. Look at its appearance. It was a fist-sized ball of blue gas that looked like haze. In the gas, countless tiny threads are constantly surging, emitting gusts of strong wind outwards. At the same time, Lu Feiyu also took out the spiritual light or essence and the scorching sun essence. However, Boss Jean was obviously only interested in the essence of the burning sun. As for the spiritual or marrow, his attitude is average, neither good nor bad. Faced with Gongfeng's sigh, it even showed extremely obvious disgust. All the resources are here. Why aren't you eating yet, Lao Jin? Lu Feiyu took Boss Jin's head and stuffed the sigh of the strong wind into its mouth. Boss Jin curled his lips and tilted his head in the opposite direction. Seeing this scene, Lu Feiyu frowned and said, Boss Jin, this sigh of the wind is extremely precious. It is a great thing to eat this special resource. Let me eat it. Seeing that Boss Jean remained unmoved, there was no other way. Lu Feiyu could only pretend to be angry, and his voice became louder. Eat! Damn it! Why aren't you eating? Eat! Eat! Seeing the master get angry, even if Boss Jean was unwilling, he had to turn his head straight. It closed its eyes tightly, frowned its eyebrows in a human-like manner, opened its mouth, and swallowed the green haze in Lu Feiyu's hand directly into its stomach. See here. Lu Feiyu quickly stuffed the spiritual light or essence and the scorching sun essence into Boss Jin's mouth. Then he quickly took a few steps back. Based on his experience, every time this beast evolves, there is a lot of noise. and its capabilities may get out of control. He was not afraid of being hurt, but the black scales on his shoulders did not have the ability to avoid injury. So it's better to be careful. Standing by the door, Lu Feiyu quietly observed the changes in Boss Jean. Boss Jean stood in place, also looking at Lu Feiyu with his eyes wide open. Human eyes stare at dog eyes. Lu Feiyu waited for a few minutes, but didn't notice anything unusual. Did you buy a counterfeit or inferior product? Lu Feiyu thought to himself. He used the eye of promotion and looked at Boss Jean. On its information panel, the three big words evolving are very conspicuous. Lu Feiyu suppressed the doubts in his mind and looked at Boss Jean carefully again. Finally, he discovered something strange. It was seen that Boss Jin's abdomen, which was originally wrapped in muscles, was now slightly sagging, as if he had a small belly. The dog's appearance no longer looks as smooth and elegant as before, but instead appears a little bloated. Moreover, the moment Lu Feiyu observed this phenomenon, Boss Jin's belly suddenly swelled. Now, not only the abdomen, but the entire body, like a balloon that is about to burst, is desperately extending in all directions. Under the tremendous pressure, the long hair on Boss Jin's body stood up like steel knives. Its skin has been stretched to its maximum, and even the meridians and blood vessels beneath the surface can be clearly seen. Lu Feiyu could even see it. The green silk threads flowing in the sigh of the strong wind were running wildly in Boss Jin's body. It's a strong wind. It was the strong wind that made Boss Jin's body so big. Lu Feiyu stared at the changes in Boss Jin without blinking. The next moment, his pupils suddenly widened. At the same time, a dull sound exploded in the house. Boss Jin's body couldn't withstand the pressure brought by the strong wind and began to crack. Under the influence of the hurricane, its body slowly floated into the air. Countless amounts of blood were dripping from its ruptured body surface. The blood was golden in color, dazzling like tiny suns. These drops of blood emitted boundless heat as they fell in midair. Once the rolling heat waves and surging winds came into contact, they turned into blazing golden flames in an instant. The wind took advantage of the fire and went against the flow, sweeping towards Boss Jin, who was struggling in midair. In an instant, the golden fire wave rolled into a ball, perfectly wrapping Boss Jin inside. The flames leaped with the howling of the wind, like a huge life slowly exhaling. With the blessing of the Eye of Ascension, Lu Feiyu could also see the bright blue light of the essence of the scorching sun and the milky white halo of the spiritual mineral marrow from this golden ball of fire. The former strengthens Boss Jin's ability to control fire and light energy. The latter was repairing Boss Jin's broken body bit by bit. See this scene. Lu Feiyu felt relieved a lot. He knew that this evolution was successful. After all, this evolutionary route is guided by the SSS-Level Beast Taming talent. Both its security and subsequent development potential are excellent. Just as Lu Feiyu expected, after a few minutes, the dazzling golden fireball gradually dimmed. The howling wind gradually subsided, and Boss Jin's true appearance after his evolution also appeared in Lu Feiyu's sight. It was originally a huge body that was 10 meters long. After this evolution, instead of growing again, it became slightly smaller. Lu Feiyu estimated that the current Boss Jin was probably only about 6 or 7 meters long. However, the biggest change is not the size, but it's Boss Jin's current fur color. The hair that was originally as bright as gold was now dyed a deep blue. With long hair, he looks like the floating clouds in the south of the Yangtze River during rainy days, unrestrained and elegant. Moreover, Boss Jin does not rely on any external force at this moment. He stood firmly in the air, entirely relying on his own abilities. Obviously, it has the ability to fly. Lu Feiyu directly activated the Eye of Promotion, wanting to see what improvements this SS-level Boss Jin had made. Race, Sun-Chasing Wolf King. Attribute, Light. Talent level, SS. Realm, Bronze level 7. Skills, Sun Chaser, Epic. Burning Sun, Epic. Sun Field, Epic. Burning Sun, Instant Explosion, Epic. Sun Chasing Body. The beast has 50% immunity to light and fire attribute attacks. The beast has strong immunity to abnormal status. The beast's physical fitness is doubled, and in combat, its speed is tripled. The beast can control the wind and has the ability to stay in the air for a short time. Scorching Sun. Every attack of the beast will be accompanied by the effect of Scorching Sun. This effect can greatly reduce the enemy's recovery ability and cause extreme pain and irreparable damage to the enemy's soul. Sun Field. Summon the sun to punish all things. At the same time, within the sun field, the beast will gain the ability to flash over a short distance. Note, each flash will consume a certain amount of the beast's physical strength. Instant explosion of the sun. The beast master can detonate the sun he summoned, causing powerful explosion damage in a large area. Note, each release will consume a lot of physical strength. Evolutionary route. Sun Chasing Wolf King, SS level. Sun Lord, SSS level. Sun Swallowing Lord, mythical level. Note, only beasts with mythical blood can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution: Embers of Falling Sun, Immortal Soul Crystal, Flame Dragon Essence, 8 high-quality light, fire, attribute beast cores or 1 top-quality beast core. Chapter 45 Terrifying Ability. Oh my god, Boss Jean, you are amazing. Lu Feiyu looked at Boss Jin's luxurious information panel and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to S-level qualifications, this is a significant improvement. Almost every ability is improved exponentially. The sun-chasing body allows Boss Jean to maximize his offensive and defensive capabilities at the same time. 50% damage reduction against dual attribute attacks of light and fire. It is enough to make Boss Jean a nightmare for these two kinds of ferocious beasts. Not to mention, Boss Jean also has double the physical fitness at all times, and his speed soars to 3 times during battle. Triple speed. This speed is almost ghostly in the same realm. It was difficult for the enemy to even catch sight of Boss Jean during the battle. Moreover, this ability also brings the control-free effect that Boss Jean previously had in another skill. The two skills are combined into one, directly reaching the epic realm. What's more important is that Boss Jean can now attack enemies in the air. In this way, when you encounter an enemy that can fly again, Boss Jean can also join the battle. As for the Scorching Sun, the most brutal skills often have the simplest introduction. The soul damage alone is enough to make this passive skill reach the epic level. For most beast tamers and ferocious beasts, the soul is a realm that is difficult to touch and difficult to strengthen. And every blow from Boss Jean can deal a severe blow to the enemy's soul. This is almost equivalent to true damage. Not only can it cause huge damage, but it can also bring endless pain to the enemy. Rough enough. Lu Feiyu likes it very much. The sun field on top of the original sun soaring power has given Boss Jean an extremely terrifying mobility. Flash. Teleport, although it consumes a certain amount of physical strength. But for Boss Jean, who is able to inflict soul damage, having a chance to attack unexpectedly is enough to completely destroy the opponent. Moreover, even if you can't beat the opponent, it's perfect for escaping. If you can't win, just run away. It's not shameful. The embarrassing thing is that you can't beat the opponent, and you can't even outrun him. If it were a life-and-death fight, what would be lost would not only be face, but also one's own life. As for the instantaneous explosion of the Scorching Sun, it can directly remove the negative effects. The current Boss Jean launched that terrifying attack again. All that is needed is a lot of physical strength. This also means that Boss Jean can now fully withstand the consumption and terrifying power of epic skills. And Lu Feiyu also noticed Boss Jin's realm. After this evolution, he actually jumped directly from Bronze Level 1 to Bronze Level 7, spanning 6 small realms, spanning the early and middle stages of Bronze, and directly reaching the late stage. This speed of cultivation. If other Beast Masters saw this, wouldn't they be envious to death? Moreover, Lu Feiyu could also feel that there was still a large amount of undigested spiritual energy in Boss Jin's body. As long as you give it some time to digest it completely, there is great hope of entering the Silver Realm. The only thing that made Lu Feiyu dissatisfied was the number of special materials that evolved again returned to 4, and the resources required this time are of extremely high quality. Don't even mention Lu Feiyu. There are 2 that I haven't even heard of. However, Lu Feiyu could tell just from the 8 high-quality beast cores of the ferocious beasts. I want Boss Jean to evolve into an SSS-level Beastmaster. The amount of money that needs to be spent must be a terrifying number. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu sighed and waved his hand to let Boss Jean float down from the air. He rubbed Boss Jin's face, which was no longer round but looked cold and wolf-like, and said with emotion, "You are not a beast tamer. You are simply a gold-eating beast. As a beast of SS rank, It showed no impatience at all when Lu Feiyu rubbed its face like this. Its pair of bright blue eyes looked at Lu Feiyu, as if saying, "Master, please don't dislike me. I'm very easy to raise." Then, Boss Jean lowered his head slightly, looked at Hei Lin lying on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, and slapped him. "You little brat, a mere S-rank beastmaster, dares to look down on you, Master Jean. Eat my claw." Of course, Boss Jean also knew his limits. This claw was not fast, and the force was very slight. Because Hylan reacted instantly, he jumped high into the air and hid behind Lu Feiyu. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Lu Feiyu felt a little headache and stopped it quickly. When will Boss Jean be able to change his erratic personality? He doesn't have the demeanor of a beast tamer at all. Stop Boss Jin's naughty behavior. Lu Feiyu held Hei Lin in his palm. He felt the other party's low mood and immediately comforted him. "It's okay. You will evolve in a few days. Trust me." Hearing this, Hei Lin's head, which had been lowered, suddenly raised up. A light flashed in the ink-black pupils, and a hint of joy flashed across the ferocious dragon's face. It rubbed Lu Feiyu's chin with its head. A cool feeling of scales suddenly came. This touch is completely different from Boss Jin's. However, there's also a unique feeling. After calming Hylan down, Lu Feiyu glared at Boss Jean, who was standing next to him with a silly smile, then opened the door and walked towards the living room. There was quite a bit of noise when the beast was evolving just now. Han Shoujing, who was guarding the living room, must have sensed something. In order not to worry the old man, Lu Feiyu decided to go out and explain. After pushing open the door, Lu Feiyu was stunned. Han Shoujing was not the only one sitting on the sofa in the living room. There is also a bloody Xiaoming. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two of them looked over immediately, and Han Shoujing asked directly, "All done?" Lu Feiyu nodded and called Boss Jean and Hylan to come out of the house. The matter of taming beasts and evolving them by oneself. There is no need to hide it from these two principles. After all, a beast master of Haoyue's level has such keen perception that it is impossible for me to hide it. And if these two people have any bad intentions towards me, no need to do it yourself. Just now when Wang Jiaming was trying to assassinate him, if he had acted slower, Wang Jiaming would have killed him. Not to mention, I also need the support of resources from two universities in Beijing and Huaqing University. Naturally, the better the performance, the better. The beast man just evolved. Lu Feiyu said this and walked over. Boss Jean followed him obediently, with no sign of the mischievous behavior he had shown in the house just now. "Oh, evolution, that's a good thing." "Oh no, isn't your beast master already S-level? Can it evolve further?" Han Shoujing said, looking behind Lu Feiyu. However, halfway through his speech, he seemed to realize something and his expression suddenly changed. His eyes, which were slightly narrowed in the past, suddenly opened wide and stared at Boss Jin's entire body. The more he looked, the brighter the light in his eyes became. He couldn't stop muttering, "Great! It's really top-notch." Chapter 46, The Shocked Principal. Han Shoujing is more than just a beast master at the Haoyue level. He is also a top scholar in the field of beast taming evolution routes. With just a glance, he could tell the talent level of a beast and even break it down into smaller categories. Now, Han Shoujing was looking at Boss Jean with an obsessed look on his face, as if he was admiring a rare treasure. With his keen eyesight, how could he not see that Lu Feiyu's beast was of high grade and great talent? Just talking about the quality and momentum, it is not inferior to the SS-level beast masters he has contracted. However, you have to know that his beast taming has already reached the Haoyue realm. But what level is Lu Feiyu's beast taming at? It's just bronze at best. However, the confidence and arrogance revealed in his blood were not inferior to any beastmaster he had ever seen. It's simply the best of the best. Han Huseng Presid Ludli. This eager look made Boss Jean tremble, and he quietly hid behind Lu Feiyu. "How did you do that? Is it a talent?" Han Shoujing turned his gaze to Lu Feiyu and asked. Lu Feiyu nodded. He had to reveal the effect of his talent to the two principals no matter what. Seeing Lu Feiyu nodded, Han Shoujing's expression became serious, and he immediately sensed the strength of his talent. It is actually possible to ignore the beast-taming realm and allow the beast tamer to complete its evolution. This effect alone is enough to make it into the ranks of S-level beast-taming talent. And as far as he knows, all SSS-level talents have several effects. He looked at Lu Feiyu. His expression became more serious and assured. "Don't worry, in this world apart from me, Xiongming, and the Chief Archon, there will definitely be no third person who knows the effect of your talent. The information about the beast taming talent will be classified as a top secret file and sealed forever. Although Xiongming didn't say anything, he kept nodding as he sat aside. Although he didn't know how powerful Boss Jin's bloodline talent was, seeing Han Shoujing's appearance, he had some guesses in his mind. Seeing the two of them makes such a promise. Lu Feiyu also told the other party about the effect of his eye of promotion. Of course, the changes in the beast taming space caused by the system were also explained away by his beast taming talent. After all, once the SSS-level talent is exposed, it is exposed. There are beast masters with SSS-level talents in this world. But the system, this thing must not be exposed. This thing is only owned by Lu Feiyu. He would never tell anyone about this at any time. Double the training speed? Can you tell the subsequent evolutionary path of the contracted beast at a glance? As long as we gather enough resources, we can evolve. We don't need to worry about the level of beast control. Can you also detect the basic attributes of other people's beasts? Can you anticipate the enemy? Damage transfer? Absolute loyalty. Every time Lu Feiyu said something, the two principals would repeat it with their mouths opening wider and wider. Wait until Lu Feiyu shuts up. Han Shoujing and Xiongming's mouths were opened so wide that a dinosaur egg could almost fit in. At this moment, they no longer had the dignity and reserve of being in high positions, and their minds were full of thoughts. What kind of freak is this? Will other beast masters be allowed to live happily? You know, there were 2 SSS-level beast masters before Lu Feiyu. Their talents in taming beasts are all pure combat talents. Once the talent is activated, it is common to be invincible in the same realm. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is a common occurrence in life. But no matter how amazing the effects of other people's beast taming talents are, the beast tamer also has to practice, evolve, and advance step by step. But when it came to Lu Feiyu, it seemed as if all the previous cultivation rules had become invalid. The beast masters under his command soared in level like they were riding a rocket. It took less than 20 days to awaken the talent for beast taming. Boss Jin's realm reached bronze level 7. It's a total improvement of 15 levels. Almost one small realm per day. This speed is simply not human. After a while, the two principals finally recovered from their shock. They closed their mouths and looked at each other, both seeing deep frustration in each other's eyes. Especially Han Shoujing. Compared with Lu Feiyu's talent in taming beasts, his lifelong exploration and research are simply hilarious. The beast taming route that he had spent his entire life and decades pursuing. Lu Feiyu could see it at a glance. Han Shoujing let out a long sigh, and there was a hint of unclear emotion in his eyes when he looked at Lu Feiyu. No wonder when I threw out the temptation of a customized beast taming route. Lu Feiyu was not moved at all. Han Shoujing thought he was as determined as iron. I didn't expect that he would look down on it at all, seeing the two principals so shocked. Lu Feiyu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He always felt that he should say something, so he spoke modestly. It's actually not bad. Although the training is faster, it doesn't have much combat power bonus, so the actual combat is just average. Hearing this, Han Shoujing and Xiongming's emotions, which had just been calmed down with great difficulty, suddenly came back. Especially Han Shoujing. He is old and feels his blood pressure is about to soar, and the veins in his head are twitching. There's no combat power bonus, so it's just a direct realm crush, right? You are a bronze 7th level Beastmaster, and you are directly fighting against a group of Beastmasters that are not even Iron 7th level. What kind of combat power bonus do you need? And it's 2 against 1. Realm and aptitude are an absolute bonus to combat power. Even Han Shoujing is like this. Not to mention Xiongming, who already has a hot temper. He clenched his sandbag-sized fists tightly. If this person wasn't a student and dared to act so cool in front of him, he would have punched him back. Since there is no combat power bonus, you have to make up for it with combat skills and awareness. This way, your practical lessons in Huaqing will be doubled, Xiongming said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu's face turned bitter. However, Han Shoujing's voice also came at the same time. Theoretical knowledge is also extremely helpful in exploring the combat power of beast tamers. Since you feel that your combat power is not enough, then don't spend your weekends here and come to Jingqing University to attend classes. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu's face became even more bitter. He didn't expect that his casual words of Versailles would make him lose even his Saturdays and Sundays. Look, for example, your beast is of the light type, right? This type of beast can fully utilize its control over light to refract and reflect it, thus achieving an effect close to invisibility, thus gaining the upper hand in actual combat. Although this technique cannot be considered a skill, it is extremely useful. Han Shoujing's voice continued to be heard. He is the leader in theoretical knowledge of beast taming in China, and he knows the relevant knowledge at his fingertips. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a way. If Boss Jean learns this trick, his strength will definitely improve. As soon as he thought of this, the little bit of resistance in his heart disappeared, and Lu Feiyu nodded respectfully. Thank you both principals for your cultivation. Hearing this, the two people who were waiting for Lu Feiyu to beg for mercy were stunned. They really didn't expect it. Lu Feiyu, a high school student with extraordinary talent who almost crushed everyone of his era, could actually endure such a tight course schedule. If this were a college student, they wouldn't be able to stand not having Saturdays and Sundays. Not to mention Lu Feiyu, a high school student. With such a talent, he should be confident to the point of arrogance at this age, but now he is so able to endure hardship. It seems that Lu Feiyu has been able to reach where he is today not only because of his talent, but also his mind. Many thoughts flashed through the two people's minds, and for a moment they looked at Lu Feiyu with more appreciation. Chapter 47. Teacher gets promoted. Friend gets promoted. The three of them chatted for a while, then went back to their rooms and went to sleep. It is guarded by two powerful beast masters. Lu Feiyu slept very soundly. When I woke up, it was already dawn. As usual, he took a walk around the beast taming space. I was shocked to find that Hyland had broken through two small realms in one night. At this moment, it has reached the 8th level of Black Iron. Boss Jean was also gradually digesting the large amount of remaining spiritual energy in his body, and was steadily advancing to a higher level. It seems that Boss Jin's breakthrough really stimulated it. Huh. Lu Feiyu smiled in his heart. This is a good thing. It's healthy competition. Lu Feiyu will not interfere. Wake up, this is your breakfast. I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought some. In the living room, Xiongming looked at Lu Feiyu and said, looking at the food that almost filled the table, Lu Feiyu fell silent. Who is so nice to eat so much in the morning? But it was a thoughtful gesture after all, so he said thank you and started eating. In between conversations, knowing that Han Shoujing had returned to Beijing for some business, Xiongming was the only one in Changnan these days. After dinner, Lu Feiyu walked towards Changnan No. 1 Middle School. In fact, he doesn't have to go to class now. But today, he was specially invited by Wang Jintian to speak on behalf of the students. Principal Wang has been very nice to him these past few days. Naturally, Lu Feiyu would not give the other party any face, so he agreed immediately. When he arrived at the school, all the students have gathered in the square, and Principal Wang is already holding the microphone, ready to take his position. When he saw Lu Feiyu had arrived, he cleared his throat into the microphone, accompanied by a few light coughs. The originally noisy square suddenly became quiet. Principal Wang is still extremely authoritative in Changnan No. 1 Middle School. Yesterday, the secret realm exploration competition ended successfully. Our school has won the first place with an absolute advantage. Therefore, Changnan's official educational resource management department will increase our school's various resource quotas by 50% this year. Having said this, Wang Jintian deliberately paused, waiting for applause. The students in the square clapped their hands with all their hearts. This is an improvement in the resources of the entire school. Every one of their students can enjoy it. There is no reason not to applaud. Feeling the students' enthusiasm, Wang Jintian smiled and then spoke again. Who should be given most of the credit for this? He held the microphone forward and waited for the students' answers. As expected, all the students stiffened their necks and shouted, Lu Feiyu. In the internet age, information is extremely developed. The story of Lu Feiyu stealing 2 million resources in the secret realm has spread throughout Changnan. He has 2 beast tamers and has been promoted to a bronze beast tamer. It has become a case for countless parents to spur their children. Look at Lu Feiyu. He only has 2 eyes and a nose. How come he is bronze? Of course, his twin talents and his unparalleled talent for taming SSS-level beasts were also spread by word of mouth. Lu Feiyu and even the Chinese government had no intention of concealing this matter. First, China needs such a symbolic young person to lead a generation. People always follow the crowd. A good leader can definitely make a generation better. Second, if Lu Feiyu's talent is not revealed, it would be impossible to explain why he was able to enter both Jingqing University and Huaqing University at the same time. Just don't reveal the specific information of your talent. Otherwise, it will be extremely easy for the enemy to target you. Therefore, whenever parents brought Lu Feiyu up to preach, the students would also respond bluntly. Don't you see what kind of talent I have? If you want to blame someone, blame you for not passing on an SSS-level talent to me. Seeing that the atmosphere was reaching a climax, Wang Jintian immediately handed the microphone to Lu Feiyu. Seeing the real master come into power, the noise in the square became louder. Facing the gazes of thousands of people, Lu Feiyu was not at all panicked. After all, everyone who has been to school knows it. When the student representatives went on stage to give speeches, they all had scripts. Just read it and it will be done. As for the content, it's all the same old stuff, nothing more than positive and energetic, in line with the public's values, and inspiring. However, the same content will have different effects when spoken by different people. Because Lu Feiyu has just brought a boost in resources to everyone. This is real benefit. Therefore, everyone was very considerate, and the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling almost never stopped. Only Lu Qianjun from class 3 to 5 of senior high school had a livid face and stared at Lu Feiyu, who seemed to be glowing on the stage with gritted teeth. A mouth full of big teeth rubbed back and forth in the mouth, making a clattering sound, as if it wanted to eat Lu Feiyu alive. And where he was standing, the originally tight queue was forcibly left with a space. Everyone ignored him tacitly, and the occasional glances they gave him were filled with contempt and disdain. Since the school competition, the fact that Lu Qianjun secretly took photos and framed Lu Feiyu was exposed clearly. Almost everyone in the school knew Lu Qianjun's name. At this time, he was like a rat crossing the street in Changnan No. 1 Middle School. Everyone wanted to beat him up. Everyone despised him. Lu Qianjun thought about his current situation and also about Lu Feiyu's brilliant future life. One of them couldn't hold it back and burst into tears. This is fucking not a way for a human being to live. 2 lines of clear tears meandered down the dark pig's face, and his undisguised crying immediately made the crowd, which had already moved away from him, stand a little further away. Now, he could only cry bitterly in the audience. If he were asked to confront Lu Feiyu face to face, Lu Qianjun would not dare to do so, even if he had 10 times the courage. On stage, after reading the script, Lu Feiyu stepped down from the stage amid thunderous applause. Wang Jintian is a man of swift and decisive actions, and meetings will not take up too much of the students' time. Therefore, the end of the conference was announced shortly after Lu Feiyu's speech. After the meeting, Lu Feiyu walked into the office at Wang Jintian's signal. Shocked discovery. All the teachers of his high school class 2, including the head teacher Lin Wenhui, were in the office. What surprised him even more was, also in this office is his good friend Chen Yuanshan. Chen Yuanshan seemed very embarrassed among the teachers. When he saw his friend appear, his eyes lit up immediately, and he winked at Lu Feiyu, and the expression on his face suddenly became lively. Everyone is Feiyu's teacher and has made great contributions to Feiyu's growth. Here is the school's bonus. Everyone please accept it. As he spoke, Principal Wang took out several paper bags from the cabinet and handed them to several teachers one by one. Then he stopped in front of Lin Wenhui and said with emotion, "Teacher Lin has been in our school for a while. He is diligent and conscientious. He loves the school and the students. Our leadership has seen all of this. So, everyone unanimously decided to promote Teacher Lin to the position of Deputy Director of the senior year class." Upon hearing this, several teachers in the office were shocked. What? It's been a while since you entered the school? Among the teachers present, which one is not more experienced than Lin Wenhui? But until now, I am just an ordinary teacher. However, Lin Wenhui, who is not even 30 years old, has become the deputy director. Not only will the salary and year-end bonus all be doubled, in the future, I will be eligible for promotion to director, vice president, or even principal. It can be said that it is a step to heaven. Damn it, comparing yourself with others is so frustrating. Several teachers sighed in their hearts. Of course, they knew that Principal Wang chose to promote Lin Wenhui not because she was pretty, but it was because she was Lu Feiyu's homeroom teacher. If one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. By cultivating a student like Lu Feiyu, Lin Wenhui will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life, even if she does not achieve good results in the future. Chapter 48, a gift from the principal. A heartfelt gift. I sensed the envy in the eyes of several colleagues. Lin Wenhui was also stunned for a moment, her beautiful face full of shock. She never expected it. The school will give her such a generous reward. After a while, she finally reacted and said with a slight stutter, "Principal, thank you for your trust. I will definitely live up to your expectations." At the same time, Lin Wenhui looked at Lu Feiyu with her beautiful eyes, her eyes full of joy. This student once made her extremely worried. He actually grew to such a level at a speed that she could not even imagine. This change in Lu Feiyu made her very happy. This joy and sense of accomplishment made her feel even happier than when she was promoted to deputy director. Watching teacher Lin being promoted to deputy director, Lu Feiyu was also very happy. This beautiful teacher has helped me a lot in both past and present lives. He has always been grateful for this. Right now, the other party has been promoted because of me, and he will have a bright future in the future. The gratitude hidden in his heart. After all, it's a way to repay you in another way. After rewarding the teacher, Wang Jintian looked at Qin Yuanshan again. You have good talent and a good personality. When you join the first class for further study, the resource allocation will be the same as that of the students in the first class. Hearing this, Qin Yuanshan, who was originally making eyes at Lu Feiyu, suddenly froze in expression. He pointed his finger at himself in disbelief and said in surprise, "Ah!" Into the first class. Seeing his friend's actions, Lu Feiyu was helpless. He patted his friend on the shoulder. "Principal, just go in. Why are you talking so much nonsense? What's wrong? Class 1 can't accommodate a big Buddha like you." Seeing his friend's actions, Qin Yuanshan finally reacted and said quickly, Komin, I'm coming in. There's room for it, of course there's room for it, haha." While speaking, Qin Yuanshan gave Lu Feiyu a grateful look. Although he is a little dull, he is not stupid. Knowing that he, with his average talent and mediocre family background, was able to enter the first class of grade 12 in Changnan No. 1 middle school for further study, it must be Lu Feiyu's credit. After all, Class 1 is an excellent class. The students inside are either A-level talents or rich and powerful. The school allocates twice as many resources to them as that of ordinary classes. There are still 80 days until the college entrance examination. Double resources for 80 days. Plus the 50% increase in resource quota because of Lu Feiyu. He, Qin Yuanshan, almost got nearly 100,000 Chinese yuan worth of resources for free. This is not a small amount. Sensing the gratitude in his friend's eyes, Lu Feiyu smiled. I thought that although Principal Wang came from a military background and had a tough style, he was very knowledgeable about the ways of the world. Almost all of the 2 people in the school who were closest to Lu Feiyu received help. After everything was arranged, Principal Wang waved his hand and asked everyone to leave the office. Then he personally made a cup of tea for Lu Feiyu and asked him to sit down. Lu Feiyu didn't exchange pleasantries with Wang Jintian. He just picked up the teacup and put it into his mouth. It's not as good as the mayor's. After taking a sip, Lu Feiyu made a brief evaluation in his mind and put down the teacup in his hand. Principal Wang did not have the ability to read minds. He was still looking at Lu Feiyu happily and said, "Feiyu, you are the pride of our Changnan city, and even more so the pride of Changnan No. 1 middle school. I believe that soon everyone in the world will know the existence of Changnan No. 1 middle school because of your name. Here is a little token of our school's support for you. 880,000. I wish you a prosperous journey." The Chinese nation really likes this kind of homophonic sound with festive connotations. Lu Feiyu is indeed short of money now, so he didn't refuse and took it directly. In his opinion, you should never refuse other people's kindness towards you. As long as you keep them in your heart and wait for the right time, you will give back to them tenfold or even 100-fold. This way you can live up to the other party's expectations. Just like Lin Wenwei and Qin Yuanshan today. What he hates most. He's the kind of person who obviously wants something but still pushes it back and forth, acting hypocritically. Thank you, school, for your cultivation. Thank you, principal, for your cultivation. In the future, Feiyu will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Lu Feiyu took the bank card and said solemnly, "A grown man, he speaks with one spit and one nail. When I succeed in taming beasts, I will return the 880,000 yuan to Changnan No. 1 middle school several times over." Hearing this, Principal Wang waved his hand. "You don't have to be worthy of others. You just have to be worthy of yourself. Feiyu, You can disappoint anyone, but never disappoint yourself. Do you understand? Sensing the warmth in the principal's words, Lu Feiyu nodded. After bidding farewell to Principal Wang, Lu Feiyu returned to Class 2 of Grade 3. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be his last day of class here. Therefore, this time, he listened very carefully. Time passes like water, just like youth, which is gone forever. He knew that his high school career was over. Lu Feiyu rejected several girls who confessed to him and walked out of the school without looking back. What a joke. Women will only affect his speed in controlling beasts. The next day, Lu Feiyu asked Xiong Meng to use the beast taming technique to change his appearance early in the morning. Afterwards, he came to the adventure group recruitment hall in the west of the city. After entering the hall, Lu Feiyu did not rush to find those famous adventure groups to sign up. Instead, he sat in a daze on the cold iron bench in the hall. His face was full of frustration and confusion, like a pig that had just entered society, ready to be slaughtered. He was waiting for the adventure group in his previous life that forced him to become human bait. About 10 minutes later, the clattering sound of hard-soled leather shoes stepping on the floor rang in Lu Feiyu's ears. A pair of shiny leather shoes reflected Lu Feiyu's confused eyes. Then, a gentle voice floated down from above into Lu Feiyu's ears. "Young man, do you want to try out my Greedy Wolf adventure group?" Hearing this voice that was so familiar that it was engraved in his bones, Lu Feiyu's distracted eyes immediately shrank. From the reflection of his leather shoes, he clearly saw the murderous intent surging in his eyes. However, when he raised his head, Lu Feiyu's eyes changed again. The confused eyes are as funny as the harmless deer in the deep jungle. Can I? Imon bronze. Seeing Lu Feiyu's terrible performance, a trace of contempt flashed in the depths of the man's eyes, but a charming smile appeared on his face. "Of course, my friend. The Greedy Wolf Adventure Group is a haven for newcomers. You are trustworthy. Don't hesitate. Let's sign a contract. From now on, our lives are linked and our fates are shared. You and I are each other's most reliable companions." Chapter 49. Greedy Wolf Adventure Group. Looking at Zhang Xiaojing's face filled with a brilliant smile, Lu Feiyu suppressed the urge to kill him on the spot. In his previous life, it was this person who pulled him into the Greedy Wolf Adventure Group. When we first met, he was also so warm and gentle. However, after Lu Feiyu signed the contract, Zhang Xiaozong immediately tore off his gentle outer coat, revealing his vicious nature like a greedy wolf. He asked the new members of the adventure team to cover their bodies with materials that were extremely attractive to ferocious beasts. Then he cut several hideous wounds on his body. Blood flowed down the wound, and the fresh and fragrant smell of blood stimulated the temptation of the material to the greatest extent. Afterwards, countless low-level ferocious beasts were attracted by the strange fragrance and fought to kill the human flesh feed until not even a trace was left. Even the shrill wails and cries for help were drowned out by the sound of the ferocious beasts pouncing on them. A life disappeared so easily. At that time, Zhang Xiaozong and the core members will take action to capture and kill the ferocious beast. As for why not save, a sarcastic smile appeared on Lu Feiyu's lips. After rescuing them, Zhang Xiaojing still had to pay the medical expenses for the members of the group who served as human feed. If we don't save it, it will just be a loss of a consumable, and at most a few tens of thousands of dollars in funeral expenses will be paid. If the other party has no relatives, family, or friends, even this money can be saved. And Lu Feiyu came here, specifically today, to kill the Greedy Wolf Adventure Group in one fell swoop. Not only must Zhang Xiaojing be killed, but also those followers who are accomplices to the crime must be killed together. With this thought in mind, Lu Feiyu nodded heavily in Zhang Xiaojing's expectant eyes. "Brother, I am willing to join the Greedy Wolf Adventure Group." Si Lu Feiyu nodded. Zhang Xiaojing's smile grew wider. He pulled Lu Feiyu up from his chair and walked towards the front desk of the recruitment hall. "Come on, good brother, let's go sign the adventure contract. By the way, my last name is Zhang. You can just call me Brother Zhang. By the way, I am the leader. Although my strength is not high, I am also at the 9th level of silver, which is considered good among low-level adventure groups. There are also several good brothers in the group, all of whom are in the silver realm. There are several others who are also bronze beast tamers like you, and there are even black iron beast tamers. The main theme of our Greedy Wolf Adventure Group is tolerance." As they walked, Zhang Xiaoxing introduced the configuration of the adventure team. His tone was enthusiastic, and he looked just like a good brother who was trustworthy. However, anyone with a little social experience would find that recruiting a member is too much of a joke for the other party. Didn't even ask anything. The realm of the Beastmaster, the characteristics and abilities of the contracted Beastmaster, and previous combat experience. These should have been mandatory questions. Zhang Xiaoxing didn't say a word and just took Lu Feiyu's hand and walked to the front desk. You know, once you join the adventure group, not only do team members need to be given basic wages and benefits, but some work-related injuries also need to be reimbursed by the team leader. Therefore, formal adventure groups must pass many audits when recruiting members, from character to strength and so on. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxing was moving so fast as if he was afraid that Lu Feiyu would run away. However, this is exactly what Lu Feiyu wants. Therefore, he said nothing and just let Zhang Xiaoxing talk nonsense with him. Coming to the front desk, Zhang Xiaoxing took out a paper contract from his bag and handed it to the staff. After the staff confirms that it is legal and correct, they will stamp the official seal to indicate that the contract is legally effective. There is indeed nothing wrong with this contract. Lu Feiyu had no doubts at all. He signed his name neatly and then looked at Zhang Xiaoxing eagerly. His expression vividly showed the pure stupidity of a student who had not experienced much of the world. Seeing how easily a Beastmaster was tricked, Zhang Xiaoxing almost wanted to laugh out loud to vent his excitement. Come on, brother Lu. I'll take you outside the city. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaoxing put his arms around Lu Feiyu's neck and almost half-dragged him out of the hall. I was afraid that Lu Feiyu would hesitate. When we got outside the city, Zhang Xiaoxing thought to himself, with a hint of ferocious murderous intent in his eyes. He drove Lu Feiyu along the bumpy road and finally arrived at the base of the Greedy Wolf Adventure Group. It is a remote and desolate forest. Arrival location. Zhang Xiaoxing got off the car first, followed closely by Lu Feiyu. As soon as you open the car door, a nauseatingly strong smell of blood hit me in the face. Lu Feiyu frowned slightly. On his shoulder, a black line twisted slightly and went down along Lu Feiyu's cuffs. Then it sank into the earth and disappeared completely. Hurry up! What are you standing there for, you idiot? Look, Lu Feiyu is still rubbing on the passenger seat. Zhang Xiaoxing's eyes widened, and the previous enthusiasm and gentleness completely disappeared, replaced by a ferocious look of wanting to devour someone. Every muscle on his face trembled as he roared. The huge roar attracted the attention of everyone present. Hey, Brother Zhang brought another pig. He's really fast. As expected of you, Brother Zhang. It just so happens that we are running out of pork. Two men surrounded him and stood behind Zhang, Xiaoxing on both sides, both with cruel smiles on their faces. The look they gave Lu Feiyu. It doesn't feel like looking at a fellow adventurer, but rather like looking at a piece of meat on a chopping board. You, what are you doing? Lu Feiyu jumped out of the car trembling. Facing the people who were pressing on him step by step, his back was almost pressed against the car door. However, in contrast to his trembling body, Lu Feiyu's eyes were terrifyingly calm. He glanced at the three men in front of him inconspicuously and found that there was one person missing from the Greedy Wolf Adventure Group in his memory. Just then, a sharp female voice came from behind the car. Ha! Look at this young man. Don't be so scared that you pee your pants. Lu Feiyu turned around and saw a woman in a blood-red coat, slowly walking towards him, dragging a bloody corpse in her hands. When she saw Lu Feiyu's face, her eyes suddenly lit up. She licked her lips and said, "This boy is quite good-looking. Let me use him before I get down to business." Hearing this, the three men all laughed wantonly, their eyes wandering over Lu Feiyu's crotch without any concealment. You can use it, but don't play with it to death. A corpse won't attract any valuable beasts. The four core members in my memory are all gathered together. Lu Feiyu finally calmed down, and his panicked expression gradually disappeared, finally turning into deep indifference. If any one of these four people survives, he felt unhappy in his heart. So, Lu Feiyu immediately waved his hand. Boss Jean immediately leaped out of the beast-controlling space. The deep blue hair fluttered freely in the fishy wind, and the streamlined body showed a unique beauty. However, Lu Feiyu's beastman appeared. Zhang Xiaoxing and the other three who had surrounded Lu Feiyu were not afraid at all. Instead, they laughed wildly. Ha! This kid actually wants to resist. A bronze beast master? He's against the four of us, the Silver Beast Masters. What's in this kid's head? It's better to surrender and suffer less torture. The woman in red licked her lips and winked at Lu Feiyu. Handsome boy, I just like your strong-willed look. Chapter 50, Dragon Form, Reverse Slash of Silver. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu smiled. Even though he has changed his appearance, can he hide his damn handsomeness? But Lu Feiyu felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the bloated figure of the woman in red and the makeup on her face that fell off as she spoke. However, Lu Feiyu now had no intention of engaging in verbal battles with the other party. Sensing the master's inner desire to kill, Boss Jean growled. The moment the sound was made, its body seemed to transform into a gust of breeze and rush straight towards the woman in red. At the same time, a fiery red sun rises rapidly in the deep forest. Endless light and heat were emitted indiscriminately, and the rapidly rising temperature directly ignited all the trees around Lu Feiyu. Just a blink of an eye, the originally dark forest turned into a sea of fire and purgatory. What a fast speed. Careful, there's something strange about this kid. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaojing shouted immediately, enduring the burning pain in his body. The three men directly summoned their own beasts. However, before they could fight back, everyone noticed that the ground beneath their feet was rumbling and shaking. What? Zhang Xiaozing immediately looked down, his eyes widened wider than copper bells. He saw it clearly. The solid ground beneath my feet was shaking and splitting. Cracks expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, scales as dark as ink came into view. The dragon's scales stood up, flashing sharp cold light. This is... Zhang Xiaozing was confused, and before he could react, the shaking under his feet became more and more violent, and he could hardly keep his balance. Boom! A loud bang that shook the earth came from under my feet. Black Scale's huge body broke out of the ground, and rocks and soil flew in all directions. A pitch-black dragon, at least 80 meters long, was hovering in the low sky. There was a terrifying, murderous intent flashing in those ink-black pupils. Dragon transformation posture. In this state, the Black Scale's body length reached an exaggerated 80 meters. From a distance, it looked like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, making it difficult to resist. With this body size, Black Scale's power is greatly enhanced, and it is not difficult for him to split the earth and collapse mountains. Fuck! What kind of monster is this? Attack it! Zhang Xiaojing's body was pushed into the air. He managed to keep his balance and shouted as loud as he could. At the same time, the three beasts he contracted were desperately using their own killing moves. Wind blades and solid ice followed one after another. The hard, upright Black Scales created a series of roaring sounds. However, Hyland's figure in the air did not shake at all. Its dragon mouth suddenly opened angrily, and a dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. Roar! This roar, as if it came from hell, directly triggered the deepest fear in everyone's heart. In a trance, they seemed to see a black dragon roaring, its body piercing through the sky and the earth. Dragon's Wrath. The dragon's rage in the dragon transformation state controls time and doubles it directly. Even the Beastmaster and Beast Tamer at the Silver Realm were controlled for a full 3 seconds. And within these 3 seconds, Heilin opened his mouth again, and clouds of black mist gushed out from the air. As soon as the black mist came into contact with the outside air, it made a hissing sound. In the air, a large amount of steaming mist appeared and spread rapidly around. At the same time, a strange fragrance enveloped this remote forest. In an instant, the noisy cicadas, the low birdsong, the croaking of toads, and even the sounds emitted by the movements of various tiny animals all disappeared. This deep forest is as silent as death. This is not just simple dragon poison. In the dragon state, this is real dragon poison. If you touch it, you will die. If you touch it, you will die. There is no room for turning back. 3 seconds was enough for the black fog to fall from the sky and wrap around Zhang Xiaozeng and the other two. As soon as the black mist touched their skin, it penetrated into their bodies through the pores on their surface. In an instant, steaming white air wafted out from Zhang Xiaozheng's eyes, nose, mouth, and tongue. His muscles and internal organs were being corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a few seconds, 3 grown men disappeared out of thin air. In the huge open space, there were only a lot of white bones that had been corroded. Instant kill. It is indeed a powerful skill that can cause negative status for up to 6 hours. Once this starts, it directly allows Black Scale, who is at the 9th level of Black Iron, to have the power to kill a top-level Silver Beast Tamer. It's almost an improvement of 2 major realms in strength. I can only say, the bloodline of a true dragon is so terrifying. Just at this moment, Boss Jin's figure also returned to Lu Feiyu's sight. It grabbed the woman in red by the neck with one claw and rushed towards her. Bah! When he got close to Lu Feiyu, Boss Jin loosened his claws and threw the woman in red heavily in front of Lu Feiyu, and at the same time took back the summoned son. This was the person Lu Feiyu deliberately left alive. At the same time, Black Scale slowly fell from midair. Its eyes were staring angrily at Boss Jin, as if it wanted to take advantage of its current strength to avenge the slap it had received before. Stop it. Lu Feiyu sensed Hyland's thoughts and spoke out immediately. When Boss Jin heard this, he puffed out his chest proudly, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Seeing this scene, Lu Feiyu kicked Boss Jin on the butt, causing it to scream in pain. The woman in red, lying on the ground, was looking at the sky with a look of despair. She never expected it. This young-looking guy almost wiped out their entire adventure group with just one move. You know, although the Greedy Wolf adventure group is notorious, they are very sensible. He would never provoke beast masters of silver level or above, or low-level beast masters who seem to have good family backgrounds. Therefore, even if they have harmed countless people, still living peacefully until now. But where did this young man who looked like a god of death come from? How did they provoke him? Even if the woman in red was stupid, she understood at this moment. Lu Feiyu is definitely coming for them today. As she was thinking, she suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen, and then she flew backwards several meters. Then, Lu Feiyu's indifferent voice gradually approached. "Are there any other survivors?" Lu Feiyu lowered his head and grabbed the woman's messy long hair. The tearing pain from her scalp made the woman grimace in pain, and she couldn't stop waving her hands and feet in the air. No, they're all used up." The woman spoke intermittently, enduring the pain, although I already knew this would be the result. But when he heard this, a trace of rage flashed through Lu Feiyu's heart. Those who were killed by them were all teenagers who had just entered society, around 18 or 19 years old. I should have had a bright future, but now it's ruined. He stood up and kicked the woman hard again, directly into the blazing sea of fire. Chapter 51, Another Slap. The raging flames directly purify all filth. Listen to the wailing sound in the flames gradually decreasing in volume until it disappears. Lu Feiyu was deeply moved. In his previous life, he dropped out of school early and struggled in society. He was looked down upon, and no adventure group would accept him. I can only do odd jobs in the restaurant and have no contact with anything related to Beast Tamer. Therefore, when the Greedy Wolf adventure group came to recruit him, he was extremely excited. You mean that he was completely unaware that something was wrong with the adventure group at that time? Of course not. However, for Lu Feiyu at that time, the Greedy Wolf adventure group was his only hope to continue being a beastmaster. Even if it's a pit, he will jump in. It's just like those terminally ill patients who will pray to God and Buddha in the end. All they ask for is hope and peace of mind. This matter is over. From now on, I am just myself. Lu Feiyu let out a long sigh and completely discarded everything from his past life from his heart. At this time, a cool bird song came from the sky. Xiangyin Fouan swooped down from the sky, leaned slightly in front of Lu Feiyu, and motioned him to come up. With a small jump, Lu Feiyu jumped on a Feiwan's broad back. The soft feathers brushed across his feet, firmly securing his feet in place. In this way, the strong wind blowing in his face during flight will not affect Lu Feiyu's figure. That's it. Neither Black Scale nor Boss Gold can do it, so they are not qualified flying beasts. Especially Black Scales. Lu Feiyu had stood on it before, and the scales there were smoother than freshly ground tofu, making it impossible for a person to stand there. Well done, decisive in killing. He's a good candidate. After Lu Feiyu stood firmly, Xiongming praised him with admiration in his eyes. Ever since Lu Feiyu left the house, he has been following behind him in order to protect the safety of this SSS-level student. Xiongming originally thought that no matter how strong Lu Feiyu's talent was, he was only a bronze beastmaster now. Potential is potential, and combat power is combat power. Therefore, when Lu Feiyu fought against 4 silver beastmasters alone, Xiongming in the sky was sweating for him and was even ready to take action at any time. However, What he didn't expect was Lu Feiyu not only won, but also won easily and quickly. Almost in an instant, his two beasts completely controlled the battlefield, and the enemy had no room to resist. Xiongming was the main fighter. Just like people like Lu Feiyu, who kills when they should be killed without any hesitation. Therefore, the more he looked at Lu Feiyu, the more he liked him. As for what grudge Lu Feiyu has with the other party, Xiongming didn't want to know at all. After all, students also need privacy. He just needs to know that what Lu Feiyu did was right. You can report to school today. Lu Feiyu stood firm. Things were handled faster than he thought. In less than 2 days, he had resolved a series of issues that he had left behind in Changnan. Anything to pack? Xiongming asked, calling Shaoqing at the same time. Suddenly, the scenery in front of them changed wildly, and they were flying towards the low mountain villa at an extremely fast speed. Lu Feiyu thought for a moment, and finally said, "Return the key to the villa to Principal Wang. After all, it belongs to someone else." After hearing this, Xiongming nodded and said no more. A few minutes later, the two of them came to the villa on the low mountain from outside the city. Xiangyin Qingwan's wings flapped slower and slower, and its speed gradually slowed down and its altitude also gradually decreased. The villa, which was originally only the size of a fist, gradually became larger and clearer in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and his expression changed from calm to cold. Just see, in front of the iron gate of the villa, 4 figures were standing in a staggered manner. They were Lu Guanzhong, Zhang Fengxia, Lu Qianjun, and Lu Sahan, from members of the Lu family. At this time, these people would occasionally stretch their heads through the iron gate and look into the villa deep inside. Lu Guanzhong's face was full of anxiety and embarrassment. Zhang Fengxia on the side kept chattering, her words full of accusations. That little bastard. He would rather let an unrelated Chun Yuanshan enter class 1 than think about our Qianjun. Has he forgotten? Lu Qianjun is related to him by blood. She cursed and slapped Lu Guanzhong on the back, who had been silent the whole time. You are a waste too. I asked you to come before, but you just wouldn't come. Now, I can't even see her shadow. After being slapped by her, Lu Guanzhong's already anxious mood suddenly exploded. His face turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged like a giant python. How dare you say that? Say it. Say it. If it wasn't you at the beginning, would Fei run away from home and cut off all ties? They have cut off all ties with us, and you still have the nerve to come looking for them. You have no shame, but I still have some. Hearing this, Zhang Fengxia snorted coldly. Okay. You have some shame? You are noble. You are amazing. If you have some shame, why did you come here today? You're a whore, and you still want to be a virtuous woman. People like you are even more shameless than me. I saw that what they said was getting more and more excessive. Lu Sahan, who had been silent all this time, yelled, "Stop talking. Dad, Mom. When we meet Xiaoyu later, let's bow our heads and admit our mistakes. Xiaoyu has a soft personality and will forgive us if we are soft-hearted. Otherwise, how will Qianjun live in school in the future? The college entrance examination is coming up. We can't just watch Qianjun fail." As soon as these words were spoken, the two people who were arguing with red faces and thick necks suddenly stopped talking. At the same time, his eyes looked towards where Lu Qianjun was. Lu Qianjun turned a deaf ear to their quarrel, staring blankly ahead with empty eyes, as if everything had nothing to do with him. What a fool! He has been like this since he came back from school yesterday. This situation made the Lu family very anxious. They tried many methods and even spent a lot of money to buy low-level resources to nourish the soul. However, it's of no use. He still looked stupid, and sometimes he would even suddenly laugh like a madman, with saliva and snot all over his face and body. The person who tied the bell must be found to untie it, and the Lu family immediately thought of Lu Feiyu. Even Lu Guanzhong, who was most concerned about his reputation, put aside his pride and came to Lu Feiyu for help. In their opinion, with Lu Feiyu's current status and position, there must be a way to restore Lu Qianjun to his original state. However, just when the Lu family was silent, a strong wind whistled through the air. Everyone subconsciously looked up. I saw a giant green bird that covered the sky and the sun slowly descending. Then, a strange yet familiar figure jumped off the back of the giant bird. It's Lu Feiyu. Seeing Lu Feiyu, Zhang Fengxia, who was the most shameless, immediately went up to him. There was a rare smile on her face. His teeth were clearly exposed to the air, and the smile looked a bit creepy. Feiyu, you haven't been home for a long time. Everyone came to see how you were doing. Zhang Fengxia smiled and said something flattering. Look at you, you're already this old. Why are you angry with your family? Bah! Before Zhang Fengxia finished speaking, a loud slap suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. The words in her mouth suddenly stopped, and there was a burning pain on the right side of her face. From a distance, you can still see the bright red slap marks on his face. Lu Feiyu shook his right hand and said bluntly, Lao Deng, didn't I tell you that I would beat you up every time I see you? Why don't you learn your lesson? Chapter 52. Bleeding to sever the relationship. Lu Feiyu swung his right hand with an unbridled smile on his face. By the way, what were you going to say just now? Feel the tearing pain on your face. Zhang Fengxia could no longer keep the smile on her face, and she subconsciously wanted to get angry. But considering Lu Feiyu's current status and the huge blue bird on his body that looks extraordinary, she suppressed the anger in her heart, put on a smile, and said, Feiyu, I was wrong before you. Bah! Another crisp slap. This time it's the left cheek. In an instant, the left side of Zhang Fengxia's face began to swell visibly. With both sides of her cheeks swollen up at the same time, she looked like a dried-up old pig with mixed hair. No, don't you understand what I'm saying? I'll beat you up every time I see you. I blink, and we meet again. Lu Feiyu shook his hands and laughed. You. The burning pain in her cheeks almost made Zhang Fengxia lose her mind. The situation seemed to be getting out of control again. Lu Sahan, who had been waiting behind, could not stand any longer. She grabbed her mother and dragged her behind her. Then, with an awkward smile on his face, he bent over and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, we were wrong before, but we're family after all. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Besides, we have already apologized. What else do you want us to do? You're just feeling a little depressed at home, but Xianjun is almost turning into a fool now. Lu Sahan is young after all. She already looked down on her younger brother, and just now her mother was slapped twice in front of her. She had been used to being arrogant since she was a child, and had never bowed her head in front of a man. Under these three circumstances, she, who originally wanted to apologize in a humble manner, became more and more agitated, and even pointed her finger at Lu Feiyu's nose and said, do you still have any humanity? Spit flew everywhere, and a foul smell filled the air. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu even wanted to laugh. What is going on? If you apologize, I will forgive you. Very good. Lu Feiyu's eyes turned cold, and he raised his right foot and kicked hard. The kick was so powerful, with no reserve of force, that it landed directly on Lu Sahan's lower abdomen. Even if the Beast Master's physical fitness is not as good as that of the Beast Master, but it is also much better than ordinary people, Lu Feiyu's feet hit Lu Sahan's lower abdomen mercilessly. Suddenly, Lu Sahan's eyes bulged outward. The whole person's body flew backwards several meters. Blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Damn it, Lu Feiyu is going crazy today. He's going crazy. No one should try to blackmail him morally. Even Jesus couldn't stop him today. Lu Feiyu had a wild smile on his face and walked slowly to Lu Sahan. Ouch. I'm so sorry, Miss Lu. I accidentally lost control of my feet. I'm sorry. Seeing Lu Sahan holding her stomach and crying in pain on the ground, it was obvious that she was injured internally. Lu Feiyu said again, I've already apologized. Miss Lu won't still be jealous of me in her heart, right? Well, I am a kind person, and I cannot bear to see someone lying on the ground like a dog. Use this money to see a doctor. As he spoke, the space ring on his finger flashed with a faint light. 10 red tickets appeared in Lu Feiyu's hand. Then, Lu Feiyu waved his hand, and the red ticket in his hand flew into the sky. It fluttered down and landed on Lu Sahan's face, stained with blood. This $1,000. It was to pay back the money that the Lu family had given him to buy the beast eggs. You're going too far. Lu Feiyu. She's your sister. She's your relative. My blood is in you and her. Broken bones are connected to tendons, you understand? His wife was slapped and his daughter was beaten. Lu Guanzhong, who had been patient like a ninja turtle, could no longer bear it. He quickly walked up to Lu Feiyu and roared. Facing his father in the blood sense, Lu Feiyu still had a sneer on his face. Relatives? Are you worthy? My only relative died 15 years ago. Who killed her? Isn't it you, Lu Guanzhong? Infidelity in marriage. The mistress Zhang Fengxia brought her child to openly force the position. Lu Feiyu's biological mother was so angry that she fainted on the spot, and her health became worse day by day. He passed away not long after. From then on, Zhang Fengxia successfully ascended to power. Lu Feiyu also began his miserable life. Now, what relatives did Lu Guanzhong talk to him about? How funny. You mean bloodline? The smile on Lu Feiyu's face disappeared, and he held the sharp dagger in his left hand. Then a flash of madness and relief crossed his face. I'll give it back to you. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his hand. The sharp dagger instantly swung towards the right wrist. This knife was cut without any mercy. Suddenly, a tingling sensation came from the wrist. The bright red blood spurted out like a fountain. The gushing blood splashed all over Lu Guanzhong. The blood dripped onto the coat and dried quickly like withered roses, lifeless. His shocked and angry expression suddenly froze, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Lu Guanzhong never expected this. Lu Feiyu would go to such an extent, cutting wrists in public. Bleed directly. This means he is determined to sever ties with me. When I think of Lu Feiyu's SSS-level talent and the bright future that can be foreseen, Lu Guanzhong felt extremely uncomfortable. If I had been nicer to Lu Feiyu before, he even just tried to stop Zhang Fengxia and others from bullying him. Based on his understanding of Lu Feiyu, the other party would definitely not be as heartless as he was today. I'm so stupid, really. Lu Guanzhong blamed himself in his heart. He still wanted to keep her, but a tall and mighty figure stood between him and Lu Feiyu. Xiongming had a gloomy face. His almost 2-meter height and broad body gave Lu Guanzhong an incomparable sense of oppression. That's the end of the matter. If I see you harassing my students again. When Xiongming reached this point, he stopped talking and grabbed Lu Guanzhong's neck with an iron hand. Lifting him up, he glanced at Lu Guanzhong and the others with a look as if he was looking at dead people. The strength in his hands gradually increased, and the feeling of suffocation and hanging in the air made Lu Guanzhong's face turn as pale as liver. A pair of legs were twitching in the air like a top. The murderous aura that Xiongming has cultivated from years of roaming around various battlefields is exuded without any concealment. The horrifying scene, like a sea of blood and corpses, made Lu Guanzhong even more panicked. He even thought that he would die in this place today. Cough, cough, cough. Just when Lu Guanzhong was about to suffocate, Xiongming suddenly let go and let Lu Guanzhong fall to the ground. Lu Guanzhong's face turned purple and he greedily absorbed the air around him. At the same time, a pair of eyes looked at Xiongming in horror, and with his hands behind his back, he rolled and crawled backwards. Never dare to stop again. Chapter 53. Entering Beijing. Entering school. Get out of here! Xiongming roared so loudly that the ground even shook 3 times. Seeing him so imposing, Lu Guanzhong and others dared not stay any longer. They didn't even dare to look at Lu Feiyu again. Lu Guanzhong ran away holding Lu Sahan. Zhang Fengxia pulled Lu Qianjun away quickly. For a moment in front of the huge villa, only Lu Feiyu and Xiongming were left. Xiongming looked at Lu Feiyu's wrist, which was still spurting blood, shook his head and said, "Why hurt your own body?" As he spoke, he summoned his own healing beast. As a beast master of the Hyuel level, Xiongming's beast taming combination naturally has its own system. Healing, control, strong attack, assassination, rushing, and so on are all available. A light green elf appeared in front of Lu Feiyu. Behind her translucent wings, the elf flew slowly around Lu Feiyu, flashing dazzling green light, and flew towards Lu Feiyu's wrist. In an instant, the wound that was deep enough to see the bone disappeared. The bleeding stopped in an instant. If it weren't for the slight pain still remaining in his wrist, Lu Feiyu wouldn't even have thought that his hand had been injured. He smiled and said, "Something has to be done. If you don't do it well enough, they will start to climb up the pole, which is very annoying. Besides, you are here, the principal. I believe you won't watch me bleed in vain." Hearing this, Xiongming also smiled. "You kid, okay? Pack up your things quickly, and let's go." After the little episode, Lu Feiyu returned the villa key to Principal Wang. Afterwards, Lu Feiyu and Xiongming booked plane tickets and flew to the capital. Changnan is located in southern China. The capital city is located in the north. The journey is extremely long, so the two chose to use modern transportation. After all, Xiaoqing flies fast, but you can't order her around like that. Lu Feiyu didn't feel sorry. Then Xiongming, as a beast tamer, would feel distressed. It's not that I can't afford the beast master, but modern transportation is more cost-effective. By the time Lu Feiyu arrived in the capital, it was already getting dark. Ever since the disaster struck, ferocious beasts have wreaked havoc on the world. Due to the threat posed by a large number of flying beasts, all the original flight routes were abandoned. It took humans decades to open up several new and safer flight routes. And, to ensure safety, the plane's flying speed is also much slower than before. Otherwise, at the latest in the afternoon, Lu Feiyu and his companions should arrive in the capital. Let me take you to the student dormitory first. It's already been prepared for you. A teacher will take you to class at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Before going to bed, you can walk around the capital and experience it. Of course, don't stay up too late, because you have to get up early tomorrow. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. After arriving at Huaqing University, while telling Lu Feiyu some precautions, Xiongming took him to the student dormitory. Along the way, many college students were looking at Lu Feiyu in surprise. They're very curious. Does this owner of the SSS-Level twin talents that has been widely rumored on the internet have 3 heads and 6 arms? Otherwise, we all have 2 eyes, a mouth, and a nose. So how come you have such an incredible talent? Doesn't he look like a human? He's just a little more handsome than me, but there's nothing special about him. A student looked at Lu Feiyu's departing back and muttered softly. Under the gaze of everyone, under the guidance of Xiongming, Lu Feiyu entered the student dormitory. Well, originally there were 2 people in one dormitory, but you joined the class later and there was no one living with you, so you lived in a dormitory by yourself. Comfortable? Xiongming said. Lu Feiyu looked at the furnishings inside the dormitory. I couldn't stop nodding. How can this be comfortable? This is so comfortable that it's explosive. It's not a double bed with stairs, nor is it a narrow bed with a desk underneath. In the huge student dormitory, there are 2 large wide beds on the left and right. In front of the big bed is a double-door wardrobe with a huge internal space. It feels like more than 3 people can fit in there. In the middle of the bed are 2 long tables side by side. The table was spotless, without even a speck of dust. Even if you have obsessive-compulsive disorder, you can't find any fault with this dormitory. Not to mention, Lu Feiyu took 2 steps inside, and his head nodded like a pendulum. What's even more exaggerated is that this dormitory not only has a private bathroom, there is even a small kitchen and an open-air balcony. How can this be a student dormitory? Most houses aren't this comfortable, right? It's just a cool word. This has been cleaned, just use it directly. Xiongming sat casually on a bed and said, the mattresses and bedding are all new, don't worry. You also have the authority to exchange special resources. You can also go to the resource management office to exchange them. You decide what you want to exchange for. After all, your talent is more useful than any instructor. The campus map and student card are in your locker. Both lockers are yours. Use them as you please. Sitting on the bed, Xiongming thought for a while, and after making sure that nothing was missing, he stood up. Okay, that's it. Have a good rest. Lu Feiyu personally sent the principal to the door and watched his figure disappear before returning to the dormitory. The first thing I did was to open the closet and take out the map and student card. After confirming the location of the resource management office, Lu Feiyu didn't stop for a moment and walked towards there. He couldn't wait to evolve Black Scale into a beast tamer with SS-level qualifications. The black scales of a dragon make it so ferocious. So, if it successfully evolves into the erosion dragon, how terrifyingly powerful will it be? Lu Feiyu is looking forward to it. He traveled quickly all the way and finally arrived at his destination. This resource management office is actually similar to a library. However, inside the library, there are all kinds of books. The shelves in the resource management office are filled with various rare resources. From low-end to high-end, we have it all. This is the strength of China's highest institution of learning. The resource management office is divided into 4 levels. From the first layer to the 4th layer, there are 4 different levels of resources. At the entrance of each floor, there are special machines to recognize student cards. If you don't have permission, don't even think about entering. And when students come out, they have to go through a special gate. Once someone is found stealing or taking school resources, the lighter punishment may be a probationary period, while the more serious punishment may be direct expulsion, and the person may even be held legally responsible. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 consecutive sounds of machines, Lu Feiyu successfully stepped into the third floor. Here, all the high-level special resources are on display. And the last resource needed for Black Scale's evolution, the true dragon's blood essence, is among them. Chapter 54 Black Scale, Evolution. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Feiyu walked to the shelf on the third floor where the essence and blood of ferocious beasts were stored. The tall shelves are made of guling wood. This kind of wood can prevent the spiritual energy and special energy contained in various rare resources from leaking out, even if it is stored for thousands of years. The things on the shelves are still as fresh as ever. This wooden frame alone is worth more than 1 million Chinese coins. Lu Feiyu quickly swept across the entire wooden frame. The essence and blood of the true dragon has a very high status, so it is placed on the most conspicuous first floor. On it, several jade bottles stand in a row. In front of the jade bottle is a sign indicating the source and properties of the blood essence in the bottle. The four-winged bone dragon is famous for its physical strength. Recommended for physical attribute beast-controlling evolution. Tiamu Qinglong, a true dragon with wood attributes, good at healing and control. The characteristics are gentle and tolerant, and it is recommended for the evolution of wood and water attribute beasts. Nirvana Flame Dragon, a true dragon with fire attributes, good at controlling flames. Extremely unstable, forbidden for beasts below Emerald. Lu Feiyu carefully read the words on each sign. Although, the evolution of Black Scales does not require the use of true dragon blood of any attribute. But according to Lu Feiyu's speculation, using essence and blood with the same or similar attributes will definitely produce better evolutionary effects. Finally, Lu Feiyu's gaze fixed on the last jade bottle. The emerald green bottle is crystal clear. Lu Feiyu could clearly see through the bottle and see the real dragon's blood essence inside, which was as thick as ink and looked like a carbon ball. Poison Fire Demon Dragon, a real dragon with dual attributes of poison and fire. The conflict between poison and fire is extremely dangerous and can only be used by beasts with true dragon bloodline. Look at the words on the sign. Lu Feiyu took it off the shelf without any hesitation. Isn't this thing tailor-made for Black Scale? It has poisonous properties and requires true dragon bloodline. As for the conflict between poison and fire, it was extremely dangerous. Lu Fei believed that He Lin would be able to withstand it. It would just be a little painful. Besides, such a young dragon, not even a month old. What's wrong with it suffering a little more? How many beasts want to endure this kind of suffering, but cannot? If you don't suffer, some beasts will want to eat you. While he was thinking, the jade bottle was already in Lu Feiyu's hand. It feels slightly cool to the touch and has an excellent touch. After getting what he wanted, Lu Feiyu immediately turned around and went downstairs. After passing the inspection gate safely, he did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he followed the instructions on the map and headed towards the breakthrough room in Huaqing University. When the beast taming reaches the later stage, no matter when breaking through or evolving, there will be considerable anomalies. Some strange phenomena may even endanger the life and safety of the beast master and even the people around him. Therefore, a breakthrough room was specially set up in Huaqing University for students to use. Of course, this kind of building can be found in most big cities. It's just that Lu Feiyu was short of money and couldn't afford to go, so he had a breakthrough at home. Now, as a student in the preparatory class of Huaqing University, he has the privilege of trying the breakthrough room for free. Free stuff. It would be a waste if you don't use it. With the mentality of getting something for free, Lu Feiyu swiped his student card and walked into a quiet breakthrough room. The breakthrough room is not small, about 30 square meters, with 2 rooms, one large and one small. The walls in the room are made of transparent material. The beast tamer can stand in the small room and observe the physical condition and abnormal phenomena of the beast tamers in the large room, so as to stop the evolution in time and rescue the beast tamers when they are in danger. Summon Black Scale and Boss Gold from the beast taming space at the same time. It seemed as if he was aware of what was about to happen. He Lin became extremely excited. Bring it on. Lu Feiyu greeted him and walked into the larger room with Hylan. The space ring on his finger flashed faintly. 2 jade boxes and a jade bottle appeared in his hands at the same time. Lu Feiyu opened them one by one. The high-quality dark attribute Beast Core is dark brown in color and has an uneven surface, like the skin of fried pork belly, covered with bumps. The essence of the 5 poisons is pure black, with a faint light flowing on the surface, and a strange fragrance mixed with a fishy smell wafting into the nose. The final highlight. It is naturally the essence and blood of a real dragon. Lu Feiyu pulled out the stopper from the jade bottle. With a puff sound, the solid substance in the bottle, which was originally as solid as charcoal, quickly transformed into liquid form. Flowing black liquid is flowing in the bottle. As the water waves flowed, there seemed to be black mist and flames leaping together. Open your mouth. It's coming out. Seeing that the liquid was increasing and almost overflowing, Lu Feiyu spoke hurriedly. This true dragon's blood is extremely precious and cannot be wasted. Upon hearing his master's order, He Lin immediately opened his mouth wide. Lu Feiyu's hand suddenly loosened, and he put the entire jade bottle directly in Hyland's mouth. At the same time, he stuffed the beast core and the 5 poison essences into He Lin's mouth, which was still open, and then quickly left. He stood side by side with Boss Jean, carefully watching the changes in He Lin's body. I saw the black scales that were originally tightly fitted together suddenly stand up. The vertical scales looked like swords reaching into the sky, emitting cold light and murderous intent. Beneath the scales, steaming black mist spread in all directions along the flesh and blood. When the fog became thick enough, sticky black liquid gradually fell from the air. Once this black liquid touches the ground or the wall, it will instantly corrode a deep pit. The huge heat generated by the erosion caused bursts of white mist to gradually rise. The black and white fog intertwined, making the situation in the entire room appear extremely blurry. However, with the help of the Eye of Promotion, Lu Feiyu could still see clearly. He could see clearly. The scales, which were originally triangular, were rapidly changing shape, moving towards a regular pentagon. At the same time, countless scales are stacked and squeezed layer by layer. Just from what Lu Feiyu saw with his naked eyes, there were 4 layers of scales stacked on the surface of his own beast. The scales are intertwined to form mysterious patterns. At the same time, the defense capability is also greatly enhanced. And he also observed there were 2 bulging lumps of flesh on the black-scaled head, and at this moment a pair of long horns actually broke out of the flesh. It has long horns like a deer, noble and unique. Dragon horn. The moment the dragon horn appeared, He Lin, who was wrapped in black and white mist, suddenly roared towards the sky. Boundless momentum mixed with the pressure of a true dragon emanated together. The huge house was shaking violently. As the dragon roared, the fog dissipated and all the strange phenomena disappeared. Black scale. Evolution is complete. Looking at the huge black dragon hovering in the air, Lu Feiyu felt excited. This is a real dragon. Invincible existence in the same realm. He immediately activated the Eye of Promotion and took in the detailed information of the evolved black scale. Chapter 55. Eclipse Dragon. Legendary skills. Race. Eclipse Demon Dragon. Attribute. Poison. Talent level. SS. Realm. Bronze level 6. Skills. True Dragon Body. Epic. Sky Eroding Poison Flame. Epic. True Dragon Pressure. Epic. Sky Devouring Power. Legendary. True Dragon Body. Passive skill. The True Dragon Body is immune to all evil. The beast is immune to all abnormal conditions, and its physical fitness is at least tripled. The specific improvement strength depends on the size of the beast. Erosion Poison Flame. The beast can spit out extremely poisonous dragon flames, burning everything. Those hit by the poisonous flames will have their vitality forcibly plundered for the beast to use. Note: once vitality is plundered, it cannot be restored naturally. True Dragon Pressure. The wrath of a true dragon, shocking all beasts. The Beastmaster can emit the True Dragon Pressure. Anyone with a bloodline lower than the Beastmasters will fall into a state of panic, with their attack and defense weakened by 50%, and they will be stunned for 2 seconds. Power of Devouring the Heavens. The beast contains the power of devouring the heavens, which can devour everything, quickly strengthen itself, and improve its realm. Evolution Route. 5 Elements Dragon King, SSS-Level. Immortal Dragon Ancestor, mythical level. Note: only beasts with mythical blood can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution. 5 Elements Spirit Core, true dragon blood essence of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Evaluation. Swallow the sky. Swallow the sky. When Lu Feiyu saw the specific information about He Lin, his eyes lit up. First, his realm went directly from the 9th level of black iron to the 6th level of bronze. Spanning one large realm and 5 small realms, the improvement is huge. The first 3 skills have all been upgraded to epic level, which significantly increases their strength. Moreover, the effects of each of these 3 skills are extremely powerful. Combines physical strengthening, attack control, and enemy weakening into one. The actual combat effect will definitely be outstanding. As for the last skill, Heaven Devouring Power, its level has even reached the realm of legend. This was beyond Lu Feiyu's expectations. After all, this was the first time he saw a legendary skill on an SS-level Beastmaster. However, this skill has almost no effect on Black Scale's real-time combat capability. So, is it useless? Obviously not. Anyone with a discerning eye can see how powerful and terrifying this skill is. Plunder everything and increase your cultivation speed. That is, as long as there are sufficient resources. Black Scale can improve his realm at an extremely fast speed. The combat power bonus brought by this realm is no worse than that of an epic skill, and may even exceed it. Now I don't have to worry about being beaten by Boss Gene. Lu Feiyu waved his hand and asked Hyland to come to his side, and said with a smile. And he added in his mind, then it might be Black Scale beating up Boss Gene. After all, the heaven-devouring power is combined with the terrifying energy contained in the spiritual marrow water from Capital University. It might only take a moment for Hyland to surpass Boss Gene in terms of realm. Given Hyland's personality, he will definitely fight back and beat up Boss Gene to avenge the grievances he has suffered in the past few days. While thinking in his heart, Lu Feiyu suddenly sensed that He Lin's aura was rising rapidly again. His eyes focused, and he activated the Eye of Promotion again and looked towards Hyland. It was seen that its original level of Bronze 6 had reached Bronze 7 in the blink of an eye, breaking through to the late Bronze stage. Furthermore, the aura of Black Scale is still rising. Is this digesting the remaining energy in the special resource? Lu Feiyu exclaimed. After all, there are 2 high-level special resources among the Black Scale evolution resources, and the energy contained in them is as vast as mountains and seas. It is impossible to consume them all in one evolution. Part of this energy will remain hidden in the body of the Beastmaster, and will slowly blend into the flesh and blood over time, thus elevating the Beastmaster's level. This time is usually measured in years. However, at the moment, the digestion speed of Black Scales is almost measured in seconds. Its breath is climbing with every second. Every minute, you have to break through a small realm. Isn't this absorption speed a bit too fast? This speed not only stunned Lu Feiyu, the Beastmaster. Even Boss Gene, who had been standing next to Lu Feiyu, widened his eyes and looked at his younger brother in disbelief. About 10 minutes later, the speed at which He Lin improved his realm slowed down, and his aura gradually stabilized. Lu Feiyu took a look at its current state, and his eyes suddenly widened. Not bronze, but silver. It's not even the early silver stage, but the middle silver stage. It actually went directly from bronze 6th level to silver 6th level. It spans an entire realm. Hey Lin, are you really a genius? Lu Feiyu touched its drooping dragon head and sighed. There was undisguised joy on his face. Because He Lin broke through to silver, he, as a Beastmaster, also reached silver 6th level. While his physical fitness was greatly improved, one more spot for the contracted Beast Tamer was added. That is to say, now he can contract a 3rd beast at any time. Hearing the praise from its master, the black-scaled dragon's head raised slightly and a low growl came out of its mouth. At the same time, its eyes as dark as night looked past Lu Feiyu and towards Boss Gene, who was hiding behind him. Yesterday's hatred is like a thorn in my back. In an instant, its body suddenly expanded, and the huge dragon tail, carrying boundless power, swept away. The wind whistled sharply, causing bursts of sonic booms. Stop, stop, stop! Seeing that the 2 beasts were about to fight again, Lu Feiyu hurriedly called a halt. Fight back if you want, don't embarrass me here. With a loud shout, he immediately stopped the 2 beasts' increasingly outrageous movements and took them back to the beast-taming space at the same time. Black Scale evolution is complete. Lu Feiyu also successfully broke through to the silver Beastmaster level. The stone in his heart suddenly fell, and he looked extremely relaxed. Next, we will go to Jingqing University on the weekend and bring back the Beast Egg and resources. Lu Feiyu set his next goal. Today is Thursday. In other words, after getting through tomorrow's class, he will be able to contract his 3rd beast. a powerful beast taming egg that has S-level qualifications from the beginning. Then it is strengthened by the baptism of the mythical blood pool. One contract, it's SSS-Level. It saves money and is powerful. And the key word is fun. Thinking of this, Lu Feiyu hummed a lighthearted tune and walked towards the dormitory with light steps. After going to the resource management office and the breakthrough room, and then returning to the dormitory building, it was already very dark. Lu Feiyu naturally would not wander around the capital city anymore. However, when he reached the door of his dormitory, he suddenly stopped, because in front of the door, there was already an elegant middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses waiting. The sound of Lu Feiyu's footsteps attracted the attention of the middle-aged man who had been waiting quietly. When he saw Lu Feiyu's face, he smiled kindly and walked over quickly. "Student Lu Feiyu, right? I'm Zheng Wenhe from Jingxing University. You can call me Teacher Zheng." As he spoke, he took out his employee card and verified his identity to Lu Feiyu. Chapter 56, New Beast Tamer. Magical Heavy Rain. Principal Han asked me to give you something. As he spoke, Zheng Wenhe handed the bag in his hand to Lu Feiyu and added softly, S-level beast egg. Lu Feiyu subconsciously took the bag, lowered his eyes slightly, and scanned the items in the bag. A square sandalwood box carved with hollow patterns. At this moment, a faint and warm glow was emanating from the box. This light actually gives people a sense of intimacy. The principal also said that you should come to school on Saturday and get any resources you need. Come on, let's add the communication method. You can contact me if you need anything. Zheng Wenhe continued. Lu Feiyu took out his cell phone as he was told, and the two exchanged contact information. Afterwards, Zheng Wenhe rejected Lu Feiyu's polite invitation to come in and sit down, and turned and left. He was not a child, so he naturally knew that Lu Feiyu would check it immediately after obtaining the S-level beast egg. It's inappropriate to be there myself. After bidding farewell to Zheng Wenhe, Lu Feiyu rushed back to the dormitory. He pulled out the wooden box from the bag and opened it impatiently. In an instant, the originally faint white light became extremely dazzling, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Lu Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the eye of promotion was quietly activated. The slight pain in my eyes caused by the rising white light disappeared immediately, and everything in the room was clearly visible. All the detailed information about the beast-taming egg appeared in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Race, charming fox. Attribute, charm. Talent level, S. Realm, skills, fox power, excellent. Charm technique, excellent. Pale waterfall, excellent. Kiss of death, epic. Evolution path, charming fox, S-level. Heaven-shaking fox, SS-level. Savior fox, SSS-level. Evaluation. This has almost reached the limit of beast eggs in the mortal world, a rare treasure. It's actually a charm beast master? After seeing the specific information, Lu Feiyu couldn't stop smiling. The abilities of the charm beast tamers are mostly related to soul and strong control. This kind of strong control is not a simple control like Black Scale that controls the enemy for 1 or 2 seconds. It is absolute control that lasts for minutes, hours, or even days. The most powerful ones among the charming beast tamers can even permanently turn enemy beast tamers against their will with just their eyes, and use them for their own purposes. Both its actual combat effect and strategic significance are extremely powerful. What's more, Lu Feiyu looked at its future evolutionary path. This beast seems to have healing abilities as well. If that is true, that is a rare dual element beast. With this thought in mind, Lu Feiyu grasped the beast-taming egg that was still emitting light in one hand. A thought occurred to him. The next moment, Lu Feiyu and the beast-taming egg appeared in his own beast-taming space at the same time. Then, without any hesitation, he threw the beast-taming egg into the mythical blood pool. The beast egg fell into the pond, as if entering a mysterious and wonderful world. It slowly sank and was submerged by the pool water. The dazzling white light was swallowed up by the scarlet water, and a little bit of deep light rippled on the surface of the pool. This light seems to echo with the pool water, forming a unique resonance. Lu Feiyu watched the changes in the mythical blood pool nervously. This was the biggest commotion in the mythical blood pool since he contracted 3 beasts. So this time's beast taming. What kind of surprise will it bring to him? Suddenly, the deep light scattered from the bottom of the pool suddenly disappeared. At this moment, even the originally clear sky in the beast taming space suddenly dimmed. The dark clouds gathered together like thick ink with lightning flashing and thunder roaring inside. At the same time, a strong wind suddenly blew, causing Lu Feiyu's clothes to rustle. Pata pata, boom tilde. First, drops of rain fell quickly, then the drops formed into lines, and the lines formed a curtain. In an instant, heavy rain poured down in the beast-controlling space. The whole world seemed to be covered with a layer of endless mist. Lu Feiyu stood there in a daze, with a large amount of rain still washing away his soul and body. The rain soaked my whole body, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of coldness. On the contrary, after the rainwater came into contact with the body's surface, it quickly absorbed into the body, and then streams of warm currents flowed through Lu Feiyu's limbs and bones. This feeling, it feels as comfortable as walking for several miles in the middle of winter and then coming home to take a nice hot bath. Lu Feiyu felt that every cell in his body, and even his soul, was emitting a cry of comfort. And he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Lu Feiyu's eyes swept over Boss Jean and Hylan. I found that their faces were also full of comfort. Moreover, Lu Feiyu also discovered Black Scale, which had originally stagnated at the 6th level Silver Realm, actually began to improve again. Silver level 6, Silver level 7, Silver level 8. In such a short time, he actually crossed 2 more realms and reached the 8th level of Silver. It's even only 2 steps away from breaking through Gold. Not just Black Scales. Boss Jin's realm is also improving. The special resource energy that remained from its evolution seemed to be fully stimulated at this moment. In just a moment, it successfully broke through the Bronze level and leaped to the 5th level of Silver, spanning a total of 6 realms. Boss Jean simply made all the energy that would have taken months to fully digest disappear. Feeling the changes in his body, Boss Jean shouted excitedly in the rain. After reaching Silver, it felt like it was back to normal. However, Lu Feiyu had no time to care about the noisy Boss Jean at this time. His eyes were fixed on the ripples on the mythical blood pool without blinking. This kind of phenomenon has never appeared before. It must be what this beast egg brought about when it evolved. It has such power just after evolving. Lu Feiyu was increasingly looking forward to discovering all the abilities that this beast possessed. Under Lu Feiyu's scorching gaze, the ripples on the surface of the mythical blood pool became more and more obvious. Suddenly, a wave of water rushed into the sky. Flying up along with the rising waves was a fox, as pure white as jade. The moment it appears, the strong wind stopped, the rain stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. The sun reappeared in the sky, and warm sunlight poured down on the earth. The rich water vapor in the air reflects brilliant, colorful rays of light under the sunlight. Rainbow. When rainbow light appears, a rare beast will be born. Lu Feiyu looked at the figure in the air that looked like mutton fat jade, and a lot of information emerged in his eyes. Race, Sky Clairvoyant Fox. Attributes, Charm, Special. Talent level, SS. Realm, Black Iron level 8. Skills, Spirit Fox Body, Epic. Heaven and Earth Immunity, Epic. Spirit Charm, Epic. Heaven Shattering Luck, Legendary. Spirit Fox Body. Physical fitness doubled. Immune to all abnormal conditions. Isolated from all dust. Maintaining an absolutely pure posture. Heaven and Earth Immortal. When encountering a fatal attack, the beast will split into a fake body and use it to die instead. Note, each time you use the ability to avoid death, the next celebration rain will disappear. Spiritual Charm. The Beastmaster can charm the enemy Beastmaster and force it to do its bidding, lasting for half an hour. Heavenly Luck. A charmer that can charm people, nations, and the heavens. It gathers the luck of heaven and earth into itself. Whenever the beast reaches a higher level, heaven and earth will rain down in celebration. Anyone who comes into contact with the rain will be blessed with good luck and gain a certain improvement in a short period of time. Note, the enhancement effect of the rain of celebration will increase with the level of the Beast Tamer. L. Note, the improvement effect is not limited to Cultivation Realm, Cultivation Speed, Soul Strength, Physical Strength. Evolution Route. Sky Clairvoyant Fox, SS Level. World Savior Holy Fox, SSS Level. Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox, Mythical Level. Evaluation. The Darling of Heaven and Earth, the Embodiment of Luck. Chapter 57, Invincible Auxiliary Effect. After seeing the effects of the Qing Tian Spirit Fox's abilities, Lu Feiyu's mouth became so big that it could almost fit a whole duck egg. Not buddy. Are you so powerful? Leaving aside the spirit fox's body, this is a physical strengthening skill that almost every beast tamer with S-level qualifications or above will possess. Double your physical fitness. It can almost allow the beast master to handle most close combat. Starting from the second skill, the effect gradually becomes amazing. Even in dos spades, a chance to avoid death. In other words, it's a second life. In addition, due to the damage conversion effect of Eye of Ascension, this is equivalent to Lu Feiyu having a second life. Wow! All of a sudden, my sense of security was maximized. It can be said that in China, there might be someone who could assassinate him once. But many bigwigs in China will never give this person a second chance to take action. What does this amount to? In China, Lu Feiyu directly possessed a golden body that was immune to death, although it has a few negative effects. But compared with life, what does this negative effect matter? The third skill, the spirit charm, is even more incredible. To explain it in terms of control skills is to insult this ability. This is not control, but actual rebellion of the enemy. You know, with Lu Feiyu's current realm, how many beasts does his opponent have? Just 1, 2, or 3. To incite a beast to rebel is almost equivalent to reducing the combat power by half. On Lu Feiyu's side, a lot of combat power has been increased. Adding and subtracting this, and rounding it off, equals a 100% improvement in combat effectiveness. Not to mention, once the enemy's beast is turned against them, it will almost immediately deliver a fatal blow to its master. As a beast master, the one he trusts most is undoubtedly his own beast. It can be said that most of the time, beast masters will not defend their own beasts. Such an attack, 99% of beast masters will die on the spot. The effect is terrifying. Therefore, Lu Feiyu made up his mind the moment he saw this ability. Treat it as your trump card. If it is not necessary, never use it. Once used, the enemy must die. Otherwise, if the effect of the skill were to be spread out, everyone would know about it and would be on guard. Then it would be extremely difficult to achieve such good results again. As for the last legendary ability, it directly explains the origin of the heavy rain just now. So it was you, little guy, who did it. Lu Feiyu glanced at the fox in his hand. I gently stroked its hair, which was as white as jade and without a trace of dust. It feels slightly icy to the touch and feels great, just like precious jade. Lu Feiyu and other beast masters have just experienced the effect of this ability. It can only be described in 2 words. Invincible. Black scale improves 2 levels. This is an upgrade to the late Silver Realm. For an ordinary beast tamer, even if he had more resources, it would probably take several months of practice to advance 2 levels. But how long has Black Scale been used? Got a minute? Boss Jean was even more terrifying. In less than a minute of heavy rain, he directly advanced 6 levels. There are also breakthroughs to great realms. This is despite the help of the huge energy hidden in the body. But the auxiliary effect of this celebratory rain should never be ignored. And Lu Feiyu himself. Perhaps it was because he was a soul in the beast taming space. He could feel that his soul was more resilient and stronger than before. For the beast master, a strong soul means more contract qualifications. If there were a few more such celebratory rains, Lu Feiyu was sure that he would be able to contract 2 beasts in 1 realm. This kind of improvement is extremely incredible for any beast master. If it gets out, I'm afraid even those high-level beast masters would go crazy for it. After all, a beast tamer contract quota means a powerful fighting force and a more diverse combat system. What a treasure! No wonder even the heaven and earth are fascinated by you. Lu Feiyu sighed softly. His eyes fell on the pure white fox curled up in his arms. The curled-up body looks as cute as a dumpling when looking down. Your entire body is pure white. Your fur is like jade, and your shape is similar to a ball. So I'll call you White Jade Ball. Lu Feiyu lifted the white jade ball by its neck, held it in the air, and looked at it, then put it back into his arms. She was still a little girl. As he spoke, Lu Feiyu turned his gaze towards Hei Lin and Boss Jean and said, "This is my little sister. Don't let me catch any of you bullying her. Otherwise, humph." Lu Feiyu snorted twice, and the threat in his words was self-evident. Hei Lin and Boss Jean roared at the same time, expressing that they would never bully Bai Yutuan. After all they just did, it was thanks to the rain of congratulations from others that I was able to achieve this level of advancement. So naturally, I wouldn't go out of my way to make others unhappy. especially Boss Jean, who ran over quickly and kept breathing around by Yutuan. Boss Jin's tongue was hanging out, his eyes were slightly narrowed, and his tail was shaking behind him as fast as the propellers of a helicopter, leaving an afterimage. It is obvious that there is a tendency and potential for him to become a bootlicker. Unexpectedly, the white jade ball that was originally lying quietly in Lu Feiyu's arms seemed to be disturbed. It turned its head to look at Boss Jean, who had been running around nearby, and uttered a soft sound. Woo-woo. The humming sound among foxes' calls expresses vigilance and dissatisfaction. As soon as I heard this voice, Boss Jin's body suddenly froze, and he looked up at Bai Yutuan in disbelief. There was obvious confusion and shock in the big dog's eyes. Boss Jean was actually disliked. The tail behind Boss Jean, which was as fast as a propeller, suddenly froze, and the whole dog looked lifeless, as if a helicopter had crashed. Seeing it like this, Hei Lin, who had always been at odds with Boss Jean, came over first and burst into laughter. Chapter 58 Holographic Simulation Technology. Lu Feiyu also smiled when he saw Boss Jin's aggrieved look. This big dog is such a treasure. Afterwards, he did some ideological work on the three beasts. The core theme is to love each other, live in harmony, be friendly, and non-aggression. The main point is that harmony is the most important thing. These things seem to be of no use. But for a beast master, it is a compulsory course every day. After all, each beast tamer has his or her own unique personality, and friction is inevitable in daily interactions. At this time, the beast master has to step forward to resolve the dispute. We must treat everyone equally. After finishing these trivial tasks, Lu Feiyu played with the three beasts for a while, and after cultivating their relationship, he left the beast taming space. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Lu Feiyu woke up from his sleep. When he finished washing up, there was a knock on the door. He pushed open the door and found a strange middle-aged woman standing outside. It was Li Wan, the teacher of Huaqing University's preparatory class. Under Li Wan's guidance, Lu Feiyu soon arrived at the legendary preparatory class. There are only 18 beds in such a large classroom. Moreover, on each table, there is a pure white helmet with a very sci-fi feel. Go sit in an empty seat. Li Wan stood in front of Lu Feiyu and said softly. Lu Feiyu followed his words. At this moment, the rest of the seats in the classroom were already filled. These people were looking at Lu Feiyu with curiosity. They were already students in the preparatory class and had been classmates for several days. Some of them even grew up together in the Beijing compound and are close friends with extremely close relations. Therefore, the moment the stranger Lu Feiyu entered the classroom, whispers echoed in his ears. With his current hearing ability, even the slightest sound could be heard clearly by Lu Feiyu. Is this the SSS-level guy? What a great honor. The class teacher has to go pick him up in person. He is not only SSS-level, but also has twin talents, which is amazing. Tisk, isn't the other talent just C-level? What's the difference between having it or not? Brother, I ate lemon early in the morning. Why is it so sour? Have you heard that this student seems to have directly reserved a spot in the newborn secret realm this month? What? Isn't this the treatment only given to the top student in our preparatory class? Even if it's SSS level, isn't it too much to squeeze out the quota like this? That's right. Then wouldn't our efforts over the past 10 days have been in vain? After hearing the last two sentences, Lu Feiyu's ears moved. The opportunity to explore the new secret realm is this month? Are you taking up other people's places? No wonder as soon as he entered the classroom, Lu Feiyu felt several malicious gazes fixed on him. I see. At this moment, Li Wan, who was standing on the podium, coughed lightly, suppressed all the noises, and said, Classmates, welcome our new classmate, Lu Feiyu, the owner of S-level talent. He, like you, is the hope for the future of our China. Also, I don't know where you heard this rumor from. Lu Feiyu has a spot to explore the newborn secret realm. But this quota will not take up the original quota in this class. There is no conflict. How could Huaqing University arbitrarily deduct student rewards? After hearing Li Wan's explanation, the students who originally had some resentment towards Lu Feiyu suddenly brightened up. They also clapped their hands in a very respectful manner. Okay, enough small talk. Let's start today's holographic simulation training. Li Wan is worthy of being the class teacher of Huaqing University's preparatory class, and she is vigorous and decisive in doing things. Lu Feiyu saw everyone putting the pure white helmet on their heads. He followed suit. The moment you put on the helmet, The ultimate wrapping feeling spreads all over your head. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in my ears. We are collecting blood and mental samples. Please relax, students. The next moment, Lu Feiyu felt a very slight pain in the back of his head. Sample collection completed. Verify that the student's identity is Lu Feiyu. I wish you a fruitful experience in the holographic simulation training. The mechanical sound suddenly disappeared. The darkness in front of Lu Feiyu's eyes also disappeared and was replaced by a vast grassland. A strong wind blew, and the fine grass under Lu Feiyu's feet swayed in the wind, rubbing against his skin bit by bit. The slightly itchy touch is extremely real. If Lu Feiyu had not known that this was a holographic simulation training, he would have thought that he had suddenly traveled to a prairie somewhere. What a powerful technique. He sighed in his heart and scanned the surroundings. He found that Li Wan and other students were right next to him. But unlike Lu Feiyu's surprised expression, these students' faces had expressions of familiarity. Today's training theme is Beast Taming Actual Combat Siege Training. The Beast Master will simulate how to break out and even fight back when surrounded. As she spoke, Li Wan looked at Lu Feiyu and explained, "As long as you summon the beast in your mind, the beast you contracted will appear here." After that, she swept her sharp eyes over everyone. "Now listen to my command." Lu Feiyu, Qian Xiaofeng, Yang Yuelin, the three of you are surrounded. The rest of the students form teams of 5 and form a siege team. Immediately, under the command of Li Wan, all students began to form teams. The first person to undergo practical training was a tall and thin student named Qian Xiaofeng. The rest of the groups watched and found out their mistakes in the battle. However, they are all students in the preparatory class. Everyone's talent is at least S-level, and nearly 10 of them have SS-level talent. Furthermore, the various resources provided by the school have also minimized the impact of family background on the development of a Beastmaster's strength. Therefore, although there are differences in the strength of each student, the differences are not that big. In a situation where 1 is against 5, not to mention counterattack, even breaking out is impossible. Therefore, even if Qian Xiaofeng tried his best, he had barely run 100 meters before his beasts were killed by other people's beasts. The same is true for another classmate, Yang Yuelin. The two walked down from the battlefield, both with helpless smiles on their faces. They looked at Li Wan and complained, "Teacher, this is too difficult. This kind of trial is meaningless. It's simply an impossible task." Not only the surrounded students thought so, but even the students who surrounded the team did not understand the meaning of this trial. 5 against 1, if this isn't pure crushing, what is it? Is it really possible for someone to be so amazing that he could fight 5 people of the same age at once? How is that possible? Hearing this, Li Wan smiled slightly and did not explain too much. She just signaled Lu Feiyu with her eyes to come forward for practical training. At the same time, all the other students also looked at Lu Feiyu with curiosity and inquiry. I want to see how capable this genius beast master, who is praised by the world as a god, is. Can you successfully escape from this incredibly difficult trial? Chapter 59 Escape doesn't exist. Lu Feiyu took a few steps forward, feeling relieved. He was also watching the battle, just now carefully. The conclusion is, why are you running? He's just killing people. In this Huaqing preparatory class, most of the students are still at the black iron level. Only a few people have reached the bronze level and have a second beast. This is genius speed. However, this speed is not even worthy of carrying Lu Feiyu's shoes. He was already a silver 8th rank beastmaster and was only a little bit away from gold. Such a huge gap in realm. Add to that the 3 SS-level beasts he contracted. Playing this game would be a disaster. While Lu Feiyu was thinking, the 5 classmates who had fought against him had already surrounded him. Among them, there are 2 bronze-level beastmasters. All the beasts they contracted exuded extremely powerful strength. Can you win? Some of the besieged students asked in confusion. However, the moment he spoke, someone refuted. Winning? 1 against 5? How can I win? Indeed, even if one has SSS-level talent, it is impossible to have this kind of combat power at this stage. Talent is just talent after all. It's true that he has great potential, but it has not yet been transformed into strength. In actual combat, he may not even be stronger than us. Not to mention 1 against 5. Almost all students are not optimistic about Lu Feiyu. After all, the tragic defeat of Qian Xiaofeng and Yang Yuelin is still vivid in their minds. Facing 5 against 1, It was undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were overestimating their own capabilities and had no room for resistance at all. I see. I understand. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with a joyful expression on his face, as if to say, I'm so smart. Everyone looked over there. The man said confidently, this actual combat simulation is definitely an attempt by the school to suppress the arrogance of Lu Feiyu, an SSS-level student. Too rigid can easily lead to failure. The school wants to use this simulated combat to warn Lu Feiyu that no matter how talented he is, he must act with caution. Hearing this, everyone was thinking, hey, don't say it, don't say it. Wang Shiyao actually said a few human words this time. It turns out that we are just a part of the play between the school and Lu Feiyu. How sad. But it's a pleasure to see an SSS-level genius get humiliated. I can't wait to see Lu Feiyu's sad or even tearful expression. Such a handsome face. If little pearls fall, it should be very cute. I want to rub it, just as everyone was talking about it. Lu Feiyu also called upon his own beasts one by one. When Boss Jean appeared, everyone was just amazed at how handsome and cool this wolf dog was. When Hei Lin appeared, everyone's laughing faces froze, and the smiles at the corners of their mouths froze on their faces, which was very funny. Lu Feiyu, a new beastmaster, was able to contract a real dragon. Are you going to let people live? This is a beast tamer with double S-level qualifications. How dare he, a new beastmaster, sign a contract? Where did he get the channel to sign the contract? It's okay. It's normal for SSS-level talents to have some characteristics. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of the triple S level. Wang Shiyao clenched his teeth. The muscles on both sides bulged, and he tried to comfort himself. He admitted that he felt a little jealous. But when Lu Feiyu summoned the white jade ball, there was no sound at all on the vast grassland. The original whispers and voices of envy all disappeared. Even the ubiquitous strong wind seemed to stagnate and stop in an instant. The entire grassland was eerily silent. After a moment, Wang Shiyao, who was standing by and watching, forced himself to close his mouth, which was unconsciously wide open. His words were no longer as eloquent as before, but stuttered a little. Three beasts. How is that possible? Could it be silver? Why is he silver? Still a human? Is he really a human? Really? No wonder he was so shocked. Even the most talented students in the preparatory class, which is full of geniuses, are now just bronze level. There is still some distance even to the mid-bronze stage. Not to mention the silver realm, which now seems illusory. They believe that this is a state that can be reached at least around the college entrance examination. But now, someone has reached the silver realm in less than a month after awakening his beast taming talent. In just 1 month, he crossed over the 2 realms of black, iron, and bronze. Is this something that a single person can do? For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Feiyu with exaggerated eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. Even Li Wan, the class teacher who prided herself on being knowledgeable, was surprised. Before this, she really didn't know that Lu Feiyu had actually reached the silver level. The information that the principal told him at that time was that Lu Feiyu was now in the late bronze stage. That is to say, after Lu Feiyu entered the school, it only took him 1 night to break through to a new realm? OMG! Li Wan exclaimed in her heart. She even began to doubt whether this trial could still achieve the effect it was supposed to have. Cut off the excessive pride of geniuses and let all students in the preparatory class calm down and practice. At this moment, Lu Feiyu's smiling voice echoed across the grassland. It's almost time. I have to go. These words, these attitudes, it's as if he is not surrounded. Instead, it seemed as if Lu Feiyu surrounded the 5 students by himself. Hearing this, the faces of the 5 students who were besieging Lu Feiyu turned horrified. They looked at each other and controlled their own beasts to launch their strongest moves at Lu Feiyu. In an instant, attacks such as ice blades, fireballs, wooden cages, etc. followed one after another. However, Lu Feiyu just stood there without even blinking. The black scale that had been hovering above his head suddenly let out a wild roar. The huge body, which was originally nearly 20 meters long, suddenly expanded again. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to 100 meters in length. From a distance, the black scales looked like a gathering of thick black clouds. The entire grassland suddenly became dark, as if it had entered the eternal night. All the light was blocked by the huge black scale body. Black Scale's roar contained the rage of a true dragon. The sound waves were like a tide, pressing downwards layer by layer, completely annihilating all attacks in the air. At the same time, the various beasts that had originally surrounded the Beastmaster were now unable to even control their own bodies. Everyone was shaking all over, as if they were trapped in boundless fear and unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 61 Bao, Pavilion Black Gold Card. Not just beast taming. Even the beast tamer, once affected by the boundless sound waves, would be stunned on the spot. They felt that this roar swept in from midair, striking the deepest part of their souls and evoking the deepest fear in their hearts. My body can't move at all. One student's eyes were filled with fear. He was so overwhelmed with fear that he even forgot that he was in a simulated environment and tried to run away. However, I just had the idea of escaping, but he discovered that his legs, which had been very obedient in the past, at this moment, it is extremely difficult to even lift it. It is extremely difficult to move even half a step. Not only him, but all 5 students who besieged Lu Feiyu were like this. Their whole bodies were shaking, and their teeth could not stop banging up and down, making a clicking sound. Even the other students who were not at the center of the battlefield felt terrified after hearing the dragon's roar that frightened the heavens and the earth. He even subconsciously summoned his own beast to fight. What a powerful aura! You are indeed a real dragon, Wang Shiyao murmured, looking at Lu Feiyu with eyes full of envy. Which beast master wouldn't want to tame a real dragon? But even if he was a disciple of a noble family, he did not have this blessing. A true dragon of the control type? Such a strong control ability. Combined with the offensive capabilities of the other beasts, we can kill all 5 without them having to flee. Someone sighed. The others all nodded in agreement. But the next second, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, only seen in midair. The black scales were like a dark cloud descending from the earth, with its body stretching out wildly and its dragon head raised high, and a roar resounded through the sky again. However, this time, what came out of his mouth was no longer sound. Instead, they were balls of ferocious fire burning madly. The pitch-black flames were like ink, staining the entire sky. In an instant, Black Scale appeared like a demon lord descending to the earth, carrying boundless power. Boom! When the eclipse's demonic flames gathered to a certain extent, they no longer just lingered in the air. Instead, it turned into an all-encompassing black rain of fire, pouring down on the earth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Even the air made a terrifying sound due to the intense heat and rapid friction. In the blink of an eye, the devil flame has arrived. The faces of the 5 students and the several beasts they contracted were filled with panic. The scorching air swept in along with the demonic flames. They felt that what they were breathing was not air, but balls of deadly poison that corroded their internal organs. Just for a moment, the eclipsing demonic flames covered the earth from the sky, completely corroding the 5 people and the beasts without even leaving any remains. At the same time, Lu Feiyu could still see it clearly. In the place where the devil flame was burning most fiercely, there were blood-red threads flowing upstream along the flame, connecting the devil flame and the black scales. On that thread lies the powerful and rich force of life. As the life force is infused into the silk thread, the physical strength consumed by He Lin due to this attack is recovering rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, he was back to his peak form. This scene had already left the students watching stunned. They all opened their mouths without any expression, and there was undisguised shock in their pupils and on their faces. Just one Beastmaster was used to kill 5 Beastmasters. What kind of invincible strength is this? After a while, someone finally sighed in admiration. The others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Before the battle officially began, they were all very interested in seeing Lu Feiyu make a fool of himself. But what is the result? They had no intention of escaping at all. Not only is it a head-on battle, it's also a 1 versus 5 fight. He didn't even use half of his strength. Just one beast was enough to wipe out 5 people. This huge gap in strength made everyone who met Lu Feiyu on the first day immediately feel admiration for him. At this time, even if Lu Feiyu directly took away his secret realm place in the preparatory class, no one will say anything anymore. That's what he deserves. Damn it, I must. Suddenly, Wang Shiyao roared, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him curiously, wanting to hear what bold words he would say next. Unexpectedly, Wang Shiyao, with a fanatical look on his face, ran forward 2 steps to accumulate enough potential energy and then he slid to his knees. He slid a long way on the soft grass and came under Lu Feiyu. Wang Shiyao looked at Lu Feiyu with a fanatical look on his face, hugged his thighs tightly, and said loudly, "Idol, please give me an autograph. The kind with a serial number. From now on, you'll be my number one idol, Wang Shiyao. Wanbao Pavilion will definitely treat you as a VIP and give you the most generous discounts." His operation. Not only Lu Feiyu was stunned, but everyone else also covered their foreheads with their hands, with hopeless expressions on their faces. No, how could the Wang family train an heir so eccentric? Wanbao Pavilion is finally finished. Well, you know what? Wang Shiyao is so shameless, and he is much better at business than us. It's true. Everyone in the group talked at once. Lu Feiyu also learned the true identity of the male student in front of him from the conversation between other people. Wang Shiyao, son of the master of Wanbao Pavilion, has SS-level talent for taming beasts. He is also the next designated leader of Wanbao Pavilion. You get up first. Lu Feiyu stretched out his hand, pulled him up from the grass, and said with a smile, "We are all classmates. Why are you so polite? Kneeling down at every turn. Isn't this humiliating to me? Asignate. I'll give it to you after we get out." After all, he is the young master of Wanbao Pavilion, and he is so enthusiastic towards me. Lu Feiyu is not a fool, so he would not hit someone who smiles at him. Hearing this, Wang Shiyao's eyes lit up. He scratched the back of his head and smiled. "Am I the first one to ask you for an autograph, idol?" Lu Feiyu was about to nod, but suddenly remembered the 3 girls he met in the elevator after the school competition. He shook his head and said, "No, you are the 4th one." Hearing this, the silly smile on Wang Shiyao's face did not fade at all, and he echoed, "The 4th one is good. It means I will be rich all year round. I like it. Asking for a signature is a piece of cake, although this signature may be sold for tens of millions of dollars in a few years." But the most crucial thing is that Wang Shiyao was able to enter Lu Feiyu's sight in a way that ordinary people would never think of, and leave a deep impression on him. What if his Wanbao Pavilion encounters a catastrophic disaster in the future? Wang Shiyao also asked for help. After all, in Wang Shiyao's opinion, Lu Feiyu will definitely grow into the best beast master in China and even the world at a rapid speed. There is no other kind. By then, there will be no trouble that Lu Feiyu cannot solve. Of course, just having an impression is not enough for Lu Feiyu to lend a helping hand. Friendship is accumulated bit by bit. Then, Wang Shiyao suddenly straightened his face, cupped his hands, and said, "Since Brother Lu thinks highly of me, then I, Wang Shiyao, am not a stingy person. I will personally deliver the Wanbao Pavilion Black Gold card to you today." Chapter 61, True Strength. As soon as these words came out, Lu Feiyu was suddenly speechless. He looked at the little fat man, who suddenly became serious with surprise. Make sure the other person is not joking. This is Wanbao Pavilion's Black Gold card. As we all know, ordinary users can enjoy a 10% discount after owning a Wanbage balance card. It is precisely because of this offer. Lu Feiyu was able to use more than 4 million to buy the evolutionary resources of Boss Gene and Hylan and successfully upgrade them to SS level. And after the ordinary balance, white card. It is a green card, which offers a 20% discount. It can only be obtained by people who have accumulated more than 30 million in consumption at Wanbao Pavilion. After the green card comes the gold card. This discount is even more terrifying. It's as much as 35% off. Almost out of price. People who have gold cards not only need to accumulate hundreds of millions of dollars in consumption at Wanbao Pavilion. It also requires the cardholder to have a very high social status. It can be said that people with gold cards are both rich and noble. Being able to take it out is a symbol of strength. One can easily borrow 10 billion Chinese yuan from major banks. The highest level black gold card. Ordinary wealthy people have no chance of getting it at all. The black gold card is a free gift from Wanbao Pavilion to those who have made great contributions to China or have done a great favor to Wanbao Pavilion. Looking at China and even the whole world, the number of people holding black gold cards will never exceed 100. And Wang Shiyao, as the next generation leader of Wanbao Pavilion, only has the authority to give away 2 black gold cards. Now, he was going to give it away just for an ordinary signature? You know, that's a 39% discount on shopping. That is to say, once you get the black gold card, every time Lu Feiyu buys something at Wanbao Pavilion will lose money. This kind of effort is indeed huge. Are you sure? The value of this item made Lu Feiyu, who was always unwilling to refuse other people's kindness, ask an extra question. But Wang Shiyao said sincerely, "A good horse is given to a hero, and a good card is given to a great man. China is so big. There are probably only a handful of people who are more worthy of the title of outstanding person than you, my idol." After these words were spoken, Lu Feiyu hadn't said anything else. The students around were the first to explode and said, "Oh my god, it's not you, Lao Wang, who is so good at licking? Otherwise, how could Wanbao Pavilion be so big? Look at their shamelessness and their rhetoric. I'm not jealous of the money they make." Just at this moment, our class teacher Li Wan came over, cleared her throat, and said, "Stop arguing and stand still, one by one." This actual combat training is to teach you students who think highly of yourself. What does it mean that there are always people who are better than you? There are always people who are better than you. Perhaps in the eyes of the world, you are geniuses, pride, or even monsters. But in the eyes of the top geniuses, you are nothing. Have you seen Lu Feiyu's strength? He should be the idol you pursue. Her tone was so serious that everyone who was originally whispering to each other didn't even dare to raise their heads. Only then did Lu Feiyu discover it. This ordinary middle-aged woman actually had an inexplicable majesty when she spoke with a stern face. No wonder he can be the head teacher of the preparatory class. Lu Feiyu thought in his heart. At this moment, Li Wan turned and looked at Lu Feiyu. "Feiyu, come on. Give them more practice. Dotagun." As soon as these words came out, all the students were wailing. They don't want to be treated like soldiers and be spit to death by the Black Dragon. A day of simulated combat training ended quickly. Everyone in the class was killed 4 or 5 times by Lu Feiyu's Beastmaster in various ways. Even at the very end, all 17 of them rushed forward, still failed to hurt Lu Feiyu at all. This time, not only Wang Shiyao was convinced. There is not a single student in the preparatory class who was not convinced by Lu Feiyu. Even Li Wan, who always had a stern face, had a faint smile on her face when she looked at Lu Feiyu. Just one day, Lu Feiyu used his strength to conquer everyone in the Huaqing preparatory class. Of course, Lu Feiyu himself did not gain nothing. In fact, his gains were huge. Unlike other students, he would be killed in seconds if his head showed up. On this day, Lu Feiyu let his beasts fight to their heart's content. In addition to Bai Yutuan's charm technique, all other skills and abilities have been used by him countless times. This also gave Lu Feiyu a rough understanding of his current true strength. To sum it up in 2 words, invincible. He is invincible among those of the same level. As for the realm above, Lu Feiyu looked at Li Wan. When the actual combat training was about to end, Li Wan asked all students to exit the holographic simulation state. Only Lu Feiyu was left. She wanted to find out where Lu Feiyu's strength lay. Finally, Bai Yutuan was not allowed to use his charm ability. Lu Feiyu forced Li Wan's Beastmaster to the 9th level of gold, and he was almost able to fight against a Beastmaster at the Platinum level. This is a combat power that spans a major realm. Even Li Wan, who claimed to be knowledgeable, called it a pervert. However, she didn't even know that Lu Feiyu had another trick up his sleeve. If Bai Yutuan were to use the Spirit Charm technique, even a Platinum Beastmaster would be defeated. If we are caught off guard, we will probably suffer a great loss. Even if Lu Feiyu could seize the opportunity, it can even behead the Beastmaster himself in an instant. At that time, all the beasts under his command will die in an instant. Lu Feiyu was thinking when he suddenly felt a strange noise coming from beside him. He subconsciously looked towards the place where the sound came from. A chubby little face with a friendly smile appeared in front of Lu Feiyu. Wang Shiyao narrowed his eyes until only a slit remained, rubbed his hands, looked at Lu Feiyu, and said, "Idol, where's the autograph we agreed on?" As he spoke, he handed over a pen and placed a piece of gold foil on the table. "Wow, writing on gold? Huh?" Lu Feiyu sighed at Wang Shiyao's arrogance, but did not refuse. He immediately carved his name on the dazzling gold with a flourish of his pen. Then he handed the gold foil engraved with his name to Wang Shiyao. As expected of my idol, his handwriting is so cool and handsome. I seem to see Li Bai coming to the world, just as cool and freehand, so... Stop. Lu Feiyu waved his hand to stop his flattery. He knew clearly what it was like to leave on his own. Although it cannot be said to be ugly, It has nothing to do with beauty or even calligraphy. Although his speech was interrupted, Wang Shuyao was not annoyed at all. Instead, he continued to smile and took out a black gold card from his pocket. He immediately tried to stuff it into Lu Feiyu's hand. Chapter 62. The Reign of Celebration falls again. Gold! Wang Shuyao was even prepared in his heart for Lu Feiyu to refuse, but he would force it into his mouth and finally pull it several times before handing over the black gold card. Unexpectedly, Lu Feiyu had no intention of refusing at all. Seeing Wang Shuyao take out the black gold card, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up and he took it with his backhand. Before Wang Shuyao could even react, the black gold card in his hand had disappeared. This also caused the polite words he had prepared long ago to get stuck in his throat for a moment, and he let out a ho-ho coughing sound. How is this different from the script? Wang Shuyao thought. Brother, you are so thoughtful. I will treat you to a meal some other day. Lu Feiyu clenched the black gold card in his hand and said with a smile. This card clearly exudes a dazzling and sharp edge, but when held in the hand, it feels translucent and extraordinary. As for courtesy and excuses, Lu Feiyu is not such a person at all. Get the good stuff first. As for the rest, it's not too late to think about it when the time comes. Haha, Brother Lu is such a straightforward person. I like him. As long as you have time, you can choose from any of the major hotels in Beijing. Wang Shuyao reacted quickly and laughed. The two chatted for a while and got to know each other better. Afterwards, Lu Feiyu left first, saying that he had something to do. That's not an excuse, but he really has something going on. You know, it's already Friday. Tomorrow is Saturday and Sunday, which is the time he and Han Shoujing agreed to go to Jingxing University to study theoretical knowledge. And not just theoretical knowledge. I also have to go get the 5 special resources and 10 bottles of spiritual water that were promised. Once all resources have been used up, Lu Feiyu felt that his strength would definitely improve further. You will also be more confident when facing the upcoming journey to the secret realm of the newborn. 2 days passed in a flash, and Lu Feiyu was sitting in the dormitory prepared for him by Jingxing University. The dormitories here are different from those in Huaqing. It is a real single dormitory. Although the two are similar in size, the layout is more spacious and comfortable. Of course, this is not the point. The key is, after 2 days of theoretical study, Boss Jean, who already had outstanding intelligence, had now fully mastered the application of reflection and refraction of light. During battle, the effect of invisibility can be achieved. The black scale has also determined its optimal length through repeated tests by relevant researchers. 140 meters. With this length, it has both strength and agility and is extremely powerful in combat. As for the white J ball, its capabilities are rather special, and there isn't much room for improvement. And Lu Feiyu didn't want to expose Bai Yutuan's various shocking abilities. Therefore, it has been like a mascot for the past 2 days. From time to time, he would lie on Lu Feiyu's shoulder to bask in the sun, just lie in his arms and sleep soundly. This free and leisurely life made Boss Jean drool with envy. And this is not all. The 3 beasts with SS-level qualifications have extremely fast training speed, plus the nourishment of spiritual marrow water and the 100 times spiritual energy of the beast taming space. Their realm is also improving at a rapid pace. And this is the day when black scale breaks through to gold. This is the thought. Lu Feiyu's mind moved, and his consciousness sank into the beast taming space. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 beasts were already standing in front of him, each with anticipation on their faces. They seem to know it too. Today is an extraordinary day. After all, silver to gold. For beast tamers and even beast tamers, it is a watershed. For Beastmaster, being promoted to gold means entering the ranks of middle-level beastmasters. Not only will the existing abilities be significantly improved, a beast tamer with outstanding qualifications may even awaken powerful magical powers hidden deep in their blood. As for the Beastmaster, when you enter the Golden Realm, the area of the beast taming space in the body will expand several times. Moreover, the beast taming space is no longer limited to storing beasts and beast eggs, but it can store all dead things. It is equivalent to carrying a large capacity space ring. Extremely practical. Of course, with such a huge improvement, it would not be easy to advance to gold. There are even countless Beastmasters who are stuck at the 9th silver level their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Once one becomes a golden Beastmaster, his social status will soar. Any organization will extend an olive branch to them, and the salary will be double that of silver. Therefore, even if it was black scale within just 2 days, it is also impossible to break through from the 8th level of silver to gold. According to the school, the next exploration trip to the secret realm of newborns will be on Monday, which is tomorrow. Time was extremely tight, and it was an impossible task. However, with the assistance of the Bayou group, everything is different. Lu Feiyu deliberately suppressed the advancement of Bayou Tuan, and when He Lin reached the 9th level of silver, he rained down congratulations. Take advantage of the magical effects of heavy rain. Help He Lin break through the golden realm in one fell swoop. Well, let's get started. Lu Feiyu glanced at the several beasts and spoke calmly. Get his permission. Bayou Tuan made two sounds, and the aura around him began to surge. There are almost no obstacles or shackles. Its realm rose directly from the 9th level of black iron to the 1st level of bronze. In the blink of an eye, thick clouds once again enveloped the beast-controlling air. Clouds covered the sky, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Heavy rain came in an instant. The overwhelming rain blocked Lu Feiyu's vision. The bean-sized raindrops fell suddenly like hailstones. This time the commotion was much bigger than the last time. No need for Lu Feiyu to remind me. Several beasts remained calm and did their best to absorb the special energy from the heavy rain. The energy was abundant and vast like the ocean, pouring into the beast's body like a madman. Among them, the black scales are the most exaggerated. I saw that with it as the center, countless raindrops were whistling past like a tornado. A vortex composed of heavy rain gathered around Black Scale. The powerful suction force even made Lu Feiyu unable to stand. The extremely rich energy invaded the black-scaled body, nourishing its flesh inch by inch. As a beastmaster, Lu Feiyu could feel it clearly. The shackles and fetters within He Lin's body were being violently impacted. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds became louder and louder. Until the end, it even suppressed the thunder that was roaring like a demon in the sky. At the same time, the black-scaled and ferocious dragon head suddenly raised up. The regular pentagonal black scales sparkled brightly under the impact of the rain. A deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. As the dragon roared, everything fell silent. Even the thick clouds in the sky were blown away. The heavy rain suddenly stopped. The second celebratory rain is over. Lu Feiyu scanned the realm changes of several beasts one by one. Black Scale has surprisingly reached the 1st level of gold. Boss Gene also reached the 8th level of silver. Since the White Jade group is at the lowest level, its improvement is the most rapid. He directly jumped over several levels, even though he had just reached the 1st level of bronze. At this moment, he has reached bronze level 7 and has reached the late stage. He will be able to break through again soon. Even Lu Feiyu himself felt that his soul had become stronger again. He predicted that there would be 3 more such celebratory reigns. He will have one more opportunity to contract a beast. This discovery shocked him. However, what made him even more excited were the astonishing changes on the Black Scale information panel. Chapter 63 adds another legendary power. Except that the realm has changed. A new ability suddenly appeared on Black Scale's information panel. This is an ability that only a Beastmaster with extremely outstanding qualifications can awaken when reaching the gold level. As an SS-level Beastmaster with the blood of a true dragon, Black Scale can discover new abilities. Lu Feiyu was not surprised. In other words, Lu Feiyu would only be surprised if no new abilities appeared. What really excited him was the terrifying effect of this ability. Disaster Field. Legend, you are both a disaster and a legend. The Beastmaster will deploy a disaster field, inflicting several negative effects on all enemies in the field, and at the same time inflicting an instant death judgment on a random enemy in the field every minute. Instant death judgment. When the enemy's strength is not higher than that of the Beast Tamer by 1 major realm, he will die instantly. This effect ignores any defensive skills below the legendary ability. Note: deploying and maintaining the disaster field will consume a large amount of the Beastmaster's physical strength. Oh my god, Lao He, you are going to defy the heavens. Lu Feiyu looked at the 4 lines of small words in front of him. Different from the previous sky-devouring power and the sky-shattering luck of the White Jade Ball. This legendary ability is actually a real offensive ability. Adding several negative effects to all enemies at the same time is already powerful enough. It is equivalent to an unlimited crowd control ability with damage. This instant death judgment made Lu Feiyu exclaim that he was invincible. As long as it is not higher than a major realm, whoever you glare at will die. With such a simple and crude effect, who would dare to disagree? Moreover, this ability does not have any negative effects. It just consumes a little more physical strength. I lose some physical strength, and you lose a life. This is reasonable. After feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Hei Lin, Boss Jean ran behind Lu Feiyu. There was no chance for Hyland to show off at all. After checking the changes in the beast taming, Lu Feiyu turned his attention to the various changes in the beast taming space. It turned out that his beast taming space was several times larger than that of a beast tamer of the same level. At this moment, expand again. He led his beasts and quickly swept across every piece of land. Forests, swamps, lakes, grasslands, deserts. Even, there's actually an ocean? Lu Feiyu was completely shocked. He looked at the endless waves in the distance. He was thinking in his mind how big his current beast taming space was. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out at all. Lu Feiyu thought excitedly. Such a large beast taming space can hold so many special resources and ferocious beast parts. Mom doesn't have to worry about my space ring not being enough anymore. After doing everything, as usual, Lu Feiyu played with the beast for a while. Then he left the beast taming space with his consciousness and returned to reality. Looking at the dormitory where I have lived for 2 days. Without any reluctance, he turned around and walked towards Huaqing University. Tomorrow morning is the day to explore the secret realm of the newborn. It's your first exploration, so don't be late. The capital has extremely developed transportation options, and the two universities are not far from each other. Lu Feiyu soon arrived at the dormitory in Huaqing University. What surprised him was, this time, there was actually someone guarding the dormitory door. And it's not someone else. It was Wang Shiyao. Brother Lu, you're finally here. Something big has happened. As soon as he heard the footsteps, Wang Shiyao came over immediately. He looked at Lu Feiyu, who was puzzled, and continued. It is said that the newborn secret realm tomorrow is very dangerous. Even if a golden beast tamer goes there, he may not be able to gain any benefit. Moreover, the senior student leading the team this time is Chao Huayan. That person is notoriously unkind. Although his strength has reached the top of the platinum beast tamer, he never takes care of his younger students. It was even rumored that he once had the bad behavior of forcing the weak to take the knife. Having said that, Wang Shiyao paused for a moment and looked at Lu Feiyu worriedly. The top student in our class has voluntarily withdrawn from this exploration. After all, the danger is too great. With your qualifications, there's no need to take such a risk. Let's just stay here and grow. It won't be too late to fight again. Listening to Wang Shiyao's words like a series of artillery shells, Lu Feiyu's expression did not change at all. Thanks for your reminder. But giving up is impossible. Otherwise, you can give me the S-level beast eggs I'm missing. Yes, Lu Feiyu has been promoted to a golden beastmaster and has awakened the 4th contracted beastmaster. Therefore, he attached great importance to this exploration of the newborn secret realm, eager to obtain an S-level beast egg from it. After all, he was a little reluctant to contract an A-level beast egg now. Hearing Lu Feiyu's words, Wang Shiyao almost couldn't control his expression. What about the S-level beast egg? Do you want one? I'll give you a replacement egg. Could it be that the owner of the SSS-Level beast taming talent is such an arrogant and unconscious person? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, Wang Shiyao continued to persuade. Brother, you are my biological brother. Big brother, is that S-level beast egg something that a preparatory class student like us can covet? Even if you met him by chance, right? Then I won't let you snatch Xiao Yinhua away. I will write my character, Wang, upside down. With our qualifications, there's really no need to take risks. After all, he had given away the black gold card, so naturally he didn't want to see Lu Feiyu die while exploring the secret realm. But that's not right. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Wang Shiyao's heart. What did Lu Feiyu say? He wanted an S-level beast egg? What is going on? Could it be that he has made another breakthrough? No. How long has it been since you awakened your talent for beast control? It's been less than a month, and you're already a gold beast control master? Are you going to let others live? As soon as he thought of this, the expression on Wang Shiyao's face changed several times, and finally, he looked at Lu Feiyu in disbelief. He swallowed twice and asked carefully, Brother, Can you tell me something? Have we made another breakthrough? A big one. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu nodded directly. There was no need to hide this matter. As soon as you make a move during actual combat training, others will know whether you are strong or not. How can you hide your strength from your classmates who are fighting with you? You are not buddies? Are you serious? Wang Shiyao believes that he is good at talking and quick at reacting. Times L. But when Lu Feiyu nodded, he suddenly felt that he couldn't express himself clearly. No, I haven't seen you for 2 days, just 2 days, not 2 months. How did you break through to become a gold-level beast master? And why is your expression so dull? It's as dull as if I had diarrhea this morning. Chapter 64. The Secret Realm of New Life. Wang Shiyao looked Lu Feiyu up and down with an incredible look, as if he wanted to see through him. After a moment, he sighed and continued to advise. Brother Lu, look at your talent. There's no need to rush for this month. Can't you go explore the secret realm next month? Let's avoid their attack and keep a low profile for a while. In a few months, that Chao Huayan will be killed like a dog. There is no need to suffer under his hands now. Do you think what I said makes sense? After saying that, Wang Shiyao looked at Lu Feiyu with pitiful eyes. He pursed his lips slightly, as if he would start to act coquettishly if Lu Feiyu didn't agree. If this posture appeared on the face of a pretty and lovely girl, it would be quite a sight. But who is Wang Shiyao? He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 180 kilograms, a typical square-shaped strongman. This expression appeared on his face. It's just as disgusting as Ruhua picking her nose. Seeing him like this, Lu Feiyu closed his eyes in pain, sighed deeply, and responded. What you said makes a lot of sense. I'm not a fool. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Don't worry. It seems that Lu Feiyu still has no intention of giving up. Wang Shiyao no longer tried to stop him. You can stop it once or twice. But for everything, you can do it once or twice, but not 3 times. If you say it too much, it will only make others feel disgusted. However, he is the young master of Wanbao Pavilion. Naturally, I consider things very comprehensively when doing things. Before coming, the second plan had already been prepared. Therefore, the space ring in his hand flashed with a faint light. A stack of color-printed documents appeared in Wang Shiyao's hands. He then looked around like a thief and quickly stuffed the documents into Lu Feiyu's hands. This is the beast taming talents and information of Chao Huayan and other seniors. Brother Lu, please read it and sell it. I hope this thing can help you. Of course, it's better if it's not used. Holding the thick stack of papers in his hand, Lu Feiyu felt a little touched. This Wang Shiyao gave away both black gold cards and intelligence. It made him feel a little embarrassed. So, Lu Feiyu nodded seriously and patted Wang Shiyao on the shoulder. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Hearing this familiar statement, Wang Shiyao was speechless. Lu Feiyu said on Friday that he would treat him to a meal when he had time. It's almost Monday, and this is the first time he has seen Lu Feiyu again since they separated. I don't know when this next time will be. Lu Feiyu looked at the expression on Wang Shiyao's face and added, I will definitely do it next time. Really, trust me. Okay, Brother Lu, you should take a rest. Wang Shiyao waved his hand and said. Then, without any further delay, he turned around and left. Nothing happened overnight. Lu Feiyu woke up early and came to the place agreed upon by the school, the secret station. This is the entrance to all the new secret realms in Huaqing University. Lu Feiyu stopped in front of the gate of the secret realm station. He looked up at the sky. The sky here is different from the clear blue sky elsewhere, but it is filled with a deep black light. In the black sky, fragments like electric sparks flash from time to time. What embellishes the dark sky are not stars or the bright moon, but entrances to secret realms emitting faint light. This is a site that is built entirely with extremely powerful spatial capabilities. All the entrances to the newly born secret realms near the capital can be attracted here. It is a major foundation for the establishment of Huaqing University. Hey, this is our China's top genius, Lu Feiyu, right? SSS-level spirit and courage are different. They actually dare to come. However, this newborn secret realm is not a child's play. You may lose your life at any time. You should just go back to where you came from, country bumpkin. Just as Lu Feiyu stood still, a frivolous and annoying voice came from behind him. Lu Feiyu looked back. I saw a short and strong man with a black and blue short hair, looking at me with an evil smile. His brows and even lips were full of disdain, as if he didn't take Lu Feiyu, the freshman, seriously at all. Next to the man, there were two guys who were obviously lackeys, and they also had contemptuous smiles on their faces. Chao Yinhua. Lu Feiyu compared the face of the man in front of him with the portrait on the color-printed document and came to a conclusion. It's just like what others said. You're like a mad dog, biting randomly as soon as you come up. Although Lu Feiyu didn't know why the other party had such great malice towards him. But it was not Lu Feiyu's style to not react when the opponent was close to him, so he fought back on the spot. Hearing this, Chao Yinhua's originally smiling face suddenly turned gloomy. He frowned. His messy and thick eyebrows were tangled together, and the masseter muscles on his face were as prominent as rock protrusions. Chao Yinhua really didn't expect that he was just saying a few foul words out of habit. How dare this little preparatory student talk back to him, a senior in public? At most a silver-level Beast Master? How dare he disrespect a top platinum Beast Master? It's really, damn it. Chao Yinhua's eyes became increasingly gloomy, and he looked at Lu Feiyu as if he was looking at a dead person. Very good. He dropped these four threatening words, turned around, and strode into the secret station. The two lackeys behind him followed closely. One of them even narrowed his eyes and made a gesture of wiping his neck at Lu Feiyu when passing by him. Clown. Looking at the clown-like actions of several people, Lu Feiyu felt calm. If the matter was revealed, it would be over. But if Chao Yinhua and the other two still dared to provoke him in the secret realm, he even secretly attacked Lu Feiyu. Then Lu Feiyu doesn't mind letting a few people know why the flowers are so red. At the same time, the scene of Lu Feiyu arguing with several people was seen by several students who came from behind. Although they did not participate in this farce, but everyone looked at Lu Feiyu with eyes full of regret and confusion. In their opinion, at this time, Lu Feiyu provoked Chao Yinhua. Then his journey to the secret realm has come to an end. After all, at Huaqing University, Chao Yinhua's tracking ability is the best among all undergraduate students. As long as he spots you, even in the vast secret realm, he can definitely not escape his pursuit. Perhaps Chao Yinhua didn't dare to kill Lu Feiyu, but it will definitely prevent Lu Feiyu from exploring the secret realm again and make him lose a great opportunity to improve himself. After all, they're young. Young people are impulsive. These freshmen, sophomores, and juniors shook their heads with regret and walked past Lu Feiyu into the secret realm. Chapter 65, A Rich Harvest. The newborn secret realm is dangerous. If you encounter danger, you must evacuate quickly. According to the school's estimate, the strongest beast in this secret realm is at a level between top platinum and diamond, so everyone must be careful. In the secret realm, it is strictly forbidden for students from the same school to kill each other. Violators will be punished. At the entrance, a teacher said seriously. At the same time, his gaze lingered on Chao Yinhua's face for a moment, as if warning the other party. In response to this, Chao Yinhua smiled indifferently. Kill each other? He is a seasoned man and knows to what extent the school will take care of it. The school doesn't care how far you go. Unable to kill Lu Feiyu. Isn't it disgusting to the other person? Not to mention, if I were more ruthless, I would kill him in the secret realm. By then, there will be no evidence, so who can prove that it was Chao Yinhua who did it? Everyone enter in batches, with the preparatory class first. After explaining the precautions, the teacher waved at Lu Feiyu. Then he put a badge on Lu Feiyu's chest and said, "This item can resist attacks from beasts below diamond level. Once the badge breaks, you will be automatically transferred out of the secret realm. Of course, you can also crush it manually and actively leave the secret realm. The chest plate is not protected against the power of the Beast Master." Lu Feiyu nodded, understanding it. It is worthy of being the #1 university in China. This method of protecting students is much more sophisticated than that of the Changnan city officials. It not only has powerful defensive capabilities, but can also be used automatically. Compared with the manual use of Changnan's special bracelet, it is countless times safer and faster. Lu Feiyu put on the badge without any hesitation. His body moved straight forward, directly into the newborn secret realm, emitting a faint light. The imagined feeling of dizziness and teleportation did not appear. Lu Feiyu only felt a flash of white light before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the campus before my eyes is no longer the warm and cozy one. He looked around and saw dark green methane rising up, blocking his view. At the same time, he felt a heavy suction and sticky feeling coming from under his feet. Lu Feiyu lowered his head suddenly and discovered, I was standing there in the mud, right now. His feet had been attracted by the sticky swamp, and his entire soles had been completely submerged in the black swamp. However, Lu Feiyu did not panic. He knew very well that the harder he struggled, the worse it would be. The body will sink faster. What's more, he is a beast master. There is no need to do this kind of small thing myself. With a thought, Lu Feiyu summoned all 3 beasts out of the beast taming space. Seeing the master is in trouble, Boss Jean roared, and then a round sun suddenly rose up in the dark green air. The dazzling light directly dispersed all the surrounding methane. Moreover, scorching light continued to emanate from the sun. The high temperature and evaporation heat caused the moisture in the swamp to evaporate rapidly. Lu Feiyu could even see it. The swamp beneath my feet was bubbling in loneliness. The sticky feeling and pulling force under my body were also disappearing rapidly. Feeling that the time was almost right, Lu Feiyu exerted force suddenly and pulled his legs out of the dry mud. At this moment, Boss Jean also ran to Lu Feiyu to take credit. It raised its head high, as if waiting for Lu Feiyu's touch. Lu Feiyu was never one to spoil the fun. He stroked Boss Jin's dog head with his big hand. Good job! However, only Lu Feiyu can make Boss Jin do this. If it were any other Beastmaster, the mud beneath his body had long since turned into boiling water, cooking the Beastmaster's legs. But Lu Feiyu didn't care at all. After all, his Eye of Promotion can transfer all the damage he suffers to the Beastmaster. And Boss Jin is a light-type Beastmaster. For him, this temperature is not even as high as the bathwater. As expected of a new secret realm, the difficulty is really high. Lu Feiyu resolved the crisis and looked around again. Under the illumination of the sun, visibility is much higher at this time. At this moment, in his field of vision, countless bright blue lights were dancing. In a trance, he even thought that he had dived into the sea, with the leaping water all around him. And these bright blue lights are naturally not seawater. They are special resources with extremely high value. At this moment, under the effect of the Eye of Promotion, these resources are marked one by one. Lu Feiyu just took a quick glance. You can see that there are at least 50 or 60 special resources surrounding him. This resource density. Before, Lu Feiyu would not even dare to think about it in his dreams. Even if they're the lowest level special resources, these 50 or 60 pieces together are worth hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan. Not to mention, judging from the degree of blueness, these resources must be the best among the low-level special resources, or even mid-level special resources. We got it! We got it! Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up as he watched, and he immediately made the black scales grow bigger. Use the huge dragon body to crush all obstacles on the road. Boss Jin quickly stepped forward, using his speed advantage to grab the special resources in his claws and hand them over to Lu Feiyu. As for the white jade ball, she was still nestled on Lu Feiyu's shoulder. Its immortality can allow Lu Feiyu to have a second life at all times, and he will never be afraid of being assassinated. The swamp of death, which had been dark for thousands of years, finally encountered their most difficult enemy. Bang! Accompanied by the roar of a heavy object falling to the ground. The smelly swamp liquid splashed and dripped on the ground. A toad covered with pustules fell weakly to the ground. The abscess split into 4 pieces, and the yellow-white pus flowed in all directions like a lake. At this moment, there was a gray look of death in its eyes. It never expected that. As a platinum beast, it actually failed to defeat the Beastmaster, who was only at the first level of gold in a sneak attack. But the next moment, in mid-air, a dark and ferocious flame came crushing down with boundless force, instantly taking the life of the vicious toad. Wherever the fire dragon passes, nothing lives. Everything turned into black scales vitality, replenishing the damage caused by long-term fighting. There was only a round beast core of a ferocious beast lying quietly there. Within it, all the essence of this platinum beast is contained. The first platinum beast killed. Lu Feiyu picked up the beast core on the ground and sighed in his heart. It hasn't been long since he was able to kill the platinum beast on his own, even effortlessly. The charm and control ability of Bai Yutuan, combined with the extreme attacking ability of Jin Laoban and He Lin, can kill almost any ferocious beast. The so-called platinum is nothing more than this. Suddenly, Lu Feiyu's ears moved slightly. He clearly heard a faint cry for mercy coming from the bushes not far away. Chapter 66. The Dream Taper. Hearing the voice, Lu Feiyu paused. Then he subconsciously took a step towards the direction where the sound came from. However, the moment he raised his foot, the white jade ball that was originally lying peacefully on Lu Feiyu's shoulder moved. The jade-like hair gently rubbed the skin on Lu Feiyu's neck. A slight chill spread along the neck and throughout the body. Lu Feiyu shuddered, and his foot, which had been raised, suddenly stopped in midair. Am I bewitched? A thought flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind, and he quickly figured out the abnormal situation just now. That's so-called begging for mercy. It is obviously the camouflage of a series of ferocious beasts that is charming and has the effect of confusing people. Fortunately, Bai Yutuan itself is a charm-type beast and can completely resist the charm effects of others. It can also pull Lu Feiyu out of that abnormal state. But this is an opportunity. Lu Feiyu thought to himself and gave a look to Boss Jean and Hylan, signaling the two beasts to be alert. Then, his feet that were suspended in the air fell down again. The expression on his face became dull and stupid, and he walked quickly towards the direction where the voice came from, like a zombie. Since the other party wants to seduce him, then Lu Feiyu would take advantage of the situation and catch the opponent off guard. It took about 2 or 3 minutes. Lu Feiyu suddenly felt a strange fragrance rising into his nose, and his whole mind was in a trance again for a moment. Fortunately, Bai Yutuan reminded him in time. He finally came out of that abnormal state. He glanced ahead and confirmed that Boss Jean and Hylan were not bewitched. Then he moved forward again. The strange fragrance became more and more obvious, and by the end, Lu Feiyu even had the illusion of walking in a sea of flowers. Why haven't you shown up yet? Are you so alert? Lu Feiyu thought to himself. The next moment this thought appears. The originally dark swamp suddenly had some bright colors like a rainbow. Lu Feiyu subconsciously looked forward. I saw it on the branch of a tall tree not far away. A strange creature with no hair on its body and its surface divided by various bright colors is looking at the landing feather. In the middle of its face, a trunk similar to an elephant's trunk, but much shorter, extends slightly forward. His nose twitched, as if he was sniffing the scent of Lu Feiyu and his beast, in order to judge their current condition. While the other party was looking at Lu Feiyu also quietly activated the Eye of Promotion and took in the information. Race, Dream Taper. Attribute, Charm. Talent level, S. Realm, Platinum level 8. Skills, Enchanting Voice, excellent. Breath of Extinguishing Wisdom, excellent. Dream Weaving, epic. Dream Eater, epic. It seemed that he thought Lu Feiyu was a gold-level beast master. It is impossible to break free from one's own abilities. The Dream Taper, who was originally standing on a high place, gradually relaxed his inner guard. Its eyes were full of amusement and disdain, as if it was looking at a trophy, and its sharp gaze swept over every part of Lu Feiyu's body. At the same time, colorful blocks of light shone brightly all over the Dream Taper's body. Magnificent pictures appeared around it and quickly approached Lu Feiyu. The figure of the Dream Taper is hidden in many pictures and cannot be seen clearly at all. Almost in an instant, countless images dispersed and combined to form a solid cage that fell from the sky, trying to trap Lu Feiyu. Each of those pictures carries a charm that is hard for ordinary people to resist. Just one glance is enough to make an ordinary beast master completely fall. Then he became addicted to the beautiful dream, unable to extricate himself, and became the food of the Taper of Illusion. However, all of this is aimed at ordinary beast masters and ordinary beasts, and the 3 beasts contracted by Lu Feiyu. Each one has extremely high resistance to all abnormal conditions. Even with the charm ability of the Dream Taper, it is impossible to seduce him in the slightest. Therefore, when the cage constructed by the picture descended, Black Scale's body swelled several times again, and then a terrifying roar echoed throughout the dense forest and swamp. In an instant, the tranquil swamp was shaken by the roar that reached the sky. Countless birds hiding in the deep forest flapped their wings and fled quickly. A large amount of sewage was shaken in the air by the impact force carried by the roar. Even the Dream Taper hidden in the picture was frightened by the dragon's roar. The figure in the air froze for a moment. However, before it could react, there was a burst of white light whizzing past my eyes, followed by a scorching air wave sweeping over with boundless power. An explosion of this magnitude. It was as terrifying as the falling sun. The scorching sun explodes instantly. The terrifying power brought by the solar explosion directly shattered those magnificent pictures into pieces. Like glass that had been hit hard, It broke into pieces and shot in all directions. The body of the dream taper rolled in the air countless times. The originally beautiful body color turned gray and black under the impact of the horrific explosion. The exposed skin was covered in blood, and countless hideous bloodstains ran through its entire body. Just for a moment, this platinum level 8 ferocious beast was seriously injured. However, this is not the end. When the body of the dream taper disappears from the picture, Hei Lin's ink-black pupils immediately locked onto it, and then he opened his dragon mouth. Countless demonic flames carrying deadly poison swept towards the dream taper like a demon dragon descending to the earth. Feel the explosive power hidden in the howling demonic flames. The dream taper's blurred pupils suddenly froze. It endured the pain in its body and constructed one magnificent picture after another to block in front of itself, trying every possible means to resist the invasion of the eclipsed demonic flame. But the next moment, the dream taper's expression froze, and it lowered its head, its face filled with fear and disbelief. Just see, without it ever noticing, a wolf's claw, emitting a deep blue color, had pierced through his chest without him noticing when. Now, the wolf's claws were stained with rainbow-colored blood. Inside its claws, a beating heart is beating vigorously. That was actually the heart of the dream taper. When? As a charm-type beast, it had extremely strong perception, and it didn't even notice the approach of the blue wolf. Its face was full of surprise and doubt, and the movement of constructing the dream with its hands gradually slowed down, and its originally vigorous vitality disappeared. After losing his heart, he began to fade rapidly. Finally, its body collapsed powerlessly to the ground, completely corroded by the surging erosion demonic flame. When the demonic flames dissipated, what remained was what was left. There is only a beast core of a ferocious beast that is shining with colorful light. Good job! Lu Feiyu picked up the beast core and placed it in the space ring. After obtaining 2 platinum-level beast cores in succession, Lu Feiyu was in a very good mood. Chapter 67 The School Takes Action. The Beast Core is a treasure condensed from the essence of all the ferocious beasts above the Gold Realm. Beast Cores at the Golden level are called low-level Beast Cores, and their value ranges from hundreds of thousands to several million Chinese yuan. The Platinum-level Beast Core is an intermediate Beast Core. The value is over 1 million Chinese yuan, with a maximum of 2 million Chinese yuan. The Beast Core at the Diamond level is naturally a high-level Beast Core. The market price is over 2 million Chinese yuan. The Beast Cores above the Star-Shattering Realm are collectively referred to as top-level Beast Cores. Even the lowest grade one has a market value of over 10 million Chinese yuan. And once it appears, it will be snapped up. That is to say, Lu Feiyu obtained 2 Beast Cores in this short period of time. It has brought him at least 2 million Chinese yuan in revenue. This speed of making money is much faster than robbing a bank. And through fighting with these 2 ferocious beasts, Lu Feiyu also clarified his current combat power, relying on the terrifying combat power of Black Scale and Boss Gene. Now that he is at the Gold Realm, he can easily crush ferocious beasts at the Platinum Realm. Strength, extremely powerful. Lu Feiyu had just put away the beast core of the ferocious beast. Behind him, there were undisguised footsteps. Ba, ba, ba. The sound of footsteps accompanied by soft applause. It sounded particularly harsh in the deep forest after the war. I underestimated you before. You are indeed a student with SSS-level talent. Your strength is amazing. Hear this sound. Lu Feiyu immediately knew the identity of the visitor. When he turned around, he saw Chao Yinhua's disgusting face. Surprised? I found it. When he saw Lu Feiyu turning around, Chao Yinhua's face broke out into a disgusting look of joy. He clapped his hands again and said, Junior, not senior. What do I have against you? Actually, as a student with SSS-level talent, it would be too late for a snob like me to curry favor with you. But there's nothing you can do. Someone is offering money to buy your life. I don't want to kill you either. But they gave too much. Having said that, he changed the subject again. The exaggerated smile on his face bloomed again, and the corners of his mouth almost reached below his ears. In his eyes, there was a terrifying red light flashing. Not to mention, killing a genius like you. It really gives me an incomparable excitement. Just thinking about your screams makes me want to As he was speaking, Chao Yinhua suddenly closed his eyes and let out several low growls of pleasure. Lu Feiyu really had no interest in continuing to watch his perverted appearance. He looked up at the sky and gave Boss Jean and Hylan a look, reminding them to be careful. Boss Jean and Hylan immediately understood. At this moment, Chao Yinhua suddenly opened his eyes. The terrifying light in his pupils became brighter and brighter. This reminded Lu Feiyu of Wang Jiming who died in Changnan. Then think about what the other person just said. It's not hard to guess. This Chao Yinhua should also be a spy planted by the 10,000 Beast cult in Huaqing University. This is the thought. Lu Feiyu suddenly became alert. At that time, Wang Jiming relied on the inferior blood-stimulating medicine to make him, who was originally in the late platinum stage, possess strength comparable to that of the diamond stage. And Chao Yinhua is a top platinum beastmaster. If he takes the potion, his true strength will probably far exceed Wang Jiming's. It seemed that he could see the vigilance on Lu Feiyu's face. Chao Yinhua's expression became even happier. It seems you have guessed my identity. How clever. Smart child. I will love you well. While talking, a terrifying sonic boom sounded from the front. Chao Yinhua's figure disappeared in an instant. Lu Feiyu's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, a fist as big as a sandbag came straight towards Lu Feiyu's face with a gust of fishy wind. This speed has already exceeded the limit of the Platinum Realm. As expected, a Diamond Beastmaster. Roar! Watching the master being attacked. Boss Jean, who was the fastest, jumped and placed his body between Lu Feiyu and Chao Yinhua. The fluffy long hair turned into sharp thorns like steel needles under its control. Bang! Chao Yinhua's fists collided violently with Boss Jin's powerful body, causing a loud roar. In an instant, Boss Jin's body was blown several meters away, his hair dripping like rain, and a little blood spurted out of his mouth. No matter how high its qualifications are, the gap between gold and diamond is really too big. It can't be compensated by qualifications at all. However, its appearance also gave Lu Feiyu a chance to catch his breath. I saw black scales falling from the sky, and its huge body pressed heavily downwards. A body weighing dozens of tons fell with all its might. Even Chao Yinhua, who was in a violent state, had to retreat 3 feet. And Lu Feiyu also took advantage of this opportunity. With a big leap, it jumped directly to He Lin's neck. He grasped the upright scales on Black Scale's neck tightly with both hands, barely able to steady his body. The time has come. Act now. At the same time, Lu Feiyu rode on He Lin and roared into the air. You have your moments of being so embarrassed. Following his call, a gentle laugh fell from the sky. Then, a sturdy man nearly 2 meters tall stood on the lawn of Xiangyin and descended from the sky. How can you say such sarcastic things? My beast was injured for the school, so I can't lose any subsidy. Lu Feiyu curled his lips and commanded Hylan to retreat. He also took this opportunity to pull Boss Jean, who had been blown away earlier, on a Black Scale's back. Boss Jean looked a little weak at the moment, but fortunately he was not seriously injured. Don't worry, you will get what you need. But now, I need to clean up the scum in the school. Xiong Meng's words fell from midair. At the same time, several beasts of various shapes quickly appeared around him and surrounded Chao Yinhua tightly. How is it possible? Chao Yinhua almost collapsed as he looked at the beasts around him that exuded the aura of the bright moon. To be honest, this was the first time in his life that he faced an enemy of Haoyue's level. The terrifying majesty that came towards him even made him feel like he couldn't stand still. Could it be that I had been discovered a long time ago? Chao Yinhua suddenly looked up at the sky, staring directly at the principal above his head. At this moment, the scarlet murderous intent in his eyes had faded a lot, replaced by incomparable panic. He joined the cult of all beasts to live a better life, not to die in vain. Actually, no, it's just that Lu Feiyu is the one I focus on taking care of. Every time he goes down to the newborn secret realm, I will personally take care of him. Xiong Meng responded coldly, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. And his answer made Chao Yinhua so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Why? Why does this kid receive such favorable treatment? Even the busy principal has to escort him day and night. Chapter 68, Compensation and Challenge. Chao Yinhua is one of the most talented people in Huaqing University, but even meeting the president is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But this kid Lu Feiyu actually asked the principal to be willing to be his bodyguard and protect him at all times. Such a huge difference in treatment made Chao Yinhua so anxious that he wanted to vomit blood. Chao Yinhua's expression changed several times, and the regret on his face became more and more obvious. As a result, the red murderous intent in his eyes gradually disappeared. At this moment, Chao Yinhua was like a poor little animal, weak and helpless, with no trace of the arrogance he had just had. Principal, can you give me another chance? I know a lot of information about the 10,000 Beast cult. I will make amends for my mistakes. I will make amends for my crimes. Please, Chao Yinhua said in a hoarse voice. His voice was dry and rough, and at first it sounded like a ghost from hell claiming his life. But in front of a beast master of SSS-Level, even evil spirits have to bow down. At the same time, Lu Feiyu also came from behind Xiong Ming, with his arms folded across his chest, and sneered. Senior Chao, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Didn't you say you wanted to love me well? Come, I'm right here. I'm giving you a chance. Come and love me. Aren't you good at fighting? What's the point of being able to fight? To get into trouble, you need power and background. You little jerk. No matter how strong a person is, he is just cannon fodder. Hearing Lu Feiyu's mocking voice, Chao Yinhua's face turned blue and red, and he wished he could tear this noisy young man to pieces right now. However, the situation is stronger than people. In the current situation, even if Lu Feiyu came up and slapped himself twice, he has to bear it obediently. Therefore, even if Lu Feiyu mocked him, he could only smile awkwardly, still apologizing uncontrollably. Junior, no, Brother Lu, you are a great man and don't bear grudges. Please say a few good words for me. At this moment, Xiong Ming, who had been silent all this time, waved his hand and said, Okay, Feiyu, stop teasing him. Fenjia is stupid, and you're still teasing him. Anyone who joins the 10,000 Beast cult and commits adultery must die. As for the so-called intelligence, As he spoke, Xiong Ming waved his hand. A black shadow quickly jumped out from behind him, and then jumped onto Chao Yinhua's head at lightning speed. Lu Feiyu saw it clearly from the side. It was a spider covered with gray hair. When it first reached Chao Yinhua's head, it was only the size of a palm. However, it was only in a moment. The spider suddenly expanded in size. The gray fur on the 8 long legs also began to grow wildly, and each hair became as hard as iron, emitting a cold blue-gray light. In the blink of an eye, 8 long legs surrounded Chao Yinhua's head from top to bottom. The long blue-gray hair on his legs pierced his face like steel needles. In an instant, blood gushed out, and the sprayed blood scattered in the air like a fountain. At the same time, the spider's bulging abdomen was now expanding and contracting in a very regular pattern, as if it was sucking Chao Yinhua's brain and soul. The miserable roar like that of an evil spirit echoed in the deep forest. Chao Yinhua covered his head in pain and rolled helplessly in the swamp. However, every time he rolled and rubbed against others, his injuries became more serious. After a while, the screams gradually became weaker and the struggling movements became lighter. Lu Feiyu looked down and saw that Chao Yinhua's originally strong body had now become as thin as a stick. His cheeks were sunken and his breath was weak. The ribs were pressed tightly against the skin, leaving deep grooves. It only took a few seconds. A master with diamond combat power was sucked dry by a spider. This terrifying fighting power made Lu Feiyu swallow his saliva. And the most important thing is, Lu Feiyu could still see it clearly. Chao Yinhua's originally red eyes were now dull and lifeless. The whole person becomes stupid and foolish, as if his soul has been devoured and he has become a walking corpse. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu subconsciously used the eye of promotion and looked at the strange gray-haired spider. Race: soul-devouring demon spider. Attribute: soul. Talent level: SSS. Realm: bright moon level 2. Skills: heart-piercing fluff, epic. Soul-devouring power, epic. Memory extraction, epic. Soul link, epic. Comment: your soul is just an appetizer. When you see the moment of memory retrieval. Lu Feiyu immediately understood why Xiong Ming didn't care about the information from Chao Yinhua. It turns out that Xiong Ming didn't need anyone to provide him with information at all. Whatever he wants, he can get it by just reaching out. Why should we rely on others? TSK, it turns out that there are so many scumbags in the major universities in Beijing. Devour Chao Yinhua completely. Xiong Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and the coldness on his face became more and more obvious. Then, he looked at Lu Feiyu with his tiger eyes, his expression slightly gentler. This time you use yourself as bait to help me identify the spies of the 10,000 Beast cult. You will receive a great merit, which can be exchanged for a high-level special resource. The Beast Master was injured on duty, and he was awarded a minor merit, which can be exchanged for an intermediate special resource. How? Lu Feiyu was very satisfied with this treatment. Huaqing University is really generous. After all, he did almost nothing, and only Boss Jean suffered minor injuries. In exchange, you will get one high-level special resource and one mid-level special resource. This deal couldn't be more cost-effective. Lu Feiyu even wanted the 10,000 Beast sect to send more people to assassinate him. Only one person comes this time. How can that be? If other people see this, they will think that there is no one left in the 10,000 Beast sect. It would be better if there were more. 10 at a time. Anyway, it was Principal Xiong who took action. The one who was injured was Boss Jean. The one who got the benefit was Lu Feiyu. No problem, right? I'll go get the resources myself when the time comes. Xiong Ming saw Lu Feiyu nod and then said, "You should be looking for S-level beast eggs now, right? From what I understand, you are already gold." Speaking of this, even though Xiong Ming is a senior educator and the president of one of China's top universities, he believes that he has seen too many geniuses. But when he mentioned the word gold, he still couldn't help but emphasize the tone. There is no other reason. Lu Feiyu's promotion speed is just too fast. Faster than anyone could imagine. When peers are still struggling at the iron level, or even excited about breaking through to the bronze level, Lu Feiyu has already broken through the 3 realms of black iron, bronze, and silver, and reached the gold level with an unrivaled momentum. Such speed. Not only Principal Xiong Ming and Han Shoujing were shocked. Even China's chief chancellor was extremely shocked. At the same time, those foreign forces can no longer sit still. If Lu Feiyu were allowed to continue developing peacefully like this, just 10 years, no, just 3 years, the entire world's power system will be turned upside down. This is something other countries cannot tolerate. Decades ago, China had already produced a beast master with SSS-level talent. Originally, China at that time suffered heavy losses and national strength was greatly damaged because it was unwilling to give up the lives of civilians when the disaster first struck. But after the Beastmaster appeared, he single-handedly defeated all-powerful enemies like Tan Lang in the surrounding area. China has been able to develop steadily for decades, and now its national strength is extremely strong and is recognized as one of the top 2 or even the first. You can say that. The strongest Beastmaster in the world today is in China. And what is foreseeable is, the strongest beast master of the future is still in China. This is unacceptable to all other countries. Especially the Eagle country, which has always claimed to be the beacon of mankind, is on pins and needles at this moment. Now, today, the Eagle country has joined forces with dozens of countries to formally issue a joint challenge to China. Chapter 69. Space Type S-Level Beast Taming Egg. We are pleased to hear that your country has obtained an SSS-level talented Beastmaster. Our country, together with 93 other countries, including the British Empire, the Snow Bear Kingdom, and Japan, have extended an invitation to your country for exchanges. As Beastmasters, we should promote the spirit of practical combat and develop practical combat capabilities. Therefore, we propose that this competition adopt a mixed combat point system. The location is set in the secret realm of the newborn on the high seas, and the ranking is based on defeating points. The time is 12 o'clock noon on March 25th, Beijing time. At stake is the right to collect resources on the high seas for 20 years. I hope your country will give me some advice. This video has already topped the hot search list of various social software, and its popularity directly crushes all other hot spots. At present, almost everyone in China has seen this video and knows about this matter. Moreover, the discussions below were particularly intense, and even led to various verbal battles. Damn it, this is clearly bullying. Only a fool would go there. The above person gave the right answer. Everyone knows that Lu Feiyu is going to fight 93 people alone. Is this something a human can do? Do you have any courage upstairs? He's already jumped in your face, and you still don't stand up. Just beat him up. Don't shout upstairs. Go ahead if you can do it. Why should you let others risk their lives for you? Are you trying to rip me off? I'll fuck you upstairs, and your whole family will be fucked. Everyone, please stop arguing. If we really take over the resources on the high seas over the past 20 years, I dare not imagine how powerful China will be in the future. We are firmly number one in the world. The second, and even the 100th person combined, are not even worthy of carrying our shoes. The people above are short-sighted. They only think about resources. That's something only winners would think about. 1 against 93. Even if it's an SSS-level talent, I don't think it will work out. Yes, by then we will not only fail to obtain the rights to the resources on the high seas, but also lose a top talent. It will be a loss of both the wife and the army. Well, if we don't fight back, we'll look like cowards, which is really embarrassing. Your face is worth a few dollars a pound. Is it more important than a hair of an SSS-level talent owner? Shit, we don't know whether to go up or not. Aren't the other side roasting us on the fire? What a bunch of idiots. Lu Feiyu finished reading the video and comments in Xiong Meng's hands and frowned slightly. The free-for-all system is the easiest to tamper with. Nothing else to say. The fact that more than 90 countries united together to besiege him was a force that could not be ignored. Even Lu Feiyu today does not dare to underestimate these top talents cultivated by the power of a country. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident that he could defeat or even kill the opponent in an instant. But if it's a one-on-one with more than 90 people, anyone would be scared. Even a large number of ants can kill an elephant, let alone more than 90 top geniuses. I know this may be a little embarrassing for you, but the right to collect resources on the high seas for 20 years is very important to China. To be honest, he has reached a critical stage now, and the amount of resources he needs is an astronomical figure. If you agree, the authorities will immediately provide an S-level beast egg. If you succeed in taking first place, you will be rewarded with another S-rank beast egg. Of course, if you don't want to, we won't force you. There are still plenty of necessary resources, and there are still plenty of promotions to come. Personally, I even hope that you don't participate. After all, the risk factor of this matter is indeed too great. Even if you have SSS-level talent, you still... Xiong Meng stopped talking halfway through his words. He just looked at Lu Feiyu with worry. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu did not say yes or no, but said, I need to take a look at the beast egg before making a decision. He had to look at the properties of the beast taming egg to see if it was suitable for a melee before making a decision. After all, we only have one life. This is true even if Lu Feiyu possesses SSS-level beast taming talent. But that's not right. Lu Feiyu has 2 lives. After all, the white jade ball gave him a second life. But that was just to block one fatal injury. It's not rebirth or time travel. If you really can't resist, you have to die. Of course, that's no problem. Seeing that Lu Feiyu did not refuse, Xiong Meng breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at Lu Feiyu with a complicated look. He always had a complicated feeling of pushing his students into the fire pit. I have brought the beast eggs. Please take a look. In fact, the authorities still pay great attention to your life safety, and specially found a space-type beast egg for you. If we can't beat them, we can at least run away, right? Suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, Xiong Meng took out the beast-taming egg from the space ring while speaking. Different from the smallness of ordinary beast eggs. This beast egg, Lu Feiyu's first impression, was that it was big. Xiong Meng held the beast-taming egg in both hands and placed it on his abdomen. Even so, the beast-taming egg actually completely covered his upper body and even his face. Just looking at the length, it is at least 1 meter long. The width is about half a meter. It is pitch black all over, with black light flashing across its surface from time to time, making it look mysterious and eerie. From Lu Feiyu's perspective, this beast-taming egg looks like. It's just like the tall nut in Plants vs. Zombies, but a darker version. Principal, you really should have said that you were from the space department. It makes my heart beat fast. I agree. These foreign dogs have provoked your grandpa Lu. I will make them know what it means to be untouchable. There was a gleam in Lu Feiyu's eyes, and the basic information of this pitch-black beast-taming egg flashed through his eyes. After confirming that this beast egg is indeed a space-based one, he agreed immediately and readily. There is no other reason, just as Xiong Meng said. A space beast master, best at extreme speed. Whether it is escaping or attacking, it is the best of the best. With this beast by his side, Lu Feiyu was not afraid of being surrounded and unable to escape. If he can't beat him, he can still run away, right? Chapter 70, Sky-Breaking Eagle. However, Lu Feiyu would not agree so easily. He then added, in addition to this beast egg, I also need 10 million Chinese currency to use for my cultivation and growth in the next few days. 10 million sounds like a lot, and it is indeed a lot. An ordinary person or an ordinary family may not have this much money even if all their income in their lifetime or even in the next life is added together. However, Lu Feiyu and Xiong Ming did not think that this request was excessive. After all, this time, he was risking his entire life to gain resources for the country and to fight for the country. The life of a genius in exchange for 10 million Chinese yuan is really not expensive. Therefore, after hearing Lu Feiyu's request, Xiong Ming agreed without any hesitation. No problem, I'll send someone to deposit the money into your card right away. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu nodded and reached out to take the beast taming egg from Xiong Ming's hand. This giant beast egg that looks like a tall nut looks huge, but it is extremely light and tiny. Holding it in your hand, it feels as light as if it were nothing. This made Lu Feiyu marvel at it. Race, cross-border eagle. Attribute, space. Talent level, S. Realm? Skills, sky-sweeping wings, excellent. Boundary-breaking feathers, excellent. Instant air, excellent. Space forbidden, epic. Evolutionary route. World-piercing eagle, S-level. Sky-shattering eagle, SS-level. World-controlling lord, SSS-level. God of the sky, mythical level. Note, only beasts with mythical blood can break through to the mythical level. Comment, it's as fast as a phantom. A new S-level beast egg is obtained. The competition date is approaching. Today is March 20th. There are only 4 or 5 days left until the date set by the Eagle Country. With this thought in mind, Lu Feiyu didn't want to stay in the secret realm for too long. He informed Xiong Ming, then left the secret realm alone and returned to his dormitory. Sitting on the bed, Lu Feiyu's heart sank. His consciousness instantly arrived at his own beast-taming space. The listless boss gene is now full of energy and vitality after being nourished by the abundant spiritual energy. Carrying 3 beasts, Lu Feiyu quickly approached the mythical blood pool. He held the beast egg in both hands and threw it into the blood pool. The beast-taming egg was like a feather, floating in the air for a while before it touched the calm surface of the blood pool. The moment the beast egg touches the surface of the pool, the originally calm pond began to ripple, as if it had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the 1-meter-high beast egg directly into the bottom of the pond. Just like the extreme speed characteristic of Space Beast, this beast egg hatched extremely quickly. It only took a few breaths for it to merge into the beast-taming egg. Even the ripples that had just occurred had not completely dissipated yet. A terrifying spatial fluctuation emanated from the deepest part of the pool. Cry! Then, a loud eagle cry resounded through the sky, and a silver-black figure flashed out from the bottom of the pool as fast as lightning. It is extremely fast. Under the huge kinetic energy, it brought out a wave like a water tornado. The water splashes and the silver-black feathers complement each other under the sunlight, sparkling and extremely gorgeous. Lu Feiyu activated the Eye of Promotion, and his eyesight instantly increased several times. He looked up into the sky carefully. I saw a giant bird about 10 meters in size with its wings stretched out, flying freely in the sky. The silver-black feathers were not as dark as the black scales, but instead had an inexplicable sheen. It looks like it has a strong sense of science fiction and splendor. The feathers on the giant bird are not tightly attached to its body like those of other birds. Instead, it is tilted to the right at nearly 45 degrees. At the end of the feather, there are 2 short and 1 long silver-black thorns. Just by looking at it, a sense of sharpness and solemnity pierced through the sky and came towards you. Judging from its appearance alone, it can be said to be the best of the best, even if this is the lowest level E-level beast. Just based on such a majestic and strange appearance, I'm afraid there will be rich people willing to spend a lot of money to buy it for viewing. What's more, this is a genuine SS-level beast. Race, sky-breaking eagle. Attribute, space. Talent level, SS. Realm, black iron level 6. Skills, sky-breaking feather, epic. Sky-breaking speed, epic. Sky overlord, epic. Forbidden airspace, legendary. Sky-breaking divine feather. The feather of the Beast Master contains the power to shatter the sky. In battle, it can be launched from the body, ignoring any defense and causing real damage to the enemy. The Beast Master can recycle the Beast Master at any time, and when recycles it, it will cause huge penetrating damage to the enemy again. Speed of breaking through the air. The Beast mastered the power of space. When the ability is activated, the speed suddenly increased by 4 times, and it can shuttle through the cracks in space. Aerial Overlord. When in high altitude, the beast's physical fitness doubles and gains defense, attack, and abnormal state immunity. Absolutely forbidden domain. The domain of space. Everything is forbidden. The Beast Master will expand the space domain, prohibiting all means of escape, and at the same time summon countless space turbulences to madly strangle the enemy until all enemy creatures are dead. Note, in the determination of the beast taming ability, except for the beast tamer and his contracted beast, all other beings are enemies. Please use this ability with caution. Note, this ability consumes a lot of energy. If the Beast Master uses it with his current strength, he will be extremely weak. Evolution Route. Skybreaking Eagle, SS-Level. Lightning Sky Lord, SSS-Level. Lightning Sky God, Mythical Level. Note, only beasts with mythical blood can break through to the mythical level. Evaluation. The embodiment of extreme speed. The ultimate in space. 3 epics, 1 legend. It's a legendary ability that deals damage. To be honest, even though Lu Feiyu already had 3 SS-level Beast Masters, he was still extremely surprised by this information panel. First, the first ability. It is the strongest attack ability of the Sky-Breaking Eagle in its normal state. True damage. Ignore all defenses. In other words, even if you are a Sun-level Beast Master, you have peerless defensive capabilities. Facing the Sky-Breaking Eagle's stabbing feathers, you will still be hurt. Of course, for a Yuri-level being, this level of injury may not be a big deal. But you have to know, being able to hurt someone and being completely unable to do anything about them are 2 completely different things. What's more, the Sky-Breaking Divine Feather has 2 parts of damage, piercing and retracting. Each part will cause huge damage to the enemy. With the 2 sections superimposed, enemies at the same level would probably die on the spot. The horror and dominance of this ability are self-evident. The speed of breaking through the air can be said to be the core of the Sky-Breaking Eagle's core abilities. The effect is simple. It is extreme speed. What? You said speed alone isn't enough to be epic-level powerful? Then, in addition, it can travel through space cracks, ignoring all obstacles and hindrances, and enemy attacks cannot lock on it. Is this enough when added together? Lu Feiyu just wanted to say, that's enough. With this skill, he can revel in the secret realm brawl on the 25th without restraint. Surf like crazy. Spend your time however you want. How could the enemy catch Lu Feiyu through the turbulence of space? Chapter 71, Flying Beast Master. With this skill, Lu Feiyu can be said to have a full sense of security. Fight when you want to fight. Leave when you want to leave. The main point is to do whatever you want. By then, the siege against Lu Feiyu would begin. It will definitely become Lu Feiyu's personal show. This so-called 93-nation alliance is an absolute joke. As for the Sky Overlord, it is a common skill that increases physical fitness. As for the effect, it can only be considered average among SS-level Beast Tamers. Neither high nor low, nothing much to talk about. This made Lu Feiyu particularly excited. It must be the 4th skill, a legendary skill, and it is pure killing ability. Absolutely forbidden area. Summon countless space turbulences to strangle all enemies to death. Just looking at this simple and rough description of the ability, Lu Feiyu was shocked. Fight until death. What a domineering power. Moreover, in the forbidden area of the Sky-Breaking Eagle, the moment the field is formed, all means of escape will be abolished. All enemies. He could only wail helplessly as he watched his own body and his own beast being chopped into pieces by the thousands of whizzing spatial turbulences. This despair, this kind of horror, this helplessness. When he thought of this, Lu Feiyu felt sad for his future enemies. The only 2 regrets are, one is that this ability's definition of the enemy is too broad. Except Lu Feiyu himself and the beast he contracted, everyone is an enemy. This also means that he can only use this skill in places where he has no citizen friends. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. However, the upcoming Secret Realm Brawl is a perfect place to use it. The second one is, this ability actually has negative effects? Even the description used was extremely weak. According to Lu Feiyu's estimation, it's good to use it once a day. But fortunately, according to the description of the ability, the Sky-Breaking Eagle can weaken this negative impact through its own realm. Perhaps after reaching the Golden Realm, It can use this terrifying ability and scrupulously. Come over. After checking the beast taming abilities of the new contract, Lu Feiyu turned his eyes away from the information panel. He looked at the sky-breaking eagle that was still flying freely in the sky and greeted it. In an instant, a long silver-black line swooped down from midair and arrived in front of Lu Feiyu. How fast? Even after images were left in the air. What a fast speed! Li Vei Siket. He looked at the sky-breaking eagle in front of him, who was lowering his head to show his loyalty, and was hesitant to touch its head. After all, the feathers on the other person's head were also those with 2 short and 1 long spikes. He was really afraid that if he touched it like this, hundreds of bloody holes would appear on his hands. Cry. It seems to sense the master's thoughts. The sky-breaking eagle let out a soft cry, and the shape of the feathers around it quickly changed. The 3 small spines on the forked tail quickly merged. The sharp shape at a 45-degree angle also disappeared. Its feathers now have a soft luster, making people want to touch them. There's also this function. See this scene. Lu Feiyu no longer hesitated and gently stroked the other person's head with his big hand. What surprised him even more was, there was actually a strong suction force coming from the seemingly soft feather, which firmly sucked his hand. Oh my god, Mom doesn't have to worry about me being blown down by the wind anymore. Feeling this, Lu Feiyu was ecstatic. A big hand placed the sky-breaking eagle's head, using its head as a fulcrum, and jumped up directly. As soon as his buttocks touched the eagle's back, the powerful suction force held him firmly in place. The comfortable and soft feeling spreads from the buttocks to the whole body. It is so pleasant. Take off. Lu Feiyu patted the eagle's back. Immediately, a gust of wind came howling, blowing his hair upside down. At the same time, the scene in front of him also began to jump and shrink rapidly. When he blinked again, Lu Feiyu was shocked to find that he had actually reached a height of 100 meters. At this distance in the sky, the violent wind blows like a giant howling, which is breathtaking. However, due to the magical suction force of the sky-breaking eagle's feathers, Lu Feiyu's body did not even shake a bit. He stretched his head and looked at the scenery on the horizon with interest. He had never felt that the white clouds were so close to him. In an instant, a sense of freedom and excitement arose from the bottom of my heart. Lu Feiyu is also a person who can control flying beasts. Let's go. Let's go to the space crack, and let me see what's going on. Lu Feiyu patted the eagle's back again and spoke loudly, almost roaring. Not that he meant it so loudly. It was because the wind was too strong, and no one could hear what he was saying unless he spoke loudly. Receive instructions from the master. The sky-breaking eagle let out a long, loud cry, as if reminding its master to sit tight. The next moment, the scene in front of him changed rapidly, and the violent spatial fluctuations pressed towards Lu Feiyu like an endless tide. At the same time, the howling wind stopped in an instant. The howling sound of the wind disappeared, and there was no more noise in my ears. The huge difference between extreme movement and extreme stillness, coupled with the spatial fluctuations that were squeezing his body all the time, made Lu Feiyu feel like vomiting. Fortunately, it was quick. The same spatial fluctuations rose from the sky-breaking eagle under Lu Feiyu. After the two waves collided and dissipated each other, it could hardly have any effect on Lu Feiyu anymore. At this point, he finally got used to the feeling of traveling through the cracks in space. I also have enough energy to observe what the so-called space gap looks like. He looked up and saw endless black turbulence everywhere, which made Lu Feiyu dazzled. This gap in space is like an inverted cylindrical channel, with a pure black base inside and turbulent currents running through it. Moreover, a few colorful colors flashed before Lu Feiyu's eyes from time to time. He knew that as long as he came into contact with this block of color, he would immediately be transported back to the real world. After experiencing it for a while, Lu Feiyu's sense of novelty quickly faded away. He commanded the sky-breaking eagle to return to the beast taming space and land at the starting place. In front of the other beasts, Lu Feiyu gave it a name on the spot. Kongyu. Just call me Kongyu. A space-type beast with peculiar feathers. It is most appropriate to call it Kongyu. In fact, considering its ability to fly and control beasts, Lu Feiyu also thought of naming the sky-breaking eagle Feiyu. But change your mind. How could a beast tamer and his master have the same name? If this gets out, won't people laugh to death? So the flying feathers became empty feathers, which is quite appropriate and sounds nice. Chapter 72, Big Sister. Hearing the name given by Lu Feiyu, Kongyu's sharp eyes lit up, The feathers on his body stretched out again, and he let out a loud eagle cry, looking extremely happy. As usual, play with the beast for a while to develop feelings. Lu Feiyu then exited the beast controlling space and returned to reality. Lu Feiyu took out his cell phone immediately. When he saw the bank information on the mobile phone screen, a smile appeared on his face. 10 million Chinese yuan, plus the various resources he had obtained in a nascent secret realm before. Altogether, it's about 15 million Chinese yuan. So much money. Plus the super discount that comes with the black gold card given by Wang Shiyao. 79% off. In other words, the 15 million Chinese yuan in Lu Feiyu's hand. In Wanbao Pavilion, it can be used as 40 million. Such a huge amount of money. It is enough to evolve one of Lu Feiyu's beasts to SSS level. By then, his strength will inevitably undergo a huge improvement, in which beast qualification level should be improved. Lu Feiyu has already thought it through. If you want to upgrade, then upgrade the one who is currently the most powerful. That is Black Scale. What's more, Black Scale's skill, Heaven-Devouring Power, allows it to thoroughly digest the tremendous energy contained in the evolutionary resources at the fastest speed and transform it into its own strength. And in the big fight 5 days later, every bit of strength means an extra bit of insurance. As for the other beasts, Lu Feiyu believed that after the next big fight, it would not be a problem to evolve them all again. This is the thought. Lu Feiyu stood up from the bed and took a big gulp of mineral water to calm his excitement. Then he picked up the black gold card and bank card, put on a mask, and walked towards Wanbao Pavilion in the capital. A special resource of this level. Lu Feiyu had to go to Wanbao Pavilion in person to check and confirm that there was no problem before he could feel at ease. The transportation in Beijing is well developed, and it only takes half an hour. Lu Feiyu has already arrived at Wanbao Pavilion. I don't know if it's because I drank too much water. As soon as he got out of the taxi, Lu Feiyu felt a strong urge to urinate from his prostate straight to the top of his head. The refreshing feeling made him enter Wanbao Pavilion and ignore the enthusiastic inquiries of several shopping guides, then run to the toilet with his legs clamped together. Voila! A loud sound of water, comparable to a waterfall hitting rocks, came from under his crotch. After being released, Lu Feiyu let out a long sigh, pulled up his pants, and went to the bathroom outside the toilet to wash his hands. Washing hands. He then heard suppressed crying outside. Then, the man cursed violently. What do you do for a living? I haven't made a single order in this month. You're here to get the basic salary at Wanbao Pavilion, right? Trash. Lu Feiyu turned a deaf ear to these insults. He is not a saint and cannot take care of so many trivial matters. He shook off the water stains on his hands, took out 2 pieces of paper from the tissue roll next to him to wipe his hands, and then walked out with a swagger. I saw a guest coming out. The man who was cursing suppressed the furious expression on his face and smiled very kindly at Lu Feiyu. The girl who was scolded also raised her head and looked at Lu Feiyu with tearful eyes. Lu Feiyu just glanced at him casually. However, it is the same. His body suddenly froze in place. For a moment, my mind was shocked. Ah, sister? Lu Feiyu took 2 steps forward and looked at the tearful woman in front of him in disbelief. It was clearly his elder sister, Lu Fian, who had the same father and mother as him. After Lu Guanzhong and Zhang Fengxia got married, they treated Lu Fian extremely cruelly. And maybe it's because Lu Fian is beautiful. Zhang Fengxia treated her even more cruelly than she treated Lu Feiyu. Beating and scolding were common, and not having food or water was the norm. That's why, when Lu Feiyu was still young, Lu Fian ran away from home early and has never been heard from since, as if she had disappeared from the world. Lu Feiyu was even about to forget about the sister with whom he had the deepest blood connection. In the impression it leaves, I only remember that Lu Fian was very good to me. They say an elder sister is like a mother, and this is absolutely true. The other party would almost always let him have a taste of any good thing first. That's why Lu Feiyu was extremely devastated after the other party disappeared. Even when he was young and ignorant, he secretly blamed the other party for not taking him away. But think about it now. For this 12 or 13-year-old girl, it is already extremely difficult to survive alone in the world. Bring along a little boy of a few years old. The probability of those 2 people surviving is probably less than 1 in 10,000. It is even possible that the 2 were stopped by patrolling officials and sent back home before they had gone far. By then, even more cruel torture will surely be waiting for them. Therefore, when I saw Lu Fian again, Lu Feiyu was extremely excited and happy. This elder sister could be said to be his only relative now. Before this, he once thought that the other person had passed away. I'm not. Sir, you got the wrong person, didn't you? Seeing Lu Feiyu approaching, Lu Fian quickly lowered her head and turned her body slightly to the right and rear. She tried to use her long hair to cover the red and obvious slap mark on her cheek. See this scene. Lu Feiyu's happy mood suddenly cooled down. The anger in my heart was surging like magma. His eyes were as cold as a knife as they swept across the man's face, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. The man with a tattoo on his neck suddenly felt as if a steel knife was stabbed directly between his eyebrows, and his entire body hair stood on end. He smiled and explained, "Sir, you must have recognized the wrong person. Lu Fian has no father or mother and no relatives. She is an orphan." "It's indeed her." After hearing this explanation, Lu Feiyu's guess became even more certain. He stepped forward again, his body almost touching Lu Fian, and lifted her chin with his hand. Lu Feiyu stared at her tearful and rosy eyes and asked word by word, "Why are you hiding from me?" After saying that, he wiped his hand across the slap mark on the other person's face. The calluses on the tattooed man's hands were as hard as iron, and he swung hard, causing Lu Fian's cheek to become red and swollen. There were even a few faint streaks of blood crawling down the right side of his face. "Looks extremely ferocious. What's going on?" "Look, Lu Fian is still shrinking her head." Lu Feiyu didn't want to force the other party too much. He just turned around, looked at the tattooed man as if he were a dead person, and asked in a stern voice. At this moment, the tattooed man finally reacted. "Damn it, how could I be scared by this little red guy?" He secretly spat in his heart. Lu Fian is doing so badly. How could her brother be a tough guy? Why should I be so respectful to him? Thinking this in his heart, the tattooed man showed an unbridled smile on his face. "In our Wanbao pavilion, trash must be beaten." "Not convinced? If you don't agree, resign. If you don't do this job, there are plenty of people who want to do it. And you little brat, look at how poor you are. If you don't want to buy anything, don't come to my Wanbao pavilion. It's a waste of time. Really, I don't know what the security is doing. They let out anything, even cats, dogs, or maggots." Chapter 73, Deputy Manager. The tattooed man spoke as he looked up and down at Lu Feiyu's clothes. Seeing that the other person had no brand name on him and didn't even have 2,000 yuan in total, the contempt in his eyes grew stronger. As he spoke, he even spat a mouthful of thick phlegm towards Lu Feiyu's feet. The contempt was expressed without any concealment. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu was not in a hurry yet. Lu Fian was the first to get anxious. She raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears, but her tone was firm. "I'm not a piece of trash. It's you. You deliberately suppressed me. You put me in the waste beast egg area. No normal person would spend tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a waste beast egg. Isn't it normal to have no performance?" Hearing Lu Fian's accusation, the tattooed man smiled indifferently, and his greedy eyes swept across Lu Fian's pretty face. Finally, it fell on his chest, which was heaving with anger. Swallowing his saliva imperceptibly, he said again, "What do you mean by deliberate suppression? Don't be ridiculous. Is it okay for no one to be in charge of this area? You have no education, not even a junior high school diploma, and no background. If you don't do this, who will? Or stop doing it and let me fuck you. Ha ha." At the end of his speech, the tattooed man laughed wildly. Of course, everything he said was completely nonsense. This kind of scrap area has always been served by all shopping guides. After all, not many people look at the things in this area. This is how he arranged Lu Fian. Naturally, you have to push the other party hard so that she can't bear the double pressure of work and reality, and then succumb to his tyranny. As he thought about it, the tattooed man Zhou Wenhui became more excited. Today, he will completely crush the other party's self-esteem in front of everyone, so that it can become your own dog and be used for your own purposes. When Zhou Wenhui thought of that filthy scene, he became even more excited, and an unnatural blush appeared on his face. Just at this moment, Lu Feiyu had already turned his body completely around. He looked at Zhou Wenhui with an expressionless face as he laughed wildly towards the sky. Suddenly, he took a step forward, his shoulders slightly lowered and his waist twisted backward. In an instant, the waist and shoulders worked together. The whole body was tense like a bow, and all the strength in the body was stretched to the extreme. Then, he drew a perfect semicircle in the air with his right hand, which was as big as a palm leaf fan, and swung it hard on Zhou Wenhui's ugly, grinning face. Bang! A loud slapping sound echoed throughout the Wanbao Pavilion. For a moment, not only the people around the toilet heard this bomb-like sound, even everyone in the lobby of Wanbao Pavilion heard the loud noise. And that Zhou Wenhui. It's even more unbearable. At this moment, he was like being bombed by a missile, and he flew backwards several meters, until his body hit the wall behind him. The retreat trend was barely stopped. A buzzing sound in his mind, and even in his ears, like a swarm of bees. The right side of his face had already lost sensation. I felt numb, as if half of my face had been slapped away and it no longer belonged to me. Drown? How dare you? Bah! He raised his hand with difficulty, pointed at Lu Feiyu, and was about to curse. As he was talking, he suddenly realized that there were countless hard little stones shaking in his mouth. He immediately bent down and spat out the foreign object in his mouth. The moment he saw the shape of the foreign object clearly, a feeling of dizziness rose in his mind. This is not just a small stone. These are clearly my own white teeth. At this moment, of his upper and lower rows of originally neat teeth, only a few were dangling on the blood-stained gums. Now, when he speaks, it is no longer a question of whether there is any leakage or not, but it is all wind. Fuck you, you're done. If I don't put you in jail for 10 years for intentional injury, I'm not Zhou. Looking at the broken teeth all over the ground, Zhou Wenhui roared in anger. He glared at Lu Feiyu and made harsh remarks. The crowd, attracted by the strange noise, also looked at Lu Feiyu in agreement. That's right, he's so young, but he's so cruel. Hey, he looked like a good and energetic young man, but why did he hit him so hard? The staff who were already working at Wanbao Pavilion and knew Zhou Wenhui's true nature whispered to each other. This Zhou guy is shameless and wants to tease a little girl. I know about 7 or 8 of them. They are nothing. And he throws it away every time after use, just like throwing away garbage. Several girls have been driven crazy by him. Ugh, good job. Alas, it's a pity for this handsome guy. Zhou Wenhui has a good background. Although he looks like just a deputy team leader, my uncle is the deputy manager of our branch. His status is only below the manager and store manager. Otherwise, he would dare to be so arrogant. What's more, with this kind of injury, even if it's the right thing for this handsome guy, he won't be able to get away with it. Unless this handsome boy also has a background, or someone with a big background. Hearing this, the shopping guides who were originally somewhat excited suddenly became silent and looked at Lu Feiyu with regretful eyes. Just at this moment, the sound of thump 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 came from upstairs. Soon, a sturdy man in a suit came down from upstairs with a team of security guards. Deputy Manager Su Xiao quickly scanned the scene. His eyes lingered on Lu Feiyu for a moment. Then he looked at his nephew. Just one glance. His brows furrowed deeply, and he pinched his teeth secretly. This guy hits really hard. That half of his face was so swollen that it looked like a pig's head. When Su Xiao thought of her sister's instructions, she felt a headache. Upon seeing his uncle, Zhou Wenhui immediately wailed, crawled over, hugged Su Xiao's thighs, and cried, "Uncle, look at what that bastard has done to me. We must catch him. I'm going to make him suffer a fate worse than death." Hearing this name, Su Xiao frowned again. She had been told many times that people should refer to their positions when working. This kid, how come he can't change his bad habits? However, after all, he was a blood relative to him, so he pulled Zhou Wenhui up from the ground and then walked to Lu Feiyu with a group of people. Su Xiao didn't say anything, but frowned and stared at Lu Feiyu expressionlessly. Lu Feiyu also stood there, expressionless, looking directly at the other person. Chapter 74 Black Gold Card? Are you here to make fun of me? The two stared at each other for a moment, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Even the onlookers subconsciously held their breath, for fear of attracting the attention of the two. Finally, Su Xiaoxian lost his patience and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Hearing this, Lu Feiyu looked at the other party in surprise. "Are you famous, you idiot? Why should I get to know you?" It's inexplicable. Seeing Lu Feiyu shaking his head, Su Xiao's face became even gloomier. A sinister smile appeared on his lips, and he said sinisterly, "It's okay. You'll get to know each other soon." This confidence, this calmness. The crowd was shocked and asked people around them who the man in the suit was. When they learned that Su Xiaonai was the deputy manager of Wanbao Pavilion, They immediately shook their heads and looked at Lu Feiyu with a bit of regret in their eyes. Lu Fian, who was standing behind Lu Feiyu, was tangle-afflicted with the corner of her clothes with her hands, and her eyes were full of self-blame as she looked at Lu Feiyu. In her opinion, if it weren't for her, her brother wouldn't have encountered such danger. Sure enough, I am a jinx. My mother and my brother are all unlucky. Anyone who meets me will be unlucky. Lu Fian thought to herself, her face as pale as gold paper. At the same time, she was determined to save her only brother by any means, even if it meant losing her own dignity and personality. Come on, take this ignorant boy away. Let him know how to pronounce, and write my name Su Xiao. Su Xiao waved his hand. The many big men behind him immediately walked towards Lu Feiyu with a fierce look in their eyes. However, before they got close, Lu Feiyu said coldly, I don't know who gave you the confidence, stupid dog. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. As he spoke, he took out a thin but very textured card from his pocket. The pure black background makes the whole card look low-key and noble. On the front of the card, the word Bao is written in seal script in gold. On the back is the equally golden word Lu. Moreover, the four sides of this black and gold card also have intricate and exquisite patterns. It looks like a dragon and a phoenix, extremely majestic, and you can tell at first glance that it is no ordinary creature. Black gold card. The moment Lu Feiyu took out the black gold card, the whole place fell silent. Most of them didn't know what Lu Feiyu was holding. After all, this thing is of too high a level, and ordinary people can't even touch it, let alone understand it. It was just Lu Feiyu's confidence and composure when he took out the card. But it can't be fake. The noble aura emanating from that card also cannot be faked. For a while, everyone was guessing in their hearts. Could it be that this young man wearing a mask is really the son of a wealthy family in Beijing? The situation suddenly reversed, not to mention the onlookers. Even Su Xiao was stunned for a moment when Lu Feiyu took out the black gold card. Others don't know the value of it. As the deputy manager of Wanbao Pavilion, how could he not know what this thing is? Black gold card, the symbol of the highest status in Wanbao Pavilion. Those who hold this card are not only distinguished guests of Wanbao Pavilion. He is a big shot who holds a very important position in China and even in the whole world. But soon, Su Xiao came out of her state of shock. He looked at Lu Feiyu, and the disdain on his face became more and more obvious. The grim smile on his lips quickly expanded into a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, clown, clown. Bring me a gold card, and I might even doubt your identity. But you are such an idiot. How could you be so stupid as to forge a black gold card? The black and gold card is also for you, a bastard, huh? Are you here to make fun of me? Do you know what the black gold card means in Wanbao Pavilion? Supreme status? Top treatment. People like this have bodyguards following them when they travel. How can I be alone like you? Ha ha. Su Xiao held her stomach and laughed wildly. Since he became the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, he has never met such a fool. Come to Wanbao Pavilion with a fake black gold card to act like a big shot. Looking at Su Xiao, who was holding her stomach and laughing wildly, the impatience on Lu Feiyu's face became more and more obvious. To be honest, he has a phobia of stupidity. The current behavior of this uncle and nephew has caused him to become ill. At this moment, he felt as if countless ants were crawling all over his body. In an instant, the impatience on his face turned into coldness. With a flick of his right wrist, the black gold card in his hand turned into a black line and shot towards Su Xiao. The sound of breaking through the air was heard. The whistling sound of the wind was like the whisper of death, bringing Su Xiao's wild laughter to an abrupt end. Huaqing University focuses on actual combat and cultivates not only the practical combat ability of Beast Tamers, but also the practical combat ability of Beast Tamers. As for the latter, Principal Xiong Mingxiong personally served as the trainer to train Lu Feiyu. Plus, Lu Feiyu is naturally very smart. So, even if it's just for a few days, Lu Feiyu's combat ability also increased rapidly. He is also familiar with various combat techniques. Therefore, this black and gold card flew extremely fast and violently in the air. In almost the blink of an eye, he passed through the security guards and hit Su Xiao in the face with a whistling cold wind. Feel the naked murderous intent on the black gold card. Su Xiao suddenly turned his head to the left. Sure. The sound of flesh being torn exploded in my ears. The fishy smell of blood splashed into Su Xiao's nose, and the strong smell of blood made him feel like vomiting. But the stinging sensation was even more fierce. But it came violently from his right ear. Ah! Under the attack of severe pain, Sushio held his head with his hands and twisted back and forth on the ground like a maggot. And not far behind him, a semicircular ear was lying quietly on the ground. The bright red blood dyed the white brick scarlet. Open your dog eyes and see if this black gold card is fake. At the same time, Lu Feiyu's cold voice came clearly into Sushio's ears through the noisy crowd. And the crowd watching. He was completely shocked by Lu Feiyu's brutality. They subconsciously took 2 steps back, fearing that they would be affected. Those security guards who looked strong and sturdy looked at each other and quietly retreated. After all, the salary is just a few thousand yuan. Who the hell is working for Wanbao Pavilion? This young man either has a powerful background or is a complete lunatic. No matter what the outcome is, it is not something that a small security guard like them can afford to offend. Chapter 75. Shaking not because of tiredness, but because of fear. For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Feiyu in silence. The scene was as silent as a cemetery for a moment. Countless doubts arose in everyone's mind. Where does this young man get the confidence and self-confidence from? He has repeatedly hurt people intentionally. Isn't he afraid of spending the rest of his life in jail? Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps coming from upstairs was even more urgent than when Sushio appeared. I saw a white-haired old man wearing tortoiseshell glasses and dressed very elegantly running down the stairs in a hurry. At this moment, Huang Xinchuan had completely lost the elegance and composure he had as a store manager in the past. He took 2 steps at a time and almost jumped down the stairs. At first glance, he didn't look at the cowardly security guard. He didn't even look at Zhou Wenhui, who was obviously seriously injured, or Su Xiao, who had lost an ear. Huang Xinchuan's eyes were fixed on the black and gold card that had fallen into a pool of blood. The big word treasure on the front of the book made his heart tremble. Almost subconsciously, he didn't care about the bloodstain and picked up the black gold card from the pool of blood. Huang Xinchuan's face was filled with the most sincere and humble smile he had ever seen in his life. He bent down and carefully wiped the blood stains on the card with his hands. Then he walked quickly to Lu Feiyu, bent his waist even lower, and almost buried his head under his crotch. He twisted his shoulders, put his hands together, and raised them above his head, presented the black gold card in front of Lu Feiyu, and said in a low voice, "Dear Mr. Liu, our store failed to properly manage the staff, which resulted in the offending of our distinguished guests. We hope you will forgive us." This scene shocked everyone present so much that they stood there in shock. They all looked at Lu Feiyu with shock, as if they were looking at a ghost or God. These people never expected this. A young boy. He actually made the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion branch so respectful, almost to the point of being humble. Manager, are you mistaken? How could the black gold card be in the hands of such a young person? This card must be fake. Even if this card is real, this brat must have stolen it by some unknown means. When Sushio saw this scene, he was even more shocked. He no longer cared about the pain in his ears and crawled towards the store manager. He held Huang Xinchuan's calf tightly with his blood-stained hands and couldn't stop slandering him. Hearing this, Huang Xinchuan, who was already annoyed, immediately kicked Su Xiao several meters away. As luck would have it, Su Xiao's body rolled several times in the air. It was the right half of his head that finally collided violently with the ground. The ear, which had already started bleeding, was hit again. The pain and the sour feeling almost made Su Xiaoran pass out. Zhou Wenhui, who was waiting on the side, wanting to watch his uncle teach Lu Feiyu a lesson, was shocked to the extreme at this moment. His eyes were wide open like a commander's, and his mouth, which couldn't stop the wind, was opened as wide as possible. Looking at my uncle lying on the ground like a dead dog, a strong sense of regret and unreality suddenly emerged in Zhou Wenhui's heart. He looked at Lu Feiyu and Lu Fian behind him again. No matter how hard Zhou Wenhui racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. Why is Lu Fian, who used to be like a punching bag, how could a relative with such a powerful background suddenly appear out of nowhere? Is it playing the pig to eat the tiger? Or is it a rich girl experiencing life? You already have this position. Why don't you just tell me earlier? We will definitely treat you with courtesy. That area has high commissions and fast transactions, and we will arrange it immediately. Why has it come to this? Countless complicated thoughts flashed through Zhou Wenhui's mind like a movie. At this moment, Zhou Wenhui suddenly felt extreme pain in his calf. It was as if some creature was desperately biting his muscles. He looked down subconsciously, and in an instant his eyes widened so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. I saw that this was my uncle who had been so kind to me in the past. He dragged his disabled body, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground, and crawled to his feet like a maggot. With its bloody mouth wide open, it began to bite its own calf madly. Every mouthful, large pieces of flesh were torn off. Bright red blood mixed with muscle tissue splattered everywhere, making the area as hideous as a red-hot ghost realm. "It's all your fault? You ruined my life. Bitch! Bastard! I want you dead!" Sushio spoke incoherently while biting his nephew's muscles. His red eyes were filled with anger and madness. "I have worked hard for so many years and sold so much dignity to get to this position, but I didn't enjoy it for long. Just because of a nephew, he provoked such a big enemy. A bright future ruined in an instant. Maybe even his life would end today. How could he not hate this? How not to go crazy?" This shocking reversal made the Wanbao Pavilion shopping guides hiding in the crowd feel extremely relieved. Zhou Wenwei has finally run into a tough opponent this time. Hey, those who do evil will eventually perish. His backer is about to fall. Backer? A deputy manager is nothing in front of the black gold card holder. Fei Yin is so lucky. How could such a big shot come to help her? I wanted to. I also. As for Lu Feiyu, he looked at the black gold card handed to him, but did not take it. He seemed to be blind and turned to look at Lu Fian. In an instant, the coldness on his face quickly disappeared as if encountering spring water. Instead, there was a rare softness on Lu Feiyu's face. "It's okay, sister. Thank you for your hard work over the years. I saw with my own eyes that my younger brother has grown to such a level." Lu Fian's anxious heart suddenly relaxed, and her narrow and beautiful eyes revealed excitement and relief. And when she heard those words coming out of Lu Feiyu's mouth, so plain, yet so real, it was like the happiness that she had been searching for years but was always elusive. In an instant, her tense face relaxed and her eyes turned red. All the thoughts that had been accumulating in her mind for many years came flooding back like a tidal wave. She looked at Lu Feiyu, sniffed slightly, and smiled brilliantly. It's different from the warmth here." Behind Lu Feiyu, the store manager's raised hands were trembling slightly. At this moment, in his heart, he was using all the dirty words he had learned in his life to curse Su Xiao and the other person. "God have mercy on me." He is doing well as a store manager and is preparing to have a good sleep in the afternoon. This guy just received a call from headquarters and started scolding him, compared to being scolded. The information revealed in the other party's words instantly dispelled Huang Xinxuan's sleepiness, and the coolness in his heart rose infinitely. Black gold card holder. Being bullied in my branch. Two thoughts jumped wildly in Huang Xinxuan's mind, and finally formed a big word death. Without any hesitation, he rushed over from the well-soundproofed lounge. But the scene before him had already chilled him from the hair to the toenails. The shaking at this time, "It's not that I'm tired, but that I'm scared." Chapter 76, Pick Up Your Ears. At this moment, Huang Xinxuan felt the black gold card in his hand, although it was only a thin piece. But it is extremely heavy. This small card carries his future and even his life. If I didn't coax the young man in front of me, then the result of this incident may not be as simple as Su Xiao and others resigning and going to jail. Even he, the store manager, will be affected. When Lu Feiyu was comforting Lu Fian, a shrill break sound rang in everyone's ears, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Lu Feiyu also turned around and looked outside the store. I saw a sports car with an exaggerated and unique shape drifting and stopping steadily in front of the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. Wisps of white smoke rose from the tires. At the same time, the car door opened upwards, and a middle-aged man with muscles that were about to burst his clothes quickly jumped out from the passenger seat. He has gray hair, a resolute face, a reserved and calm temperament, and at first glance he is obviously a very important figure. But at this moment his eyes, which used to be calm and experienced all the vicissitudes of life, now showed some panic. After the middle-aged man jumped out of the car, he rushed into Wanbao Pavilion without any hesitation. This man squeezed into the crowd like a lion. He hardly needed to say a word, as the onlookers were intimidated by his powerful aura and subconsciously took a few steps back, making way for someone to pass. The middle-aged man's eyes quickly scanned the scene in front of him. Finally, He fixed his gaze on Lu Feiyu's still frowning eyebrows. And behind Lu Feiyu, there was a pitifully beautiful woman with tears on her face that had not yet dispersed. At this moment, the slap marks on Lu Feiyan's face have not gone away, and the bright red palm prints seem to have slapped the middle-aged man's heart directly. Shen Bufan has followed the master of Wanbao Pavilion and entered society for many years. Later, he personally arranged to serve as the driver and housekeeper next to Wang Shiyao, the next-generation default master of Wanbao Pavilion, to protect him. On weekdays, Wang Shiyao also respected and trusted him very much. It can be said that Shen Bufan is already the top person in Wanbao Pavilion apart from those big guys. He thought that he had never seen any big storms in so many years. But when he saw the slap marks on Lu Feiyan's face, he couldn't help but his eyes darkened. I just felt a wave of negative energy rushing out of my heart, stuck in my throat, and couldn't let it go. Damn it, the friendship that the young master finally gained, including sending cards and sending information, was all mixed up to pieces by you wastes. Shen Bufan roared in his heart. The vertical and horizontal wrinkles on his face beat with the tense muscles. His already serious face became even more murderous and violent. In an instant, everyone present felt a chill in their throats, as if a sharp blade was being held across their necks. For a moment, this silent murderous intention turned the originally noisy scene into silence. Everyone is wildly speculating. What is the origin of this man who looks like a lion? There is such momentum. Even the store manager Huang Xinchuan, who had been bending over and lowering his head with his back to Shen Bufan, felt something was wrong. He lowered his head a little and looked back through the gap between his legs. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of rapid footsteps came from behind. A pair of polished leather shoes caught Huang Xinchuan's eyes following the sound. What brand is this? Huang Xinchuan was thinking wildly in his mind to distract himself from his anxiety. The next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right hip. Then the whole person staggered to the left and fell several steps as if being hit by a giant dragon. Huang Xinchuan really didn't expect this sudden attack. Caught off guard, even the black gold card in his hand fell off and flew into the air along with the momentum. How can something like trash be qualified to touch a black gold card with your hand? Before Huang Xinchuan could stand still, Shen Bufan said with a cold face, reaching out to catch the black gold card floating in the air. "Shun, Mr. Shen, why are you here?" When Huang Xinchuan stood firm and saw the identity of the person coming, he felt as if he was struck by lightning and said in disbelief, "This is one of the top figures in Wanbao Pavilion. He is not only a close friend of the current pavilion master, but also the protector of the next pavilion master. The status is noble and special. Even he came here for this matter." It seemed that the identity of the cardholder was more exaggerated than he imagined. "What are you doing standing there? Go pick up the ears." "Whose ears are they? Swallow them into your stomach." Listening to Shen Bufan's furious voice, Huang Xinchuan immediately stopped rubbing the buttocks, took 2 steps at a time, and grabbed the ear in his hand like a flying pounce. Then he turned Su Xiu's head. One hand pulled the other person's hair, and the other hand pressed on the other person's throat, forcing Su Xiu to open her mouth. Afterwards, Huang Xinchuan used his tremendous strength to forcibly stuff the bloody ear into Su Xiu's bloody mouth. Then he released his right hand and raised it upwards. The elbow hits the opponent's face hard. One elbow strike directly shattered the opponent's resistance. Su Xiu swallowed his ear into his mouth numbly like a zombie. The scene of blood flying everywhere made everyone present frown. The fear of this middle-aged man reached a new level. With just a few words, he was able to treat the owner of a Wanbao Pavilion branch like a dog. This identity is incredible. How should someone of such a distinguished position handle this farce? Is he trying to forcibly maintain the dignity of his Wanbao Pavilion, using his power to coerce this young man into showing weakness? Or should we communicate on an equal footing, give each party a slap on the wrist, and settle the matter? However, what no one expected was, under the gaze of everyone present, under Lu Feiyu's cold face, this middle-aged man is as vigorous as an angry lion. He actually bent his waist, which was straighter than a spear. He just bowed deeply to Lu Feiyu. There was no explanation, no complaint, only apology and compensation in the words. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry for the unpleasant experience you suffered in Wanbao Pavilion today. I guarantee the reputation of Wanbao Pavilion and compensate Mr. Lu with 20 million Chinese coins for your understanding. And I promise such a thing will never happen again in Wanbao Pavilion." At the same time, We will also discuss the results of Miss Lu's compensation before 8 o'clock tonight. As for these clerks who disturbed my most precious customers in Wanbao Pavilion. Having said this, Shin Bufan's sincere tone suddenly sounded a bit chilling. He will be dealt with according to the rules of Wanbao Pavilion. His face will be stabbed, and his tongue will be cut off. All his work income will be confiscated, and he will be fined heavily. Those who are unable to pay the fine will be immediately sent to the wild to search for resources day and night until they die. Chapter 77, Generous Compensation. Here is such a sincere apology. Lu Feiyu's expression suddenly relaxed. This Wanbao Pavilion and Wang Shuyao are quite interesting. The first thing they offered was 20 million in compensation. You know, he has a black gold card in his hand, including the discount for the black gold card. These 20 million can be used as 50 million with this compensation, let alone allowing Black Scale to evolve. That means letting Boss Gene evolve once more, and it will be a sure thing. Even more, the money saved could be enough to collect half of the evolutionary resources for a beast. This guy makes money much faster than he does when he goes to secret realms to look for special resources. What's more, Wanbao Pavilion is extremely considerate. The compensation is not only for him, but also for Lu Fian. Although I don't know exactly what the compensation is. But according to the other party's usual style, the compensation items are definitely not ordinary things. And the most important thing is, the final punishment given by Shin Bufan was also extremely satisfying. In the world of beast control, large forces often have their own set of rules. He follows the laws of the country, but is also vaguely independent of the laws of the country, like the rules of Wanbao Pavilion. A large number of punishment provisions were made for staff who harmed the interests of the cabinet. If we look at it according to Chinese law, Su Xiao and Zhou Wenwei were just looking for trouble. A sentence of 2 or 3 years would be a big deal. If this is the case, how can you avenge Lu Feiyu's hatred? How could Lu Fian be relieved of the pain of being slapped? But the rules of this power are different. These regulations are so harsh and cruel. As long as the person is not killed directly, almost all other punishments are tacitly approved by the state. Face tattooing means carving words on the face with special ink. This ink is almost impossible to clean by any means and is one of the symbols of the most heinous criminals. It is also a means of insulting and trampling on human dignity. Once subjected to the punishment of stabbing the face, then this person will inevitably suffer a lot of strange looks in society in the future. Finding a decent job is even more difficult than ascending to heaven. Tongue cutting, also known as tongue pulling, is even more bloody and brutal. Just as the name suggests, just pull out the person's tongue. You can imagine how painful this operation is. Many prisoners even chose to commit suicide during the execution process because they could not bear the psychological fear and physical torture. However, Wanbao Pavilion's punishment is not limited to this. After destroying the spirit and torturing the body, the next step is to confiscate the property. Everything you earn while working in Wanbao Pavilion will be confiscated. Moreover, they have to pay a huge fine. However, all their properties were confiscated, so where would they get the money to pay the fines? So, without exception, all these people were sent into the wild to pick special resources. How harsh are the conditions in the wild? They were hungry, poorly clothed, and had no place to live, and they were in constant fear and anxiety. Anyone who can live for more than 1 year is considered lucky. Most people would be tortured beyond recognition after spending half a year in the wild. You can say that. There are 4 procedures for tongue amputation and fine distribution. The lives of these people have been predetermined by the Lord of Hell. As for your question, why would anyone accept the regulations if they are so strict? Otherwise, the salary of those who accept it is half higher than that of those who do not accept it. It's so simple and crude, and no one will have trouble with money. This is the thought. Lu Feiyu's expression completely softened. Uncle Shun, look, aren't you trying to hurt me? Get up, get up. This power is so powerful. It's normal that there are some insects and scum in it. Understood, understood. He helped Shin Bufan up. As Wang Shuriao's personal bodyguard, Shin Bufan was naturally seen by Lu Feiyu and even had a few conversations with him. They also know each other's names. After hearing this, Shin Bufan's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. That's what Mr. Lu said. However, Wanbao Pavilion cannot ignore the unpleasant experience that employees bring to customers just because it is true. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank Mr. Liu for helping me, Wanbao Pavilion, to uncover such a few people who have ruined our reputation. Having said this, Shin Bufan paused for a moment and explained. My young master ordered me to come and deal with it as soon as he knew about it. He is currently studying abroad, and it is inconvenient for him to escape. He was unable to arrive in time. I hope Mr. Liu will bear with me. The conversation between the two did not deliberately lower the volume. Every word is so clear that it falls on other people's ears. The faces of these people were exactly the same, as if they were mass-produced clay dolls made by manhwa. I saw that they all had their mouths wide open in an incomprehensible manner, and their eyes revealed deep shock. Good guy. They originally thought that this middle-aged man would have a huge conflict with this mysterious boy. Result: nothing happened as they expected. This aggressive middle-aged man was as obedient and humble as a child in front of this young man. The words that followed from Shin Bufan's mouth made everyone dizzy. 20 million yuan in compensation. How much does this cost? How many zeros follow this too? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone counted on their fingers, and they didn't understand until the second hand was halfway through the count. Seven ceros. The length of this bank deposit is longer than their lives. And the punishment that Shin Bufan said later made everyone shudder. Only then did they realize. It turns out that the murderous aura in Shin Bufan was not pretended, but real. In a few words, the fate of several people was decided. When they heard the word master, these people are completely numb. Co-author, uncle, aren't you the one with the highest level? Is he just the butler of the really awesome guy? Just one butler, making everyone breathless? So how strong is the background of this young master? Can he be able to cover the sky with just one word? And this one is respected by everyone. What kind of terrifying background should a young man who behaves unscrupulously have? They can't even think about it. He just kept scanning Lu Feiyu's face with his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to see his true face through the mask. As for Su Xiao, Zhou Wenhui, Huang Xinchuan, and others, they collapsed in the blood, their faces ashen. Ha! His wide eyes showed no emotion at all. If their chests hadn't risen and fallen from time to time due to breathing, these people would have looked the same as dead. They are numb. The gap is really huge. It's so big that people like them can't even think of resisting and struggling. I have no choice but to accept my fate. I can only accept my fate. The crowd of onlookers also subconsciously stayed away from the three people, afraid of getting a little bit of bad luck. Mr. Liu, do you want to see these people being tortured with your own eyes? Shin Bufan leaned forward and asked respectfully. His hand pointed at the three people who were lying paralyzed and entangled with each other, not caring about their life or death. Lu Feiyu waved his hand. No need, just watch and deal with it. I am a kind-hearted person, and I will not see blood. Hearing this, Shin Bufan, who was leading the way, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He turned around to look at Lu Feiyu in disbelief, and then looked at the bloodstains all over the room. Good guy. You have a kind heart and made such a big fuss, right? Forcibly suppressing the complaints in his heart, Shin Bufan covered up his gaffe with a smile. Mr. Liu is truly the pillar of the country. I will accompany you throughout your shopping today. Chapter 78, definitely next time. You come with me. Shin Bufan bent down and raised his arms with a respectful attitude. Under his guidance, Lu Feiyu walked towards the Wanbao Pavilion warehouse. Lu Fian followed closely behind him. The three of them left the stage one after another, leaving behind a mess on the ground and a group of stunned people. A real man should be like this. Mr. Liu, is there a Liu family in the capital? I have never heard of it. The surname Liu is so young. Do you think he is the student with SSS-Level talent, Lu Feiyu? Hey, don't say that. Don't say that. I think you are right. No wonder even the top leaders of Wanbao Pavilion treat it so carefully. Everyone in the crowd was talking at once, and they actually guessed Lu Feiyu's origins clearly. There was even more respect for Lu Feiyu in his words. After all, this person will be going to the battlefield for the national interest in a few days. The three people who collapsed in the blood sensed Lu Feiyu and Shun Bufan leaving. The dilated pupils narrowed slightly, and the blurred consciousness gradually became clear. There's a chance. An idea flashed through their minds. Taking advantage of the crowd, the three people immediately stood up and tried to sneak away quietly. Then, we haven't reached the gate yet. Then he was captured by a group of strong men in black. Guys, please come with us. The leader of the big man said with a grin of white teeth. The white teeth reflected a frightening light in the sunlight. Other side, Lu Feiyu and others had already left through the back door and arrived outside the Wanbao Pavilion warehouse in a special car. The warehouse Shin Bufan mentioned was not the warehouse of a small branch. It is the core warehouse of the Wanbao Pavilion headquarters, and the items placed in it are all high-level special resources and above. Ordinary people, let alone entering, would be driven away by the patrol officers of Wanbao Pavilion if they even wanted to stand and watch from a distance. However, with Shin Bufan's guidance, they naturally had a smooth journey. This headquarters warehouse is located halfway up a hill. The peaks are steep, the clouds and mist are steaming, and birds fly by from time to time. It is as elegant as a fairyland. Please come in. Shin Bufan stood in front of the warehouse door and motioned to the guard to open the door with his eyes. Then he respectfully welcomed Lu Feiyu to enter. Without any courtesy, Lu Feiyu walked directly into the warehouse. My first impression is that it's big. It's so big that it stretches as far as the eye can see. It's so big and vast. Moreover, the furnishings and decorations inside are extremely splendid. Wherever you enter, you are greeted by a golden glow, which gives people a great sense of visual shock. The second floor contains top-level special resources. The first floor is high-level special resources. The true dragon essence and blood you want is in the upper left corner. The light and fire attribute resources are in the middle left. The 5 elements resources, such as the 5-element spirit core, are located in the center of the first floor. All resources are listed with a brief introduction and corresponding value, so you can know them at a glance. Shin Bufan didn't talk much, but every sentence hit the mark and hit Lu Feiyu's needs. Lu Feiyu nodded, indicating that he knew. When Shin Bufan saw this, he immediately said, "Please help yourself. I'll be waiting outside the warehouse." Lu Feiyu was also very perceptive. She knew that her younger brother was going to do something big, so she did not forcefully follow him. Instead, she waited for Lu Feiyu outside the warehouse door with Shin Bufan. Soon, Lu Feiyu said something to her and turned to walk towards the center. The deeper he went, the more Lu Feiyu could feel the vast energy in the warehouse. It gallops like a tiger, flows like waves, vast and endless. It can be considered a treasure land for cultivation. He sighed inwardly. Only, the level of energy here is still far less than that of his beast taming space. I estimate it to be about 30 to 40 times that of the normal external environment. There is still a long way to go before it reaches 100 times. After arriving at the central location, Lu Feiyu carefully searched the shelves for traces of the 5 elements spirit core. Soon, his eyes lit up and he raised his right hand slightly. Hold a wooden box in your hand. When it was slightly opened, the surging 5 elements energy inside jumped out and covered Lu Feiyu's face. The light in his eyes flickered slightly, and the eye of promotion was activated instantly. No problem. Lu Feiyu closed the wooden box, put it in his bag, and walked to the left. This 5-element spirit core is the best of the best, and it is perfect for controlling beasts and evolving them. Do the same. With the help of the eye of promotion, Lu Feiyu can confirm the quality of each resource with just a glance. He selected the best quality items from among thousands of treasures. Pack up everything and take it away. At this point, all the resources needed for Hei Lin and Boss Jean to advance to SSS level have been gathered. The total cost was 70 million Chinese yuan. Just the 5 kinds of true dragon essence blood of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth cost Lu Feiyu a full 30 million Chinese yuan. This is not about evolving the beast. This is simply eating gold. However, with the generous discount of the black gold card, Lu Feiyu only needs 27.3 million Chinese yuan. As for the remaining 2 million Chinese yuan, adding to that Lu Feiyu's gains from this special secret realm, the total is more than 5 million Chinese yuan. He did not keep it, but searched for half of the resources needed for the white jade ball to evolve again. For evolution resources, collect 2. It's not bad. If it weren't for Su Xiao and the others, I would have gone bankrupt just by evolving black scale. Lu Feiyu sighed in his heart. What a blessing in disguise. This is a blessing in disguise. Thinking in his mind, Lu Feiyu came to the door unknowingly. To his surprise, at this time, not only Shin Bufan and Lu Feiyu were waiting for him outside the door. There is another person. Brother Lu, oh, it's so good to see you're okay. The moment he saw Lu Feiyu, Wang Shiyao, who was always enthusiastic, opened his arms and wanted to give Lu Feiyu a warm hug. Only, his current image is not that good. Her hair was wet and stuck to her forehead, and her whole body was filled with steaming white air, as if she had just finished a strenuous exercise. Lu Feiyu could even vaguely smell the sour smell of sweat on Wang Shiyao's body. Therefore, facing his embrace, Lu Feiyu turned sideways and avoided it. Weren't you studying abroad? Why did you come back? How can research be more important than you? Besides, I brought back all the materials I should bring. Even though the hug was avoided, Wang Shiyao still had a bright smile on his face. The space ring on his hand flashed with a faint light, and he immediately handed a cowhide document bag to Lu Feiyu and said, "Take a look when you have time. It'll be useful. It contains basic information about the participants from other countries 5 days later. It may not be complete, but it's basically enough." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu weighed the file bag in his hand. Feeling the weight within it, he felt a warmth in his heart. It turned out that the so-called research and study was to go abroad to collect information on contestants from various countries. Lu Feiyu appreciated this kindness. "Thank you very much. I will definitely treat you to a meal next time. This is the first time my sister and I have gotten together in so many years. It's really inconvenient," Lu Feiyu said. Rarely, he actually felt a little embarrassed in his heart. He suddenly realized that this seemed to be the third time he had said next time. Even though Lu Feiyu is such a shameless person, he is blushing a little at this moment. Chapter 79, Evolution, SSS-Level. However, Wang Shiyao was very reasonable. He waved his hands and said proudly, "What's the point of being polite between brothers? Let's get together when we have time. Uncle Shun, send brother Lu and sister Lu to the Dihao Hotel for dinner. The bill will be charged to me." Hear this. Shun Bufan leaned slightly. "Okay, master." Then he looked at the two siblings, Lu Feiyu, and made a gesture of guidance. Lu Feiyu didn't treat the other party politely. After all, he had accepted the other party's kindness, and this time was no different. Polite refusal would seem hypocritical. The dishes have 5 flavors, and the wine has 3 rounds. I looked at my elder sister, who fell on the table after she had finished her talk due to being drunk. Lu Feiyu sighed softly. "As my elder sister, I have no talent for taming beasts. I'm just an ordinary person, so my physical fitness is naturally not as good as that of a beast master. In addition, I had something on my mind, and my mind was full of thoughts. When he drinks, he gets drunk very quickly." However, from the other party's chattering, Lu Feiyu could also hear how difficult it had been for her to get here. Just think about it. A little girl of 12 or 13 came to the capital from Changnan. Without education and background, you can imagine how difficult the journey will be. Looking at the dark circles under the other person's eyelids when he was asleep, Lu Feiyu sighed again. He called Shun Bufan to send someone to pick up Lu Fian. In the process of giving it away, Shun Bufan also informed Lu Fian of the compensation. Just as simple and crude. Lu Fian was directly promoted to the store manager of the Rampage branch where she worked before. Net annual salary is 500,000. There are also in-store sales commissions and various shares, as well as New Year benefits. Added up, the annual income will never be less than 1 million. Moreover, the branch had just experienced Lu Feiyu's suppression, and various store clerks, shopping guides, and security managers were afraid of Lu Feiyu to the core. Naturally, he would not have any objections to Lu Fian's promotion. Even if they wanted to lick Lu Fian, it was too late. The working environment is sure to be extremely comfortable. 1 million is nothing to Lu Feiyu now. But for an ordinary person, this is already the ceiling within the ceiling. Lu Feiyu naturally had no objection. But whether she will agree to it or not will have to be decided by herself after sister wakes up. Even if they were his own blood relatives, Lu Feiyu would not help others decide on important matters. This is the most basic respect. After Shen Bufan personally sent Lu Fian home, he returned to Huaqing University. When he arrived at the dormitory, it was already dark. The gauze-like black air covered half of the sky. A little dim yellow meets the black veil, bringing the last glimmer of light to the earth. The first thing Lu Feiyu did when he returned to the dormitory was just throw all kinds of special resources into the beast control space. Then he closed his eyes and his consciousness sank. When Lu Feiyu opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in the beast taming space. When he reached the realm of Golden Beast Master, the evolution and improvement of beast taming can now be carried out in one's own beast taming space. His beast taming space is larger and safer than the breakthrough room, and its spiritual energy is more abundant and plentiful. Naturally, Lu Feiyu didn't need to go to the breakthrough room to evolve the beast. Isn't that just taking off your pants to fart a waste of time? As he was thinking about it, Lu Feiyu suddenly felt the back of his hand slightly wet. He looked down. The once majestic Boss Jean was now licking his right hand with his big tongue. At this moment, Boss Jin's eyes were full of smiles and flattery. The dog's mouth is opened upwards in a human-like manner, looking silly and cute. And what Lu Feiyu held in his right hand was the bag of evolutionary resources belonging to Boss Jean. "Old Jean, you're anxious again," Lu Feiyu said with a smile, loosened his right hand slightly, and threw the bag of special resources to Boss Jean. In fact, it's no wonder that Boss Jean is so anxious. After all, he is the big brother among Lu Feiyu's beasts, the most senior. However, the current strength is not the strongest. Even more, everyone has a legendary skill. Only Boss Jean doesn't have it. This caused great trauma to its young mind. Therefore, when there is another opportunity to evolve, it will behave most actively. As a Beastmaster, Lu Feiyu naturally noticed the psychological changes in Boss Jean. It is for this reason that when choosing the second beast to evolve to SSS level, he chose Boss Jean without any hesitation. Perhaps if Bai Yutuan and Kong Yu evolved first, they would be better and stronger. But as a Beastmaster, learning to understand the beast's feelings is also of utmost importance. After all, when it comes to age, these ferocious beasts are nothing more than babies less than a month old. Needs love and care. Ouch! Holding the bag full of resources with his mouth, Boss Jean swallowed the bag, the wooden box, and the resources into his stomach, and let out a long cry to the sky. This child is really anxious. On the other side, Heilin also shrank in size and turned into a little dragon that wrapped around Lu Feiyu's left wrist. Its obsidian black, glossy scales sparkle. From a certain angle, it seemed that Lu Feiyu was wearing a top-quality bracelet on his left wrist. "You take it too. You take it too," Lu Feiyu said with a smile. After receiving the command, Black Scale's slowly crawling body suddenly straightened up, and the whole dragon immediately got into the bag. His body suddenly grew larger, bursting the bag. The scattered paper bags fell like white silk. The scales all over Black Scale's body stood up, and the reverse scales were like steel knives, piercing all the wooden boxes. When the 5-element spirit core and true dragon blood inside it flowed in the air, the Black Scale dragon's head swung violently, swallowing them all into its stomach. Although it was a little impatient, at least it knew to tear open the box, which made it look much more elegant. See the two beasts devouring the evolutionary resources. Lu Feiyu, experiencedly led by Yutuan and Kong Yu to retreat about 100 meters, quietly waiting for the other party to evolve. What Lu Feiyu didn't expect was, although it was Boss Jean who first devoured the evolutionary resources. However, the first part of the body to change was the black scales. I saw that his scales, which were originally as black as ink, suddenly flashed with colorful light. At the same time, blazing flames, steaming water vapor, sharp golden lines, and warm green light emerged together. And Lu Feiyu also noticed. The ground beneath Black Scale's body seemed to have life and was surging like waves. The ground occasionally cracked, forming huge cracks that were up to 1 meter wide. Sometimes they gathered together to form a mound several meters high. All kinds of 5 elements phenomena appeared at the same time, which was extremely strange. Chapter 80 System Rewards. New SSS-Level Talent. As a Beastmaster, Lu Feiyu had already guessed about the strange phenomena that might occur when Black Scale evolved. But he was still completely shocked by the exaggerated scene before him. The 5 elements' vision became more and more terrifying. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with thick, dark clouds. Inside the dark clouds, thunder roared, lightning wailed, and strong winds blew. The violent rain curtain fell from the air like an iron ball, carrying unparalleled power. The moist air permeated every corner of the beast-taming space. The majestic vitality and infinite vigor spread wildly within it. Just at this moment, a bright flame suddenly rose out of nowhere in the heavy rain. Lu Feiyu squinted and looked. I saw a large amount of leaping flames rising into the sky from the gaps between the inky black scales. The rage rose against the rain, breaking through the sky and actually completely tearing apart the dark clouds that covered the sky. Call! In an instant, the heaven and earth seemed to let out a violent roar. The thick clouds dissipated, and golden light, like the scorching sun, pierced through the dark clouds and shot straight to where Black Scale was. The golden light was shrouded in the flames, making the black scales even more dazzling and mysterious. At the same time, the uplift of the ground beneath our feet became more and more obvious. Countless earth mounds collided and intertwined, and a large amount of stones and soil fragments fell everywhere. And finally, a huge stone throne was slowly piled up. The throne is 100 meters long and is extremely majestic. It doesn't look like it was built for humans at all. Instead, it seemed like it was for the Dragon King, who had descended in rage. Right now, the black scale body stretched as far as it could in midair. The scales that used to be as pure and dark as ink are still black now, but with a more colorful flavor. Lu Feiyu rubbed his eyes. I was sure that I was not seeing things. At this moment, the color of the scales on Black Scale's body was extremely difficult to describe. To put it simply, it is colorful black, luxurious, and mysterious. This is not a joke. This is realism. Roar! The black dragon stretched out its huge body, covering the sky and the sun, and in the blink of an eye, it was 100 meters long. Then, Hei Lin's figure, which was originally in the air, suddenly fell down. A huge black line 100 meters long fell straight down from midair. The shock at that moment was so great that the sun shattered and the sky and earth changed color. In just a moment, Black Scale's huge body fell onto the stone throne. The dragon's body fits the throne perfectly, as if they were tailor-made for the purpose. The dark stone throne adds a bit of dominance and coldness to Black Scale, making it look more tasteful. At this point, Black Scale's SSS-Level evolution journey has come to an end. Lu Feiyu also welcomed his first SSS-Level beast. Just as he was about to use the Eye of Promotion to check the detailed information, several strange, yet familiar mechanical sounds echoed in my mind. Beep! It was detected that the host has upgraded the Beast Master to SSS-Level qualifications within 1 month of the Awakening system. The original opportunity to draw the talent of the Star Beast Tamer was moved forward, and the host can use it at any time. To reward the host for his unremitting efforts in taming beasts, when the host upgrades his tamed beast to mythical level, he will get another chance to draw a talent. Listening to the mechanical sound in his mind, Lu Feiyu's eyes, which were originally slightly narrowed, suddenly widened. Good job! The qualification to draw for talents that was originally only available to those at the Starry Realm can actually be drawn now. At this critical moment when the great battle in the Secret Realm is about to take place, having an extra SSS-Level beast taming talent will bring such a huge boost in strength. Lu Feiyu didn't even dare to think about it. What is there to hesitate about? Of course I'll draw him. Do I want to keep the chance of winning the lottery to have a baby? This is the thought. Lu Feiyu immediately opened his personal panel to use his lottery qualification. In an instant, a huge disc appeared before his eyes. The disc is neatly divided into 10 parts, and each part represents an SSS-Level talent. It symbolizes the strongest talent of the Beast Master. However, at this moment, only 9 parts were still dimly lit, and one area had completely dimmed. If I could acquire all 10 beast taming talents, how powerful would I be? Fantasizing in his mind, Lu Feiyu clicked the golden pointer on the disc with his consciousness without hesitation. Suddenly, the stagnant pointer began to move rapidly. The speed was so fast that even Lu Feiyu could hardly catch it with his current eyesight. And, this time, the pointer does not show any trend from fast to slow. Instead, he stopped directly, not giving Lu Feiyu any time to guess. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-Level talent Destiny. Destiny is connected. 1. The contracted beast taming realm always remains at the same level. The highest realm is used as the baseline. 2. The contracted beasts share their vitality, and any damage they suffer will be borne by all the beasts. 3. The Beast Master can temporarily merge all beasts into one, and designate the dominant beast consciousness of the merged body. Note, the Beast Tamer fusion body possesses all the abilities of the Beast Tamer, and its own realm will be raised by 2 major realms. Note, this ability will have a certain impact on the character of the beast. Please use it with caution. Note, after the fusion is completed, a beast will be randomly deprived of 1 ability temporarily. If an ability is deprived twice, the beast will lose the ability permanently. Note, a bronze beast tamer can maintain the fusion body for 1 minute. With each major realm upgrade, the duration of the fusion body will increase by 1 minute. The moment you see the effect of the talent you have drawn, Lu Feiyu was completely stunned. I can only say that it is worthy of being an SSS-level beast taming talent. Each of the three effects is so amazing that it's explosive. The first effect is that it allows Lu Feiyu's other beasts to skip the training process and forcibly raise their realm to the strongest level among the beasts. What is the concept? Just like the current black scale, which is the 7th level of gold, then the other beasts will also be upgraded to the 7th level of gold in an instant. Even though Kong Yu was only a black iron level beast tamer before this. In an instant, he crossed over the 4 major realms of black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. This speed is unheard of in the world, and later on, Lu Feiyu contracted other beasts. At the moment of signing the contract, one's cultivation level will also be raised to the highest level. What a time this saves. It's a magical skill. This effect alone is probably beyond the ordinary S-level beast taming talent. The second effect is sharing of vitality and sharing of damage. The effect is simple and powerful. Lu Feiyu now has 4 beasts. This means that the vitality of each beast is 4 times that of before. Moreover, the damage they suffer now was only 1/4 of what it had been before. A 4-fold increase times a 4-fold increase, in short, means a 16-fold increase in defense. Of course, the actual effect cannot be calculated so simply and crudely. But Lu Feiyu guessed. At least the defense should be increased 10-fold, right? Just with this effect, it crushed countless SS-level combat talents. The most terrifying effect is naturally the last ability associated with fate. Lu Feiyu's evaluation of him was just 2 words. Unbelievable. Chapter 81 from now on, I am Yuri. Imagine a beast tamer. At the same time, he possesses all the abilities of Boss Jean, Black Scale, White Jade, Tuan Kongyu. A special space that gathers 10 kinds of attribute special effects including gold, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, light, and charm. The number of abilities he possesses is as high as more than a dozen. Moreover, the realm is 2 major realms higher. Lu Feiyu's beasts are now all at the 7th level of gold. 2 realms higher, platinum, emerald, directly reaching the emerald level beastmaster. An emerald level beastmaster with over a dozen powerful abilities. The abilities and effects complement each other, combining offense and defense while delivering explosive damage. I'm afraid that ordinary diamond-level beast masters will be helpless against this fusion. This kind of monster. You said to let the group of students who had just awakened their beast taming talents fight in the secret realm melee. Doesn't that mean every one of them is going to die? If other countries knew about Lu Feiyu's talent, they would probably withdraw the challenge they issued this morning without even looking back. Then go back to your own country and act like a coward. What challenge? It doesn't exist. They don't have the courage. Does it affect your personality? Lu Feiyu looked at the line of small words in the talent introduction and fell into deep thought. The beasts are forcibly merged into one. Although the consciousness of the leader can be designated, the consciousness and soul of all the beasts coexist in the same body. Their ways of thinking are bound to clash. It is normal that it will affect your personality. In even more serious cases, the Beastmaster may develop symptoms of mental disorder or even schizophrenia. Moreover, in addition to this negative effect, after the fusion is completed, the Beastmaster will be temporarily deprived of an ability. What's even more exaggerated is, if an ability is taken away twice, the Beastmaster will immediately lose the ability. The impact on the beast taming strength is huge. Still use it with caution. Lu Feiyu warned himself. Although the third effect ability of Destiny is extremely powerful, its negative effects are also significant. Not to mention the deprivation of innate abilities. Lu Feiyu was unwilling to see the impact on the Beastmaster's personality. After all, to him, every beast is like a family member. He didn't want his beast to become mentally ill because of his innate abilities. Boss Jean is lively and active. Black Scales are sultry. Bayuan is aloof to others and only sticks to Lu Feiyu. Kong Yu's coldness. Each beast has its own distinct personality traits, and Lu Feiyu doesn't want them to lose themselves. Even if it only has the first 2 effects, it is far beyond the limit of SS-level beast taming talent. Lu Feiyu is already very satisfied. At this moment, it seemed that he was affected by the improvement of his realm. Boss Jean, who had been silent at first, let out a long cry to the sky. Ouch! Lu Feiyu's attention was instantly drawn to it. At this moment, Boss Jin's body was covered in flames surging like the sea tide. In the beast controlling space, the environment, which was originally somewhat humid due to the evolution of the black scales, suddenly became dry and hot. Lu Feiyu could even see it. The air in front of me was slightly distorted due to the intense heat. Every breath he took in, and I was filled with scorching heat. At this moment, it seemed that even breathing had become a tormenting thing. And he also observed, at the moment when Boss Jin raised his head and shouted, the round sun that was originally hanging high in the sky trembled slightly. It seemed to be responding to Boss Jin's call. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Lu Feiyu noticed that the sunlight above his head was becoming increasingly fierce and fierce. He looked up subconsciously. When he saw the strange vision above his head, even Lu Feiyu couldn't help but take a few steps back. All I saw was the clear blue sky. A huge round ball burning with blazing flames was sweeping down with an invincible force. And the sun was originally hanging high in the sky. I don't know when, but it disappeared without a trace. Could it be that this sphere is the sun? A terrible thought flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. The sun is set. Where should I run? Lu Feiyu's mind was in a mess, and the scorching light above his head became more and more oppressive. He seemed to be able to smell it faintly. The hair on his forehead was twisted and deformed due to the extremely high temperature and gave off a burnt smell. But soon, Lu Feiyu calmed down. This is just a phenomenon that occurred during Boss Jin's evolution. Is it possible that Boss Jin cannot solve it? Not to mention, this place is not reality, but a beast taming space. The most dangerous situation is that he exits the beast taming space, and then we can come back and observe him after a few days, right? He had never heard of any beast master dying in his own beast taming space in his entire life. Just now, the incident of the falling sun really shocked Lu Feiyu so much that he even forgot this common sense for a moment. Lu Feiyu guessed correctly. As the fiery red sun in the sky gradually approaches, Boss Jin let out another earth-shaking roar. This time, the roar had a certain indescribable majesty. At first glance, it sounds like the roar of thunder, and all things follow. At the moment the roar was uttered, Boss Jin slightly bent his hind legs and then suddenly flew towards the sky. In an instant, its slender and powerful body shot straight at the sun like a cannonball. The roaring flames and the flaming red sun turned its body into a black silhouette. Boss Jin's body is several meters long. In the boundless sky, under the huge sun, it appears small and powerless. The extreme impact of small and big hit Lu Feiyu's visual nerves, even though he was extremely confident in his own beast taming in his heart. At this moment, Lu Feiyu still subconsciously clenched his fists, fearing that something might happen to Boss Jin. Boom! Finally, Boss Jin's head suddenly hit the falling sun. The tiny head looked so ridiculous in front of the setting sun. However, the moment the two touched, an unimaginable violent impact suddenly exploded. The boundless air waves stirred up gusts of white mist, spreading out in all directions with Boss Jin as the center. The steaming white mist was like turbulent waves, rapidly pressing downwards. The rushing air current made Lu Feiyu's clothes rustle. He stopped and stared up at the sky without blinking. The falling flames, the crumbling rocks, and the drifting dust dripped onto the ground like rain. A large amount of gas mixed with debris made the sky dirty. Suddenly, a familiar and loud long cry boomed from midair. Ouch! The sound was like thunder and bell, carrying a tremendous impact force that directly blew away all the impurities in the sky. Just see, Boss Jin's slender body stretched as far as possible in the air, and a pair of scarlet wings suddenly spread out at his shoulder blades. The wings flap, and the red meaning lingers. Looking from afar, Boss Jin, at this moment, is as dazzling as the sun. Chapter 82, Peerless Power. Old Jin is so handsome, right? Lu Feiyu looked at Boss Jin with his wings spread out behind him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He activated the Eye of Promotion and took the information into his eyes again. Race, Lord of the Sun. Attributes, Light, Fire. Talent level, SSS. Realm, Gold 9th level. Skills, Sun's Divine Might Legend, Sun's Domain Legend, Wings of Light and Fire Legend, Sunlight Nirvana Peerless, Sun's Annihilation Peerless. Sun Power, Passive Ability. The beast is immune to all light and fire damage, and also immune to all control effects. The beast's physical fitness is quadrupled, and its attacks have the Sun-Burning Heart special effect. Sun-Burning Heart. Ignore defense, strike the soul directly, causing huge damage and pain. Suppress the recovery ability of all abilities below the legendary level. Sun Field. The sun rises, and light and fire leap. In the sun field, the beast can flash at will. And in this field, the power of light and fire attribute attacks will be greatly enhanced, and other attribute attacks will be weakened. Wings of light and fire. Wings of light and fire, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. After the wings of light and fire are spread out, the beast's control speed will increase fourfold. At the same time, the wings of light can be extended infinitely, and they have the effect of burning the heart with the sun. Sunlight Nirvana. Wherever the sunlight is, the beast will be immortal. Sun Annihilation. Detonate the sun, and everything will be annihilated. Causes instant death to beings within 2 realms of the body. Note, this ability does not distinguish between friend and foe. Please use with caution. Evolutionary Route. Lord of the Sun, SSS-Level. Sun-Swallowing Lord, mythical level. Note, only beasts with mythical blood can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution. 10 top-level special resources with any light or fire attributes. Evaluation. The ultimate of light and fire. Gold level 9. 3 legends. 2 peerless skill combinations. This information panel caused Lu Feiyu's brain to crash for a while. Isn't this a bit too supermodel? This time, Boss Jean has made a huge improvement. The legendary ability that he didn't have before was now at the bottom of his information panel. Those 2 peerless abilities made Lu Feiyu marvel at them. Sunlight Nirvana directly gave Boss Jean the ability of immortality, although there is sunlight only during the day. However, don't forget that Boss Jean himself is a top-level beast master in both light and fire. The so-called sun can be summoned by itself. In other words, as long as Boss Jean wanted, he could let sunlight shine on him all the time until all the energy in his body was exhausted. In other words, as long as Boss Jean has inexhaustible energy in his body, his life will never disappear. Just the life-saving effect that is so powerful that it defies the heavens is worthy of being called peerless. And the other ability, Sun Annihilation, is even more terrifying. Directly inflict instant death on enemies of 2 major realms. Any defensive measures, any conspiracies or tricks are nothing in the face of absolute power and absolute explosion. If it really comes to the last moment, Boss Jean can also detonate the sun before all his energy is exhausted and die together with his enemy. I am so stubborn. I can die, but you can't live. It wasn't just the effects of the 2 peerless abilities that shocked Lu Feiyu. The 3 newly acquired legendary abilities are also extremely practical and operational. Sun God Power, immune to control and all light and fire damage. At the same time, it also improved physical fitness fourfold. It can be said that with this skill, Boss Jean is a top killer of both light and fire beasts. When other beasts hit it, it wouldn't even be considered a tickle. The wings of light and fire combined with the sun field greatly enhance Boss Jean's mobility in battle. It can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. It is extremely comprehensive. After looking at Boss Jin's information panel, Lu Feiyu shifted his gaze to the black scales on the stone throne. The Eye of Promotion was activated, and a mysterious light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a large amount of text flowed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Race, 5 elements Dragon King. Attributes, 5 elements Poison. Talent level, SSS. Realm, Gold 9th level. Skills, 5 elements Dragon Body Legend. 5 elements Domain Legend. Dragon King Pressure Legend. Heaven Swallowing Power Legend. Yin Yang Dragon Fury Unparalleled. 5 elements Dragon Body. Passive skill. 5 elements Dragon Body. Immune to all evil. The beast is immune to all abnormal conditions, and the physical fitness is at least improved by 4 times. It has 50% resistance to damage from the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 elements Domain. The Dragon King will summon the 5 elements domain, and the power of the 5 elements will spread and grow in the domain. The 5 attack forms of gold soldiers, wood prisoners, water dragons, fire scrolls, and landslides will attack any enemy indiscriminately and determine that the enemy will be killed instantly. Dragon King Pressure. The Dragon King's wrath subdues all creatures. The Beast Tamer can emit the Dragon King's pressure. Anyone whose bloodline rank is not higher than the Beast Tamer will fall into a state of panic, with their attack and defense weakened by 50%, and they will be stunned for 3 seconds. Power of devouring the heavens. The beast contains the power of devouring the heavens, which can devour everything, quickly strengthen itself, and improve its realm. Yin-Yang Dragon Fury, unrivaled Yin-Yang 5 elements, the pinnacle of the 5 elements derived from Yin-Yang. The beast can enter Yin and Yang states. Cathode state. Thousands of cathode true lines will extend from the beast's body, covering the enemy. When the enemy is pulled by the cathode true line, it loses all its abilities, and the duration of the loss depends on the enemy's strength. Anode state. The beast enters a furious state, and its physical fitness is doubled on the original basis. The Dragon King's pressure effect is doubled. Evolution route. 5 elements Dragon King, SSS-Level. Immortal Dragon Ancestor, mythical level. Note: only beasts with mythical blood can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution. Dragon King's blood essence of 10 different attributes. Evaluation. The pinnacle of the 5 elements, a glimpse into Yin and Yang. 4 legends, a peerless combination of abilities. Also extremely powerful. The 5 elements dragon body is somewhat similar to the sun divine power, but its response area is more comprehensive. Correspondingly, its effect is not as outstanding as Boss Jin's. Although it can be immune to attacks of 5 attributes, the reduction is only 50%. Of course, this level of reduction is already very good. Half damage immunity. If it were placed on the beasts contracted by other beast masters, I am afraid that the beast masters would laugh out of their dreams. That is to say, Lu Feiyu felt a little dissatisfied after seeing the ability of super advanced beast control. The 5 elements domain is a version of the 5 elements domain that is equivalent to the disaster domain. The effect is similar, but the use cost is reduced a lot, which is also a good improvement. The increase in Dragon King's pressure is quite interesting. Nothing seems to have changed, but Lu Feiyu noticed that the target of its use changed from enemies with lower bloodline than Black Scale to enemies with bloodline not higher than Black Scale. Originally, it could only have a coercive and frightening effect on S-class enemies. All of a sudden, it becomes effective against all enemies of SSS level and below, which is significantly improved. And the stun time also changed from 2 seconds to 3 seconds. Don't think it's just a 1-second improvement, but in this level of combat, a 1-second dizziness can determine the outcome of a battle. Chapter 83. The effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 10. There is nothing much to say about the power of swallowing the sky. Not even a single word has been changed. It's exactly the same as before. What interested Lu Feiyu the most was He Lin's unique ability. Although it appears to have only one ability, it has both Yin and Yang effects. The cathode state, although there is no combat power bonus, the effect is extremely disgusting. Directly ban all enemy abilities. Anyone who has played the game knows how disgusting the negative state of silence is. For Beastmaster, once the ability is denied, then it would be an understatement to say that most of his strength has been wasted. At the very least, 80% of the strength was abolished. You can only fight with the most basic physical fitness. This is undoubtedly like fighting with an anti-aircraft gun with a wooden spear, which is simply seeking death. In the anode state, the effect is equally simple and crude. Double your physical fitness. The physical bonus is already 4 times. And if it is doubled again, how much will it be? 8 times as much. 8-fold improvement in physical fitness. At this time, Black Scale, even if he only relied on his dragon body, could crush a group of enemies at the same level. At that time, when the dragon's tail swings, all living things will wail. What's more, in addition to the improvement of physical fitness, the effect of the Dragon King's pressure is also doubled. The control time directly comes to 6 seconds. This is 1 second longer than Tryndamere ultimate. In actual combat, such a long control is enough to kill the enemy more than a dozen times. Very good. Lu Feiyu looked at the information panel of Boss Jin and Hylan. His mouth almost stretched to his ears. There is only 1 level difference between the SS level and the SSS level. But the power of the skills is completely different. It seemed to sense the joy in its master's heart. The red wings behind Boss Jin, who was floating in the air, suddenly spread out. The whole dog came rushing towards us at a high speed, like a meteor descending upon the earth. Above the wings, the scorching heat caused the air to to twist violently. Wherever it passed, a clear solid white line rippled slightly. That is the manifestation of the rapid evaporation of water vapor in the air. Boom! In an instant, Lu Feiyu felt as if he was hit by a high-speed cannonball, and he quickly took several steps back. The huge impact force almost made him fall to the ground. No, buddy. I'm trying to help you evolve with good intentions. Are you trying to kill the master or something? Lu Feiyu managed to steady himself, and he looked down at Boss Jean. The fiery red hair was long and in order, swaying even without wind, making it look even more majestic. Unlike the usual black base of black scale, this golden boss changes his fur every time he evolves, and it is very changeable. It seems that he is aware of his own problem. Boss Jean looked up at Lu Feiyu and rubbed his huge dog head against Lu Feiyu's chest. The dog's eyes were full of smiles and flattery. Don't act cute to me. It hurts me so much. Lu Feiyu slapped the dog's head and made Boss Jean jump out of his arms. He looked through his collar. Sure enough, his chest was already red and swollen. After all, Boss Jin's weight is coupled with a speed that exceeds the speed of sound. If it weren't for Lu Feiyu's good physical fitness, this time, wouldn't he be thrown from the beast taming space into the underworld? At this moment, Hei Lin also shrank his body. The majestic dragon body that was originally 100 meters long was now only a few meters long, although the volume has become smaller. But the pressure that belonged only to the Dragon King did not diminish in the slightest. It was seen hovering in the air, its black gold dragon eyes looking down at Boss Jean with mockery in them. It seems to be saying, "You idiot, you actually hurt the master, Yusti." Boss Jean, who was already embarrassed, felt even more ashamed after seeing this look from it. The fiery red head drooped, as if it wished it were buried in the ground. The head is lowered, but the butt is raised high, which looks extremely funny. It made Lu Feiyu laugh directly. At this moment, the air, which was originally dry due to Boss Jin's evolution, suddenly became moist. Lu Feiyu raised his head as if he sensed something. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with thick clouds. Within the thick clouds, thunder roared and lightning raged like snakes. The already rich spiritual energy became even more abundant the moment the dark clouds gathered. Is this a reign of celebration? Lu Feiyu turned and looked at Bai Yuduan. His eyes were full of surprise. Bai Yuduan just nodded to Lu Feiyu reservedly, then jumped and found a comfortable position to sit on his shoulder. That's right, because fate exists together. The white jade ball jumped directly from bronze to the 9th level of gold. This is a breakthrough in 2 major realms. Therefore, this celebratory reign was much more fierce and intense than the previous 2 times. Oh my god, how much realm did I reach in this day? Lu Feiyu sighed in his heart. He found that although he had tried his best, he had overestimated the power of SSS-level abilities. But I still underestimated the invincible improvement brought by the combination of 2 SSS-level abilities. This is not a 1 + 1 = 2 improvement. It's an improvement where 1 + 1 is greater than 10. The Eye of Promotion increases the speed of cultivation, and Fate and Force put all beasts at the strongest level. With the combination of the 2, there is also a beast like the White Jade Ball that can assist in cultivation. The speed of improvement is as fast as an exponential increase. Even if Lu Feiyu told other beast masters about this speed himself, they would not believe it. Too outrageous, too beyond common sense. At the same time, thunder rumbled like the roar of a real dragon. In an instant, torrential rain poured down from the sky, and the falling raindrops merged into a huge rain curtain. It permeates every existence in the beast taming space. Lu Feiyu and all the beasts were completely immersed in this huge improvement. Boom! 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 Lu Feiyu could hear the huge roar caused by the beast he was controlling breaking through its realm. Platinum level 1. Platinum level 2. Platinum level 3. Platinum level 6. The realm continued to improve and stopped at the 6th platinum level. In fact, when we reached the 4th level of platinum, the heavy rain began to stop. However, after the White Jade group was promoted to platinum, another reign of celebration came. So the sound of rain gradually disappeared until all the beasts were promoted to platinum level 6. Just a little bit more, Lu Feiyu felt the state of his own soul. In his opinion, another qualification for a contracted beast tamer had become vacant. Moreover, he was only a little bit away from getting the 2nd spot as a contracted beast tamer. With just one no, half a celebratory reign. I can contract one more beast. Lu Feiyu felt a little regretful. But soon, he cheered up again. Today's improvements are already fast and significant enough, so don't be too greedy. Chapter 84. Actually, I'm already platinum. When Lu Feiyu returned to the real world from the beast taming space, the sky, which was just slightly dark, had completely darkened. The crescent moon hangs high in the sky, and the stars are numerous. The evening breeze in Beijing at the end of March is still a little chilly. Lu Feiyu stood in front of the window and took a deep breath. The coldness in the air could not dispel the heat in his chest. So, Lu Feiyu didn't care that it was 11 o'clock in the evening. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Principal Xiongming. Something's going on. Come quickly. He wanted to advance the S-level Beast Tamer egg that won the first place in the Secret Realm Brawl. After all, he is now a genuine Platinum Beastmaster and has the qualifications to contract a beast. Not long after the message was sent, the dormitory door was slammed open. Xiongming looked nervous, followed by several beasts, and rushed into the dormitory aggressively. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He scanned the dormitory for several weeks and finally landed on Lu Feiyu. You came to me so late. I thought you were in danger. At this point, Xiongming sighed deeply. Lu Feiyu, don't you see what time it is now? Principal, I also need to rest. I'm old, and I can't stay up late like you young people. Tell me, what's the matter? Xiongming frowned. If Lu Feiyu wasn't the most talented beastmaster in the entire country, if this wasn't a peerless genius that he had discovered with his own hands, if Lu Feiyu wasn't going to represent the country in the war in 5 days, if it were any other student, they would dare to disturb him in the middle of the night. With Xiongming's hot temper, he would have slapped him a long time ago. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu stood up with a smile on his face and walked towards Xiongming. It's nothing, actually. I just wanted to ask if my beast egg could be sent to me in advance. I need it. Hearing this, Xiongming frowned even more tightly. His messy, thick eyebrows merged into one. He looked at Lu Feiyu and said sternly, Didn't I just give you an S-level beast egg today? You haven't reached that realm yet. Why do you need so many beast eggs? Are you keeping them for collection? I'm going to say something unpleasant, Feiyu. Please don't think I'm being blunt. You are talented, but you may not be able to survive this secret realm brawl. If you die in the secret realm with the beast egg, you'll be aiding the enemy. Do you understand? Besides, as long as you survive and take first place, the authorities will definitely give you more, not less. You have to trust us. If you don't survive, Lu Feiyu raised his hand to interrupt Xiongming's next words and directly revealed the important information. I am already a Platinum Beastmaster, the real deal. After he finished speaking, his aura was unconcealed. The powerful aura unique to the Platinum realm emanated from his entire body. This scene shocked Xiongming so much that he was speechless. All the words he had prepared were stuck in his throat, and he could not utter a single word. Xiongming's originally tough face was now twisted with shock, making him look extremely funny. You. After a while, Xiongming stretched out his finger, tilted his head, and pointed at Lu Feiyu tremblingly, as if he couldn't believe what he had just said. But that aura belongs to the Platinum realm. There is no doubt about it. Xiongming looked again and again, felt again and again, and finally confirmed without any doubt. Lu Feiyu has indeed been promoted to the Platinum level. Moreover, I haven't even entered Platinum yet. At least I have reached mid-Platinum. Moreover, his soul is extremely condensed, comparable to some Diamond Beast Masters. This. After confirming this discovery, Xiongming fell into the state of a parrot again, and couldn't say a single word for a long time. This performance. There is no sign at all that he is a top-notch expert in China, but a senior educator who has been deeply involved in the education field for many years. Principal, come and have a drink of water to moisten your throat. Lu Feiyu handed him a bottle of Ibao at the right time and considerately unscrewed the cap for him. Lu Feiyu only likes to drink bottled water. I can't drink anything else because I always feel that it has an indescribable astringent taste. Gudon. After taking the water, Xiongming swallowed 500 milliliters of liquid in just 2 or 3 gulps. Then he casually crushed it into pieces and placed them on the table, his chest heaving violently. You really are. Xiongming was a little stumped. With his rich life experience, he didn't know what words to use to describe Lu Feiyu. He considers himself a genius. But when compared with Lu Feiyu, the experiences he was proud of were like dirt and the bright moon. They were not on the same level or in the same dimension. There is simply no comparison. Therefore, he could only stare at Lu Feiyu with an indescribable expression, as if he was looking at a monster. After a while, he sat down on the bed and waved his hand. I will help you contact the highest level now. As he spoke, Xiongming took out his cell phone and his big fingers flew across the screen. Characters are combined into messages and transmitted to high-level bosses through social software. Not long, the sound of dense footsteps was heard outside the house. Afterwards, countless top bosses who were rarely seen on weekdays gathered in a small student dormitory in the middle of the night. Countless big men, with their eyes almost glowing green, stared at Lu Feiyu as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Afraid of being careless, your treasure will slip away and disappear. This undisguised gaze made Lu Feiyu feel a little uncomfortable. In less than a month, I reached the platinum level. Finally, Big Boss spoke first. There was an inexplicable feeling in his tone, as if he was reminiscing. I don't seem to be bronze yet. As soon as he finished speaking, another big shot joked. Boss, what qualifications do you have to compare yourself with Lu Feiyu? Stop flattering yourself. That person is a genuine genius. It's really a waste of Feiyu's talent to live in this shabby place. Well, I have a building near Huaqing. If you don't mind, you can live there. I'll give you the keys. You can live on any floor or building you want. If you want to live in a villa, that's fine, but it might be a bit far from school. Another big man spoke up. After hearing these words, Lu Feiyu was paralyzed on the spot. Give me a house as soon as you open your mouth. And they deliver them building by building. You know, this is a house in the capital. It's still a house near Huaqing, in the city center. The market value of any house is over 10 million. This building must be worth at least 10 billion, right? This is too arrogant. Lu Feiyu likes it very much. Chapter 85. The country increases its stakes, shocking all parties. Hey, why is my place so shabby? It's a single dormitory with top-notch decoration. It's more than enough for one person to live in. I heard someone disparaging my school dormitory. Xiongming was unhappy and spoke immediately. The big man smiled and continued. This dormitory is certainly more than enough for the average student. But a talented person like Feiyu must have a big stage to show his talent. It's too suffocating for him here. What's more, Feiyu can obtain the right to exploit resources in the high seas for us for 20 years this time. No reward is too much. Hear this. A big boss who had not spoken for a long time suddenly had his eyes shining, looked at everyone, and said loudly, Everyone, since Lu Feiyu has such strength, and only you and I know this matter, why not take advantage of this opportunity and make a big splash? Directly raise the stakes from 20 years to 50 years. I just don't believe that those people would not dare to respond to our request to raise the stakes after they have already issued the challenge. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally lively dormitory suddenly became quiet. 50 years of high seas mining rights. This is the right to exploit the resources of all public oceans in the beast taming world for a full 50 years. In fact, 20 years is enough for China to become the undisputed overlord in the world. If China were given 50 years, then the world will have only one color. That is Huaxia Red. There are no other two possibilities. What about the Japanese dogs, the shameless American eagle country that claims to be the beacon of mankind, the arrogant Korean country, and the Indian country that is always secretly causing trouble? At that time, they are just provinces under the jurisdiction of China, not worthy of being on the table. My thoughts stop here. Even though these big guys have already held high positions, they were still shocked by this grand blueprint. I was speechless for a moment. After a long while, Lu Feiyu finally broke the tense situation and took over the conversation directly. I think so. I have absolute confidence that I will succeed. As he spoke, Lu Feiyu's eyes swept across the faces of the big guys one by one. The calmness in his eyes and the confidence in his words seemed to be overflowing. This youthful spirit and this heroic attitude of looking down on others directly won the applause of everyone. Good. Very good. If Platinum beats those black iron and bronze scum, wouldn't it be easy for him to defeat them? Feiyu, a young man, is so confident. It makes us old guys look timid. Then it's settled. The big guys looked at each other and finalized the important matter in a few words. In their opinion, for this Platinum Beastmaster, beating some black iron and bronze level Beastmasters is just like an adult beating a child. No, the gap is even bigger than this. It's the gap between a dragon and an ant. A swarm of ants can kill an elephant, but no matter how many ants there are, they can never harm a dragon. This is a qualitative difference. This matter must be handled with great care, and not a single detail should be leaked. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason. The boss who first made the suggestion suddenly became serious. A cold gaze swept over everyone. A murderous aura surged out of him. In an instant, it seemed as if a long bloody knife was across everyone's neck. As it should be. However, no one raised any objections but nodded. After all, what if this thing gets leaked? Then other countries will definitely run faster than Sun Tzu, regardless of the dignity and credit of a great power, without signing a contract. Not worth a dime. So, where are my beast eggs? Seeing that their topic was getting more and more off topic, Lu Feiyu spread his hands and reiterated his original purpose. As soon as these words came out, the originally heated scene suddenly became a little awkward. Several people looked at each other, and none of them knew how to respond. In the end, Xiongming cleared his throat and said awkwardly, "Well, Feiyu, you also know that S-level beast eggs are extremely precious. We have some inventory in our country, but not much. This year you took 2 at once. Of the remaining beast eggs, one has fire attribute, and the other has space attribute. Both of these conflict with the beasts you already have. There are 2 more beast eggs. Because they are too old, their vitality has greatly decreased. They are almost like fossils. However, the Archon has already set his sights on a beast egg. It's an S-level beast egg of the time system. I don't need to tell you how precious it is, right? However, it will take a little while. Originally, these 5 days plus the time you took part in the Secret Realm Brawl would definitely be enough for the Archon to take the Beast Tamer egg. Your sudden arrival may not be enough time. Of course, if you don't mind the overlapping of the beast taming attributes, then you can take any one of these fire and space attribute beast taming eggs." After he finished speaking, Xiongming looked at Lu Feiyu anxiously, fearing that the other party would be unhappy. "I see. If it's about time, I'm not really in a hurry." Of course, Lu Feiyu would not be unhappy. He could even be said to be a little surprised. That is a time-based beast taming egg, and it is the most precious of all beast taming eggs. After all, time is extremely mysterious. Any beast tamer that has anything to do with time has extremely powerful abilities. All in all, it was worth the wait. However, when he heard that 2 S-level beast eggs had been inactivated, he still felt a little distressed. However, this cannot be blamed on the authorities. After all, the Beast Master chooses the beasts to be tamed. In turn, the Beast Tamer will also select the Beast Tamer. The more powerful the bloodline of the beast, the higher the requirements for its master. Not everyone can make a contract with an S-level beast egg. Some beasts are naturally unruly and cannot be contracted even if you are a top-level expert. Don't underestimate Lu Feiyu's commitment to every contract. That's because he has SSS-level talent. And one of the effects of the Eye of Promotion is to maximize his affinity for Beastmasters. Few beast eggs could rival his charm. Hearing Lu Feiyu's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the scene became lively again. When everyone left, Lu Feiyu now has a bunch of keys and the top membership cards of various forces in the capital. You can say that. Now, no matter which force in China Lu Feiyu goes to, he will be treated as an absolute guest of honor. That treatment is simply amazing. At the same time, a serious and formal challenge to raise the stakes was quickly produced by the Chinese official staff who worked overtime late into the night. The 20-year bet turned into 50 years. When this incident happened, the whole network was shocked. It's not just the Chinese people who were shocked by the determination and bravery of their own officials. When all the other national leaders in the beast-taming world saw this news, they jumped off the bed. They looked at the news with serious expressions. Their brows were furrowed more than twisted dough sticks. Almost within half an hour of the news coming out, leaders of all countries gathered together in various ways to discuss countermeasures. After all, this move by China was something they had never imagined. Chapter 86: The time has come. Fuck, are the people in China crazy? How dare they do this? The risk is too great. If anything goes wrong, we can't afford the responsibility. 50 years. I don't want to play anymore. Sorry, I can't keep you company. Where do they get their confidence from? Where do they get their courage from? If God wants to destroy someone, he must first make him crazy. China, the road is too short. In the Black Palace of Eagle Country, heads of state gathered together. In an instant, The leaders of various countries who were originally high and mighty and ruled a country began to speak as loudly and rudely as the uncles and aunts hawking goods in the vegetable market. They argued so hard that their faces turned red and their temperaments were totally distorted. Quiet, quiet. What a noisy scene. Sitting at the top of the bench, Haydn, the highest leader of the Eagle Nation, slammed the table angrily with his hand. The rough palm collided fiercely with the wooden tabletop, making a huge roar, which suppressed all the strange noises. Everyone's eyes shifted forward, looking at Zaiden's flushed face. Haydn looked at the leaders of various countries who were like a mob, took a deep breath, and suppressed his impatience. He stood up and said loudly, "One thing is clear. The challenge must be accepted. This is the challenge we put forward. It is normal for the other party to have their own demands. 93 of us Beast Masters besieged one Beast Master, and the other party dared to accept it. What reason do we have not to accept China's request? The other party didn't even modify the conditions we proposed. They just raised the stakes. If any country dares to withdraw from the alliance at this moment, then don't blame me, the Eagle Nation, for being rude." When he said this, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. A solemn, murderous aura emanated from his body, shocking everyone to the point of being speechless for a moment. According to Eagle Country's past practices, this is not just a simple threat. As long as there is a country that dares to withdraw at this time, then the next day, the Eagle Country's army would invade the country for various reasons, causing unrest in the world. Therefore, the originally noisy Black Palace became silent, with only heavy breathing sounds coming one after another. Haydn's light blue eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, and his tone slowed down slightly. "My friends, what are you afraid of? How can a Beastmaster who has only awakened his Beastmaster talent for 30 days withstand the siege of more than 90 talented Beastmasters of the same age? Even if it's an SSS-level beast taming talent, it's impossible. Also, according to my information, the genius from China is most likely a beast taming talent that assists in cultivation, and his combat ability is not that strong. Friends, China has always been famous for its strategies. The increase in the stakes this time may be a smokescreen they sent out. They want to scare us away, so we must unite as one. Clear?" Having said that, what else did the others have to say? They all echoed, "That makes sense. That makes sense. This Chinese is really cunning. It really frightened me for a moment, In the next few days, we can gather the 93 Beastmasters together for concentrated training to clarify each other's abilities. If we cooperate with each other, our chances of winning will definitely be greatly increased." Agreed. 50 years of rights to exploit resources on the high seas. We can't be too cautious. Looking at the re-energized crowd, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Haydn's eyes. His heart is also full of confidence. In his opinion, SSS-level talent is indeed powerful, but it is absolutely impossible to create such a big gap with peers in the early stage. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The numerical difference of 93 to 1 is enough to make up for the strength gap caused by talent. Huaxia, wait for death. Haydn had already begun to imagine in his mind the miserable expressions of the Chinese top leaders after they lost the right to exploit the high seas for a full 50 years. By then, he would certainly not mind giving these old rivals the most sincere ridicule in a timely manner. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was already March 25th. As for Lu Feiyu, he had arrived at the high seas a day ago under the leadership of the leaders and was ready. At this time, in midair, on Xiangyin Qingwan's back, Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing were earnestly reminding her of various matters. The Beastmaster from Japan can quickly gather other Beastmasters together. Therefore, if you encounter Beastmasters from other countries, there will be 93 of them. Be very careful. The Beastmaster from the Korean country can track targets over long distances, so you must be on high alert at all times, understand? And there's also the one from Eagle Country, whose fighting power is the best among the younger generation of Eagle Country, and he's known as the Beastmaster with the closest talent to SSS-level in the past 100 years. Asengwo, Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing were chattering like old women at this moment, and they directly mentioned all the more threatening Beastmasters from more than a dozen countries. Lu Feiyu's ears were almost callous from listening so much. During these few days, he not only improved his beast taming skills, but also familiarized himself with the new abilities of the beasts. The rest of the trivial time is used to obtain information about Beastmasters from other countries. It can be said that I have memorized it by heart, In Lu Feiyu's eyes, these beast masters each have their own characteristics and strengths. But to sum it up in one sentence, there is no one who can fight. In short, don't be careless, be careful. Xiongming gave his final instructions. At this moment, Qingwan landed, and they had arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Here, in addition to senior leaders and top talents from various countries, and there's a whole bunch of crazy media, they set up their guns and pointed them at the sky. When I saw the figures of Chinese senior officials, countless flashes burst out from the camera. And when they saw Lu Feiyu standing between Xiongming and Han Shoujing, they were more like sharks smelling blood. He desperately pushed the microphone over to him, wanting to interview Lu Feiyu. However, Lu Feiyu chose to ignore all these foreign media journalists. Under the escort of Xiongming and the other man, Lu Feiyu walked steadily to the entrance of the secret realm. In front of the circle glowing white, 93 Beastmasters were already lined up in an orderly manner. As Lu Feiyu approached, they talked and joked with each other, looking intimate and relaxed. It seemed that this secret realm brawl was as simple to them as a spring outing for elementary school students. After all, no one could have imagined it. 93 against 1. There is still a possibility of failure. Therefore, when Lu Feiyu walked to the entrance of the secret realm with neither light nor heavy steps, instead of abating, the teasing voices became even louder. At the same time, undisguised sarcasm and ridicule flowed into Lu Feiyu's ears through the air. Oh my, isn't this the legendary SSS-Level genius? Doesn't he also have 2 eyes and a mouth? I thought it was some kind of monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 87, I'm not targeting anyone. Haha, don't say that. He is a high-ranking SSS-Level person. He is confident that he can beat more than 90 of us alone. In his eyes, what are we? The two of them sang in unison, and the sarcastic tone was almost overflowing. In the world of beast taming, due to the strength of China, Chinese and Eagle language are both universal languages. Almost everyone can speak it. Therefore, there is no language barrier. Moreover, this great brawl in the secret realm, because it involves too many people, is enough to affect the destiny of every country in the beast taming world. After unanimous discussion among the top leaders of various countries, it was decided to use drastic measures to allow live broadcast of the entire process. The words of these two people not only fell into Lu Feiyu's ears, but also into the ears of billions of viewers across the entire internet. In this situation, even Lu Feiyu, who was always unwilling to pay attention to this group of people, stopped. At this moment, he represents not only himself, but also the entire China. There is no reason to remain indifferent when being insulted. So he turned and looked at the two people who had spoken. There were 2 people, one black and one white. They had dark skin and dreadlocks, and their big lips that moved up and down looked like overcooked sausages, so greasy that it made people want to vomit. The white guy looks much more normal, with short yellow hair, but his eyes are darting around, making him look shifty. See Lu Feiyu coming. Instead of restraining themselves at all, the 2 men looked at each other with mocking smiles, as if they did not take Lu Feiyu seriously at all. Yes, you two are quite self-aware. You also know that you are nothing in my eyes. When I see you two in the secret realm, I will consider giving you a quick death. Lu Feiyu was neither anxious nor annoyed, as if he could not hear the sarcasm in the 2 people's words, and just continued to speak along with what they said. This attitude made the 2 people who were originally confident and ready to laugh at Lu Feiyu a little nervous. How can this person be so shameless? If I give you a pole, you will just climb up? However, Lu Feiyu not only climbed up, he also stood on the pole and slapped everyone in the face. So he glanced around, matched everyone's information and faces, and then said loudly, "Everyone, I'm not targeting anyone. I just want to say that every single one of you here is garbage." As he spoke, Lu Feiyu's face was full of arrogance and confidence. He raised his right hand with his thumb facing downward. The whole person looks arrogant and overbearing. This time, everyone's defense was completely broken. They looked at Lu Feiyu with curses all over their mouths, and some even got so angry that they wanted to attack him. But how could Lu Feiyu give them another chance? He moved his body and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. The dazzling white light quickly engulfed his figure. This scene directly made Chinese netizens applaud. Good. The strong should humiliate the weak. It's so exciting to just run away after pretending to be a bitch. A bunch of little bastards dare to mock Lu Feiyu casually? Fly slowly, my mother will always be with you. Have you ever thought about this? Now that you are so arrogant, what will you do if you are beaten up when you enter the secret realm? The guy upstairs hasn't even started yet, and you're already taking advantage of others' prestige and destroying your own rusticity? Are you a traitor or a walking 500,000? That's right, report it. On the internet, various comments were posted crazily. You sharp-tongued brat. Just for the moment. Once we get to the secret realm, our beast master will tear you into pieces. At the scene, only a few dozen people were left standing there, helpless and furious. A bunch of rubbish. Johnson, the young beast master from Eagle Country, looked at the mob in front of him with some disdain. But he had a bright smile on his face, and his long golden hair sparkled in the sun. Ignorance is arrogance. God won't give him much mercy. Let's go. Johnson raised his arm, and people responded in droves. During the few days of training, he has gained the recognition of most people with his strong strength and the national power behind him. At his call, more than 90 people entered the secret realm one after another. At this point, the secret realm melee has completely begun. Lu Feiyu only felt a flash of white light before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in the secret realm. Lu Feiyu summoned all the beasts immediately. In an instant, the black-scaled dragon body stretched out wantonly. The 100-meter-long ferocious dragon body was like a thick cloud, completely covering the sky, with a majestic and shocking momentum. This aura alone is enough to prevent some ferocious beasts of lower realms from making the slightest offense. Kongyu flapped his wings and struck into the air like a flash of lightning, performing both reconnaissance and early warning functions. Boss Jean walked in front, paving the way for Lu Feiyu. The white jade ball naturally lay on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, playing a role in preventing charm control. And at the critical moment, he can also block the fatal blow for Lu Feiyu. The match is perfect. Arrange the beast properly. Only then did Lu Feiyu have time to look up and take a look at the environment within this secret realm. Different from other secret realms I have experienced before, this secret place is extremely deep and dark. There is no sun, no moon, no stars, no clouds in the sky, not a single embellishment. However, the sky was not clear, but rather dim and dark, which was extremely strange. As for the ground, it was not any ecological environment that Lu Feiyu was familiar with. Everywhere there are hideous giant bones buried deep in the ground. The huge bones were buried in the ground, with the parts protruding from the soil towering high, piercing the sky. Each protruding giant bone is at least 10 meters high. Lu Feiyu walked in the secret realm, as if he was walking in a bone forest. Even with every step I took, I would step on fine bone fragments, which was a little painful, although he seemed arrogant before entering the secret realm. However, once entering the secret realm, one must be extremely careful and remain vigilant to the maximum. At the same time, the Eye of Promotion was quickly activated, and Lu Feiyu's gaze swept around. The dense and bright blue light lifted his spirits. Although this place looks gloomy, it is an absolute treasure trove. Wow, for beasts, are they already in the golden stage? This is the intermediate beast master. It has only been a month since he awakened his beast taming talent. It's so fast, I'm jealous. And don't you think Lu Feiyu's beasts are so handsome? I really like them. Every one of the beasts above is a guaranteed S-level beast. How can it not be cool? Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Look at the perspectives of other people. I don't know what means the beast masters of other countries used to gather all of them together in such a short time. Fuck, I really am. If this isn't cheating, what is it? Oh my god, is everyone a bronze beast tamer? More than 180 beast tamers. Too scary. Can Lu Feiyu really resist it? Chapter 88. Drink Coke from a goblet. 4 against 180. On average, each Beastmaster has to fight against 45 Beastmasters. Even if the Golden Beastmaster comes, it won't be able to hold out, right? Lu Feiyu's Beastmaster. A game of life and death. I'm not kidding. I suggest finding a place to hide. Seriously, avoid their sharp edge and be tolerant for the time being. If the guy above continues like this, I'm going to give Guka a good review. Hey, it's already this late. Stop joking. Oh shit. Look everyone, these people seem to have turned on the perspective, and they are rushing directly towards Lu Feiyu. Cheat. Someone is cheating. Report. Lu Feiyu, stop searching for resources. Your house is about to be robbed, and you are still searching for resources. In the secret realm, Lu Feiyu was riding on Boss Jin's back. Boss Jin is a dual-element beastmaster of light and fire. Its fiery red feathers have built-in heating function. Lu Feiyu felt as comfortable sitting on its back as if he was soaking in a hot spring, with a look of joy on his face. What's even more hateful is, its entire body was as white as jade, like a fairy banished to the world. It was raising its two front legs and hitting Lu Feiyu's shoulders with a force that was neither too strong nor too weak. Hylan and Kongyu would swoop down from midair from time to time and present various special resources to Lu Feiyu. Along the way, Lu Feiyu didn't even have to lift his arms. A large amount of special resources will automatically drill into its space ring. The whole person reveals one word. Cool. He is truly the boss among bosses. This arrogant and carefree attitude almost drove the Chinese audience who were watching the live broadcast at home to death. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, jumping up from their seats or beds, their fingers almost tapping out phantoms on the screens of their mobile phones. With saliva flying from his mouth, he cursed, "Oh my God! Brother Fei, I'm kneeling down for you. Can we hide for a while? Even if you don't hide, at least be ready for battle. What's the point of your vacation-like attitude?" That's right. How come our country's SSS-Level Beastmaster is so unreliable? Alas, young people are young. They can't be relied upon at critical moments. The old saying is true. If you don't have any hair on your lips, you won't be able to do anything. Of course, there were also comments that were optimistic about Lu Feiyu, but their confidence did not seem that strong. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Feiyu must have his reasons for doing this. Yes, besides, the opponent already has the ability to lock the enemy. So, what's the use of hiding? As soon as these barges appeared, they were overwhelmed by countless indignant barges. Fuck him if I can win this fight. I'll cut off my head and let Lu Feiyu play as a ball. Second the proposal. If you win, I'll kick him on the head and give it to Lu Feiyu to use as a chamber pot. Those idiot fans upstairs must stop talking. This is a 50-year mining right. We, China, are finished. For a time, pessimistic and low-pitched comments flooded almost all live broadcast platforms. What's more, they have already begun to greet Lu Feiyu's 18th-generation ancestors at home. When the people on the external network saw Lu Feiyu showing off to the extreme, they were all as happy as if they were blooming. Nisi. These Chinese people know how to live, and they also know how to enjoy themselves before they die. Fuck. China was so arrogant before. I thought they had some tricks up their sleeves, but it turns out it was just a trick to trick the enemy. Damn Chinese people. Ha ha ha. China, which has been showing off its might for decades, is finally going to be trampled under the feet of our eagle country. Of course, Lu Feiyu didn't know what was happening on the internet. However, based on his understanding of those arrogant foreigners, they had probably already started to mock and celebrate crazily online. This is the thought. A hint of coldness appeared on Lu Feiyu's face. Smile and cherish your last happy moments. I will drag you into the abyss of despair at your happiest, most excited, and most joyful moment. In an instant, falling from the peak of joy into the abyss of despair, this extreme emotional contrast will probably cause countless people on the internet to collapse and die, right? By then, China's glory and wrath will be engraved into the bones of all foreigners in an instant. After this incident, Lu Feiyu believed that in a few decades, these foreigners would not be able to act arrogantly in front of the Chinese. Even standing up straight and speaking to China has become a difficult task. Lu Feiyu not only wants to seize the 50-year high seas mining rights in the secret realm melee, we must also thoroughly shatter the arrogance that has been deeply entrenched in the hearts of these Gentiles for hundreds of years. As he thought about it, Lu Feiyu's eyes became even colder. But on the surface, he still looked like that carefree and domineering young man. What's even more exaggerated is that he feels that this is not enough. A thought came to my mind. Lu Feiyu directly took out a goblet from the space ring. Then, a red sparkling drink familiar to people all over the world appeared in his left hand. Drink Coke from a goblet. Two things that had nothing to do with each other were mixed together by Lu Feiyu. He drank the Coke in the goblet with great enjoyment, and even burped with satisfaction. This scene made countless people on the internet laugh like crazy. Oh, my God. I swear if the bartender saw this, he would kick Lu Feiyu's but hard with his leather shoes. A crude Chinese man actually drinks Coke from a red bottle out of a goblet. Doesn't he know that the blue bottle is the best in the world? Blue bottle, don't shout for toilet cleaner. Is the person on the other side really an SSS-level Beastmaster? Not a circus clown, here to make fun of us? Whoever gives Lu Feiyu a red nose I will immediately transfer 100,000 eagle coins to him. Keep your word. In China, the originally overwhelming barrage of comments came to a standstill the moment Lu Feiyu took out the wine glass and Coke. The picture was so detailed that there was no comment at all at that moment. Everyone was shocked by Lu Feiyu's actions. After a while, a few sporadic comments floated across the screen. Alas, maybe we put too much pressure on him. The child was scared silly. Yes, the future of 1 billion people rests on an 18-year-old child. It's really scary. Fly steadily. Fei Bao, Mom will always be with you. At this moment, there were much fewer insults and attacks. Instead, there's a lot of heartache and understanding. At this moment, these crazy netizens suddenly realized that this was the Beast Tamer that everyone had high hopes for. He's just an 18-year-old boy. Such pressure was too heavy for him, and it drove Lu Feiyu insane. Lu Feiyu naturally could not have anticipated the changes in domestic public opinion. He just wanted to amuse the fools on the internet and make their emotions reach a higher level. Just at this moment, the bird quickly flew through the air and let out a short and sharp cry. Lu Feiyu's heart trembled, and he immediately prepared for battle. As a space-type beast, Konyu is extremely sensitive to changes in the surrounding space. And this cry also means that the 93 Beastmasters are very close to Lu Feiyu. Chapter 89, Giant Bone Changes. 1,000-meter-long bone dragon. The target is approaching, about 3,000 meters away. Everyone, prepare for battle. Shen and Qing, keep a lock on the target's position. If the other party makes any unusual movements, warn them immediately. Juliet, Mary, David, use your innate abilities as soon as you see the target to weaken its combat power. Carlos, sensing that Lu Feiyu was not far away, Johnson's face was as cold as ice. He gave orders in an orderly manner, and his whole body was filled with an indescribable leadership temperament. At the same time, his long golden hair was blown away by the strong wind as he moved at high speed. His flying blonde hair and handsome face immediately attracted a large number of female fans. Johnson is so handsome, already wet. I can't wait to see that arrogant Chinese kid kneeling down and crying in front of Johnson. Still crying? I'm afraid that Brat will be crushed into ashes by our powerful beast tamers in one encounter. You are not even qualified to confess to God. Go to hell, boy. Countless viewers on the internet typed line after line of text in a passionate manner. It seemed that he couldn't wait to replace Johnson and tear Lu Feiyu into pieces. As the final target, Lu Feiyu had already sensed the enemy approaching, but he still maintained an indifferent attitude on his face, and even changed to a more comfortable and relaxed position on Boss Jin's back. This scene caused all Chinese netizens to fall into silence. They don't want to be too critical. This young man only has 10 minutes left to live. They could only watch as Lu Feiyu and his country's 180-strong beast-taming group got closer and closer. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 800 meters. At this moment, Lu Feiyu could already see the overwhelming black tide in front of him. It was a wave composed of beasts. It was rushing towards him. And Johnson, at this moment, is standing on a majestic white eagle. The violent gale made his clothes rustle, and his face looked resolute and resolute. He looked down at Lu Feiyu sitting on Boss Jin's back and gave the order without hesitation. Superior. The target must die. Johnson's cobalt blue eyes revealed boundless coldness and murderous intent. As the number one of the younger generation in Eagle Country, he had been compared with Lu Feiyu countless times. What's even more hateful is, in every comparison, he was completely defeated in every aspect. This also made Johnson's murderous intent towards Lu Feiyu reach its peak. At this moment, the enemy is right in front of us. At Johnson's command, all 186 beasts behind him came out in full force. Those flying in the sky, those crawling on the ground, and those in the form of cricket pupae underground. At this moment, an overwhelming force swept towards Lu Feiyu. At the same time, at this moment, the SS-level talent owners from other countries pushed their talents to the limit. In an instant, dozens of beasts in the beast control wave had 5-colored light bursting out from their bodies, and their sizes and power expanded several times. It was originally a bronze realm. At this moment, the power of silver actually broke out. The beast taming group, which was already powerful, was now like a raging wave crashing against the shore, erupting with terrifying force. The heaven and earth were shaking. Moreover, these beast taming talents are not only for the beast tamer itself. Some of the more insidious ones can even target the enemy Beastmasters. I saw that all kinds of dark forces on the Beastmasters of other countries outlined several threads between heaven and earth. The silk threads are flying, hidden in the air. In the blink of an eye, it shot in front of Lu Feiyu. Dizziness, weakness, confusion, dementia, weakness, sickness. All kinds of negative states poured towards Lu Feiyu as if they were free. If it were any other beast tamer, they would probably turn into a vegetable and fall off the beast tamer the moment they were enveloped by these dozens of negative states. However, under the effect of Lu Feiyu's eye of promotion, all negative effects were transferred to the Beastmaster, and all his beasts are immune to abnormal conditions. These insidious moves have no effect at all on Lu Feiyu. A talent for taming beasts? Seeing this, a hint of shock appeared on Johnson's cold face. But soon, the look of shock was replaced by a sneer. No matter how good your talent is, it can't cover up the fact that you are a waste. In his opinion, Lu Feiyu seemed to be frightened silly. Even though hundreds of beasts were charging at him, he didn't react at all. But how would he know? Lu Feiyu is waiting. Wait until these beast tamers and beast tamers get within 500 meters of him. There is no other reason. The effective range of Kong Yu's legendary skill, the Forbidden Space, is 500 meters. As long as the opponent enters this distance, Lu Feiyu will burst out with tremendous force in an instant, and with an extremely powerful posture, directly eliminate all these little scums. Otherwise, he would just burst out with all his strength. It would be a bit incomplete if we couldn't scare these little trash away and fail to catch them all. When doing things, you have to do them thoroughly to be considered good. After all, if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Seeing these beasts getting closer and closer to them, the Beastmasters were also gradually approaching the death range of 500 meters. The coldness in Lu Feiyu's eyes grew stronger. The smile that had always been on the corner of his mouth finally disappeared, replaced by boundless coldness. Get started! Before Lu Feiyu finished speaking, his beast had not yet started to move. The ground beneath my feet suddenly shook. The entire secret realm shook violently in an instant. The sky and earth suddenly changed color. Then, an incredible scene appeared in front of everyone. I saw that the huge bones buried deep under the earth were now being slowly pulled out. The huge bone is towering, reaching into the sky. A spine that was so long that it was impossible to see the end of it, connecting all the giant bones, slowly emerged from the ground. The spine trembled, and the shock wave resounded through the heavens and the earth. A large amount of sticky soil was shaken off the spine, revealing the jade-smooth bone surface inside. On both sides of the spine, there were two pairs of four-winged bone wings that suddenly unfolded. The bone wings spread out, reaching a length of 1,000 meters, completely covering the entire world. At the same time, a huge dragon head hung low from midair. In the deep eye sockets, dark green fireflies flickered, staring at the many insects on the ground. It wants to see. After all, they are just those ignorant little creatures. How dare you disturb the hibernation of the Tongtian bone dragon? This shocking change even made Lu Feiyu stunned for a moment. To be honest, he didn't even realize that these huge bones were actually part of the body of a ferocious beast. However, Lu Feiyu reacted quickly and immediately activated the Eye of Promotion. Taking the specific information of this bone dragon. Chapter 90. Long. I'm a little unhappy. Race. Tongtian bone dragon. Attribute bone. Talent level. SS. Realm. Diamond level 9. Skills. Bone dragon true form. Epic. Bone spike attack. Epic. Sky-reaching dragon roar. Epic. Bone revitalization. Legendary. Evaluation. A dragon that is good at sleeping. Very rare. When seeing the skill and evaluation of bone vitality, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. It turned out that this situation happened because he had the legendary ability to conceal his aura, and he didn't pay special attention to this giant bone. But it's not a big problem. It's just a diamond level 9 true dragon. To Lu Feiyu now, a mere diamond is nothing to worry about. Even if the opponent is of genuine dragon bloodline and is the top beast master of the same level. However, what is a real dragon in front of Lu Feiyu? His black scales are at the Dragon King level. In terms of bloodline qualification, crushing. In terms of strength and combat power, the 4 beasts together can also crush the enemy. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? However, Lu Feiyu's Lu Feiyu has the strength to remain calm, but the beast masters from other countries do not have his strength and confidence. The moment the Tongtian Bone Dragon appeared, the overwhelming pressure of their realm and the absolute suppression of their blood made them feel breathless. The original coldness and confidence on Johnson's face disappeared at this moment. Uncontrollable panic and fear crawled into his heart and face like a poisonous snake. Without the slightest hesitation, he simply put aside his duties and responsibilities as a leader, called his own beasts, and prepared to escape. The majestic white eagle flew backwards against the many beasts. He caught Johnson directly and steadily. Then, the white eagle flapped its wings and flew out without looking back. This smooth escape move made the beast masters from other countries freeze in place. No, buddy, you acted so great and had such a strong sense of leadership before, and now you just run away? When netizens on the internet saw this scene, they started to rant. Fuck, coward, a traitor who abandoned his teammates. Clown behavior. It's really a disgrace to our eagle country. At the same time, in addition to the comments insulting Johnson, there were also a large number of comments discussing the appearance of the Bone Dragon. What the hell is going on? Why is there such a terrifying existence in the newcomer's secret realm? This figure, this pressure, this posture, it's comparable to the star-studded beast. My God, a group of new beast masters are facing the star beasts. You might as well let them commit suicide. At Eagle Country Official, at Eagle Country Beast Taming Alliance, come out and explain. Huaxia is really lucky. The appearance of this bone dragon should have turned the situation into a draw for us. Could it be that China really has that illusory dragon vain national destiny? At this moment, Chinese netizens all breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was a high probability that Lu Feiyu's life could not be saved, they were also very sorry. But at least, the right to exploit high seas resources for these 50 years has not been lost. They, China, did not fail. Even with 1 against 93, a draw is already a huge victory for China. For a moment, all Chinese people were filled with gratitude. Oh, not all. In Changnan City, Lu family. At this moment, the 4 members of the Lu family were staring at the TV screen in front of them. When they saw the majestic posture of the bone dragon and the terrifying pressure that penetrated the screen and space, there was a morbid smile on everyone's face. Ha ha ha. You'll suffer the consequences if you do evil. Very good, very good. This little bastard has been so arrogant for a month. Finally, God can't stand it anymore and wants to take him away. Zhang Fengxia gritted her teeth and almost squeezed out the words from between her teeth. His words were filled with the excitement of revenge. 2 blushes appeared on his wrinkled face, and it was obvious that he was extremely excited. Even Lu Qianjun, who had always been idiotic, stopped drooling at this moment and stared at the screen in front of him. His eyes widened to their maximum. It seems like he doesn't want to miss any moment. He couldn't wait to see Lu Feiyu being torn into millions of pieces by this bone dragon. For a moment, the Lu family, which had been silent for a long time and had an extremely depressing atmosphere, was filled with laughter again. The man who haunted them all the time like a nightmare. Today, at this moment, he is finally going to die. In the secret realm, Lu Feiyu saw someone trying to escape and immediately took action. However, the bone dragon hovering in the sky moved even faster. Its dark green eyes, like Will-o'-the-Wisp, moved as Johnson moved. The fireflies in the bone's socket flickered more and more violently. Suddenly, the bone dragon's head raised high, and its long neck seemed to connect heaven and earth. Afterwards, terrifying sound waves collided and vibrated between the major bone joints. The sound waves flow between the joints, and every impact makes the huge sound waves more fierce and vast. In the end, the dragon's roar was like the wrath of heaven. This sky-high bone dragon, like a messenger of punishment from heaven, wields the power of extinction and lets out a terrifying roar. Roar! In an instant, circles of sound waves shattered the space, forming substantial white circles that impacted downwards. Hundreds of white sound waves penetrated the space and swept towards the earth. The terrifying sound waves shattered everyone's eardrums almost instantly. At the same time, their internal organs were shattered in an instant. The gap between bronze and diamond is really too huge. These favored sons of other countries don't even have the qualifications to resist and will die on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that this Tongtian bone dragon had not yet used up all its strength. They would probably not only bleed from all 7 orifices, but their entire bodies would probably be shaken into pure powder by the sound waves. However, as it is now, I can only watch my life slowly slip away while I am still holding on. For these people, this is undoubtedly a more terrifying punishment. Looking at the whole scene, only Lu Feiyu seemed to be fine. He still sat leisurely on Boss Jin's back, enjoying the heated cushion and looking at the miserable scene around him. There was blood and flesh flying everywhere, and screams were heard everywhere. He is the only one who enjoys these peaceful and beautiful times. This strange and unsociable phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention. They opened their eyes wide and stared in disbelief at Lu Feiyu, who looked comfortable. These people racked their brains to figure out how this Chinese man, who seemed like an idiot, didn't suffer any harm at all. Johnson even bleeds from his mouth. His originally flying golden hair turned yellow due to the serious injury, and he looked like a beggar. He looked at Lu Feiyu with confusion on his face. I also had doubts in my heart. However, this young man was regarded by him as a mortal enemy and a mortal enemy. But she was too lazy to even look at him. What kind of little Karami are you? Do you think I deserve to even look at you? This undisguised disdain made Johnson so angry that his blood rushed up his throat. A fishy and sweet taste rushed up his throat, and bright red blood spurted out of his mouth. However, he did not wipe it, but just stared at the other person with his wide eyes, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Lu Feiyu jumped off Boss Jin's back, patted his butt, looked up at the sky, and said loudly, "Xiaolong, you've severely injured all these bastards. I'm very happy, but you snatched away my long-planned opportunity to show off. I'm a little unhappy." Chapter 91. I gave you face, didn't I? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. The battlefield, which was originally filled with screams, was now as silent as a cemetery in the early morning. Even the sound of breathing can be heard clearly. Everyone looked at Lu Feiyu as if they had seen a ghost. Nobody. Do you know what you were saying? You were neither injured nor killed by the sonic attack, so why don't you run away quickly? Why are you still making such harsh remarks? Do you really think you are immortal? Or are you really so arrogant that you think you can fight against a top-level diamond dragon beast? And Lu Feiyu's actions. It directly triggered the emotions of everyone at home and abroad. Waterfuck this Chinese guy. Is he too crazy? Baga, this Chinese guy is dead. No, the beast masters in our country are all useless. Look at them. They are not in any trouble and can still speak harshly. In comparison, aren't our beast masters too weak? Go upstairs. If you could do it, go ahead. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Do you know what true dragon bloodline is and what diamond top is? Hey, why do I feel like this Chinese guy can really defeat this bone dragon? Upstairs, you kneeled down too quickly, didn't you? I guess the Chinese people's beast taming talent must be some kind of powerful defensive talent to withstand attacks. As for knocking him over, let's put it this way. If Lu Feiyu can knock the bone dragon over, I will just stand upside down and run diarrhea and use poop to wash my hair, okay? Awesome. Remember to broadcast live. As for the domestic barrage, it is now flooding across the screen. Feiyu, run. You're already very strong. Pretending to be cool is like the wind. It always accompanies me. I can give up my life, but I can't stop pretending to be cool, right? I hope you can keep me company. You are using your life to show off. I, Zhang San, have never been defeated by anyone in my life except you, Lu Feiyu. Hurry up. You have SS-level beast taming talent. Don't get angry here. What are you guys bragging about? Don't you think he's stupid? He could have run away, but he insisted on giving it away. That's right. You don't even think about the fact that you have been responsible for 50 years of resource exploitation rights and a large amount of national resources. For his own selfishness, he has sacrificed a lot of national interests. What's there to brag about this kind of person? A bunch of brainless fans. Don't shout upstairs. If you said you can run, then run. Is that bone dragon a fool to let you run? It's better to die standing like a warrior than to run away like a mouse and die in fear. That's right. Different from the noise on the internet. At this moment, the secret realm was eerily quiet. Ever since Lu Feiyu said those 2 sentences, the bone dragon lowered its head and remained silent for a long time. It had been sleeping for too long and did not understand what the young man, as tiny as an ant, was saying under it. But there was contempt and disdain in that tone. But it heard it very clearly. It is a real dragon, but it is despised by a human? When he thought of this, the Tongtian bone dragon's inner rage raged like a raging fire. In an instant, the fireflies in the bone's socket suddenly became brighter. The flames, as tall as a person, leaped wildly. At the same time, the sharp bone spurs, dozens of meters long all over its body, expanded again. The length reaches over 100 meters. The bone spur vibrated, carrying a powerful force of sound waves, and attacked in an instant. The speed is so fast that it is even faster than the sound. Before the sound came, the bone spur was already hitting me in the face. The cold wind mixed with the stench of soil on the bone spurs came together. Lu Feiyu's expression suddenly turned cold. Brother is talking to you nicely, but you still want to get on stage. Facing the bone spur right in front of him, he did not try to dodge. Instead, he puffed out his chest and spoke loudly. He looked proud, like a warrior ready to die bravely. Although he is an enemy, I admire his courage. Yes, this kind of fearless spirit is much stronger than cowards like Johnson. This time, we were defeated mentally. Hey, that's not right. Look, what the hell? What the hell? Suddenly, the style of the barrage changed, and countless national treasures flashed across the screen. I saw a huge black dragon, which was only 100 meters long, hovering above Lu Feiyu's head. In an instant, it suddenly expanded. The dragon's body stretched to the extreme, and in an instant, it grew several times longer. The majestic and huge dragon body stretches for 1,000 meters. On the dark scales, there are faint flashes of colorful light, making the whole dragon look mysterious and luxurious. Just from the momentum, it's even better than that towering bone dragon. At this moment, the pupils in the black scales flickered and twitched, and inside them was an angry dragon burning as vigorously as wildfire. A mere dragon dares to attack in front of my black-scaled master? In an instant, Black-Scale entered the anode state. His physical fitness doubled again, and his physical strength reached 8 times as great. Moreover, the effect of the Dragon King's pressure doubled at this moment. Roar! A roar burst out from Black-Scale's throat. The same move, when used by He Lin, has a different effect. The boundless dragon pressure seemed to come from eternity, penetrating endless years and reaching deep into the soul. The flickering fireflies in the Tongtian bone dragon's eye sockets suddenly stopped. The fear that rose up from deep in its blood made it quickly restrain all its abilities. The flying bone spur froze in midair at that moment, unable to move anymore. Moreover, at this moment, the bones all over its body, which were emitting a brilliant glow, also dimmed. Defense capability is greatly reduced. Black-Scale's anger had not yet subsided, and his body moved like a dragon, arriving on top of the bone dragon in an instant. Then its long, dark dragon tail swung violently from top to bottom and directly knocked the Tongtian bone dragon from midair to the ground. And at this moment, Boss Jean, who had been ready for action, suddenly spread a pair of wings of light and fire behind him. In an instant, the steaming flames and endless light rapidly raised the temperature on the battlefield. Then, Boss Jean turned into a streak of fiery red lightning and shot towards the direction where the bone dragon fell. The wings of light and fire, moving at an extremely fast speed, formed a wall of fire that spanned hundreds of meters. The wall of fire was sharp, like a peerless sword that had been tempered thousands of times, and it directly penetrated the fragile body of the bone dragon. Suddenly, the rising flames on the dull skeleton of the Tongtian bone dragon spread rapidly like a cancer. The body that came in direct contact with the wings of light and fire was directly cut off. In an instant, the originally arrogant and ferocious Tongtian bone dragon had 1/3 of its body chopped off by He Lin and Boss Jean. The majestic skeleton fell from the sky, raising thick dust and obscuring everyone's vision. The enormous pain made the bone dragon let out a heart-wrenching howl, and the fear in its blood was washed away by the pain. It no longer had any intention of fighting back, and it flapped its 4 broken wings, trying to quickly leave this damn place and never come back. However, how could Lu Feiyu give it this opportunity? This is a real dragon. Its body is full of treasures. It can't run away. At Lu Feiyu's instruction, Kong Yu, who had been flying in the air, let out a long cry. The surrounding space was emitting ripples like broken glass. Large areas of space were shattered, and the black space fragments formed a cage that could never be broken. The Tongtian bone dragon, which was fleeing in panic like a drowned dog, was directly trapped to death. No matter how it strikes, it cannot break through the shackles of the forbidden area. The Tongtian bone dragon let out an unstoppable wail in the air. With every collision, a large amount of bone fragments fell off its body, and its injuries became more and more serious. However, it is no longer as arrogant as before, and has only one thought in its mind: escape, 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 get away from this devilish young man.